The Bodhi Keeps the Score Brain, Bessel van der Kolk by unknown author. Yaz, let's get into this prologue. Facing trauma. TB, trauma ain't just for soldiers or refugees in Syria, Congo. It can hit you or squad or fam or neighbors. G, research showed that like 15th of Americans got molested as a kid, 14 got beat by a parent, leaving a mark literally, and 13 couples get physical, which is so not okay. And don't even get me started on the fam drama. 14 grew up with alcoholic relatives, and 1 out of 8 watched their mom get whipped. We're human beings, lol, but we're also low-key resilient, right? And through wars, disasters, both natural and made by humans, and our own personal violence, but like, trauma can still leave its mark literally this time. It can be on a big scale, our histories, or on a small one, fam, secrets passed down generations. Kind of does in major ways. Our minds, emotions, joy, intimacy, biology, the whole 9 yards. Trauma ain't just for those who experienced it. It's also for their families and friends. Soldiers coming home from combat might freak out on their fams with rage and emotional absence. Wives of TED sufferers tend to get depressed, and kids of depressed moms are at risk of growing up insecure and anxious. Growing up in a violent household can make it hella hard to establish trust in relationships as an adult. Trauma is like super unbearable and intolerable. Most rape victims, soldiers, and child molested folks try to push the trauma out of their minds, acting all no big deal while secretly dying. It takes a lot of energy to keep functioning with that weight on our mind and body. Even when you think you've moved on or brain still got that survival mode going on, making it hard to deny the trauma long after it's over, or a brain can still get triggered by danger, and it's like, or back in the trenches, lol. The emotions, physical sensations, impulses, it's all just so overwhelming. Survivors of trauma often feel like they're messed up beyond repair. I was that kid who wanted to be a medic at 14 summer camp, Avi. My cousin Michael kept me up all night explaining kidneys and waste management. I was hooked, and I was low-key fascinated by the human body's secrets. I'm low-key obsessed with how human bodies function. Bruh. Like, even after I graduated from med school studying all that sick surgery, cardiology, and pediatric stuff, it was clear, too, that heming is all about understanding what makes us ticky, the whole mind-body connection thingy. But then I got into psychiatry rotations, and I'm over here thinking, how can we possibly understand the mind when our brains are literally wired with trauma? And the mind is hella complex, and we're still just trying to grasp how we interact with each other as humans. It's wild, fam. Nowadays, though, there's this whole new wave of science that's blowing up our understanding of psychological trauma, abuse, and neglect. We got neuroscience, which studies brain function, developmental psychopathology, which examines the impact of adverse experiences on brain development, and interpersonal neurobiology is all about how our behavior affects the emotions, biology, and mindsets of those around us. Research from these new disciplines has revealed some wild stuff. Trauma actually changes your brain's physiology. It's like when you go through trauma, your brain gets all messed up and it starts producing stress hormones like crazy. Your brain's alarm system is also recalibrated to be super hypervigilant. It means you're always all on the lookout for threats. Wild, bruh. We know that traumatized people become super paranoid because of this change in their brain chemistry. They can't just chill and live their lives. They gotta constantly scan for threats. Not because they're morally failing or lacking willpower, it's because their brain is literally changed by the trauma. Here's the thing, we've gained so much knowledge about trauma that we can actually start to fix it. We got new methods and experiences that tap into our brain's natural neuroplasticity, which means we can help survivors feel alive again and move on with their lives. There are 3 ways to do this, though. You gotta talk it out down, take meds to shut down the alarm system, or use tech to change how your brain organizes info. And honestly, each survivor is different. Most people need a combo of all 3. This has been my life's work, fam. Be proud. I'm loath of what we've accomplished at the Trauma Center, which I founded 30 years ago. Low-key saved thousands of traumatized kids and adults who victim abuse, natural disasters, there's wars, accidents, human trafficking, people who got assaulted by their own fam, and strangers too. We always had weekly TREAMI meetings where we deep dive on our patients' cases and track what treatments work best for each individual. Our mission's been to help the children and adults who come to us, but also to do research on how trauma affects different T-PEL and figure out which treatments actually work. We got supported by grants from the National Institute of Mental Health, National Center for Complementary and Alternative Medicine, CDC, and private foundations to study all this. Challenge is, how can people take back control of their lives after being owned by past trauma? Talking it out, understanding each other, and having real connections help, but meds can dampen those hyper-alert alarm systems. We'll see that physical experiences can transform past traumas and help people regain self-mastery. I ain't got a fave treatment modality because no one size fits all. I practice everything in this book, though each modality can change lives depending on the problem and person. I wrote this to serve as a guide and invite people to face trauma reality, explore treatments, and get our society on board with preventing it. Part 1, the rediscovery of trauma, Chapter 1, lessons from Vietnam veterans. I became who I am today at 12, chillin' in the cold on a winter day in 75. That was ages ago, but fam lies about the past. Looking back now, I've been stuck in that dark spot for 26 years. Trauma's like a narrative. Mine had major skips and jumps. That's what trauma does. It screws with your flow. It just happens, then life moves on. Nobody prepares you for this. Tuesdays after the 4th of July weekend, 1978, were my first days as a psychiatrist at the Bostonville Clinic. I'm hanging up some brutal vibes in my office when I hear a ruckus down the hall. Later, Yaz, bro, unknown author, just got wrecked at my crib and is striking out for fam. He's hella disheveled, rocking a stained 3-piece that's straight out of grandma's closet, clutching a dog-eared copy of Soldier of Fortune magazine like it's his Bible. Dude's so savage on the sauce, he can barely keep it together. 8, I'm trying to chill with this hulking mess, but I gotta ask him to take a seat and spill the tea. Name's Tom, and he used to be a total baller in the Marines, served up some real life in Vietnam 10 years ago, bruh. But now he's all about the feels, getting triggered by the noise, fireworks, heat, and family shenanigans that remind him of Nam. Tom's got some serious trauma, fam. Can't even be around his own fam without losing, because he freaks out on his wife and two little homies when they get too loud or rowdy. The only way he copes is by mainland and booze, taking his Harley Davidson for spin it crazy. D Speeds talk about a recipe for disaster, bro. At night it's like the darkness is trying to consume him whole. Nightmares about getting ambushed in the rice paddy and seeing all his squad die. Like, he can't even sleep, fam, because the flashbacks are straight up terrifying dead Vietnamese kids everywhere, bruh. His wife is low-key the real MVP, though she finds him pass out on the couch every morning, toes around him while she gets the kids ready for school. Talk about a real-life superhero, fam. Tom's all like, hey, I used to be the valedictorian of my class, but now he's just trying to put Vietnam behind him and live a real life, bruh. Enlisted straight out of high school, became a platoon leader in the Marine Corps. That's some next level stuff, fam. After the war, Tom went on to do the whole college thing on the GI Bill, got a law degree, married his bae, and had 2 little homies. But now he's all like, I don't really feel anything for my wife, even though she kept him going during the war. That's some heavy stuff, bruh. Anyway, just needed someone to vent to, 'cause his trauma is straight up suffocating, fam. Chillin' with me, and we're getting this whole therapy thing started. Word. A non-author was trying to live his best life, pretending to be some aug version of himself, but low-key he was still hella lost. He's all about that law practice and family vibes, but bruh, he ain't feeling right. It's like he's sleepwalking through life, I gotta admit. Tom is the first vet I ever met in a real setting, but fam, his story is super relatable. I'm from post-war Holland, grew up in bomb-out buildings. My pops was all about that anti-Nazi life, got sent to an internment camp for speaking truth to power. My dad never talked about the war, but when he did, it was like a nuclear reaction. He'd lose it, and I'm talking full on rage mode. How can someone who's all about fighting for justice be so extra? I saw the same tea in my uncle. He got caught by the Japanese, sent to Burma as a slave laborer, working on that famous bridge over the Kwai River. He never spoke about it, but when he did, it was like he was possessed or something. Be wondering if they had piston flashbacks, maybe they were ghosted by their loved ones and couldn't find nothing to live for. Somewhere in the back of my mind, there's these memories of my mom, got some deep-seated trauma from her childhood. She'd faint when I asked her about it, then blame me for making her all upset. It was hella weird. Tom starts opening up about how scared and confused he is, but then he spills the tea. He's worried he's turning out like his dad, who's always salty and doesn't even talk to his kids, to septis him with stories of his comrades who went down in 44. As we wrap up, I'm all like, let's focus on the nightmares. Tom, I used to study sleep lab stuff back in med school, written some articles about nightmares. I even did some research on them psychoactive drugs from the 70s. Ain't no expert, but I figured, hey, let's try this new pill that might help with the nightmares. Yeah, so Tom gets a follow-up appointment 2 weeks later, and when he comes back, he's salty about how he didn't even take his meds, bruh. So, I'm like, Tom, why did you ghost on your meds? And he's all, I don't want to be a poser if my homies are really gone. See, Tom is hella devoted to the dead, and it's literally killing him in life, fam. You ever seen someone take their own mortality way too seriously? We get it, war is lit, but come on, son. You're still a living being, don't be a martyr, gee, but for real, it's messed up how much his dad's friendship with other dudes in the NAM is affecting him. And it's they were all stuck in that trauma vortex and now their lives are irrelevant. You feel, I'm shook, Tabia. I realized I'd be dealing with trauma all day, every day for the rest of my career. What even happens in your brain when you get traumatized? How does it turn into this perpetual pates and sitch? And why can't they just move on from their NAM experiences? I met these vets at the VA and they're all about that anger life, fam. Go off on tiny frustrations and it's wilding out in public, bro. Drywall is getting destroyed and security is always low-key busy trying to keep everyone safe. But here's the thing, I'm not fazed by my toddlers throwing tantrums, but these vets, they're hella concerning, you feel? Because I trust that they'll learn self-control with some good care, but those vets, it's a whole different story. My training didn't prep me for this level of complexity. So yeah, trauma is all kinds of wild and messed up. I'm low-key researching war neurosis and shell shock in the library, trying to find some books on it. But bruh, there's 0 books about it 5 years after the last Solider left Vietnam. Hella sus that PT wasn't even on anyone's radar back then. Hit up the Count Library at Harvard Med School and found this old book from 1941 called The Traumatic Neuroses of War by some psychiatrist named Abram Gardner. Turns out he was all about how wee vets were low-key messed up after the war. They just sit there and detach from reality even if they were functioning fine before. Gardner's term for this was traumatic neuroses, but we know it as peace now. He noticed that these patients would be super hyped to threats all the time and would be all oversensitive, fam. His take on it was wild truth. The nucleus of the neurosis is a fission neurosis. Translation: peace isn't just in your head, it's got some real physiological basis. I'm low-key stoked that Gardner understood this way back then, but his book didn't give me much guidance on how to help vets. The lack of lit on the topic was major handicap to be, but my OG teacher Elvin Semrad told us to trust our patients and our own experiences more than textbooks. He said we should be skeptical of all that bees. It sounds hella simple, but it's actually kind of deep. Humans are experts at wishful thinking and avoiding the truth. And that was the greatest sources of our suffering are the lies we tell ourselves. Working at the VA, I realized how hard it is to face reality both for my patients and myself. We don't want to know what soldiers go through in combat, fam. Scared to see how many kids are being molested or abuse our own society. We don't want to believe that couples even engage in violence 30 of the time. Rather think families are safe havens and our country is all good. It's hard enough for observers to witness pain, so it's no wonder traumatized individuals can't even remember it themselves. You forget how to deal all that trauma vibes. Thomas Squad homies were my first teachers in learning how to help vets cope with the whole peace thing. Trauma lows in yourself. The first study I dropped a vet started asking vets what went down in NAM. I wanted to know what's good pushing them over and why some got wrecked while others were low-key doing it. Most of the dudes I grilled had gone to war, feeling hella prepared, vivid with their squad and all that. Shared pics of their fam's bays. They put up each other's flaws. But when they got a NAM, things got real. Many of them confided in a homie and some were straight up broscous about it. Tom met Alex, an Italian dude from Malden Ma, on his first day in country, and they quickly became ride or die. They did everything together and cruising around in their Jeep to chasin' after some hella thirsty Vietnamese babes. But then bam, Tom's squad got ambushed and it was straight up carnage. Tom told me how he looked on as his squad mates got popped or wounded in 2 secs flat. He still can't get the image of Alex's head out of his mind, lol. After that, Tom was a shell of his former self, bro. Anytime something reminded him of the ambush, he'd freak out because he couldn't cope, the trauma. It took him months to even talk about it, but when he did, I could tell he was still repping that shame like a badge word. Since time immemorial, vets have been doing all sorts of wild stuff after their squad mates die. Tom went straight up berserk the day after the ambush, and let's just say it wasn't pretty. The next morning, he rolled up to this nearby village like a savage, killing kids, shooting people left and right. Straight out revenge mode, and I'm low-key impressed. Can't even believe what's going on here. Some dude farmer, right? He goes all Harvey Weinstein or whatever on this Vietnamese woman and then expects to just waltz back into his life like nothing's wrong. He got played out for real, so Tom's like, bruh, I gotta face my fam again, but he can't even deal with the guilt of the killing Alex. Like, trauma is a whole mood, you feel me. Hard to trust anyone or yourself after something so sick goes down. And let's be real, how do you just move on from getting violated like that? Okay, but Tom's all hey, I'll just show up for my appointments and stuff. Like he's some kind of superhero or something. And honestly, takes a lot of guts to even acknowledge what happened. You gotta confront your shame and all that jazz. Sarah Haley was one of the first people to write about this vibe, and she was low-key a total boss. She talked about how hard it is to talk about the atrocities soldiers commit in war, but like deep down, most traumatized people are even more haunted by what they did or didn't do during that trauma. They're all like, I'm so ashamed of myself for feeling scared, dependent, excited, or enraged. It's wild. And then there's this whole thing with child abuse victims where they're all like, I survive or was I willing? Love or just terror. It's a real mixed up feeling, fam. But anyways, Tom's got his own issues. He's all emotionally numb and can't even vibe with his fam no more. He feels like he's stuck in this glass wall and can't connect with nobody. That's the worst, right? So like this dude was totally lost in fam. He had these intense rage fits and shame vibes all the time, you feel. All like, you don't even recognize myself when I'm staring at my reflection, bruh, and then he's hearing himself go off on some crazy court cases, and he's just observing from afar, wondering how this other dude who looks and talks like him can be so clutch with the law. When he wins a case, he's all yayas, I'm low, key triumphant, but when he loses, it's like, when knew it was gonna happen? Lol. Just all effective and stuff, but deep down, he's just floating in space, no direction, no purpose, but then, like, there's this one case that really gets him hyped, defending some mobster on a murder charge. Dude is fully immersed, coming up with strategies day and night. It's like combat mode activated. He's feeling alive. Nothing else matters. But when he wins that case, all his energy just melts away. When the nightmares come flooding back, he's all good. I'll just chill in this motel room. But being alone is even scarier, cause the demons from his past come back to haunt him. So he's all, hey, just do something else to avoid dealing with these feelings. And he starts thumbing through Soldier of Fortune, fantasizing about joining some merc ops. Cat Spring, he takes out his Harley and goes for this epic ride up the Kankamagas Highway in New Hampshire. To vibe, speed, danger, it all comes together and helps him pull himself back from the edge. So like, there was this study I did at the VA, and it started off as just researching nightmares, but ended up being about how trauma changes people's perceptions and imagination, This dude, Bill, former medic who saw heavy action in Vietnam, and he's the first person enrolled in my nightmare study. After he got discharged, he goes to theological seminary and starts his own parish. He's doing all right until his wife has their first child, and then things take a turn for the worse. She goes back to work, and he's just chilling at home with baby. But suddenly he's hit with these super intense images of dead kids in Vietnam. It's like his brain is just triggering him with all this trauma stuff. So like this dude Bill comes to the VA, straight up, panicked, he's all keep hearing babies crying and seeing these burned kids' faces, and everyone's all, bruh, you must be hella psychotic. Textbooks say that. But what if it's not? So I'm like, hold up, let me talk to this dude for a sec. I'm walking into this intake office. Bill is surrounded by these worried doctors prepping to give him some serious meds. They're always got symptoms of paranoid schizophrenia and asking my opinion. And I'm like, nah, that doesn't sound right. So I talk to Bill and he tells me his story and it sounds super traumatic, like memories or whatever you feel. So I'm all right, let's help this dude. I give him some meds for anxiety, and then I'm like, he want to come back in a few days so we can do some trauma research? He's down with that. So we're doing this Rorschach test thingy, and it's literally impossible to fake answers on this stuff. It's all about how people make images out of nothing, And like, when you see clouds, think they're animals or whatever. So Bill's looking at the second card, and he's literally freaking out. Thesis that kid I saw get blown up in Vietnam. He's panting, sweating. It's like same vibes as what happened 10 years ago. And I'm just over here like, wait a minute, experiencing this flashback with him in my office. It's wild how trauma can still hit you hard after all that time. Anyway, There for Bill made me realize how messed up the VA system is for vets dealing with PTSD. Hey, it's unknown author and I'm low-key still shook from that traumatic event, but like, I got a new perspective on it now. I was all, this is the worst at first, but then I realized how much more messed up flashbacks could be. You never know when they're gonna hit you again, fam, and there's nothing you can do to stop them. It took me years to figure out how to deal with them, but Bill was actually a major key in helping me get it together. We also did some Rorschach tests on the 21 more vets, and the results were straight fire. 16 of them went full on a tease mode when they saw that second card. The second card is like super lit with colors and stuff, which always gets a reaction from people. They were all like, this reminds me of my homie Jim's guts after a shell exploded, or this is Danny's neck after he got blown up by a shell. You know, the usual trauma vibes. But here's the thing, most of them were hellish shook, but 5 of them just went blank. They were like, this is nothing, or just ink on paper. I was there with them, though the human brain is supposed to fill in the gaps and make sense of stuff, but when you're traumatized, that just doesn't happen. Learn from those tests that traumatized people superimpose their trauma on everything and can't even decipher what's going on. It's like they've lost their mental flexibility or something, and it turns out trauma messes with your imagination too. These guys weren't able to leave their past life in the dust, fam. They were stuck replaying old memories over and over. But here's the thing, imagination is literally everything. It's what makes life interesting, you feel. Without it, we're just stuck in a rut, fantasizing about the same old things over and over. Imagination is like the launch pad for making your hopes come true. It fires up creativity, cures boredom, relieves pain, enhances pleasure. All that good stuff. When people get too caught up in the past, they suffer from a failure of imagination. They lose their mental flexibility and can't even envision a better future. It's like, without imagination, we're just stuck in a never-ending loop with no hope or goal. The Rorschach test taught us that traumatized people look at the world all wrong. They can't distinguish between what's real and what's just their trauma-induced bees. Hey fam, tell you how the world is low-key different for everyone else. Most peeps just see a dude walking down the street, but for those who've been through trauma, it's like they're seeing a monster waiting to pounce. Teacher who's all strict and stuff might be intimidating to someone who's never had a real struggle, but for someone who's dealt with abuse, she's literally a torturer in their eyes, stuck in trauma, bruh. Our clinic was hella flooded with vets coming in for therapy, but we were hella short on docs, so most of them got stuck on some crazy long wait list while they continued to self-sabotage and hurt their families. We saw a ton of arrests for vets getting into violent beefs and way too many suicides, though. I started this group thingy for young Vietnamese vets as a holding tank until real therapy could kick in. The first session with some former Marines, the dude just flat out said he didn't want to talk about the war, but I was all like, yas, whatever you feelin'. Then, after an hour of straight up silence, one vet finally spilled the tea and shared his helicopter crash story. The rest of them came alive, spilling their traumatic tales like they owed it to themselves. They showed up the next week, and then the week after, vibing off this newfound connection and meaning they never had before. Asked me to join their squad and gave me a Marine captain's uniform for my birthday real extra, but retrospect is wild, fam. You're either in or out. Like, if you ain't been through that trauma, you can't truly get it. Later, I did another group thingy with older vets from Patton's Army. Some of them were literally old enough to be my dad. These dudes showed up on Mondays, rain or shine, even during blizzards, because they knew where to find support and community. For Christmas, they gave me a vintage G-Watch that was straight fire. It hit me when I tried to get these guys to talk about their daily struggles, relationships, fam. They just couldn't relate. They never had to deal with that level of trauma in real life. It made me realize the limits of group therapy and how hard it is to break those walls of silence when you're coming from a different place. Hey guys, so like I'm unknown author and I used to work at the vet, helping vets deal with their trauma and stuff. Come in here all messed up from Wui or Vietnam or whatever and just freak out about it. You feel they couldn't stop thinking about that one bad thing that happened, even though it was like ages ago. Tell us about how they killed a German soldier or something, and then we'd be all like, oh, cool. But honestly, we had no idea what to do. So we tried every treatment in the book, but like nothing worked. The meds would just make them even more messed up. And when they started talking about it again, they'd freak out and have flashbacks or whatever. Some of them even dropped out because we were making things worse, which was a major fail. But then in 1980, these Vietnam vets got together with some psychoanalysts from NIE, and they were all like, IAP's a thing. And the APA was all called cool, so now we had this diagnosis that actually made sense. Like, finally, we had a name for what our guys were going through. Anyway, I wanted to study the biology of traumatic memories or whatever, but they were all like, no way, dude. PEACE is a total waste of resources. Like, literally, the grant people said that, which is wild, but now the VA is all about POTS and brain injury, and they're like totally into evidence-based treatments and stuff. But honestly, just couldn't deal with it, so I bailed. A no author, ick, what's good fam? I got a low-key quit my job, the Mass Mental Health Center, back in 1982. I was supposed to be the psychiatrist doc, yeah, but TBI was straight up triggered by all the trauma cases common at me daily. See, I used 2 worker combat vets, and it messed to me for a hot second. Now I'm all ears for patients who got messed up from molestation fam violence, especially the girls who got raped as kids, bruh. Like, how did they even get to my office? Textbooks said incest was super rare, but 47 of women that time were straight up talking about it. And don't even get me started on day textbooks T, incestuous activity diminishes psychosis, lol, what a joke. While in real life it's all about the trauma, the damage it does, these patients had major depression, anxiety, self-harm. It was wild. They were also low-key traumatized by their experiences. Nightmares, flashbacks, like the vets I left the VA, and the worst part, trouble keeping relationships, dealing with emotions. Ick, why people don't get it. War ain't the only thing that can ruin lives. Fam, like 12 million women in this country got raped, most of them under 15. We gotta talk about kids who are getting abused, neglected home. Like, every year, 3 million kids in this country are reporting victims of child abuse. Meanwhile, for every soldier overseas, kid at home who's straight up endangered. All too much fam yaz. Low-key trauma is not the enemy, fam. It's actually like the person you're trying to fix themselves from the inside out. G. Chilling with Tom for 3 decades now, and we've learned so much about trauma, like what it really does to your brain and body. Bruh. Since the 90s, we got some sick new tech that shows us what's going down in those traumatized brains, and it's been a total game changer for figuring out how to help people get back on their feet. We've also low-key figured out how trauma affects your innermost vibes and how you relate to the world, like who you are. Ick. Not just some past event, it's like a stamp that gets left on your mind, brain, and body, and it keeps showing up in ways that affect how you survive today. Trauma is wild, fam. Changes how you think, what you think about, and even if you can think at all, G and D, honestly, just telling your story ain't enough. You gotta help people get to the point where they're not hypervigilant all the time. Like, oh no, I'm still traumatized. No, fam, we need real change. We've been trying to understand trauma for ages, made us think differently about how our minds work and even heal. But for real, when you're trying to get over trauma, you gotta learn to trust that the danger ain't real no more. So, like, don't me about the mind and brain, fam. The more doubt, the more awake you'll be. Got none, then nothing's changing, G. And honestly, we're all just trying to figure out who we are through this crazy thing called life. It was like 20, and I got a sick job at this mental health center in Boston where they were trying to change the game with their research on mental suffering. Wild times, fam. We were all about helping young people get better after they'd had some major mental breakdowns. You know what? That you live through your own time. That time ain't yours alone. It's like the sum of all these other lives going on at the same time. What you are is just a reflection of history. Bruh, no, they're sickening, right? So, schizophrenia, the ultimate buzz, still the go-to treatment for mental health issues at that lame hospital, MEMC. In the early 50s, some French scientists dropped a new compound called chlorpromazine, acethorazine. It was a, hey, I'll calm you down, fam. And people were all, get some actual help for real mental health stuff now, like depression, anxiety, panic attacks, the whole 9 yards. They were low-key trying to figure out ways to chill the savage beast that was schizophrenia too. So I'm just a low-key noob at the ward, trying not to get too turned up by all the crazy people, aka college students from Harvard, MIT, and boo. Some of them had tried to odd on themselves. Others were cutting themselves up with knives or razors. It was wild. Few had even gone full on psycho on their roomies or parents, so I just kept Rim occupied with some chill activities like pizza nights, camping trips, Red Sox games, and sailing on the Charles River. Easy peasy, right? Job was to sit in meetings and try to decipher all the patient's aka complicated speech and logic, and when they got all worked up, deal with their tantrums and withdrawal symptoms like it was nobody's biz. One morning, I found this patient just standing statue, still in her room, one arm raised like she was on high alert. Her face was frozen in fear, and she stayed that way for at least 12 hours. The docs were all co-catatonia, whatever that means, but even the textbooks didn't have any actual solutions. I spent many nights and weekends on the unit in a whole different side of things that the docs never saw during their brief visits. When patients couldn't sleep, they'd wander into the nursing station in their bathrobes, talking about all this trauma they went through being hit, assaulted, molested. It was hella dark. Shared stories about growing up with abusive parents, hearing them yell at each other, or even getting raped by family members or classmates. Sometimes just waiting for the inevitable night when their abusers would come home and wreak havoc. The young docs would present their cases to their supervisors during morning rounds, but they never talked about this stuff. It was all super hush-hush. Like many studies later prove that this trauma stuff was actually a major thing in schizophrenia. Yaz, lem tell you about the midnight confessions. So like more than half the Pell who come to psychiatry are like straight up traumatized or whatever, been assaulted, abandoned, neglected, or even raped as kids or witnessed violence in their fams, but it's all like super hush hush and nobody wants to discuss it during rounds. Shook by how dispassionate the doc convo was, how much time got spent on trying to manage suicidal thoughts and self-destructive behaviors instead of figuring out what made P-Pell so messed up in the first place. I was also all like, huh, yo, where's the love? 'Cause nobody cared about their accomplishments or aspirations, who they were low-key obsessed with, what they hated, what got them hype, etc. Well, it was all just like symptoms and meds. And I started moonlighting at this Catholic hospital doing physical exams on women getting electroshock treatment for depression, and I'm just curious as hell, so I'd ask them about their lives. Most of them would spill tea about their painful marriages, diff kids, and guilt over abortions, and they'd literally light up like a candle in the darkness. Some of them were all like, do I still need this treatment after sharing my feelings with you? It broke my heart knowing that everything we talked about was just going to get erased by the meds the next day. Job fast, be tough. But on my days off from the ward at Memics, I'd hit up the Countway Library of Medicine to learn more about the patients. One Saturday afternoon, I stumbled upon this old textbook called Dementia Praecox by Eugen Bleuler. Thing too. So like Bleuler observed that schizophrenic body hallucinations were super common and usually sexual in nature raptures, joys, and all that jazz, but also super weird stuff like painful erections or women getting raped in the most devilish ways. Of that, honestly, it made me wonder if PPL have these hallucinations that are just like symptoms of how messed up they're feeling, what's really going on. It's making up physical sensations they've never felt before. I mean, is there even a clear line between creativity and pathological imagination? Or memory and imagination? It's all still super unclear, but research has shown that Pelv can make up memories and experiences. I low-key knew those who got torched as kids were acting all weird. I get these cramps or hear voices telling M to do crazy stuff. At the hospital, people was hitting each other, smashing windows, and cutting themselves up, all 'cause they felt hella frustrated or misunderstood. I was sipping tea, but when someone freaked out at me for trying to wipe some gross goop off their hair, I was like, bruh, what's good? I followed the nurses, 'cause that's what you do. And we'd restrain them if they got too wild. Sometimes I felt a little satisfied when I wrestled someone down so a nurse could give him a shot. It was all about keeping under control you feel. Tovia, this gorgeous 19-year-old who just looked like she was losing it, always sitting in the corner looking all hella scared, but TB. Her rep as the gift of some big shot Boston mobster gave her this whole mystery vibe. She wouldn't eat for weeks and started losing weight. They had to force feed her. It took like 3 people to hold her down. I was there, and it was straight up wild. When she spilled her tea about getting raped by her fam members, I realized our whole caring thing must have felt super triggering to her. It made me realize we gotta be more aware of this stuff. If you do something to a patient that you wouldn't do to your friends or kids, it might be 'cause you're re-traumatizing them. Direct leader, I noticed some wild stuff. The patients were hella clumsy and couldn't even coordinate themselves. We went camping once, just stood there like statues while I pitched tents. It was like they were stuck in neutral. In volleyball, the staff was all coordinated, but the patients, not so much. And whenever they had combo, it was all stiff and awkward, no gestures, no facial expressions. It was like they were trying to be polite or something. It wasn't until I met Peter Levine and Pat Ogden that I realized what was really going on. A trauma is held in people's bods, you feel. I low-key got accepted into this psychiatric program at MEMC, and I was hella hyped, fam. Like Eric Kandel won a Nobel Prize for real, and Alan Hobson found out what brain cells are lit for dreamin' while I was getting trained in the basement lab. Bruh. We did some sick studies on depression too, but let's be real, we were all there for the patients, no cap. We spent 6 hours with them every day, and then we'd vibe with senior psychiatrists, tossing questions and trying to come up with the sickest one-liners. Our teacher, Elvin Semrad, was a whole mood. He didn't want to have us read any textbooks our first year lull, like he wanted us to be all figured out ourselves. And T-Bit, that might have made us some of the most voracious readers and writers ever. Semrad taught us that life's struggles are mostly about love and loss, so we gotta help people acknowledge their feelings and deal with reality. That our biggest suffering comes from the lies we tell ourselves, and we should always be honest about how we're feeling. Shook when he revealed that he gets comforted by his wife's bum at night, fam. He knew what he knew and felt what he felt, and that's why healing is key. You can't control your life if you ain't aware of your body, all its vibe and whatnot. Job's supposed to be helping people do just that, but it was moving in a different direction. In 1968, some studies showed that meds were way more effective than therapy for schizophrenic patients, even though we knew our talk therapy was the real deal. It was all about the tech at the time, and how we approach human suffering has always been tied to what's available. Back then, people thought weird behavior was God's problem, not their own. Low-key sin is a real thing, fam, and it's been around since forever. In the 19th century, scientists in France and Germany were low-key trying to figure out why humans are weirdos and stuff. Now we got a new paradigm, Anger. Lust, pride, greed, and all that other shit is like disorders that can be fixed with meds, I feel. Psychiatry became all about being real scientists and leaving those old philosopher vibes behind. It was like the cause of mental illness is a chemical imbalance. Bruh, I'm not gonna lie, hella excited to join the pharmacological revolution back in 1973. Became the first chief resident in psychopharmacology at me, and I might have been the first off in Boston to try lithium on a manic depressive patient. I got that perm from John Cade's research in Australia. On lithium, this woman who was literally cycling between mania and depression every May and November stopped getting all messed up for 3 whole years. That was straight fire, fam. I was part of the first use team to test Clozaril on chronic patients stuck in insane asylums. Of that, some of their responses were like, wow, they actually started to feel human again. People who were trapped in their own hells found themselves with actual emotions and connections. We were all hyped that we could finally conquer this whole mental health thing. Antipsychotic meds helped reduce the number of people living in hospitals from 500K in 55 to under 100 by 96. For people who didn't know life before, it's a whole different vibe. Used to visit Kankakee State Hospital and see these patients getting watered down like they were animals. Now that memory feels more like a bad dream than something I actually witnessed. After finishing my residency in 1974, I was the second to last director at Boston State Hospital. It was like a whole different world. Back then, patients used to be shuffled into the community, whatever that means. We're all just trying to help people now, not lock them up and ignore their problems. Loki, this whole thing started as a sanctuary for people who were hella messed up, but it eventually got all sinister on them. It was actually pretty cool, though everyone knew the patients' names and whatnot. Anyway, I just chillin' at the VA in 1979, and the Boston State Hospital's gates get locked down forever, making it a total ghost town. Jill doing research in this other lab, MIMSA psychopharmacology, but they're all about that neuroscience life now. Scientists back then were trying to figure out how to isolate hormones and neurotransmitters, and because those chemical messengers are what make us actually feel something. Fast forward to the 60s, and they're finding out that dopamine's got some major ties to schizophrenia, and norepinephrine is all up in the depression game. We're trying to make meds that could target specific brain issues, but it never really panned out. Anyway, we did get something out of it, though these research diagnostic criteria thingies, and I was low-key involved in that. She eventually turned into this super important book called the Danzimaca, the Bible of Psychiatry. The foreword is all like, we know our system's a hot mess, but honestly, who cares? So I'm just sipping on some knowledge when I hear about this Stephen Mayer dude and his research on learned helplessness in animals. Talking about these dogs that get subjected to this inescapable shock thingy where they're stuck in cages with no way out. The dogs who went through it, the dogs who went, they just lay there starving and defecating even when the door's wide open. It's like, what's the point of even having hope, fam? Yas, people, take the road to freedom, bruh. Like Mayer and Seligman's dogs, many traumatized humans just give up, fam. And that they're all like, nah, I'm good when it comes to trying new stuff because they're stuck in fear mode. You feel, I was hella into Mayer's story though. What they did to those poor pups was literally what happened to my human patients they got hit by someone or something that messed them up real bad and there's no way out it. He went through all the patients I treated in my head like a rapid mental review. Almost all of them were stuck in some kind of trap, unable to do anything but wait for the inevitable. Her fight-flight response was like totally ghosted, and it led to either major meltdowns or just straight-up collapse. And Seligman also found out that traumatized dogs are basically pumping out way more stress hormones than normal. So, key, what we're trying to learn about trauma right now, there's these young researchers like Steve Southwick and John Crystal at Yale, Ari Shalev at Hadassah Medical School in Jerusalem, Frank Putnam at NIM, and Roger Pittman at Harvard. Found out that traumatized people are still secreting stress hormones after the actual danger has passed. It's wild, bruh. And then there's Rachel Yehuda at Mount Sinai, who's like, cortisol is low and T's. Yeah, no cap. She drops that, but then she acknowledged that cortisol sends an all safe signal to shut down the stress response, and wait for it, traumatized P can't even get back to baseline after and the threat is over. It's like their stress hormone system is totally extra. So basically, if we're lucky, our stress hormone system should just be like, hey, danger, no, let's go, and then quickly calm down. But in Pete's patients, it's all messed up, fam. The fight, flight, freeze signals keep going after the danger is over, and they can't even get back to normal. It's like their body is still all hyped from the trauma, and that leads to major health issues. You feel my plane that day, 'cause I had to vibe with Steve Mayer, though. His workshop gave me some actual clues about what's going on with my patients and how we can maybe even help them get out of the trauma hellhole. So, like, what if we could teach my patients to physically experience freedom, to know that they can move and stuff? I wondered if the dogs in Mayer's study needed physical experiences to learn how to get off the electric grids, just like they did. And maybe, just maybe, we can do something similar with my patients. Maybe we need to help him physically experience control again. We could teach him to move their bodies to escape a situation that's similar to what traumatized them. Yes? So, like, I was low-key thinking about my patients with totes, abusive families who kept coming back for more drama, right? Are they just, like, addicted to trauma or something, and why would that even be a thing to be? So, like, I was chillin' in the lab, and we did some sick animal studies with mice, rat cats, monkeys, and elephants. Played them these loud, obnoxious sounds, and they were all peace out, home. But here's the wild part, even the mice that were, like, hella stressed about food supplies still scurried back to their nests when things got familiar again. Scared animals go home no matter what, bruh. I was like, dang, this is so relatable. I thought about my patients with trauma who kept coming back for more hurt. Are they, like, cursed or something? Is it even possible to help them get attached to places and activities that are actually safe and lit? We did these therapy groups for Vietnam vets, and it was wild how many of them started getting all hyped when we talked about their helicopter crashes and stuff. They were, like, totally into it, even though they were literally traumatized. Former New York Times dude Chris Hedges wrote this sick book called War is a Force That Gives Us Meaning. Traumatized people seem to be all about seeking out experiences that would make most people want to vomit. And Julia was, like, brutalized by her pimp and stuff. She got trapped in this toxic cycle of violence and abuse, but then she got help and started working on herself, and it was like a total transformation. She went from being all messed up to actually finding her purpose. But here's the thing, Freed thought that people might go back to their traumas because they're trying to get control over them or something. And I know thanks. There's no evidence for that theory, and it just leads to more pain and self-hatred, TB. We even did some research on this whole compulsion to repeat thing. It's like totally not true. Trauma is a total buzzkill, and reliving it over and over doesn't make you any better off. Mark Greenberg and I were all, let's do this therapy thingy because we want to help people break free from their trauma loops. Let me break down this whole attractor thing for you. So, attractors are meant to make us feel good, but why do PL get stoked about toxic situations, fam? We found a study that said activities that freak us out can actually be lit later on. Recall when Richard Solomon from the University of Pennsylvania showed that our bodies adapt to all sorts of vibes back in the 70s. Get hooked on those good vibes from recre or drug, but sauna bathing, marathon running, or parachute jumping initially, they're hella uncomfortable and even straight up scary can turn into like super enjoyable experiences after a while. Body's all new chemical balance, yes, so we feel that well-being and euphoria when pushing ourselves hard, but then, like with drug addiction, we start craving and freak out when we don't get it. It's all about the withdrawal, bruh. This theory can explain why some people low-key into hurting themselves or getting hurt by others, like fear and aversion can literally become a sick thrill for them. Solomon thought that endorphins, those morphine-like chemicals our brain drops when we're stressed, play a role in this whole thing. Reminded of his theory when I saw some research about soldiers who didn't want pain meds during this doc named Henry K. was all like, strong emotions can block pain and stuff. I got curious and looked up some older studies cause my library habit is on fleek, lol. Paper from 1946 called Pain in Men Wounded in Battle. It said that 75% of soldiers didn't want a morphine when they were hurt. So I was all like, is this relevant to peas? And then I hit up these researchers who studied Vietnam vets with TEED. They did this experiment where they showed them some violent movie clips while measuring their pain tolerance. Guess what? 7 out of 8 veterans kept their hands in ice water for 30% longer when they watched the violent stuff, not just the peaceful stuff. Calculated that watching a combat movie is basically the same as getting morphine injections, same dose, fam. So apparently strong emotions can block pain. It's all about those endorphins releasing in our brain when we're stressed or something. Now I'm wondering if re-exposure to stress could give us anxiety relief or whatever. This experiment was lit, but it wasn't super conclusive. TB. Hey, you guys, so like Julia was super obsessed with you, her abusive pimp lol, like why though? So there was this 1985 meetup for Appy and it was hella deep. Prof. Jeffrey Gray gave a talk about the amygdala, which is like the part of our brain that's all, no, that thing looks scary and stuff. Basically, if you got low serotonin levels in our brain, it would be super reactive to stressors, aka you'd get all anxious and aggressive. If you had high serotonin, it would chill out more. I was low-key fascinated by this cause my patients were always getting super upset over tiny things and were hella sensitive to criticism. Started thinking maybe serotonin played a role in TESD. Other people had done some research on monkeys and found that dominant males had higher serotonin levels, but when they got taken down a peg, their serotonin went down too. But if you gave them serotonin supplements, they'd rise up and become alpha again, lol. So this was kind of deep cause it showed me that the environment can affect our brain chemistry, like when our social status changes, serotonin levels change. And that's super relevant to people who've been traumatized anyway. I heard that pharma companies were working on new meds that could increase serotonin levels, but since they weren't out yet, I tried taking some tryptophan supplements. Spoiler alert, it didn't work out, lol. Then Prozac came out in 1988 and it was life-changing for me. I saw this girl who'd been through some major childhood trauma and she had bulimia. Few days on Prozac, she's like, wait, I ate when I was hungry and stuff. It was hella dramatic. I also saw another patient who'd been depressed as hell and was struggling to be a good mom and wife. But after taking Prozac for a week, she seemed way more chill. Let me tell you about the Og who went on Prozac for like 4 days straight and was low-key asking to skip her therapy session on Prez Day cause she wanted to spend quality time with her fam, why get. So this patient was a whole vibe, just trying to survive each day, but then she's all like, hey, can we do something fun together? Skiing, maybe. And I'm over here thinking, girl, you're already a total boss for even trying. I low-key knew someone, Ellie Lilly, and was like, yo, pill that helps people chill in the present instead of getting all stuck in the past. And they were all, yeah, we got this. So, gave me some grant money to study Prozac's effects on Pizidin, 64 people, mostly non-vets and combat vets. Divided them into 2 groups, half got Prozac, half got a sugar pill, and guess what? Everyone improved, even those who got the placebo. I know, right? Like, they were just trying to get some attention or something. But here's the tea. Prozac actually worked way better for our trauma clinic patients than the placebo. They slept better, had more control over their emotions, and weren't so hung up on the past all the time. However, when we gave Prozac to the combat vets at the VA, it was like no effect. And it's been the same for most studies since then. A few might see some improvements, but mostly they're just stuck in pet's hell, trying to figure out why that is. And I ain't trying to accept all that other bees about pensions or whatever. At the end of the day, it's like our brains are wired to detect threats, not just think about money. Prozac has been a total game changer for trauma-related disorders. We even use the Rorschach test to see how people perceive their surroundings when they're traumatized. That gave us some clues on how SSRIs like Prozac work. It's like emotions control our reactions, and Prozac helps regulate all that. So there you have it. Prozac is a real MVP for peace patients, but combat vets are still stuck in the struggle mode. Yes, so like I was getting treated for this super dark childhood trauma, and some dude thought I'd Loki rape his sis just cause I got a Dutch accent, lol, right? But then I started on Prozac and it was like holy game changer, fam. Gave me my life back and helped me chill. You feels that when pharmacology came through and changed the game for psychiatry, drugs were like, hey doc, we got this. And honestly, they did give us some sick tools to help our patients get better. That plus it was like a whole new cash cow, bro. Grants from pharma companies were hella beneficial. Too, they funded labs with cool gadgets and instruments, and suddenly our psych departments were moving up the ranks too. Who wouldn't want to be in the lab instead of the basement? But like, it's super ironic that MIMSI had to get rid of their sick gym because they paved over the pool for a lab. That was literally the only place where we could all just vibe and feel human, you know. Now it's all about get fixed with meds. The thing is, though, this whole mental illness thing can be super sketchy, fam. We're told that it's all about brain chemicals and whatnot, but is that really true? I'm like skeptical, TBA. For real, though, antidepressants can be lifesavers, especially for people who are just trying to survive on their own. But let's keep it real. Meds shouldn't replace therapy, you know. They're more like a tool to help you cope, not a solution. But here's the thing, too. Psychiatric medications can have some major downsides, bruh. They might make people think they've got all their shit together when really they're just avoiding their problems. It's like the brain disease model is hella problematic, fam. And like over the past 3 decades or so, meds have become super mainstream in psychiatry. But let's not forget that they shouldn't take center stage. Yo, what's good, fam? So like you gotta ask yourself if antidepressants are actually doing their thing, right? Like if they're hella effective, depression should be a major issue by now. Even with people rocking the meds left and right, hospital admissions for depressions still got some serious issues. Bruh, and tripling the number of peeps getting treated for depression over the past 2 decades. And like 1 in 10 Americans are on antidepressants now. New wave of antipsychotics is straight fire with Abilify, Risperidone, Zyprexa, and Seroquel killing it as top-selling meds in the US. In 2012, people were shelling out $1.5 billion for Abilify alone. Any other medication, Cymbalta's doing its thing too, with over $1 billion in sales, even though it's never to be superior to Prozac, which has way cheaper generic options. Medicaid's getting hella spent on antipsychotics, $3.6 billion in 2008, more than any other class of meds. The number of kids under 20 taking these meds tripled between 99 and only 8. It's wild. But here's the thing, nobody's holding those docs accountable who prescribed all this. 500,000 kids are on antipsychotics right now, and low-income FAMs are 4 times more likely to get them than privately insured kids. Meds are used to make abused and neglected kids more manageable, but they also mess with their motivation, playtime, and curiosity, which is like super important for growing up right. If you're on these meds, you're at risk of getting morbidly obese and developing diabetes. Meanwhile, people are dying from overdoses on psych meds and pain meds all the time. Because drugs are so profitable, major medical journals are hella rare when it comes to publishing studies on non-drug treatments for mental health problems. It's like they're all about that chemistry life, but our bodies can change and heal in other ways too. The brain disease model is a hot mess, fam. It's all about thinking we're sick because of our brains. But what if it's not just about the meds? What if it's about adaptation or disease? When we got this capacity to adapt and change, that's way more important than what we take medicinally. Two, our bodies can heal and adjust on their own without all these meds. Three, we need to stop thinking that everything is a brain disease and start seeing the world in a different light, you feel. Four, we gotta rethink our approach to mental health and stop perpetuating this cycle of addiction. So let's be real, we got this whole destroy and heal thing down pat, no cap. Our communities and relationships are everything when it comes to getting that well-being back, Loki. Things of that language is like super powerful, fam. It's how we change ourselves and others by sharing our vibes, helping us find common ground and all that jazz. And on top of that, we got the ability to regulate our own visuals, like breathing, moving, and touching. No one can take away from you, bruh. We can low-key change social conditions to make spaces where kids and adults can feel safe and thrive. But like, for real though, when we ignore these basic human stuffs, people hanging with no way to heal from trauma or find their own autonomy, being a patient is straight fire when it comes to your own healing. But when you're the one who's supposed to be helping others, just extra stress and anxiety for everyone involved. And don't even get me started on how the drug game ain't doing it for nobody, fam. I was all like, can we find some natural ways to help people deal with their tests? So yeah, let's talk about the neuroscience revolution. If you could look inside a person's skull and see the brain, like the most lit spot would be over there surrounded by this dark energy. Pat, Ivan Pavlov, Tevez, watching is hard when you're trying to Yogi Berra anyways. Back in the 90s, brain, Imagine Tech opened new levels of knowledge about how the brain processes info. It's like had access to these crazy expensive machines that were lit, fam. And positron emission tomography PET and functional magnetic resonance imaging fMRI let us see what was going in the brain when people were doing certain tasks or remembering old events. For real though, this tech allowed us to watch the brain as it processed memories, sensations, and emotions and start mapping the circuits of mind and consciousness. We used to be stuck with measuring brain chemicals like serotonin and norepinephrine, but now we got neuroimaging, bruh. Like, we could see inside the engine, not just guess how it works. This tech has also changed our understanding of trauma, no cap. How low-key infuriating it is to have your entire brain get turned into a time capsule, you feel? My fam was all same, bro, about being suddenly hella triggered by some old vibes, images, feelings, sounds, whatever from the past. Of that, I'm like, cool. Can we actually figure out what's going on? So I hit up 8 of them and asked if they'd be down to come back to the clinic and just chill in a scanner for a sec lol. Yeah, right. It was all super new school tech. B2, think totally not creepy. Just kidding, it's still kind of creepy. Anyway, so I'm low-key impressed that all 8 were like, Yaz, count me in. 3 of them were all about hoping that what we learned from their struggles could help others, which is actually pretty dope. My research assistant, Rita Fissler Harvard Medical School life, went in with every participant and crafted these super detailed scripts that recreated the traumatic moments they'd been trying to forget. We didn't want to collect the whole story, though that's just how trauma works, bruh. It's all about those tiny fragments for single image, sound, or feeling. Rita also asked them to describe this one scene where they felt hella safe and in control, the opposite of trauma. Like one person was all, my morning routine is my happy place, lol, cute. Dude was all, I'm chillin' on a porch in Vermont, watching the hills. We're going to use these scripts to do a second scan just to get a baseline measurement you feel. After they check their scripts, reading silently, I'll be way less overwhelming than hearing or speaking. Rita made this voice recording that be played back to them while they were in the scanner. Typical script, you're 6 and getting ready for bed. Sounds simple enough, right? Except then your parents start yelling at each other. You're all freaked out and your little sis tries to hide in the closet. It's a whole thing. At our first session, we were all like, hey, fam. So there's this radioactive oxygen stuff you'll be breathing in. Basically, if any part of their brain is getting more or less active, it'll change how much oxygen they need. And that's what the scanner picks up on. We'd also monitor their blood pressure and heart rate throughout the procedure just to see if there are any physiological signs that match brain activity. Days later, we got our first volunteer, Marcia, 40 old school teacher from Boston, who was all about her daughter Melissa's day camp adventures. She picked up her kiddo from day camp 13 years ago. Yeah, it's a whole thing. And then, well, you can imagine the vibe. Yeah, as Marcia was getting a whole lot of grief from her beeper cuss, she forgot to buckle up. She's adjusting Melissa's seatbelt and then boom, another car slams into hers and instantly kills her mini Mez. And B, that 7-month-old fetus in her belly just died too. Overnight, Marcia went from Bay to ghost mode, all sad and depressed about what happened. She quit teaching classes cause it was too extra for her, even with all those parents who've lost their kids. Now she's stuck doing admin work, just trying to get through the day without losing it. She's like getting behind paperwork but can't even cope, fam. So she starts Grundon 2047 to avoid feeling all these feels. Standing outside the scanner watching her react to the script and I'm dead. Her heart is racing. The blood pressure's through the roof. It's like reliving that accident 13 years ago just by hearing the words. We play the second part of the script where she wakes up from bed, brushes her teeth, and no reaction at all, bruh. She comes out of that scanner looking all defeated and whatever. Shallow breaths, wide eyes, have a hunch, shoulders, a total vulnerability mode. Trying to comfort her, but I'm over here thinking, is this worth the drama? Brain on trauma, fam. Limbic brain's lit up like bright spots in a fireworks show. Visual cortex is doing its thing too. Speech center, nah, all just a dull hum. So Scott Roach and his squad are like, hey, let's make some pics of the brain activation when people get triggered. And then they send me these results, which I put up on my fridge for months, staring at RIM every night. It was like gazing at a new constellation through them telescope lenses, all puzzling dots and colors. But that big ol' red spot in the limbic area, yeah, we knew that was going to be lit. Experience is hella triggering for that amygdala. Fam, even 13 years post, event Marcia's stress levels were turned up to 11. That fear center is activated, triggering a whole cascade of hormones and nerve impulses that make you want to fight or flight, bruh. The monitors on arms recorded all this physiological drama, even though she was just chilling in the scanner, no cap, speechless horror. We're talking about some wild stuff here, a little white spot in Marcia's brain, specifically in that Broca's area where speech goes down. Like when you gotta express yourself, your thoughts and feelings get stuck, hey? Area is low-key crucial for articulating what's going on inside, but in Marcia's case, it was ghosted by trauma, no joke. So we got visual proof that trauma ain't just physical damage, it's preverbal, fam. And it's like your brain can't articulate the horror you're experiencing even when you try to talk about it. Shakespeare hit the nail on the head with Macbeth. Oh, her! When you're facing trauma, all you can do is scream, cry, or just lose it, period. Trauma's a whole nother level, fam. It's like your body goes into fight or flight mode. Can't even articulate what's happening. Victims of assaults and accidents are just sitting there, frozen, unable to speak up for themselves. Traumatized kids close their tongues and won't talk about it, period. Even years later, will still struggle to articulate their trauma. Bruh. Their bodies re-experience all that terror and helplessness, but they can't even put words to it. Trauma's like a whole different language. Fam, one you can't just learn or speak fluently. Don't mean people can't talk about it, though survivors come up with these cover stories to explain their symptoms and behavior for the world, but those stories are often wuck, fam. They barely capture the real deal you feel. Putting your trauma into words is like trying to solve a puzzle blindfolded. It's hella hard, bruh. Even seasoned reporters struggle with conveying the truth, like Ed Murrow did when he saw what went down at Buchenwald. Pray you believe me. I reported what I saw, but only part of it was enough, fam. Sometimes you need images to capture that trauma and bring it back as nightmares and flashbacks. Bruh. So like there's this area in the visual cortex called Brodmann's area 19 that's low-key lit up in our participants, right? It's like the first place your brain registers images when they hit you, fam. We were totes surprised to see activation in this area, all nostalgic and stuff, even though it was hella long after the trauma went down. Normally, raw images just get diffused to other areas of the brain that are all about interpreting meaning, but in our participants, their brains were like their brains still reeling from the trauma. Bruh. It's like they were back in the moment you feel. And while we're over here seeing these unprocessed sense fragments of trauma just get stored separately in the brain, like sounds, smells, and physical sensations that are all tied to the story itself. These sensations often trigger flashbacks that bring them right back into consciousness, no cap. So when our subjects flashbacks, their brains were only lit up on one side, specifically the right side, G. Now we know there's this whole thing about left brainers and right brainers, how they're supposed to be all different, but let me tell you, it's way more complicated than that, bruh. See, our scans showed that trauma images activate the right hemisphere of the brain and deactivate the left, which is like a total game changer, fam. We now know that these two halves of the brain speak different languages. Bro, the right side is all about intuition, emotions, visuals, and spatial awareness, while the left side is more about language, logic, and analysis. While the left side is out here talking the talk, the right side is carrying the music of experience, Like it communicates through facial expressions, body language, and sounds, all that emotional, intuitive stuff. The right brain is the first to develop in the womb, all about nonverbal communication between moms and babies, Loki deep. Meanwhile, when the left hemisphere comes online, kids start understanding language and learning how to speak, which is like a whole other level of communication. Bruh. This side of the brain processes facts, statistics, and vocabulary, while the other side stores memories of sound, touch, smell, and emotions. It's all about intuition, fam. It's like feelings are more stirred by how someone looks than just what they're saying you feel. Even when we're explaining experiences to others, our left brain is all about facts and order, but our right brain is over here, recalling memories that feel like intuitive truth. It's like not even processing it as a story. It's just experiencing the feeling, bro. Loki, having one side of your brain shut down is hella debilitating. Like, even if it's just for a hot second, you can't organize your thoughts, no cap. You're left with all these feels and perceptions, but can't translate M into words, no. It's like Broca's area gets hit during flashbacks, so it's no wonder people lose their minds when they're trying to process trauma. People who are hella upset sometimes say they're losing their grip, but really, just losing executive functioning, you feel at their right brain is like, calm, this is happening now, but their left brain is all, bruh, I ain't got time for that. So they might not even realize they're re-experiencing the trauma. They're just straight up salty, terrified, or whatever. After the emotional storm passes, they're usually looking for someone to blame because they can't admit their own mistakes. But trauma's like, nah, you ain't getting that out of here. It's all about fight or flight, fam. So when Marcia got triggered in that scanner, her brain went into high alert mode. 13 years after the tragedy, she was back to square one. The sensations from the accident came flooding back, and her body was like, we're under attack. Her heart rate and blood pressure were through the roof. It was all because of adrenaline, which is like that one hormone that helps you fight or flee. But for traumatized people, it's like their stress hormones are on a whole nother level. They don't dissipate like normal stress hormones do. They spike quick and last way too long. That's when the real damage happens: memory problems, irritability, sleep disorders, all that jazz. And if you're not careful, it can lead to some serious long-term health issues. But here's the tea. There might be another response to threat that our scans ain't yet capable of measuring. Some people just go into denial mode and their bodies are like, nah, this ain't happening. Loki, their cons are still on point even though they just got hit with a major threat, but their actual brains are like meh. But let's be real, their emotional brain is still hella stressed out and sending those alarm signals to the body, getting all tense or vibbin' on collapse mode. The physical effects are still going strong, making it hard for the body to chill until it's like, hey, I got a problem, and expresses itself as some kind of illness. They can try to dull those feelings with meds, booze, or whatever, but the body's all, nah, I got this. Of that, we got to interpret what went down in Marcia's case from different angles, each with its own implications for treatment. We can focus on the neurochemical and physiological stuff that went down and be like, yeah, he's deaf out of wuck, biochemically speaking. Then we're all like, let's find some meds to calm her down or restore her chemical balance. Some of my colleagues at MAG started investigating drugs that make people less reactive to adrenaline, because that's a whole vibe. Can also be all like Marcia's hyped up on memories of the past, and she needs desensitization, fam. After some therapy, maybe her bioresponses will chill out, and she'll be all, that was then, this is now. It's wild how hard it is for people who went through trauma to put into words what they're feeling. They can easily talk about the drama that got done to them, but getting in touch with their internal reality, that's a whole different story. Or scans showed how their dread persists and can be triggered by all kinds of stuff. They haven't integrated their trauma into their life, so they're just still there and not knowing how to be here. 3 years later, Marcia came to see me as a patient, and I treated her with Emder, which is Loki magic. Hey, or universe, is hella empty or no vibes, no flava, no emotions? Ick. For brains, it was even more bare cause pain, anxiety were non-existent, lol. So Noam Saul was 5 years old and he's chilled and he's just chillin' in first grade when a plane literally slams into the fight like 500 away from his Hisku 234. He grabs his teacher, they run for it, reuniting you parents who just dropped him off mins earlier. Meanwhile, Noam, his bro, dad are low-key running for their lives through rubble. Ash, smoke 10 days later, I hit up his fam who are my squad and we go for a walk through the still smoking pit where Tower 1 used to be. Hella eerie and dark, but there are rescue crews working round the clock. Get back home, Noam's wide awake and shows me this pic he drew at 9 a.m. on Sep 12. The pic is straight fire, depicting an airplane slamming into the flames, firefighters' peephole, jumping out windows. Draws a little black circle at the bottom. I'm all confused, so I ask him what it means. So next time PPL gotta jump, they'll be safe. He says he's shookern cuz this 5-year-old boy just processed what he saw is trying to help people imagine better future scenarios. Tom's got his fam. He's all good, and he's still making moves despite witnessing something that's straight up traumatic. Usually, kids take cues from their parents during disasters. If parents stay calm, responsive, kiddos often survive minimal psychological trauma. Pic made after 9/11s is fire cuz it shows PL jumping out windows, but with lil trampoline at the bottom. Like he's trying to say we can make this better even in the midst of chaos. His experience shows us that when kids take control and stay calm, they can survive disasters with minimal damage. And Noom, the trauma thing, is low-key deep fam. Like traumatized T-Pill get stuck in this vibe where they can't even integrate new shiz into their lives. Their mind's still reeling from what went down. Got my granddad who was a vet from Patton's army and he gave me this old wet watch for Chmaz, but it was like a sad reminder of how his life stopped moving in 1944. Trauma's like you're still on high alert even though the threat ain't real no more. Every new encounter's all tainted by the past. Trauma affects her whole body, mind, and brain. Fam, it's like her body's still trying to defend against a threat that ain't there. Ellen from PCs means you gotta terminate this stress mobilization and restore our entire org to safety, cause stop being so extra and just chill after trauma. People's nervous system is all different. They're trying to suppress inner chaos at the expense of living their best life. That's hard cause physiologically they're trying to cope with this unbearable stress can lead to fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue, and other autoimmune diseases. That's why trauma treatment gotta engage your whole body, mind, and brain. Some surface level stuff. Here's a little illustration on page 53. When the brain's alarm system goes off, it's like, okay, threat detected, and it auto triggers these physical escape plans cause our oldest brain is all like time to run or hide, but bruh, the old brain can partially shut down our conscious mind and just propel you into fight, flight, freeze mode. Time you realize what's going on, our body's already on high alert. If you successfully escape the danger, you recover our inner peace and eventually regain our senses. But if not, you end up in a state of learned helplessness and immobilization. When people are faced with danger, they secrete stress hormones and it's like, okay, time to run for home cause that's where safety is at. Some cases, normal response gets blocked like when people are held down or trapped and can't take action, and that's when the brain just keeps sending signals to the body to be all stressed out. I'm stuck on some old hella trauma vibes from way back in 1889 when Pierre Janet first spit those facts about how peas affects people. Since then, we've been told that anyone who's been through trauma is super extra and can't stop replaying the whole thing in their mind. It's wild, right? Trying to get deep in this brain stuff now, so grab a snack because it's about to get real. So apparently our brains are like these interconnected networks that help us survive even when life is straight trash. And if we want to stop getting stuck in trauma mode, we got to know how all these parts work together, fam. There's this one brain thing called the brain from bottom to top that's low-key crucial. First off, our brains need to be like, yo, what's good with my body? Food, rest, protection, sex, shelter, sure. Then they gotta make a map of the world so we know where to go find what we need. After, it's all about getting that energy and action going, warning us of dangers and opportunities, and adjusting our moves based on the situation. And since humans are social creatures, all this needs to happen in sync with other people you feel. But when our internal signals get hella messed up, or our brains can't figure out what's good for us, that's when psychological problems come into play. It's like your brain is all, I need food, but your body is now, I'm good, or your relationships are all cringy and you just want to go skims. So our brain's got these different parts that do different jobs. We got this youngest part, the rational brain, which is like super young and only takes up 30 of the space in our skull. It's all about figuring out how to survive and stuff. Then we got two older parts that deal with the day-to-day stuff like physiology and emotions. And honestly, trauma can mess with every single one of these brain parts. So if you want to stop getting stuck in trauma mode, you got to know how all this works, okay? Yeah, as Lem tell you about the Loki most important part of our bods, the spinal cord. It's like literally at the end of the skull, Vibin with that reptilian brain, which is hella responsible for all the basic shit we do when we're newborns, eating, sleeping, waking, crying, breathing, feeling temperature, at hunger, wetness, and pain, and just generally ridden the bod of toxins like it's nobody's business. Hem and that hypositatus thingy, which is literally right above it, are like besties, controlling our energy levels and keeping everything stable you feel. They're all about maintaining homeostasis, basically keeping the bod's basic life, sustaining systems on point. And breathing, sleeping, pooping, and peeing is so fundamental that we tend to low-key neglect it when we're thinking about all that deep stuff. But if your sleep's messed up or you're always hungry or touching someone makes you want to lose it like with traumatized kids and adults, the whole bod gets thrown out of whack. Wild how many mental health issues are tied to sleep, appetite, touch, digestion, and arousal. It's like our brains are all, girl, I got this. But for real though, if you want to treat trauma effectively, you gotta hit those basic bodily functions head on. The limbic system is right above the reptilian brain, aka the mammalian brain, because all animals that live in groups and take care of their youngs have one. It's like the seat of emotions, the danger monitor, the judge of what's lit or not, and basically the arbiter of what's important for survival. It's all about experience, genetics, and temperament, fam. Your brain is shaped by whatever happens to you, and it creates this emotional and perceptual map of the world that's literally formed by your experiences. It's like Bruce Perry says it best, our brains are formed in a use-dependent manner, which means they adapt based on how we use M. When we fire neurons together, they wire together, and it becomes a default setting. Feel you're safe and loved. Your brain is all about exploration and play. If you're scared and unwanted, it's like fear mode activated. We learn by moving, grooving, experimenting as toddlers. We're always trying to figure out how our interactions change the way our bods feel. Let me tell you, those early explorations shape the limbic structures devoted to emotions and memory, but they can also be hella influenced by our experiences. They're modified by later experiences, for the better by a close friendship or a fire first vibe, or for the worse by a savage ass situation, a toxic squad, or being ghosted. So like we got this emotional brain thing going on. It's Loki in charge of our overall well-being. See, emotional brain is hella connected to the reptilian brain and limbic system basically. It's the one that makes you feel all the feels, you know. It's like super sensitive to danger or a dope connection, and when it detects something, it sends out these hormonal vibes, and then bam, your body's all, hey, we gotta get out of here, or we gotta make a move. These sensations are like so strong they can override whatever your brain is currently focused on. It's not even about rational thought, it's more like intuition. Even when the vibes are subtle, they still influence major decisions, like what you eat, where you chill, and who you're around. The emotional brain's all, hey, this music is fire. Jam, or this person is low-key toxic, let's ghost him. The thing about the emotional brain is it's way more primitive than our rational brain, aka the neocortex. It's like a global thinker V's, a super specific one. Our brains are wired to make quick decisions based on rough vibes, whereas our rational brain is all, hold up, let me analyze the situation. Think of it like leaping back in terror when you see a snake, only for the rest of your brain to be all just a coiled rope up. The emotional brain does these pre-programmed escape plans like fight or flight responses. It's automatic. Our rational brain is left catching up later. Then we got this top layer, the neocortex, where the magic happens. It's super connected to other mammals, but humans got it on lock. Our frontal lobes start kicking in around first grade. That's when things get real. Like, sit still, keep it together, and all that jazz. The frontal lobes make us who we are. They're responsible for language, abstract thought, planning, and being all about the details. Can absorb so much info, attach meaning to it, and create these fire contexts that shape our lives. Our brains are like, hey, let's make words and symbols happen. It's what sets us apart from other animals. Plan, reflect, imagine, and play out scenarios. Can predict life, fam. Loki, if you don't do your thing like applying for a new job or straight up neglect it, don't pay those bills, it's all gonna go haywire. Frontal lobes are the re-MVPs, fam. They make choices possible and give us that sick creativity sauce. Like generations of frontal lobes working together created the culture we're living in today, from primitive canoes to them newfangled jet planes. They also gave us Gnome's life-saving trampoline. Bruh, marrying each other, interpersonal neurobiology trauma is all about being seen. But frontal lobes are the seats of empathy, know what I'm saying, how to feel into others, vibe with eam. In 1994, some Italian scientists got lucky and found those mirror neurons, cells in our cortex that fire when we do something, like pick up a peanut or watch someone else do it. It's like neural Wi-Fi. Bam, we get other people's emotions too. When we're in sync, we move together, voice similar. But we also get drained by others' negativity, so be careful who you let in. The Triune brain develops from the bottom up, Loki. Brain is all about threats from womb to grave. The limbic system comes online during first 6 years of life, then evolves with use. Trauma messes up that whole vibe for life. Prefrontal cortex lasts to develop, but gets triggered by trauma too. Can't filter out irrelevant info, fam. Like, if you're all in, but your brain is trying to turn off, trust me, working with brain people or taking care of depths is a whole nother level. Yaz, Loki, the fact that you can think and feel diff from us is lit for 2-3-year-olds. They're all like, I'm trying to figure out what's going on in this group so they can stay safe and not get played. Without them being all flexible in frontal lobe, you become a total hater and your relationships are basic F. You gotta stop doing the same thing every day or it's gonna get super dull. And don't even get me started on impulse control. That's where most of our drama begins, bruh. Identifying danger is key, though. Our brains are like the smoke detector, 'cause life ain't always safe and we gotta know when to bail. Sensory info from the world comes in through our peepers, ears, and skin. It all gets mixed up in that thalamus, aka the cook of the brain. It's like a big ol' soup of what's happening, and then it gets sent to the amygdala, the smoke detector of the frontal lobes. The amygdala is low-key fast. Fam, it's all about identifying threats. Ask that before you even know what's going on. Like, wait, this looks threatening, and then your body's all, oh, let's go right. But the frontal lobes are all, hold up, let me think about this for a sec, which can lead to major meltdowns. Emotional brain has first dibs on interpreted sensory info. It's like, ooh, I'm feeling something, and then you're reacting no matter what. It's all about the pathway, bruh. When the thalamus breaks down, your memories get all jumbled up and time stands still. It's like, wait, what was that? And by the time you figure it out, your body's already on the move. Loki, when the brain's getting all these vibes from your peepers, ears, touch, cousin, it's like totally converging on that thalamus thingy where it's all processed and stuff. Then it's off to the amygdala to get its emotional tea. This happens faster than you can say, no cap. If there's a threat, that alarm goes off in the amygdala, sending stress hormones to the hypothalamus, like, get ready to fight or flame. The neuroscientist Joseph Ledox is all about this low road life. Meanwhile, there's this high road thing going on from the thalamus to the hippocampus and anterior cingulate to the prefrontal cortex, aka the rational brain. This takes a little longer, like several microseconds. If the amygdala is all for dungeons, but the higher areas of the brain are hella weak, people lose control over their emergency responses, like getting all salty or aggressive. The amygdala's got its stress hormones ready to drop cortisol and adrenaline, making you want to fight or flight. But when the danger's gone, it's like, peace out. The body returns to normal, but if recovery is blocked, it's like, defend myself, and that's what makes people feel all agitated and aroused. You gotta be low-key hyper-vigilant to not misread the situation or you'll be hella salty in relationships. It's like you can't just vibe with people unless you're 100 sure they ain't trying to stab ya. And then there's this watchtower thing, the frontal lobes and medial prefrontal cortex mesopave. It's like the smoke detector, the more chill. The one that's as this fire or is it just a steak? The amygdala's all get ready to fight, but the watchtower's like, no, slow down. If you're not too hella upset, frontal lobes can help you realize you're responding to a false alarm and shut down that stress response. It's like being able to just chill and observe without getting all worked. Does, bro, taking or time to respond, lets our exec brain chill out, organize, and vibe check those hardwired auto reactions that are like programmed into our emotional brain. This is hella important for preserving our relationships with our fellow humans, okay? If our frontal lobes are popping, you won't be a hot mess when your waiter's late or an insurance rep puts you on hold, immo. And B2, other pals' anger and threats are just a reflection of their emotional state, Loki. When that system goes haywire, you become like a conditioned animal. Bro, as soon as you detect danger, you automatically go into fight or flight mode no matter what. It's all about the structures in our emotional brain deciding what's safe or not. So there are two ways to change up or threat detection system from the top down. That via them fancy messages from the medial prefrontal cortex, not just prefrontal cortex to you, or from the bottom up via that reptilian brain of yours through breathing, moving, and to chin. Easy. The balance between the amygdala, that smoke detector, and the MOF watchtower is all off, making it way harder to control our emotions and impulses. Neuroimaging studies show that intense fear, sadness, and anger increase activation in those subcortical brain regions involved in emotions, while reducing activity in areas like the frontal lobe. When that happens, loser inhibitions, bro, you startle at loud sounds, get ragey over small frustrations, or freeze when somebody touches you. It's all about finding that balance between the smoke detector and the watchtower, fam. You want to manage your emotions better, or brain gives you two options. You can learn to regulate them from the top down or from the bottom up. Knowing the diff between top down and bottom up regulation is key to understanding and treating traumatic stress. Top down regulation involves strengthening that watchtower to monitor our body sensations. Well, mindfulness, meditation, and yoga can help with that. Bottom up regulation involves recalibrating that autonomic nervous system, which originates in the brainstem BU. Can access the ands through breath movement, or touch and breath is like one of the few body functions under both conscious and autonomic control. For now, I'm going to emphasize that emotion ain't opposed to reason. Emotions assign value to experiences, which is basically how we have reason. Self-experience is the product of that balance between our rational and emotional brains. When those systems are in balance, you feel like yourself, but when survival's at stake, those systems can function independently, bruh. If you are driven along chatting with a friend and suddenly this truck comes out of nowhere, you instantly go into fight or flight mode, fam. It's all about finding that balance. Loki, slam on the brakes, turn that wheel hard, and get out of Dodge K. If our instincts saved you from a wreck, you can low down resume where you left off. But it's how quicker reactions subside, whether you can or not, depends on how much your emotional brain is hella freaking out. Neuroscientist Paul MacLean was like, yeah, his radal brain and emotions are like a rider and his wild horse. Duh. Calm outside and the path is smooth. The rider's got this, but throw some unexpected noise or threats into the mix and that horse is gone. Same thing happens when T-Pal are trying to cope with survival stress, rage, fear, or sexual urges. They stop listening to reason, no cap. When the limbic system is all this is life or death, the pathways between the frontal lobes and that system get super sketchy. Psych docs trying to help people use insight and understanding, but neuroscience research is like, most problems ain't about understanding. It's about them deeper brain regions pushing or perception and attention. When that emotional Laura's hall bell is hollering, no amount of reason gonna silence it, fam. I'm reminded of this comedy sketch where some dude in an anger management program is all these techniques work gorgeously as long as Yui ain't really angry. When emotions and rationality clash, like when you're hella mad at someone you love or scared of someone you rely on, it's a tug of war, bruh. That war's played out in our visceral experience, gut, heart, lungs, and will leave you with physical discomfort and psychological misery. Chapter 6 is all about how the brain and viscera interact when it comes to safety and danger, which is key to understanding trauma's physical manifestations. I'm going to end this chat by checking out 2 more brain scans that show some core features of traumatic stress, timeless reliving, re-experiencing images, sounds, and emotions and dissociation. Stan Ude's brains on trauma. Stan and Ute Lawrence were a pro couple in their 40s, living it up in London, Ontario, when they set out on a biz trip to Detroit. Half the journey, bam, dense fog hits and visibility drops to 0. Dan slams on the brakes, just misses a huge truck, and that car's all crumpled like a bug. 18-wheelers flying over the trunk. Vans and cars everywhere. Yaz, fam, I got you. So, like, Dan and you were vibbing with them when bam. Some dudes rear-ended M, and people were getting popped while they ran for their lives. It was like a whole scene from a horror flick crash after dude. They were stuck in car 1387, car pileup, which was worst road disaster in Canadian history or whatever. Suddenly, there's this eerie silence, and Stan is trying to open up his car doors and windows, but some dude's truck is all wedged in the way, like a major bummer. Next thing you know, someone's pounding on their roof, and it's some girl going, help, I'm on fire, and bruh, they're just watching helplessly as she gets incinerated by her own car. Some dude shows up with a fire extinguisher and smashes their windshield to free him. Stan's all like, he got this. So he climbs through the opening, but when he turns around, his wife, Yude, is just sitting there frozen in her seat. Get lifted out by some truck driver dude, and they're taken to the hospital where they're all good, no major injuries or anything. But, like, after that night, Stan and Yude were low-key traumatized, fam, and sleep. 'Cause if they let go, they'd die. Bruh. Were super irritable, jumpy, and on edge the whole time. They just kept replaying those images in their heads, thinking, what if we left earlier? What if we didn't stop for gas? It was like super gnarly pest. So they go see Dar, Ruth Lanius, who's all about helping people deal with trauma. She's like, hey, let's do this fMRI scan thingy to visualize your brains and figure out what's going on in there. It's like a fancy brain scan, fam, and it doesn't hurt or anything. Anyway, sit in the scanner, and Stan starts getting all caught up in his flashback, just reliving that whole accident thing, man. And he comes out of there sweating with a heart rate that's through the roof. It was like super intense, bro. So what's going on here? What's this dissociation and reliving all about? See, when you're dealing with trauma, your brain just splits off into pieces. Man, you got these emotions, sounds, thoughts, images, though, and physical sensations that are all, like, separate and stuff. Hard to keep track of what's real and what's not. Anyway, Stan's going through some major teed vibes, and Dr. Lanius is like, we gotta work on this, fam. Yaz, or literally live it, and we're loving those wuck feelings, 247. As long as you ain't confronted that trauma, or stress hormones are still low-key freaking out in our body, and them defensive vibes keep getting replayed like a sick loop. You feel me, though? People ain't even aware of how they're crazy. Emotions are connected to all the traumatics they went through. They got no idea why they're low-key freaking out at every little thing. That's just like minor irritation. Flashbacks and reliving is actually way worse than the trauma itself, okay? Trauma has a start and end, but for people with TES, them flashbacks can pop up at any time, whether you awake or asleep. Cap, you never know when it's going to hit again or how long it's going to last. People who deal with flashbacks are basically trying to protect themselves, 247. They might overdo it at the gym, but let's be real, they'll never be strong enough, numb themselves with meds, try to fake it till they make it in super high risk situations like stunt driving or working as an ambulance driver. It's exhausting, fam. All that stress and anxiety is whack. If we relive the trauma over and over again, the memories get engraved in our mind like a savage tattoo. Everyday stuff becomes so boring. Can't even be bothered to feel anything in this perpetual state of numbness. And it's hard to even enjoy life, let alone do basic tasks. When TPL with Ps are triggered, they manifest it in all sorts of ways. Might freak out at the slightest thing like bumping into a car or seeing a kid playing in the street. They're always on edge, fam. Childhood trauma survivors might numb up their sexuality and then feel hella ashamed when they get excited about that triggers those memories, even if it's supposed to be pleasurable. Discussing trauma can bring out all sorts of reactions. Some people's blood pressure shoots up, others get migraines, and some just shut down. In the lab, we can see the stress hormones going wild in their bodies. It's like they're losing control, fam. Those urges and emotions are low-key insane, and it makes them feel like a total monster. When TPL with Teased feel numb at birthdays or when loved ones die, they might as well be wearing a I'm a Monster badge. Shame is their default emotion, and hidden the truth is what they're all about. They're rarely themselves, fam. They're just trying to survive. A author brew. If you want to get real about trauma, you gotta start with the vibes from back then, where therapy comes in, homie. It's like the beginning of letting those emotions flow and getting comfy you being vulnerable. The brain is all messed up now because that threat perception system has been altered and our physical actions and reactions are straight out of the past. No cap, trauma from it there is now wreaking havoc in our own body without you even realizing it's going down. Things of like if the old trauma is still playing itself out on a whole different level literally inside you. The challenge ain't just accepting what happened, it's mastering them internal feels and emotions. All about sensing, namming, and identifying what's going down inside, fam. Your first step to healing. But for real, it's hella hard because our brain is all like, what's going on? Stan's brain scan is straight fire. Look at that flashback in action, bruh. The brightly lit amygdala and blanked out left brain, the 4 symmetrical white holes. Like, your brain is still trying to process trauma from the past. These stress hormones and nervous system responses are no joke. They're like someone just crashed into a car. But you feel me. You don't want to be caught slipping by a raging fire every time you smell something fishy. You need an efficient smoke detector, one that can detect the real threats, not just freak out on you all the time. So, like, if her amygdala is hyped and reactive, you might get stuck in this cycle of anxiety and paranoia. You think people hate you or are out to get you. Next level stuff right there. And Stan and you were both hella sensitive after that accident. It was like their prefrontal cortex was trying to keep up you the stress, but it kept collapsing, fam. That their reaction time is all off. They're stuck in the moment without a clue about what's going down. You gotta have these two brain systems working together. Emotional intensity, amygdala, and watchtower and contact text often hippocampus. Emotional intensity is like the smoke alarm. It's loud and clear. Context is like, well, that's a whole nother story. Gee, the DOFI is all about keeping you grounded, but when it's deactivated, you're lost, man. You gotta find that balance between emotional intensity and context to get through the trauma, homie. Unknown author, bruh. The Mempief is low key in the center, you feel. Structures on the midline are all about your inner self vibe and outer world collab. DOFI is the real timekeeper. It's like what's happening now is tied to what happened before and how it's going to affect the future, you know. Knowing that shit is finite makes most experiences tolerable. But when it feels interminable, it's a whole different story, fam. Grief is hard because we're always thinking this is forever and we'll never get over it, right? Trauma is like the ultimate feel of this will last forever. And that's why therapy only works when you hit all the brain structures that got knocked out during the first time. That's why it registered as trauma in the first place. Therapy should be done with you in the zone. Present, calm, safe, grounded, whatever that means to you, bruh. Visiting the past in therapy is like gotta feel your butt in your chair and see the light coming through the window, all that jazz. Anchor in the present while revisiting trauma opens up the possibility of knowing that it's actually from the past, not still gonna happen, you feel. For that to happen, the brain needs its watchtower thalamus online. Therapy ain't gonna work if you're stuck in the past. Fam, thalamus shut down, bruh. Look again at Stan's flashback scan and you can see two more white holes in the lower half of the brain. That's his right and left thalamus. Blanked out during the flashback like they were during the original trauma. Thalamus is like the cook. It collects sensations from your ears, eyes, skin, and integrates them into your memory. Breakdown of the thalamus explains why trauma is primarily remembered as isolated sensory imprints, not a narrative or whatever. In normal circumstances, thalamus acts as a filter, gatekeeper, all that jazz. It's central attention, concentration, new learning, all compromised by trauma. You're reading this or you might hear music in the background or feel a knowing in your stomach. But if you can stay focused, thalamus is helping you distinguish between relevant info and stuff you can safely ignore. Chapter 19 on neurofeedback. I'll dive into some tests we use to measure how well this thing works. Bruh. Yo, so you gotta know about this whole peace thing, right? It's like some peeps got their floodgates wide open 247 and they're straight up drowning in sensory overload, fam. Tried it down by tuning out the world and getting all tunnel vision on themselves, aka hyper-focus. But if that ain't working, they might be tempted to go their feelings, ghost with some pills or booze. Trap is when you block everything out, you're also blocking out the good vibes too, no cap. Depersonalization split off from the self. Bro, let's get into you'd situation, okay? Not everyone reacts to trauma in the same way, but this dude was low, key next to Stan in the wreckage and got straight up numb G. Her brain activity was hella decreased and she felt nothing, like literally nothing, fam. So Youth's response is all about blending out dissociation whenever she gets triggered by that trauma, bro. It's like almost every area of her brain is turned down, affecting thinking, focus, orientation, the whole 9 yards. Medically speaking, this is called depersonalization, and it's a major symptom of the dissociation created by trauma. Stan was all about flashbacks, but you just straight up ghosted her feelings. No emotions coming through. Bruh, it's like she wasn't even trying to escape, she just checked out, fam. I deal with traumatized clients all day, and it's always the same blank stares and absent minds, bro. When you see that, you gotta adapt your approach, cause conventional therapy ain't doing squat G. But for Yuta, it was about understanding her survival strategy, bruh. See, she used to cop a vibe when her mom was being nasty. So now her brain's all like, peace out. Whenever she gets triggered, fam, now she's faced with the challenge of dealing with these feelings in a whole new way, okay? Kaz, Loki dealing with trauma is a wild ride, fam. Yut herself was like, nah, I'm out of here. So she wrote a book about it and started a journal called Mental Fitness. That's some real tea right there. So, want to recapture your life, you gotta get present, G. Time to stop numbing out, because that's the other side of pay teased. It's like you're trying to escape the trauma, but then you just ghost yourself. You feel trauma treatment ain't just about reliving the past. It's about living in the present, bruh. Stuck in the past, your brain is like, nah, I'm good. You can't even vibe with the world because you're too busy trying to escape. People think that if you desensitize yourself to the trauma, it'll make life easier, but nah, that's just a myth. Sensitization is like, it makes you less reactive, but what about the good stuff? What about taking a walk, cooking a meal, or playing with your kids? If you can't feel nothing, life is over, fam. It's all about finding that rhythm, though. This rhythm machine, vibbing on one, heart pumping, blood flowing, it's all about being present and not just numbing out. Darwin was like, hey, I feel you. Emotions are key. He wrote this book called The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals. And that's like this old tea that's still fire today. It's about how our brains work and how we can tap into those feelings again. So yeah, trauma treatment is hard, but it's also super important. You gotta help people find their way back to being alive, to feeling something. Unknown author, yeah. So like Darwin was low key trying to stay woke with the latest tech for his theory, fam. His book is still fire today, and it's got a sick intro and comments from Paul Ekman, a total emotions expert. Starts by low-key dissing the idea that humans are too advanced for emotions, but too taboo. Darwin was right all along. Like that, have you ever felt your hairs stand up when you're nervous or seen someone bare their teeth when they're salty? Yeah, that's not just some metaphor, that's actual biology, bruh. Darwin said we all share the same vibes with animals, from our senses to our emotions, whether it's jealousy, suspicion, or gratitude. He observed that humans have these physical signs of emotions too, like how our faces can change when we're feeling things. So, like when someone sneers at you, do they raise their corner tooth? That's not just some cultural thing, that's a biological throwback. Emotions are literally the motivation to do stuff, and they shape everything we do. Our faces and bodies give away how we feel, whether it's angry, sad, scared. You watch a movie in a language you don't speak. Can you guess what's going on with those characters? Yeah, same with animals, ham. Darwin said that emotions are all about moving your body to stay safe and balanced. Like when we're stuck in survival mode, our brains are too busy fighting off threats to care about anything else. It's like if you're always stressing about something, you can't even imagine what it's like to love or play with someone else. And Butu, Darwin was all about the body-brain connection too. He said that our emotions and physical movements are like super linked, fam. Yaz, we're still low-key exploring the tea today, fam. Intense emotions ain't just for the mind. It's also all about getting it from your gut to your heart, K. Nerve called the pneumogastric is hella key in expressing and managing our feels, whether we're human or animal, bruh. And when you're feeling that fire in your mind, it instantly affects your body's viscera. So when you're feeling that excitement, there's this whole vibe going on between the gut and heart, and it's a wild ride. For real, experience our most savage emotions is gut-wrenching feelings and heartbreak in all. We think we can just keep our emotions in our head, but when you're feeling like your chest is caving in or you've been punched in the gut, it's a whole other level of pain. G. People do some crazy stuff to try and make those feelings go away, whether it's clinging to someone, getting lit with substances, or taking themselves out for some self-destructive vibes like mental health probs, addiction to self-injury. Most of them start with trying to cope with that unbearable physical pain you feel. If Darwin was right, we gotta find ways to help people alter their body's sensory landscape, cause that's where the real magic is at. Until recently, Western science was hella out of touch on this whole body-mind thing, but it's getting lit now. We got this one regulatory system linking all these little signs we pick up during convolutional shifts in faces, eye movements, pupil dilation, voice pitch and speed, salivation, swallowing, breathing, and heart rate, bruh. All tied to the autonomic nervous system, ANS, with its sympathetic branch being like the body's accelerator and the parasympathetic branch being like the brake you feel. Are these reciprocals that play a hella important role in our energy flow, one preparing for action and the other for chill. The sympathetic nervous system sends as like the fight or flight response, fam. Got adrenaline pumping, speeding up heart rate and getting blood to the muscles for quick action. Parasympathetic nervous system pins, on the other hand, is like, chill, bruh, let's slow down. It's all about digestion, wound healing, and just keeping it real. G. So yeah, that's the tea, fam. Gotta get this whole body mind thing figured out if we want to take care of our mental health. You feel Loki breathing's a whole thing. Darwin was hella about feeding, shelter, and mating being pin stuff. So when you inhale, your sens is lit and that adrenaline rush gets your heart pumping, fam. It's no wonder athletes do some deep breaths before competition. They want to get hyped, bruh. The exhale, inhale, it's all about the peens, slowing down that heartbeat like a relaxing Sunday afternoon. Anyway, as we breathe, our hearts are always speeding up and slowing down. Can't even count on a consistent heartbeat. Where heart rate variability HARV comes in. It's like a test to see how flexible your system is. And if you're all good with that brake and accelerator stuff, then you're golden. Had a major breakthrough when we got our hands on some HRV, measure and gear, and I'll spill the tea in chapter 16 about how we're using it to treat TED. Neural love Codiso. So this dude, Stephen Porges, was all about polygal theory back in 94, and he added like 140 years of science to Darwin's observations. All about the vagus nerve, those many branches that connect all the organs, including the brain, lungs, heart, stomach, and intestines. Porges gave us a whole new understanding of safety and danger based on how our bodies experience stuff and what people around us say and do. It's like when someone gives you a kind face or a soothing tone and totally flip your vibe. You're seen and heard by the important peeps in your life, you feel calm and safe. But if you're ignored or dismissed, things get hell out of hand. Porges' theory helped us see that trauma isn't just about fight or flight. It's also about social relationships and being all attuned to each other's emotions. We even detect changes in someone's tension through facial expressions. The brow wrinkles, lip curvature, and neck angle give away if they're comfortable, suspicious, relaxed, or frightened. Our mirror neurons are like, hey, I feel that, so we adjust our own body to match whatever we notice. And just like that, the muscles of your face and neck are signaling all sorts of things about your emotional state. Our own mugshots give clues about how calm or lit we are, whether our heart is racing like a wild animal or chillin', and whether we're low, key ready to pounce, or high key want to run. Which from another person is, you're safe with me, we relax, no cap. We're straight with our relationships. We also feel nourished, supported, and restored in. Looking into that other person's face and eyes, know what I'm saying? Our culture is all about being unique, but deep down we're just trying to fit in with the tribe. Or it's vivid to music made by others or watching a basketball game on TV. Our own muscles tense up when the players are getting hyped. Most of our energy is devoted to connecting with others, no exceptions. If we look beyond the symptoms that define formal psychiatric diagnosis, we find that most mental suffering's all about relationships or regulation. Bro, be it getting enraged, shut down, overexcited, or just straight up disorganized. It's a combo of both, and our brains are built to help us function as part of the tribe, even when we're solo. Jerome Kagan, a professor at Harvard, said something fire: for every act of cruelty, hundreds of small acts of kindness and connection. And concluded that being benevolent is probably a true feature of our species, and being able to feel safe with others is probably the most important thing for mental health. Social support is key, but it's not just about being in the presence of others. It's about reciprocity, know what I mean? Being truly heard and seen by people around you, feeling like they got your back. For our bodies to chill out, heal, and grow, we need that visceral feeling of safety. No doc can prescribe friendship and love. Fam, those are hard-earned capacities. Trauma can turn the world into a whole different vibe, but even without it, some people can feel self-conscious at parties with strangers. But when you find your tribe, things get real, bruh. Loki, being an outcast or whatever, can be a major bummer, but it's usually because you gotta ghost your individuality. Whoever joins the crew gotta fit the vibe. Chasing your own sick energy by joining a clique that only accepts the norm is wuck, cause it makes everyone else seem basic and even toxic, which just leads to more isolation, bro gangs, extreme politics, and cults might give you some temporary high, but they rarely help you develop the mental flexibility to chill with life, cause they're all about controlling your narrative. On the other hand, actual functioning humans can vibe with each other's differences and acknowledge that everyone's got a story to tell. For real though, when people are too extra or shut down to get comfort from other humans, they need some other type of energy. You feel? Dogs, horses, dolphins, they're all about the basic companionship with less drama. And in all seriousness, dogs and horses are used as therapy animals for trauma patients. Now, high level S safety after a traumatic experience, your nervous system is low-key wired differently, man. Porges coined this term neuroception to describe how you perceive risk and safety in the world. Challenge is finding ways to reset your physiology so that your survival instincts don't keep holding you back. This means helping you respond to danger without freaking out, but even more importantly, helping you recover your sense of safety, relaxation, and real reciprocity. Had a chance to sit down with 6 people who survived some major traumatic events. 2 were totally at it. 2 went full on panicked. 2 stayed calm and helped others get out of there. What the heck is going on? Porges' theory says that our autonomic nervous system is like 3 levels of safety: social engagement, fight or flight, and freeze or collapse. When we feel threatened, we go into social mode, trying to get help from others. But if no one shows up or we're in a super sticky situation, we default to fight or flight. If that doesn't work out, we just shut down. Man, that's where the vagus nerve comes in. It's like this complex nerve system that tries to keep us safe by shutting down and conserving energy. Can't get away from danger. We're stuck in this state of freeze or collapse, and that's when things get really messed up. Yaz, lem tell you bode this thing that's Loki central to dealing you trauma. So this system is all about vibes, fam. It's controlled by these nerves in the brain stem, primarily the vagus nerve, also known as the 10th cranial nerve. Like when you're with your squad and they're vibbing, you smile back at M, nod your head to show you agree, and frown when they're low-key struggling. But when this ventral vagal complex VVC is the real MEVP, we feel all calm, relaxed, or straight up aroused, bruh. Now, when it comes to getting hurt, like heartbreak or gut-wrenching feelings, the vagus nerve is like, nah, I got you. It sends signals down to our heart and lungs, slowing down that heart rate and increasing our breathing. We're talking calm vibes only, gee. But here's the tea. There are 3 responses to threat, and they're all like super different. First off, we got this social engagement system that's like an alarm going off saying, hey, danger's nearby. VVC is in charge of that one. Then we got fight or flight, where we're all, I'm gonna fight this or run from it. SINS is the name of that game. Finally, we got the collapse response where our body's like, no, I'm good, I'm out of here. Now, when something distressing happens, we auto-correct ourselves by changing our facial expressions and tone of voice because we're trying to get others to come help us. But if nobody shows up, the threat gets real and our older brain's all time for backup. The sympathetic nervous system kicks in and we start moving, talking, and breathing like a straight-up savage. Our voice is faster and our heart's pumping harder. And if all else fails and there's no way out, we activate the ultimate emergency system DC. Like, that's when open naughties let heart rate drops, breathing stops, and our guts all, not happening here. Trauma's not just about shut or flight. It's also about shutting down, fam. We got 2 different brain systems at play, the mammalian one that keeps us safe and the reptilian one that makes us want to collapse. You can see the diff in a pet store. Brew kittens and puppies are all about that fight life, while Goebbels are just trying to chill and don't want to engage. So there you have it. Lucky. When people get huddled up, skin on skin, it's like a whole vibe, right? TD, those snakes and lizards just chilling in their cages. No movement, no feelings, no cap. This is what happens when your reptilian brain takes over. Fam, you're all about that immobilization life. Nobody got time for the environment. And let's be real, this is what most traumatized people go through, bruh. They're not feeling the fight or flight. They're more like, I'm dead, I might as well just shut down. Like, who needs that anxiety when you can just turn it off and become a human popsicle? For real, some people actually feel alive when they're in danger, but like, only if they're running or fighting. The rest of the time, they're just numb, sipping on their birthday party wine. When all else fails, your reptilian brain comes like, that's the ultimate last resort. G, it's activated when you're stuck, pinned down by an attacker or a creepy caregiver. You feel me? When this happens, you go into shutdown mode, and it's not just about you, it's about everyone else too. Your DDFI takes over, and you start to lose all sense of self, fam. You might even forget what pain feels like. Wild, but here's the thing, we became human cause our VVC evolved in mammals to support complex social lives. Bruh, we're not just solitary animals. We band together with our peeps to mate, protect each other, hunt for food, and things up with our nervous system. The better we get at being a team. It's like when you're a parent, you help your kid regulate themselves, right? You coo, smile, and make them feel safe. They grow up, their VVC gets stronger, and they start to understand social cues. They learn to sync up with the world around them. It's wild how our VVC developed in newborns, too. chilling, sleeping a lot, but as we interact with them, we stimulate that growth of synchronicity, fam. We help their emotional arousal systems get on board with the world. Like their reptilian brain is running wild at first, but then our interactions bring it under control. It's all about finding balance. You feel Loki being around peeps is straight fire, fam. Ed Tronick taught me ages ago that our brains are hella cultural and experience shapes us. You feel vibbing with others is IMO, super lit. Starts with a dope play between mom's kids, then moves to sick basketball games, tango jams, and harmonious jam sessions, all that jazz, bruh. But when things go off the rails, our trust system fails. We're hella traumatized, begging for life while getting ignored, being a little scared kid in bed as mom screams at her boyfriend's annex, seeing your bestie trapped under metal, unable to lift it, or trying to shut down the priest who's messing you but too scared to say no. Patient is Loki, the root of most trauma. So when that happens, our default DVC dissociation vortex takes over, heart slows down, breathing gets shallow, and we're zombied out, disconnected from ourselves, surroundings we gotta defend or relax. And Steve Porges helped me realize our natural state is to be somewhat turned up, but to feel connected to view another human, our defensive system gotta chill for a sec. Hella hard for traumatized folks to enjoy life's little things or absorb new experiences. They're too hyped or numb to respond properly. When brain smoke detectors go haywire, people too slow to react or fight back when they should. The ACE study showed women with early trauma history were 7 times more likely to be raped as adults. Witnessing moms get assaulted by partners increased their chances of domestic violence too. Many peeps feel safe just chilling in superficial convo, but actual touch can trigger major reactions. Fam. Or just says you gotta let yourself experience immobilization without fear to get close you someone. It's especially hard for traumatized folks to know when they're actually safe, activate their defenses when danger hits. We'll keep talking about this in few chapters, new approaches to treatment, bruh, and things of that. If we understand that traumatized kids need real experiences to restore trust, feel safe, we gotta get creative, fam, yas. Let's get real. Adults are low-key stuck in fight-flight mode or straight up shut down, bruh. How do we help them deactivate those savage defense mechanisms that were supposed to save their lives? Like some genius therapists who work with trauma survivors know how to vibe with these people on a deeper level. Additionally, Steve Gross used to run the play program at the trauma center, and he was low-key, all about spreading joy, but his methods were hella subtle, fam. He'd walk around with a brightly colored beach ball, and when he saw angry or frozen kids in the waiting room, he'd just give them a big ol' smile. Kids would be like, meh, but then Steve would come back later and accidentally drop his ball close to where they were chillin', all while nudging it gently towards them. Eventually, see these two people having a full-on conversation with smiles on their faces. From basic rhythmically attuned movements, Steve created this tiny safe space where the social engagement system could start re-emerging. Same thing for severely traumatized people. They might way more out of doing simple stuff, like arranging chairs or tapping out a sick beat on chair seats than they would from just sitting there and inventing about their problems. Just remember, yelling at someone who's already in survival mode is only gonna make things worse, bruh. Like your dog is all woof woof when you're being extra loud, but then it's all calm vibes when you talk to them in a high-pitched sing-song. Can't help but respond to these indicators of safety or danger, fam. Sadly, educational system and trauma treatment methods are hella basic. They focus on brain stuff instead of engaging that emotional engagement system first. Don't me, but our schools should be cutting out all the wholesome stuff like chorus, physical ed, recess, and anything else that's just pure fun and movement. When kids are being all oppositional and defensive because they're trying to survive intense threats, even if it feels hella triggering, Porges' work has had a major impact on how my trauma center crew organizes treatment for abused kiddos and traumatized adults. We would have also low-key experimented with some sick yoga programs, theater stuff, and CARET classes called Impact Model, mugging. We're talking play techniques and body modalities like sensory exploration, help people connect with their dissociated bodies and find peace. Yaz, lem break this down for ya. Known author said some wild stuff about stimulation techniques with survivors worldwide. All these crazy methods that worked out were explained by the polyvagal theory. Bruh, it helped us figure out why those unconventional techniques were low-key effective. We got more woke to combining top-down approaches to get people hyped with bottom-up methods to chill the physical vibes. Opened up to other ancient, non-pharma ways of healing that ain't exactly Western medicine. You feel like breath exercises, chanting, martial arts, all about vibbing with interpersonal rhythms, aware of your body's energy, and communicating through vocal and facial cues. It's like when you're in fight-flight mode, these techniques help shift you out of that state, rewire your perception of danger, and boost your capacity to handle relationships. The body keeps the score, okay? Trauma is stored in your guts, emotions are all over the place, and autoimmune issues are popping up. Then we gotta rethink our whole therapeutic vibe. Chapter 6, losing your body, losing yourself, be chill with the questions in your heart, even if they're still unsolved. Just vibe with them, you feel. Sherry walked into my office looking hella down, shoulders all slumped and chin to her chest. She was heading something, though them long sleeves only covered like half the scabs on her forearms. We'd even gotta say nothing before she dropped that she couldn't stop picking at her skin till it bled. Sherry grew up in a foster home with like 15 other kids, being taken care of but never feeling seen or wanted. Her mom would tell her stuff like, I don't think you belong, all with that fake smile on her face. It's wild how people pretend to joke when they're just saying something real hard. Chronic emotional abuse and neglect or straight up destroying, okay? Seen, not be known, no safe space to turn to. It's all low-key devastating, but especially for youngins like Sherry. Yaz, lem tell you about this hella traumatized youngin named Sherry, bruh. She's all alone in the world, living with her cats, and ain't got no close friends. Fam. Her like, what's good with men? And she's all, nah, man, my only relationship was with this dude who kidnapped me while I was on vacay in Florida. Like, what even is that? Held her captive and raped her for 5 days, bro. She was so hella scared and numb, but then she realized she could try to escape, lol. She just got up and walked out the door while he was in the bathroom, no cap. Like, her mom ain't having it, fam. Sherry called her collect for help. Her mom refused to take the call, period. Sherry had to get some assistance from a domestic violence shelter to even make it back home. Now, Sherry's been trying to deal with these peace vibes, but she's all, you pick at my skin, and it gives me some relief. Lol, like, I feel you, sis. She knows she's addicted, but can't stop no matter how hard she tries. Of them, and like all these mental health pros have been hit up before her, but they just keep asking her to promise not cut herself again, fam. But here's the thing, patients who do that stuff ain't always suicidal, bruh. Just trying to find ways to cope because nobody ever showed them love or care, And if no one ever gave you a hug when you were feeling down, you gotta learn how to take care of yourself in other ways. So I'm like, Sherry, you need to see this massage therapist, Liz, fam. And she's all, okay, but really, she was just trying to please me, lol. So Liz is like, Liz Sherry, I got you, girl. She positions her on the table and then holds her feet, cause that's what you do when someone's all hella traumatized and stuff. But, like, for real though, therapy ain't working if it's not a vibe, Sherry's still trying to figure some things out, but I'm hella prouder for even showing up, fam. All enclosed, Sherry just lost it like, where are you? And I'm over here thinking like, what is good? Liz is literally right there with her hands on my feet, and she's all about that disconnection from the bod, fam. So I got this patient, Sherry, and she's one of the first one taught me about how trauma and neglect can mess up our sense of self. Like, it's wild how all with traumas can be all disconnected from their own bodies. Training was all about understanding and insight, but I guess we neglected the fact that our bods are literally the foundation of who we are. Sherry knew she had a thing with peeking her skin, and it's all 'cause her mom was neglectful, but like, understanding the root of it don't make nothing happening in terms of control. Lost or body or Brumlow, key amazed at how many people I got who tell me they can't even feel half their bods. I'll ask them to close their eyes and describe what's in her hand, and it's always like, heat, fam, they got nothing. Their sensory perceptions is all messed up. I vibed with my buddy Alexander McFarlane in Australia about this, and he's all like, yo, people what up tis have trouble putting the picture together. Like, our senses need to be on point for you to actually feel something. If they're muffled, you're just a ghost in our own bod. Anyways, there was this dude, William James, who wrote an article called What is an Emotion? 1884, and he's all about this woman who's got sensory insensibility. She's like, I have no human sensations, and it's wild 'cause she's surrounded by stuff that's supposed to make her happy, but she can't even feel anything. It's like she's stuck in this void in front of her head, and everything is just separated from her. Yaz, what's good, fam? So like we're trying to figure out if we're even alive or whatever. Most early brain and scans of traumatized people were low-key basic. They just checked how their brains reacted to some random trigger from their past trauma. Then Ruth Lanius came through in 2004 with a new question: what's going on in the brains of trauma survivors when they're not even thinking about it? She did this super deep study on the fault state network again, and it was hella illuminating. So she got a squad of 16 normal Canadians to chill in a brain scanner while just thinking about nothing, trying to empty their minds. Easy peasy for anyone who's actually calm, lol. She did the same thing with 18 people who had crazy traumatic childhoods, and it was like night and day. When Ruth looked at the scans of her normal subjects, showed activation in the brain areas that create your sense of self, ACA. Your entire identity is tied to how you feel about yourself. She called this the mohawk of self-awareness, and I'm here for it. The midline structures of the brain are like the ultimate watchtower, bro. The posterior cingulate at the back of the brain is like our internal GPS. It helps us know where we are in space and time. And there's the medial prefrontal cortex MPH, which I talked about in chapter 4, but basically just connects all these different areas to create a sense of self. But here's the tea. Individuals with chronic trauma have severely decreased activity in all these same brain regions, making it hard for them to even register their own emotions and thoughts. Of that, it's like they're stuck on repeat in some kind of traumatic loop. The contrast between the two groups was wild. Almost no activation in any of the self-sensing areas of the brain. It's like they were just a blank slate. The only area that lit up was the posterior cingulate, but even that was all messed up, low-key. When we checked out this patient's brain activity, posterior cingulate was hella active. It's all about spatial orientation, fam. Here's the tea: they only got activated because they were trying to cope with the trauma vibes that still lingered after the initial assault. See, patients had learned to numb out the parts of their brain that deal with visceral feelings and emotions, which is wild, right? In everyday life, those same areas are like the foundation of who we are as humans. They're responsible for all our emotions and sensations. So what we saw was this messed up adaptation, trying to shut off the scary stuff, but they also lost their ability to feel fully lit. The medial prefrontal cortex wasn't firing on all cylinders, which is why so many traumatized people lose their sense of purpose, bruh. To be low-key surprised by how often my patients would ask for advice on the most basic things, and then I'd be like, did you even follow up? Now I get it, they had some major inner reality issue. It's like they can't define what's going on in their bodies. How can they make decisions or put a plan into action? It's a no-brainer, but apparently it's super hard for them to recognize themselves in the mirror. Even brain scans show that it's not just about being extra chill. The brain structures responsible for self-recognition are literally knocked out, along with the ones related to self-experience. When Ruth Lanius showed me her study, I was like, word. There's this old saying from Archimedes: give me a place to stand and I'll move the world. Or Moshe Feldenkrais said it like, can't do what you can, what you want to, you know what you're doing. The takeaway is clear. If you want to feel present, you got to know where you are and be aware of what's going on with you. If your self-sensing system breaks down, you got to find a way to get it back online. The self-sensing system, Sherry was straight fire, fam. She got major benefits from her massage therapy. She felt more relaxed and just overall lit. She started engaging in therapy, asking questions, and being super curious about her thoughts, feelings, and behavior. She even stopped picking at her skin and joined a church choir, which was like the best experience ever. I met Antonio DiMaggio at this think tank, and he's all about exploring the link between body states, emotions, survival. He broke it down in his scientific articles and books. It's wild stuff. Unknown author Yaz, so there's this neurologist dude who's literally spent his whole career trying to figure out how our brains do that whole self thing. He's low-key obsessed with consciousness and all that jazz. Book, The Feeling of What Happens, is like my absolute fave, and reading it was a total game changer. So he's all about pointing out this major divide between how we think we are as people and our actual bodies. You feel. It's wild, right? He says that sometimes we're just using our brains to hide the real deal, like the fact that we're literally alive and stuff. And get this, he compares it to wearing a screen on your body to keep your inner states from showing up. It's like a veil over your skin or whatever. Anyway, screen thingy can be cool because it helps us focus on the outside world and all its problems. But low-key, it has some major drawbacks, like we forget how to tap into our own feelings and emotions, It's like we get so caught up in trying to figure out stuff that we forget what's going on inside our bodies. So this neurologist dude is all about the physical sensations and how they relate to our sense of self. He's like, yo, our emotions are just primordial feelings with some extra sauce. And get this, these feelings are way more basic than we think. Like they're just straight up responses to what's going on in our bodies. We don't need all that fancy brain stuff to know how we feel. He also talks about how we start off life by just being sensations and emotions, not even consciousness or language yet. Wild to think that when we're born, we're already responding to the world around us. Like our skin is all, hey, what's going on? And our body's all, ooh, hunger. Maybe eat some milk. And it gets even crazier. He says that even after we get all grown up with brains and stuff, our bodily sensations are still trying to tell us something. If they're like, yo, like you're hangry or you need to chill out. It's wild how much our bodies can communicate without us even thinking about it. Lastly, he's all about how what's happening around us affects our physical sensations. When you see a familiar face or hear that siren song, your body's like, hey, what's going on here? And it primes your brain to respond accordingly. It's wild, right? So yeah, that's basically what this neurologist dude is all about, the feeling of what happens in our bodies and how we relate to the world around us. Here's the written text, Loki. Our body's got these chemical vibes in our blood and electrical messages in our nerves that affect us way deeper than we realize, fam. Things of that. It's like our subcortical regions are super lit at regulating all these basic bodily functions, but when we're low-key threatened or even just perceive a threat, it can get hella overwhelming feel. That's why researchers saw all these physical problems in people who've been through trauma, okay? Here's the thing, our conscious selves also play a major role in keeping us balanced. We gotta register and act on our physical sensations to stay safe, like if we're feeling hella cold, we put on a sweater. If we're getting hangry or spaced out, we grab a snack. If our bladder's been holding it in for too long, we hit the bathroom. All about keeping our bodies safe, bruh. Demasiu's like, yo, these brain areas that register background feelings are all near the nerve centers for basic housekeeping functions like breathing, eating, pooping, sleeping. Things of that's because emotional experiences are all tied to the fundamental business of surviving as a human. He calls these areas the proto-self because they're like the silent knowledge that makes us who we are. The self under threat, though. 2000, Damasio and his squad published an article in Science about how re-experiencing strong negative emotions changes the brain's response to basic bodily functions. Found that recalling emotional events triggers actual physiological sensations from way back when, like re-feeling those visceral vibes all over again. Emotions got its own signature pattern, and it's not just about the limbic system, fam. We use these expressions all the time. You make me sick. It made my skin crawl. I was all choked up. My heart sang. It makes me bristle. It's like our bodies are reacting to those threats, even if we're not consciously thinking about them. When people are facing annihilation level threats, their brains go into full on survival mode. They're all about that fear and terror life with intense physiological arousal. For those who've been through trauma, it's like they're stuck in a never-ending nightmare where nothing makes sense and every little thing is a threat. You Unknown Author got a lot of people shookerin'. Yeah. They're low-key hella frustrated by the tiniest stuff and their sleep's like a total disaster. Food ain't even satisfying no more. Makes them try to shut down those feels by freezing out and dissociating. But like, what's good when your savage brain is in fight or flight mode? And fam, if our animal brains dictate how we feel, things of that, and our bod sensations are run by subcortical brain structures, do we even got control over that? Agency, bro, agency means being in charge of your life, knowing where you stand, having a say in what's going down, and having some juice to shape your surroundings. The vets who went hella wild at the VA were trying to assert their agency, but they ended up feeling even more lost, and most of these dudes were stuck in this cycle between being extra active and just plain immobile. Agency starts with interoception, our awareness of our subtle sensory feelings. But the more aware we are, the more control we got over our life. Mm-hmm. Knowing what we feel is key to knowing why we feel that way. If we're aware of all the changes going down inside and out, we can mobilize and manage REM. But we gotta have our watchtower, the map, observing what's popping inside us. That's why mindfulness practice, which strengthens the empathy, is low-key a lifesaver for people coming back from trauma. I was thinking about my patients after watching that fire movie March of the Penguins, and I'm like, man, if penguins had our frontal lobes, they'd be living their best lives. They're all about stoicism and endurance. But like, what if they could use their flippers to build igloos or something? Wild how many of my patients have survived trauma, but then just get back into the same old patterns. Trauma shuts down that inner compass and imagination, fam. But there's science behind this, bruh. Neuroscience of selfhood and agency is all about somatic therapies like what Peter Levine and Pat Ogden are doing. They're all about helping patients tap into their sensory info, befriend those energies, and complete the physical actions they were too scared to take. The 3-part plan, getting that blocked sensory info out, helping patients vibe with their feelings instead of suppressing them, and finishing up themselves, the preserving actions that got stunted by trauma. Our gut feelings are like the real MVPs, signaling what's safe, life-sustaining, or straight-up threatened, even if we ain't exactly sure what's going on. Unknown author, bruh. So you're low-key wondering why you feel hella a certain way, right? Our bods are like constantly sending us subliminal messages about what's good for us. Gut feelings are like the real MVPs, and they help us figure out if that dude approaching you is a creep or if that room with all those dailies is low-key serene. If you can vibe with your inner self and trust those gut feelings, you'll be hella in control of your life, your emotions, and your vibes, G. But for people who've been through trauma, it's like their bods are constantly on high alert, bruh. They're stuck in this knowing discomfort from the past that's always lurking, trying to take over. Their bods are bombarded with these visceral warning signs. Try to shut them down by ignoring those gut feelings and numbing themselves out. Hide from themselves. Fam, it's like they're trying to escape their own emotions. The more people try to push away those internal warning signs, the more likely they are to freak out and go into a panic. Like, they develop this fear of fear itself, bruh, and then there's these panic symptoms that just keep escalating because they're so scared of their own bodily sensations. Like they know something's irrational, but the fear of those sensations keeps it going. When you're in a state of terror and trauma, it feels like being scared stiff or frozen in fear, fam. It's like your body just shuts down. And that's because our bodies are wired to respond to threats in a primitive way where escape is all like impossible, bruh. If you don't have a good relationship with your bod, stuck relying on external stuff like meds or booze to regulate yourself, but when you do notice what's going on inside, that's when self-regulation happens, and it's lit. I had this patient, Sandy, who was all about avoiding her problems. She'd get these asthma attacks that whenever someone made a comment she didn't like, she'd come to me, her therapist, feeling all anxious and stuff. It's like she learned to suppress those inner cries for help, but it just kept triggering more stress hormones in her bod. So yeah, suppressing your emotions doesn't stop your stress hormones from going wild, bruh. You gotta learn to vibe with yourself and trust those gut feelings if you wanna be hella in control of your life. Her physical distress signals were hella on fleek and straight up demanded her attention. She was low-key a master at identifying the vibes between her bod sensations and her emotions, and I was all about encouraging her to get her kickboxing on. She never had any of her visits in those 3 years. I was her doc that's straight fire. Somatic symptoms for no clear physical reason are hella common among traumatized kids, and they can be chronic back pain, fibromyalgia, migraines, digestive probs, spastic colon-irritable bowel syndrome, chronic fatigue, or asthma on fleek. Traumatized kids have 50 times the rate of asthma than non-traumatized peeps. Studies show that many kids and adults with fatal asthma attacks had no idea their breathing was hella messed up until it was too late. Alexithymia, who turned to feel emotions. I had a widowed aunt who was all about trauma history and became our kiddo's honorary grandma. She'd come on these visits where she'd be low-key, productive, making curtains, rearranging kitchen shelves, sewing kids' clothes, but high-key struggling to have a convo. Hard to figure out what made her tick because she'd always wanted to please, but never really had the words for it. After a few days of small talk, the silence would come, and I'd have to work hard to fill the void. On the last day of her visits, I'd drop her off at the airport, where she'd give me this stiff hug while crying her eyes out, and then she'd be all like, "I burr," even though it was hella cold outside, lol. Without being ironic or anything, she didn't know how to process her emotions because her body felt it more than her mind could register. She was leaving our little fam, and that was a hard pill to swallow. Psychiatrists call this phenomenon alexithymia, which is like Greek for not having words for feelings. Traumatized kids and adults can't even describe what they're feeling because they don't know how to decipher their body's signals. It might be all ragey but deny it, or they'll be terrified but say I'm good. Being out of touch with your needs is hella hard when you can't even identify what's going on inside your body. It's like knowing how to eat right or get enough sleep. My aunt was an alexithymic. She'd rather do the emotions thing through action than words. When asked, how would you feel if a truck came at you at 80 miles per hour? Most people would be all terrified, but an alexithymic might just be like, don't know. Head out of the way. They tend to think emotions are physical problems instead of actual feelings that need attention. Instead of feeling angry or sad, or hella more likely to experience physical symptoms with no clear cause. About 34% of people with anorexia nervosa and more than half of all people with bulimia are just lost when it comes to describing their emotions. It's like they don't even know how to talk about it. Lem break it down for an author, so people with alexithymia are totes lost. They can't even identify what's going on inside them. One of the first peeps who taught me about this stuff was Doc Henry Crystal, who worked with over 1,000 Holocaust survivors figure out how they deal with massive trauma. Massive trauma. Crystal B2 is a total savage who survived a concentration camp himself. Found out that most of his patients were low-key successful in their careers, but their relationships were hella messed up and distant. Pressed their feelings so hard that now they can't even recog what they're feeling. It's like they shut down their emotions, and now their brain is all, hick, bro, I got nothing. Few of them even want to do therapy, lol. Paul Frewen did a study with some people with PT who had alexithymia. One of the participants was all, I don't know what I feel. It's like my head and body ain't connected. I'm just a hollow shell. Then another doc named Ruth Lanius found out that people with alexithymia got way less activity in their self-sensing areas of the brain. They're all mess when they're stressed and they either go numb or rage hard. Whatever, they can't even tell what's wrong in them. This lack of body awareness is wuck, cause it makes them extra vulnerable to revictimization and lack in self-protection. People with alexithymia can get better by learning to recognize the connection between their physical sensations and emotions, just like colorblind peeps who gotta learn to see shades of gray. But most people with this condition are hella resistant to doing that work broke. They're all, I'll just keep taking meds and dealing you symptoms instead of facing my demons. Depersonalization is like the next level down. You lose your sense of self. Brain scan in chapter 4 is straight up empty, fam. Depersonalization is common during traumatic experiences, and I had a wild experience with a mugging that made me dissociate from my pain, but for some reason, developed as anyways, that's alexithymia and depersonalization in a nutshell. He freaked out about the whole vibe I had where I was literally gonna draw my muggers' faces to show the cops and make them go snap. Ike, why? But it gave me this sick sense of control, though. People who are traumatized are straight up messed up, fam, and they lose touch with their bods. That's what some German psycho dude, Paul Shelder, said back in 1928. For the depersonalized person, life is all weird, wacky, and super not real. Stuff seems mini or flat, sounds come from far away, and emotions are hella wuck too. Like they can't feel pain or nothing. I was totes intrigued when I found out that some neuroscientists at the University of Geneva did some sick psi experiments where they gave people a little electric current in their brain and it made them feel all out of body. It felt like she was hanging from the ceiling looking down at her bod. Another dude got this super creepy vibe that someone was behind him. It's wild cause it's like the self can literally detach from the body and just exist as a phantom you feel. Then there's these researchers, Lanius and Frewen, who did some brain scans on people who dissociated their terror and found out that when they thought about the trauma, their fear centers just shut down, fam. Body wars trauma victims can't even get over it till they become BFFs with their bods, lol. Being scared is like living in a body that's always on high alert. Angry people live in angry bodies, too. Child abuse victims are all tense and defensive till they find a way to chill. People gotta learn to be aware of their sensations and how their body interacts with the world or else they're stuck. And first step is get in physical self-awareness. Then you can let go of that trauma. So how do people even get comfy with their internal world? I start by helping my patients notice and describe the feels in their body's pressure, heat, tension, tingling, all that jazz. I also work on finding out what makes them feel relaxed or happy. We talk about body language, gestures, and I'm all about paying attention to those subtle vibes when they're talking about traumatic stuff they don't want to deal with. Noticing sensations for the first time can be straight up distressing and might trigger flashbacks, though. And things that are known to thrub when people get all scrunched up or go into defense mode. It's like they're trying to relive some traumatic memory and they can't even shake off the feels, fam. It's all about somatic reenactments. Feel, trying to recreate that original trauma. And if they were already in a messed up state when it happened, they'd just be straight up, curled up into a ball. Genie way. Patients are getting flooded with images and physical sensations, and the therapist is like, hold up, I got this. They gotta know how to tame the storm of emotions and prevent them from getting all re-traumatized, you know? It's not just about meds like Abilify or whatever. That's just a quick fix. Bruh. That meds only numb the pain but don't solve the problem. The thing is, humans are wired to calm down when they're feeling anxious by leaning on someone else. And for people who've been through some real trauma, like getting physically or sexually violated, it's a super tough spot. Touch up, but they're also straight up terrified of getting all freak out, fam. So yeah, we gotta rewire their minds to feel physical sensations and help them with touch. It's not rocket science, bruh. Individuals who don't know how to read emotions can figure this out with some practice, though. Now, connecting with yourself and others is key. Gee, I got a study that shows what happens when you lose your body, and it's like people who've been chronically traumatized, they make eye contact like it's nobody's business, but for me, I know they're struggling. Can tell cause they don't want to look at me, fam. And this one study came out where these researchers used some kind of fancy scanner to see what happens in the brain when people with PTSD interact with someone face to face. Turns out their brains are all messed up, bruh. They didn't activate no part of their frontal lobe, so they just reacted, and instead of thinking about the other person, it's like Ruth Lanius is trying to tell us something, fam. Our minds and brains are connected. What happens and what affects the other. She even got this fancy device that shows a video character approaching someone on the scanner. It was like Richard Gere or whatever. Could see how direct eye contact affected their brain activity. And it's like, whoa, you feel me? It's like they got activated in this super deep emotional spot called the preaqueductal gray, right? That's where all the basic survival vibes come from: cowering, hypervigilance, all that jazz. Ain't got none of that social engagement juice going on. Just straight up survival mode when they look at you. So what does this mean for them making friends and getting along? Peeps even trust a therapist with their deepest fears. Gotta be able to vibe with others? No, like, you gotta see them as separate individuals with their own agendas. Trauma gets all hazy and gray, fam. Part 3, The Minds of Children, Chapter 7, Getting on the Same Wavelength, Attachment and Attunement. These kids from the Children's Clinic at the Massachusetts Mental Health Center, wildin' out like no tomorrow. Couldn't even sit still, hit each other, and sometimes the staff too, they'd be all clingy one minute and terrified the next. Some were straight up compulsive masturbators, others just lost it on objects, pets themselves. They're starving for affection, but also hella angry. Girls were especially low-key compliant, no, either oppositional or super clingy. None of them could even explore, play like normal kids. Some of them didn't know who they were, like even recognizing themselves in a mirror. That I was hella clueless about children except what my own kiddos taught me, but I got lucky with Nina Fish Murray, who studied in PGET and raised her own 5 kids. She brought that child development vibe to the trauma center at MEMC. Like, super knowledgeable because she worked with Jean Piaget and all, but also just a straight up cool mom. She knew my stories about combat vets reminded her of the messed up kids she saw in Boston public schools. We got access to the children's clinic cause of Nina's connections, fam. It was run by some child psychiatrists who didn't care about trauma. Henry Murray was like this big deal personality theorist and designed that tat test thingy. So like, these tat cards are straight fire for old folks, right? They got pics that are low-key messed up and stuff, but also super ambiguous. You feel like a dude and a girl staring down each other in the dark. Some kid holding a broken violin. People who know about trauma get to tell us what's going on in these pics, what happened before, and what happens next. Wild how often they're all about their mental health struggles. Nina and we were like, hey, let's make some test cards for kids. Took out the scissors and started cutting up old magazines from the clinic waiting room. Our first study was held. We compared 6 to 11-year-olds who'd been through trauma to a group of regular kids from another school. The difference was obvious. These little dudes had seen some wild stuff go down in their fams. We got this one kid who got beat down by his mom, like, repeatedly, another girl who got molested by her pops at 4, and then 2 boys who were tied up and whipped till they almost lost it. And then there's the girl whose mom was a prostitute and got raped, dismembered, burned, and put in a trunk. That's some real trauma right there. The control group kids lived in poverty in Boston. They saw some crazy stuff go down too. One kid threw gasoline on another kid and set him on fire. Another kid got caught in crossfire with his pops and his friend got killed. It was a lot to take in. We made this card of a family scene, but like it's super messed up. 2 kids watching their dad get crushed by a car. Every single one of the kids who looked at it was like, dude, that guy is gonna die. But the other group of kids were all like, hey, let's just drive to McDonald's after we fix this car. Meanwhile, our little trauma victims were living their worst nightmares. One girl said she saw the little girl in the picture smash her dad in the face with a hammer. And another kid said his friend had kicked away the jack and made the car explode on his pops. It was like they were trying to make up for all the pain they'd been through. We had to give them some space, Got super hyped and disorganized, like they were on a whole other level. We had to take breaks at the water cooler and go for walks before we could show M the next card. It was wild that most of them had added and were on Ritalin, but it didn't seem to dampen their energy when they talked about all this trauma. And then there's another picture that's just straight fire. A pregnant woman gets a sick glow up against a window. Showed this pic to a 7-year-old girl who'd been low-key molested at 4, and she was all about vaginas and penises and kept asking Nina questions like, who's gonna hump you? It got real, fam. Had to cut it off because she was shook. Another girl from the control group got this vibe from the picker story, was about a homemaker who lost her hubby but found a cool dude to chill with her kid. But for real, these kids weren't even thinking twice about being safe in their own homes. They were low-key optimistic that bad situations would have good outcomes. And if one of their parents loved them, they could get with school and learn whatever, no cap. But the clinic kids, they were living for drama. Basic picks sparked rage, aggression, and a whole lot of trauma. We didn't pick these picks because they had some deep meaning. We just chose everyday life stuff. For real though, abused kids are triggered by everything, even when it's just someone walking into the room. The staff on that unit were hella clueless, bro. Never talked about the real life trauma the kids went through or how it affected their lives. Where records were all about labels, like conduct disorder and bipolar disorder. Was they trying to overlook the trauma? That's what we got ourselves into 2 big problems. Figuring out if this normal kid worldview could explain why some of them weren't messed up or how each kid actually maps their own reality. The other was way more important. Can we help these kids rewire their brains to feel safe and confident in the future? It's all about the Og Attachment crew, John Bowlby, Wilfred Bion, Harry Guntrip, Ronald Fairbairn, and Donald Winnicott. One was low, key trying to figure out how our early experiences set the tone for all our later relationships with others, and how our most intimate sense of self is formed from those minute-to-minute interactions with our caregivers. Fam scientists are like, what's got us stumped? So they dive deep into their own research, becoming experts in areas that other people take for granted. It's all about getting that me search vibe going, right? These dudes who study the role of moms in kids' lives had some major demons to overcome themselves, like went off to school at a hella young age, somewhere between 6-10, and were left to fend for themselves. Bowlby himself was all about how that boarding school experience probably inspired George Orwell's 1984, which is like the ultimate tell of how humans can get sacrificed for the sake of being loved and approved by someone in a position of power. Since Bowlby was low-key tight with the Murrays, I got to chat with him about his work whenever he came through Harvard. He was born into an aristocratic fam. His dad was surgeon to the king's household, trained in psychology, medicine, and psychoanalysis at the British establishment of that, and was all about getting that good old British education vibe going. After Cambridge, he worked with delinquent boys in London's East End, a hella rough neighborhood that got racked during During and after the war, he observed the effects of wartime evacuations and group nurseries on kids who were separated from their fams. He also studied hospitalization and showed that even brief separations parents back then didn't get to visit overnight made kids suffer. By the late 1940s, Bowlby was basically persona non grata in the British psychoanalytic community because he claimed that kids' behavior was a response to actual life experiences, neglect, brutality, and separation, infantile fantasies. Anyway, Bowlby kept it moving and developed attachment theory. In Cure-Base Enter This World, you're screaming to announce your presence. Someone shows up and engages with you, bathes you, swaddles you, feeds you, and gives you skin to skin contact. That's the real me people. We're hella social creatures. Our lives are all about finding our spot in the community of human beings. I love Pierre Janet's take on it. Every life is a piece of art, together with all means available. As we grow up, we learn to take care of ourselves, but we get those first lessons from how our caregivers cared for us. Self-regulation skills are like super dependent on how harmonious our early interactions were. Kids who got reliable source of comfort and support from way their parents are like head of the game. A known author brought into it. Attachment is like a major key to adulting. John Bowlby was low-key obsessed with how kids got wired for connection. He found out they're hella sensitive to faces, voices, and all that jazz. They can read facial expressions, posture, tone of voice, the whole 9 yards. It's like their brains are built for emotional detection. Bowlby thought this was as a result of evolution, cause let's be real, survival depends on being all cozy with your peeps. Kids got a major attachment thing going on. They choose one adult or two to vibe with, and it creates this deep bond. That adult is low-key responsive. The kid develops healthy ways of communicating. You feel? Bowlby was hanging out at Regent's Park watching kids interact with their moms, and he saw some wild stuff. When a mom was all in on a convo, her little homies would stick around like glue, but when a random person came along, hijack the convo, they'd lose interest and scatter. It's like they're trying to get that safe space from their peeps. Bowlby said attachment is the foundation for growth. It's the secure base where kids can explore the world without losing themselves. Research is hella clear on this. Having a stable attachment spot promotes self-reliance and all that sympathy stuff. Kids learn to read each other's vibes, get in sync with their environment, develop those essential life skills like empathy and impulse control. Now, let's talk about the dance of attunement. Like kids become attached to whoever's got their back, but it's not just about finding a primary caregiver. It's about the nature of that attachment. Secure attachment is key. Caregivers vibe with their mini, meson, and emotional level that creates this deep connection. Colin Trevarthen said something dopey. The brain coordinates rhythmic body movements and guides them to act in sympathy with other people's brains. Infants are already getting this empathy thing going from the womb. Mirror neurons kick in, except they're like our superpower for feeling what others are feeling. This stuff is wild, fam. Andrew Meltzoff was doing research at the University of whatever. I lost my train of thought. Anyway, found out mirror neurons start firing up when babies are born. It's like they're pre-wired for emotional intelligence, bro. Unknown author, Organ's face was straight, or he sticked out his tongue at 6. As our old babies, they went all in on the vibes. Newborns only focus on sounds within 8-12 inches, just enough to see the person holding them. No cap. Patient is hella important, bruh. It's like we pick up our parents' and teachers' behavior, and it's just low-key automatic. Most parents are so hyped to be with their babies that they barely even notice how attuned they get. Of that, an invited Trendatronic gave me the tea to observe this more closely. I was chilling at Harvard's lab of human dev, watching a mom playing with her 2-month-old son in an infant seat facing her. They've been cooing to each other and having a real good time until the mom got too close and the baby yanked on her hair. The mom was caught slipping and let out a loud yell and away his hand while her face turned into a whole mood. The baby immediately dropped it and they pulled back physically from each other. Both were hella scared, fam. The baby covered his eyes like nope, not today, and the mom realized her baby was upset, so she refocused on him, starting to make all these soothing sounds, trying to smooth things over. Infant was still good at peeking out to see if it was safe again while the mom tried to get back into the zone with a concerned expression. As soon as she started tickling his belly, he dropped his arms and broke out in a happy fit, and they were back in harmony, no cap. This whole sequence of delight, rupture, repair, and new delight took like 12 seconds. Tronic and other researchers have shown that when infants and caregivers are on the same page emotionally, they're also physically in sync. Babies can't regulate their own emotions, alone the crazy changes that come with it. Child is vibbing with his caregiver, his heart rate, breathing, and stress levels all chill out. His body's calm, his emotions are too. But when the music gets disrupted, which fam, it usually does, all these physiological factors go haywire again. Can tell equilibrium has been restored when the body calms down. We soothe the newborns, but parents start teaching their kids to handle higher arousal levels, which is often left to dad's bruh. Learning how to manage arousal is key, and parents gotta do it for babies before they even know what's good. If that gnawing feeling in his belly makes a baby, hey fam, Loki, cry time, the breast or bottle shows up, and if that little dude's hella scared, someone's gotta chill with him till he calms down. His bowels go full on nuclear, someone comes through with wipes, and a change of diapers, you feel. Associating those intense feels with safety comfort is key to self-regulation, self-soothing, self-loving. It's a major theme in this whole book. Trust, secure, attachment, competency, internal locus of control, ultimate coping mechanism. Purely attached kids learn what makes them feel good, bad. They get that their actions matter, can change how they feel others respond. They know the diff, abuse situations they can control, ones that need help. All about playing an active role in tough situations now. On the flip side, kids' abuse and neglect histories are conditioned to give up when Faye challenges their screams, please, don't even register, go you caregivers. And they can stop the harm or get them help, fam. It's like they're never taught how to cope in the first place, becoming real ball-based contemporary. Charles Winnicott is Loki the Og on attunement research's work started You Mothers Babies. How moms hold their babies matters before a baby can even form a sense of self, fam. Winnicott said the good enough mommin' ain't hard to do, but when moms lose touch with their baby's physical reality, things go hella wrong. Moms don't meet their baby's needs impulses. The kid perceives something's wrong how they're living, no cap. Kids who lack physical attunement are toast. They shut down from their bodies, which are the seats of pleasure and purpose direction, bruh. But most kids are securely attached, fam, when they grow up. That history of responsive caregiving keeps fear, anxiety at bay. Trauma, they maintain a basic state of emotional security for life. Secure attachment also shapes their relationships. D, pick up on others' vibes early on, learning the Diffby game's reality. They know how to handle tough situations. You gotta know when TPLR trying to Loki scam you or be straight up toxic. Kids who got stability from their fams usually become hella fun to hang out with, cause they already know how to navigate social cues, all that. Learn to recognize subtle changes in Papal's vibes, adjust your own energy accordingly. Grow up with this basic sense of community, are Loki the coolest cats in town. But like use or abuse or can totally flip this script. Abuse kids are super hyped to these kinds of changes, but instead of seeing it as an opportunity to connect, they freak out cause they think it's a threat. Or Seth Pollock showed some faces to normal 8-year-olds compared dem responses you abuse kids. The result was like super sad. Abused kids were hyper attentive to any sign of anger or aggression. That's why they're always on edge, trying to avoid getting hurt. Imagine being in a school hallway, trying to figure out who might be all up in her biz. Kids who overact to their peers, aggression, don't pick up on other kids' vibes, are total introverts, or prob's gonna get ghosted by their squad. Might even put up this whole tough girl facade to hide their fear or just spend more time alone watching TV or playing video games, losing all sense of community. Attachment is like a fundamental human need. It can handle being alone for too long. So they find other ways to bond, like through drama or fam or in the court system. Doing anything to avoid that awful feeling of irrelevance, alienation. Had this 14-year-old kid named Jack who was locked up at the Suffolk County Jail on Xmas Eve. He broke into Peepal's houses while they were away, but nobody showed up to visit him because they knew his rep. When I asked him who he expected to see in jail on Christmas, he said nobody. Nobody ever pays attention to me. Turns out has been caught break-in like 5 times before everyone knows his name. But instead of getting all high-mighty about it, Laugh said it made the experience worthwhile cause at least Peepal recognized him, knew who he was. Kids will do anything to feel seen, connected, unknown author. Bruv, fam, have a major instinct to attach, no cap. Whether their parents or caregivers are Loki, loving, or hikey, hella toxic. Kids will cop a coping style based on what they're trying to get from them, you feel. Some sick ways to identify these styles now, thanks to 2 American scientists, Mary Ainsworth and Mary Main, who did thousands of hours of observation with mommies and babies, no drama. Created the strange situation tool, which is like how an infant reacts when their mom leaves them for a hot second. Just like Bowlby said, securely attached babies get all emo when their mom leaves, but they're hella happy when she comes back, and then it's chill mode after that, But with insecurely attached kids, it's a whole different vibe. Whose primary caregiver is ghosting or straight up rejecting them learn to deal with the anxiety in two ways. Some are low-key chronically upset and all about demanding attention from their moms, while others are more passive and just vibe checking. In both groups, contact with the mom don't settle them down. They're still hella anxious after that in one pattern called avoidant attachment. These babies look like nothing bothers them, but really they're in a constant state of hyperarousal, fam. They got high heart rates and all that jazz. Okay, that we call this pattern dealing but not feeling because they're just trying to cope without actually feeling anything. Most mamas of avoidant babies seem to be hella disinterested in touching them. They don't want to snuggle or do nothing with their facial expressions and voices. And another pattern called tolerant anxiety or ambivalent attachment, these babies are all about drawing attention to themselves by crying, yelling, clinging, or screaming. They're like, if I don't make a scene, nobody's gonna notice me. But even when their mom comes back, they're still hella upset and just stuck on her, no cap. Attachment researchers are all about how these three attachment styles, secure, avoidant, and anxious work because they elicit the best care from the caregivers. Kids can adapt to whatever pattern of care they get, but it don't mean there ain't no problems later on. Anxious toddlers grow up being anxious adults, and avoidant toddlers grow up being out of touch with their own feels and others. Yeah, so good spankings can literally change your life, Ren. But for real though, avoidant kids are probably gonna bully others cause they're all about self-preservation. Kids are usually the ones getting bullied cause they're just trying to cope. Here's the T, fam development ain't linear, and life can throw some wild curveballs. And then there's this group of kids who are literally stuck, 15 of the population. Kids got no idea how to adult cause their caregivers are straight up terrifying them. Mary Main and her squad at Berkeley were all about studying these kids, and they found out that when caregivers are toxic, it screws with the kid's brain. It's like this constant struggle between seeking closeness and avoiding the parent pay. They're stuck in this trance, state freezing, rocking on their hands and knees. Maine called this attachment style disorganized, a fright without a solution. It's like kids are trying to figure out who's safe and who's not, so they'll be all affectionate with strangers or trust nobody at all. And conscientious parents might freak out when they find out about disorganized attachment because they think their occasional meltdowns will ruin their kid. But for real, fam, life is messy. Parents can't always be on at 247. Some kids learn to handle frustrations and disappointments, but others need that extra support. If a kid doesn't feel viscerally safe with their parents, they're probably stuck in this disorganized attachment cycle for life. In this study of over 2K infants, 62 were secure, 15 avoidant, ambivalent, and 15 disorganized. And guess what? Kids' gender or basic temperament don't matter. It's all about the parents' vibe, fam. But here's the hard truth. It's from low-income households are more likely to be disorganized because their parents are straight up stressed about economic instability. If a kid doesn't feel safe in infancy, disorganized babies are hella extra from kindergarten, and it's low-key messed up. If they're aggressive or spaced out, it's a major red flag for future psych issues. And get this, they're literally experiencing way more stress physiologically, their heart rate is through the roof, they're all stressed out, and their immune system is hella weak, just gonna magically fix itself as they grow up or when they're in a safe environment. But fam, it doesn't seem to be that simple. It's not just parents who are straight up abusive, who have disorganized attachment issues. It's also parents who are dealing with their own trauma, domestic abuse, or some heavy emotional stuff. If you're too busy hurting yourself to even show up for your child, that's a major problem. And honestly, most parents need all the help they can get to raise secure kids, but people with PSTD are especially vulnerable. I'm low-key shook by this vid of Beatrice Beebe I saw once. It was this mom playing with her 3-month-old, and it seemed hella cute at first, but then the baby just pulls away, and the mom gets all frustrated and stuff. She's like, baby needs me, but really she's just overwhelming him. When he starts screaming, she's all, oh no, I messed up. Hey fam, that's some real emotional labor right there. It's crazy how this kind of misattunement can go on for so long and lead to chronic disconnection. If you're constantly stressed, trying to calm your baby down, it's easy to start feeling like they're the problem, not yours. And then you just give up trying to comfort them. That's some real toxic parenting right there. It's hard to tell sometimes whether problems with attachment are from trauma or disorganized attachment, but it's pretty clear that they're often intertwined. If your mom had PSTED and was all messed up, you're more likely to have serious psychological issues after getting assaulted or raped. That's up some real mess of family dynamics right there. The reactions of kids to painful events are literally determined by how calm or stressed their parents are. If you're a hot mess, your kid is going to be all messed up too. My former student Glenn Sachs studied this stuff and found out that it's super common for kids of pregnant women who were in the World Trade Center on I-1 to have serious psych issues. Fam, that's some real trauma right there. Unknown author Yaz, it's low-key crazy how adolescents and you got tested on autism. Turns out when little ones get hospitalized for burning their skin off, their feelings about mom are the real predictor of pain levels. The more secure they feel with their moms, the less morphine they need. But like a certain dude, Claude Chemtab, did some research on night kids who witnessed 9/11 and found out that if mom had PES or depression later, kiddo was probably going to have major emotional issues, 6 times more likely or whatever. And it's not just the moms, fam, dads with PTs also caused behavioral problems, but it was all because of the mama. When you're growing up with a hella anxious or toxic parent, wild how that affects your mental health, lol. If you don't have that internal sense of security, you start seeing danger everywhere and getting all hyped in stressful situations because you feel like something is off inside you. You're all convinced you're trash because of what your parents did. Why else would they treat you like this? You'll expect everyone to hate you too, fam. You're set up for trauma, no cap. Now, let's talk about the long-term effects of disorganized attachment. Researcher dude Carlin Lyons, Ruth started taping moms and babies when they were 6 months old and caught some wild stuff on tape. Turns out disorganized attachment is all about being super stressed or anxious because you can't regulate your emotions. One group was always checking their own issues first instead of the babies being super needy and aggressive. The other group was all fragile and worried, but they didn't know how to adult in the relationship. Lol. Just expect the baby to comfort them instead of doing it themselves. Like, these moms weren't even trying, fam. They just didn't know how to be present for their kids. The hostiles were more likely to have a history of physical abuse or domestic violence, while the dependents had histories of sexual abuse or parental loss. So, like, it's not just the parents' behavior that matters, but also what they went through in the past. You feel, ICWIT drives HPL2 low-key hurt or neglect their kids, though. Raising healthy offsprings is def at the core of our human sense, purpose and all that. But for real though, Carlin's research, which was hella revealing. Watching her vids and I saw these kids getting more and more extra cause their moms were all messed up. Mothers who ran to tune their kiddos became super frustrated, defeated, and helpless. Like they went from being partners in a healthy relationship to just seeing their kid as a stranger who's all frustrating and enraging. When the abuse starts. So like 18 years later, Lyons Ruth did a follow-up study and it was wild. Kids who had disrupted emotional comms with their moms at 1 year old grew up to be young adults, unstable sense of self, low-key messed up behavior, recurrent suicidal thoughts. Here's the thing, Carlin, her squat mothers, hostile behavior, UDB, the most powerful predictor of mental instability in their adult kids. But nope, emotional withdrawal was way more damaging. Ruth is all about dissociation though. It's like feeling lost, overwhelmed, abandoned, and disconnected from the world. Seeing yourself as unloved, empty, helpless, trapped, and weighed down. She found a link between maternal disengagement, misattunement during 1 and 2 years of life, dissociative symptoms in early adulthood. Basically, infants who aren't truly seen or known by their moms are high risk of growing up to being able to know or see. I mean, if you live in a secure relationship, we'll learn to communicate our frustrations, distress, also our interests, goals. Receiving sympathetic responses helps you cope with extreme levels of fright and arousal. But if our caregivers rent supportive, you learn to anticipate rejection withdrawal. Do block out the negativity, act like it don't matter, but our body stays in high alert, ready for rejection or abandonment. Dissociation is like knowing, not knowing simultaneously. Bowlby said what can't be communicated to the mom can't be communicated to the self. Cannot tolerate what you feel. Denial, dissociation are our only options. Maybe the most devastating effect of this shutdown is not feeling real inside, which I saw in these kids. Yaz, Loki, let's get into this. Unknowther is all about how trauma and neglect are major players in childhood development. Like, what even matters if you don't feel real? really just floating around, and ain't nobody got time for that. So you start doing some majorly edgy stuff to cope, like cutting yourself or getting into fights with strangers. But here's the T, dissociation ain't no new thing. It's been around since day one. Carlin's research is hella real. He found out that trauma don't even have a direct correlation with dissociative symptoms later on in life. It's all about that early caregiving relationship, bruh. If you didn't get the whole feeling safe thing down pat, then you're just going to end up clingy, self-damaging, and all around extra. Poverty, single parenthood, or even mom's mental health issues ain't got nothing on this early trauma crap. Now about the trauma itself, it's about how that first relationship went down, period. So treatment gotta address not just the trauma, but also the whole not being seen thing. You feel me? Restoring synchrony is where it's at, fam. Early attachment patterns create the inner maps that dictate how you navigate relationships for life, from what you expect to how much comfort and joy you get from others. Your earliest experiences were all about frozen faces and hostile vibes, then good luck with intimacy. Bruh, it's hard to open up when you're low-key scared of closeness due to some unresolved trauma in your past. Knowing that your mom went through some major stuff can help, but it ain't a guarantee. You gotta explore other ways to connect and show your kids what real love looks like. In part 5, Unknown Author's gonna drop some knowledge on healing damaged attunement systems through rhythm and reciprocity. It's all about getting in sync with yourself and others, fam. That means integrating them body, base senses, vision, hearing, touching, and balance, cause if you didn't have that set up right from the start, then later on, like, what even is real? You're prob gonna struggle with sensory integration problems, but trauma and neglect ain't the only culprits. Singing together with your squad at Trauma Center is Loki lit, fam. We got programs to help parents vibe with their kids, and my patients are all about that life. They're like, hey, choral singing is hella key, or ballroom dancing is the way to go. And don't even get me started on sports teams and jazz bands. Those groups know how to bring the feels. We all know what it's like when we're all connected and vibbin', right? Chapter 8, trapped in relationships, the cost of abuse and neglect, bruh. You gotta take that night sea journey inside yourself. It's like confronting those parts of you that are trying to kill you from the inside out. Talking dissociation, suppression, all that tea. The goal is to get back with yourself, but trust me, it ain't always easy. Like your whole world gets turned upside down and you gotta deal with some real trauma, but for real, step 1 is agreeing not to exile any part of yourself. You gotta face those demons head on, no cap. Marilyn was a nurse, working that operating room life, but she had a secret. She was low-key getting cozy with this fireman named Michael. They met on the tennis court and he seemed cool, but she kept it 100 with him. They only talked about surface level stuff like sports and movies. She invited him over for pizza and a Netflix sesh. Things took a turn. She said she felt extra and out of whack after he touched her. She didn't know what was going down, but she knew it wasn't good. Next thing you know, she's waking up in a rage mode, pounding on him, and he's out of there faster than you can sell self-care. He left. She sat on her bed for hours trying to make sense of what happened. Now, Marilyn comes to me 'cause she's hella traumatized by men and her rage is real. My work with vets taught me to listen to these kinds of stories without jumping in all up in her grill. Therapy starts with some wild stuff, getting all aggressive on a boyfriend, feeling anxious when someone looks you dead in the eye, or even just cutting yourself and throwing up. It takes time, patience, and trust to figure out what's really going down. Terror and numbness Marilyn told me that Michael was her first home visitor in like 5 years, but this ain't the first time she loasted around a dude. She's trying to work through her trauma. Fam. So, sitting you, this chick, right? She's all like, I'm always super extra when I'm alone with dude, and has these major pieced vibes going on. She'll just chill in her crib, but then she's all, what the heck happened? 'Cause she can't even remember what went down. She's all, then she feel like I'm just faking life, you know. Except when she's at this club or working as a nurse, she's all numb af. She used to get relief from some major self-harm, was getting out of control 'cause she'd cut herself deep, like so deep. And booze, nah, that just made her feel grossed out 'cause of her pops and his sick drinking habits. So instead, she's all about tennis, fam, and get turned up. When I asked her about her past, she was all, I prob had a sick childhood, but ain't remember squat before age 12. She was low-key emo teenager till she got into a major beef with her pops when she was 16 and just took off from home. She worked her way through community college and got that nursing degree on her own terms, which is straight fire. She spewed some tea about how she slept around like it was going out of style because she thought love was in those places it ain't. I asked her to draw a fam portrait reproduced above, and let me tell you, it's low-key disturbing. She drew this wild, terrified kid stuck in some kind of cage with 3 figures look-ickin', straight-up nasty one, no peepers, but also this huge erect dick gettin' all up in her biz. She's still going on about how she must have had a happy childhood. Sis, please, I'm keeping it 100 Riordan's rule. Truth doesn't want to be approached too hard, fam. I kept it chill with Marilyn, 'cause I ain't trying to force her to spill the tea. What matters is that she learns to deal what's going on inside her head and body. It might take some time, but I got her back. I hooked her up this therapy group where she can find her people and be accepted before facing all the drama in her head. And guess what? Showed up looking straight terrorized. Like that little girl in her fam portrait, she's all withdrawn and ain't reaching out to nobody. I picked this group because it's going to help her get comfy with her feelings instead of trying to suppress them. Unknown author, so like her whole group is super chill and welcoming. I knew that getting all that good juju out was a low-key process. But this time they went full on psycho, asking me some hella invasive questions about Marilyn's love life. And I'm over here thinking, girl, you drew that little girl getting assaulted. Like, what are you even talking about? It was kind of like she was trying to relive her trauma or something. Had to step in and help her set some boundaries, and she started vibbing again. Fast forward 3 months, and Marilyn's all like, I'm losing my sight. Literally tripping over her own feet on the sidewalk between the subway and my office, too. She was freaking out because she thought she was losing her peepers. I'm thinking, hold up, Marilyn, is this some kind of conversion reaction where people express their trauma by losing control of their body? I mean, happened to soldiers, souls in both wars and these Indian and Mexican cases, right? But as a doc, I'm like, nah, I need more info before I say she's just making it up. So I sent her to the Massachusetts Eye and Ear Infirmary for a thorough workup. Go by, and they come back with some wild news. Marilyn's got lupus erythematosus in her retina, an autoimmune disease that's basically destroying her vision. Straight up appalled, she's the 3rd person this year I've suspected of having some deep-seated trauma, only to find out she's got this autoimmune crap going on. Ensure Marilyn's getting the right meds. I hit up my colleagues at Massachusetts General Scott Wilson and Richard Credin, those immunology lab experts, and told them her story. Showed them that creepy picture she drew. Partnered up for a study with 24 women, 12 with incest histories, 12 who never got traumatized. It was like trying to find unicorns or something. Marilyn wasn't in it. We don't mess with our clinical patients like that. So they did their thing, and Rich found out that the group of incest survivors had these weird abnormalities in their CD45 red A to O ratio. Basically, immune system was all messed up. So like this whole RA to RO thing is hella wuck, fam. It's all about that toxic cell balance where cells are low, key ready to pounce on anything new and unknown, but also super extra sensitive to threats, even if it's just their own brood. People with a history of incest, though they got a major RA to RO ratio problem, you feel? They're all like, I'm a jump at any hint of danger, but really they're just trying to cope with the trauma. No cap, our study, which is low-key fire, found out that these survivors got hella trouble distinguishing between danger and safety. It's not just about external factors. Their own bods are also messed up, you know. Has to imprint them as like a torn map of the world, and it's all about how they're supposed to feel safe in their own skin. But what's even wilder is that these survivors got this whole different perspective on life. They're like, guys are trying to take advantage of me, or women are too weak to stand up for themselves. Like, Marilyn was the ultimate embodiment of this toxic energy, bruh. So, like, how do we even learn what's safe and what's not, you ask? It's all about listening to these survivors. They got a unique view on life that's like super relatable, but also super messed up. Kids were all like, I'm the center of the universe, duh. And if our parents or grandparents are all like, you're so cute, we're not questioning their judgy vibes, fam. You gotta believe they know best. But for real though, if you grew up in a family that was super toxic, your inner map is gonna be all messed up. Hanky's got my number, and just chill while getting taken advantage of. No cap, Marilyn's past was like a whole different world, fam. She thought guys were always trying to take her down, and women were just weak. And like she took that all to work with her bruh. She was hella suspicious of anyone who tried to be kind. G-word. Unknown author. Hey, lem tell you about this therapist chick, right? Totes toxic and made two Paul's lives hella bad. So I used to try to help these patients who were like Marilyn. Ick what's wrong with them, but they soon guess everything. But one day some woman named Kathy comes at me and is all or just as bad lol. She's late to a session 'cause her car broke down and she starts blaming herself for every little thing, even her own sexual abuse. Kings of that girl. It was her dad's job to keep you safe, but she's all no, Bessel, or just trying to gaslight me. Anyways, Kathy tells me that she knows how much I want to be a good therapist. So when I make mistakes, she says thank you for reminding her of how messed up the world is. She drops this tea. She's been trained to blame herself for every little thing since she was 7 and got abused by her daddy. It's wild, but here's the thing. Kathy taught me that my job goes deeper than just not judging people for their feelings. I gotta help them fix their inner map of the world of feel. Our earliest caregivers don't just give us food and shelter. They shape how we see reality. Like we learn what's safe and what's not, who you can trust and who'll let you down. Anyway, our brains are wired to keep these inner maps stable, but we can modify them through experience. When you got a deep love relationship during adolescence, or brain gets all confused and stuff. So yeah, that's Kathy's story. She taught me, Dad, I gotta be more than just a therapist. I gotta be a lifer. Yes, fam, let's get real here. Life is hella crazy and can turn you into a whole new person, no cap. And T, having a lil one can teach you how to love in a major way, even if you were messed up as a mini-me. People who went through some real trauma as kids, like being abused or neglected, still got it going on and can learn how to vibe with others on a deep level. But Loki, being raped or assaulted can flip your childhood map on its head and make you feel like all hope is lost, bruh. Can't just reframe those irrational thoughts. Fam, they're embedded in that emotional brain of yours, so you gotta get creative to change them up. First off, recognizing when you're getting caught up in some patterns and behaviors can be a good starting point. And for real people like Marilyn, I'm trying to keep it 100 realized her own biases were whack and that her friends didn't feel the same way, but she was too late to get a second chance with her ex, Michael. Fakely ghosted each other after she got all hella upset with him. Talk about some toxic tea. But here's the thing, when you're faced with all that drama and pain, it can be hard to think clearly, fam. Your emotions might take over and you like, wah hey, I'm so done. But if you learn to own your emotional brain, no pun intended, you might just start to feel less trapped you feel. It's all about learning to acknowledge those feelings of misery and humiliation, even when they're hard to deal with. Anyways, the group was vibbin' when Mary got up to share her story. She'd been through some major trauma as a teen, raped by her bro and his friends, and had some pretty intense emotional reactions afterward. But bless her heart, the group was all about supporting her, even if it meant being super sensitive to what she was sharing. Tuned in and comforted her like it was no biggie. The point is, fam, change starts when you learn to cope with your emotions instead of trying to hide from them or get all defensive. Gotta be willing to work through that emotional stuff if you want to grow as a person. Loki shook by this hella empathetic sis who was comforting Mary like she needed it so bad. They're basically the Og therapist who got to sit with Mary's trauma but never actually had to deal with it themselves. So when time was up and Marilyn wanted in on the convo about her experience, the squad was all for it. She's like, hey, hearing this story is making me wonder if I might have been sexually abused too. My God, my mouth just dropped. So based on this fam drawing she made, I thought she knew like thing was up, but she didn't know what, bruh. She reacted all messed up in the past when it came to Michael, and now she's living her best life as if the world is a whole nother level of scary than it actually is. But at the same time, she drew that girl getting molested, and her brain was like, now I don't know what's going on here. Her immune system muscles, fear response, they all knew. Her conscious mind was just straight up clueless. She kept reenacting trauma in her life, but she didn't have the story to back it up. She's like a vessel with no narrative, you know? But after Mary's story shook me up and my nightmares started, I'm like, hey, time for some therapy with this girl, God. And so we start working on getting her past together. At first, it was all about surviving, trying to not die from anxiety and whatnot. She tried stopping for a hot sec, but when she couldn't sleep and had to take a sick day off, we kept going. She's like, if I don't feel safe, kill me. That's her definer, no cap. So I'm teaching her some chill techniques. Breathe in, out 6 times a minute. Just feel the vibes in her body. We also do acupressure. She needed help not losing it. And we work on mindfulness too, keeping her mind alive while letting her body feel those feelings that's been trying to kill her. She can chill enough to remember what actually went down in the past. And now she's all like, if I feel some dude's leg brush against me at night, it's probably Mike's, not nobody else's. She's got ownership over her body again, and she knows the diff between then and now. Still allows her to know that I can't even believe what I'm about to say, but like, this woman's 34 and not some tiny little girl who's been traumatized by her dad's sick behavior. So Marilyn finally starts remembering her past, and it's all flashbacks of that stupid wallpaper in her childhood bedroom. She's all, wait, that's what I was focusing on when my dad raped me when I was 80, low-key implying that her brain just numbed out or something. Anyway, figures out that this is why she's been trying to block it out for so long. Her dad's abuse messed with her head so hard that she had to ghost herself from reality. She needed to escape the fact that she was living with this dude who did some major damage to her life. But what's even more messed up is that her mom didn't do much better, fam. When Marilyn tries to hide behind her mom, she just gets met with a limp hug or some silent tears and anger towards Marilyn for making daddy so salty. Like, what even is this? Child is literally scared out of their mind and has no one to turn to. All about the gaslighting and silence, bro. Like, anytime the kid tries to spill the tea, adults just shut them down with some bees about. That can never happen, our fam. Don't worry about that. It's not a thing. How could you even think such a wild thing? You just chill. Don't say anything like that again, okay? It's all about silencing the kid and making them feel like they're the ones who are crazy. The whole thing is straight up messed up. I've been doing this work for 40 years, and I still get triggered by patient stories. Like, how do you even explain why parents would do this to their own kids? How like they must be messing it all up, or that they made it all up, fam. It's all about the shame and self, on some blame. On some level, they actually believe they're the ones who deserved it. Carolyn starts exploring how she used to shut down and comply with whatever her dad wanted, basically just disappearing from reality whenever he came near. Another patient drew a sick visual of what that process looks like. She made herself float away or something and was all, it's not me, it's some other girl in bed. Same. Sis. At those severed heads and foggy bodies got me real about dissociation. It's hella common among incest victims. Marilyn later realizes she's still doing that stuff as an adult when she gets caught up in a sexual situation. It's like her brain just goes into autopilot or something. Guys, so like I've been low-key more sexually active, and people would hit me up saying I was straight fire in bed ec. What happened because usually I'm hella confused, but sometimes I get salty and aggressive. Had no clue who the heck I was sexually wern, so I started ghosting dating altogether till Michael came along. If you were a kid or not, kids got stuck with whoever their parents are, and they can't even comprehend that parents might be straight up dead in rage, and that we're spaced out to even care. Lol, kids gotta organize themselves to survive in these fams, 'cause they got no one else to turn to fam. Unlike adults who can like leave whenever they wanna, kids can't do that. They gotta stick it out with their caregivers or their good is gone. Kids don't dare talk to teachers about the trauma they went through 'cause they know they get punished like literally. So they just try not to think about it and pretend it never happened. But the rage, the anxiety, the panic, it all builds up inside, and then bam, they become a hot mess, act out or shut down or get all complacent or defiant. I can't even, and Bell kids are programmed to be loyal to their abusers even though it's super messed up. Terror makes them want to cling to the source of comfort 'cause that's where the safety is. It's also the source of the trauma. I've never met a kid under 10 who was like, now like I'm good, and didn't want to stay with their fam. Wild. Anyway, some victims of domestic violence are all like, nope, I'll stick with my abuser, or they'll even try to marry them. Lol, what's wrong with these people? Judges are always hella frustrated 'cause they want to help victims, but the abusers just keep coming back, and it gets super messed up. For one of my patients, it's like hating her own home or furniture, everything. Literally everything feels toxic 'cause they can't even cope with their emotions anymore. Hey, listen up. Fam, don't forget why own body, safe space, 'cause trusting ain't easy. A teacher, her grandpa was straight up raping her as a little kid, sent me an email like, you started thinking about how says it is to open up you in traffic, and then I realized I messed up by getting attached to a nan my students a low-key deep. So during our next session, she tells me she got raped by her lab instructor in college, and she didn't report him cause she was too scared to leave the house. Fam says he was desperate for help, but I felt like it only get hurt more. You feel wild. Anyways, after I expressed concern, she writes back like, I'm trying to remind myself that I didn't do nothing wrong. I got this one thing, PPL looking at me, you worry, and it's like a treasure for me. It sounds like she found solace in that. To know who we run and we are about, we gotta figure out what's real and what ain't. We gotta observe, label, and trust our vibes. But when you raise awareness and denial is key for survival, you lose track of who or what you feel and then what you can trust. That's soul murder, aka William Niederland. Anyway, got a child and's got hood trauma dream that comes up like this. She's getting choked with a towel and then her hands, ours, are wrapped. Straight fire, fam. It's like war vets' nightmares. They can't sleep at night because those images are stuck in their head. During this sesh, Marilyn keeps flooding with these same feeling sensations. Loki, I was sitting in the kitchen like 4 years old, getting served by my pops and bro. They thought it was hella funny, calling me a stupid lil girl while I'm dying from the pain. Starts going, some girl, I'm brushing my teeth last night and I'm low-key losing it, like I'm thrashing around in water trying to get air, but it's all gone. She's sobbing, Chobik got panic attacks coming out her chest. She's trying to keep it together 'cause scream, no way, fam. She's chilling for a bit, then waking up like clockwork every 2 hers till morning. Trauma ain't got no narrative, you feel. It just comes in flashbacks with random stuff, like pics, sounds, and body feels. You know, as a kid, nobody listened to me, so it didn't matter what I said. But now we know survivors are all about that life force energy, trying to survive the trauma and own their lives. Loki hyped to be talking about this in chapters 11 and 12. So when patients come to me, they're just trying to survive, you know, and for us to help them, we gotta be in awe of that survival instinct. We gotta see the dedication it takes to get through all that abuse and the darkness afterwards. Chapter 9, what's love got to do with it? Initiation, intimidation, stigmatization, isolation, helplessness, self-blame. Just child sexual abuse in a nutshell. People telling them, don't worry about that, never happens in our fam. How could you ever think? They trying to silence them, make him shut up? We gotta ask the right questions, like, how do we organize our thoughts on these people? We gotta define their problems in a way that makes sense for them. If they're all about the mood swings, we give them lithium. If they're just depressed, we give them antidepressants. But if we take trauma into account, might be talking AD or major depression. Covers, we gotta help them. Chapter 9, what's love gotta do with it? Yo, so, like, if you volunteered irrelevant info, maybe you'll get a diagnosis of peace or whatever. If dem diagnoses are ever gonna be hella accurate, lol. Psychiatry is all about trying to define mental illnesses as precise as cancer or strep infections, but no one's even close, fam. Our brains are super complicated and we still ain't got the lowdown, you feel. More about the doc's mindset and what ins companies are willing to pay for than actual facts of TBA. So like in 1980, Dierga attempted to make a systematic manual of psychiatric diagnosis with DDism. And now everything's just a mess, fam. Insurance companies need a DSM diagnosis to get reimbursed. Research funding is all based on it, and even academics are trying to fit into those categories. Like the DSM label has become super powerful and everyone knows it, but like, has it really helped the patients it's supposed to help? Or is it just making a bunch of money off this virtual industry that's made the app a little extra rich? You feel? Psychiatric diagnosis can have serious consequences, fam. It determines treatment, and if you get it wrong, it can be hella disastrous. You got a label, it's like stuck with you for life. You know, I've met so many patients who are all like bipolar. I'm borderline, like dear sentenced to an underground dungeon or something lol. But like, what about the creative energies day half? Any talents they mustered up to survive? Diagnoses are just a bunch of symptoms. Fam, leaving patients like Marilyn, Kathy, and Mary as out of control women who need to be straightened out. Dictionary says diagnosis is a act or process of identifying or determining the nature and cause of a disease or injury through evaluation of patient history, examination, and review of laboratory data. B, opinion derived from such an evaluation. Anyway, I'ma keep it moving into next chapter. Fam will be discussing the chasm between official diagnosis and what our patients actually go through. Try to change the game a little bit low-key. People with chronic trauma histories are diagnosed by some genius named unknown author who's like totally into psychiatry and stuff. So, like, I'm sitting down with this psychiatrist, Judith Herman, back in 1985, and we're both low-key obsessed with how trauma affects our patients at Cambridge Hospital Yaz, one of Harvard's teaching hospitals. Start meeting up regularly to share notes and all that jazz. We're both like, hey, people with borderline personality disorder are hella traumatized. FAM, BPD is all about clingy but unstable relationships, major mood swings, and self-destructive behavior, self-mutilation, and repeated suicide attempts. So we're like, let's make a study to see if childhood trauma is linked to PED or whatnot. We submit this sick proposal to the National Institutes of Health, but they're all nah, bro. Undeterred, Dee and I are like, screw it, we'll fund our own study. Gee. Luckily, Chris Perry, the director of research at Cambridge Hospital, is all, yes, get in on that action too. He hooks us up with 55 patients from the hospital's outpatient department, and he's all, I got you, let me compare your findings to my own data, fam. The first question we face is like, how do you even take a trauma history? Can't just be, well, was your dad a serial killer or whatever? Like, who would trust a stranger with that level of tea? We're low-key aware that people are hella ashamed about the traumas they've experienced, so we make this interview instrument called the Traumatic Antecedents Questionnaire TAC. It starts off simple, where do you live and who's got your back? Then it gets more revealing, who's cooking dinner for you or who takes you to the doctor when you're sick. Some patients are all like my dog or my therapist. Others are all nobody. We then ask similar question about their childhood, and some people report like moving around 10 times in 1 year. Others had primary caregivers who were all peace out and joined the military or went to jail. It's wild, fam. The next thing we do is try to get more info on these patients' experiences. We ask them stuff like, who was your primary caretaker? You move around a lot as a kid. Who provided you with emotional support? Some people are all, was my dog. Others are all, it was nobody. It's like they're not even hiding it, fam. So there's this super important part of the questionnaire that's all about the tea on childhood relationships, who was hella affectionate to you, fam, who treated you like a special snowflake, talking about the low-key heroes who made you feel safe growing up. But honestly, 1 out of 4 people couldn't even recall anyone who had their back when they were a kid. It's wild, bruh. Being a little human and just getting played by the system. No safety net to speak of. Anyway, we hit you with some more questions. Who made the rules at home? How did your parents handle discipline? What happened when they were low-key dying themselves? One chick witnessed her sis getting raped. Another got her first vibe with her grandpa at like 8. Lol, no, kids were literally sleeping with one eye open, listening to their parents' fights and hearing the whole 9 yards. One dude found his mom dead in the kitchen while another chick was left all alone when she got home from school. Wild how some of these patients managed to keep it together despite being traumatized out the wits. They were literally forced to adult while dealing with trauma and no support system. We're talking about kids who had to pretend everything was good on the outside, but inside they were dying. Yeah, Judy and I were like, Coke, we gotta get this BP thing figured out. We coded up the data and Chris Perry was all. Hey guys, talk about trauma and abuse here. Turns out 81 of these BP patients had some serious history of child abuse. It's a whole nother level of messed up. So yeah, if you want to understand BEBID, you gotta understand the language of trauma and abuse, period. Hey, so like neglect is a major thing and it starts way before age 7, fam. Study by Martin Tacher at McLean Hospital was low-key lit because it showed that abuse at different ages affects people in different ways. Her research did the same thing, but I still get papers to review that are all borderline patients of childhood trauma. Like what even is a hypothesis anymore? We're not just saying some shit. We gotta back it up with science. Our study was straight fire because it supported John Bowlby's ideas about kids being angry or guilty because they've been hurt. It's not like they're just salty because they got kicked out of the playground, bruh. When kids are all rage and stuff, it's probably 'cause it was super harsh on them. If they can't express their feelings, they get all messed up inside. How Bowlby, noticed that when kids gotta hide what happened to them, it's like super problematic. They're all distrustful of others. They stop being curious and they think the world is fake. Our study took it a step further by looking at the long-term effects of neglect and abuse in relationships. We also asked ourselves some major questions about therapy for people who've been abused, especially those who are all suicidal and cut themselves. Self-harm, so I was up all night 3 times 'cause a chick slashed her neck with whatever she had on hand. Told me like cutting makes me feel better. I'm over here wondering why some people deal with stress by drinking martinis or playing tennis while others self-destruct. Study found that childhood abuse is super linked to suicide attempts and self-harm. Was it a coping mechanism? They tried to gain control by hurting themselves. The RISPERry's database showed that after 3 years of therapy, like 23 of the patients were way better off. After that, yeah, so like we gotta know which dudes in the squad are getting therapy and which ones still low-key suicidal and self-destructive, right? So I analyzed their behavior in TAC interviews, and it's all about the childhood vibes, fam. Haters who still feel hella dark got told us they didn't have a single memory of chillin' with someone safe as a little bruh. They were abandoned, moved around like a hot mess, and left to figure it out on their own. If you had a memory of feeling loved and safe back in the day, that energy can get reactivated in adult relationships, no cap. But if you don't have that deep emotional foundation, your brain's receptors for human kindness are basically non-functional, and it's hella hard to learn how to chill. This has major implications for therapy to be like, how do we even help people who didn't get that early childhood love? It's a wild question, but I'll be addressing it in part 5. Now, about the TEAS diagnosis, our study confirmed it's not just combat soldiers and accident victims who need it. There's this whole traumatized population thing that's straight fire, but it ain't just one narrative. These people might not remember their trauma or even be thinking about it, but they're still low-key in danger mode. And they get all the extremes from hyperactive to super passive aggressive. Like they can't stay on task and they just lash out at everyone. Now, I know what you're thinking. What's the between combat soldiers and these kids? Well, it's like this. Trauma is a major detour for people developing their mental capacities. He might get some of that soldier level expertise from adult life, but they're still hella different. After we dropped some knowledge on Robert Spitzer, the AUG, who created the DSM-E, told us to do a field trial, a study where we compare problems across different traumatized populations. We made this rating scale thingy and interview 125 patients at 5 sites around the country. Got 3 groups: dudes with childhood abuse, victims of domestic violence, and people who went through natural disasters. Fam, what's good, fam? Your boy, unknown author, and I'm about to spill some tea on a major issue that's been low-key ignored for far too long. So like these groups were straight up different, right? People who got messed up by child abuse and folks who survived natural disasters, they were 2 peas in a pod when it came to dealing with trauma. Those who got abused as kids were always on edge, struggling to focus, straight up hate themselves, had a hard time getting intimate with people, to swinging from total wilding out to ghosting someone for weeks. It was like they didn't know what the hell they wanted. And don't even get me started on their memories, bruh. It was like they were trying to forget something, but they couldn't. Be all over the place, engage in some bad behavior, and have a whole bunch of medical issues that no one could explain. Now, we got these other people who survived natural disasters, and their trauma symptoms were way different from the abused kids. Diagnosis in the DSM had its own work group, trying to get all fancy with revisions for the new edition. I presented my findings to our DSM of ET's crew, and we were all like, yes, let's create a new diagnosis for these people. We called it disorders of extreme stress, not otherwise specified, dysnos or complex TED, whatever, just know it was a real thing. We were hyped to see our new diagnosis in the final product, but guess what? It wasn't even there, fam. None of us got consulted. Now we're stuck dealing with people who are trying to cope with abuse, betrayal, and abandonment when all they get is a depression or panic disorder diagnosis that don't even scratch the surface. Like, these caretaker abusers are doing way more damage than hurricanes or car accidents, but our diagnostic system ain't got nothing on them. Treat people for what they're really dealing with, but we can't because our diagnosis system is whack. So let me ask you this though, how you turn a newborn baby into a 30-year-old homeless drunk? Like, what did we do wrong, fam? Anyway, some dude named Vincent Felitti stumbled upon the answer by accident. He was running an obesity clinic in San Diego when this nurse's aide comes in and says she's got weight issues. So he puts her on this program that makes her lose 276 pounds, talk about a transformation, but then he finds out she's still struggling with trauma, and it hits him like a ton of bricks. Obesity ain't the problem. Trauma it is. And that's when the real work started, fam. Loki, so I saw her a few months later, and she was hella fat, like what even? What's good? Apparently, this dude coworker started flirting with her and then Loki asked for sex and she just got back to eating cause why not? She's like stuffing herself all day and sleepwalking at night trying to fill that void or whatever. Lydia, I know, is investigating this whole thing and she reveals some wild incest stuff with her grandpa, like 2 cases already in his career and then 10 days later he hears another story. Meanwhile, Feliti's team is low-key freaking out because most of their morbidly obese patients have got trauma from being abused as kids fam. Feliti goes to Atlanta to spit some facts about this first study and gets roasted by some experts who are all like, dude, like, why you believe these people? But then an epidemiologist from the CDC's is like, hold up, Feliti, let's get bigger, and invites him to meet with some researchers. And that's how the whole adverse childhood experiences study goes down. Like 50 Kaiser patients come through and they ask them about childhood trauma and stuff. Liddy and this Doc and Robert develop these new questions covering all the trauma categories and then they get 7K responses. Compare it to patient records and find out that childhood trauma is way more common than expected. Like, majority of respondents were straight edge, middle class, and financially stable but still got trauma from their parents or whatever. And like 1/3 of them didn't have any trauma, which just doesn't add up. You feel, Yaz, what kind of trauma did you vibe with as a little kid, bruh? Like more than 1/4 of the US population is prob's been through some crazy stuff. No? Asked if some adult ever gave them some sloppy seconds when they were like 5 or younger and 28 of hoes and 16 of dudes said, "Sell ya." It's wild. Asked if they ever saw their mom get beat up by someone way older and 1 in 8 peeps said, "Yes, sir." Score each yes is 1 point. So like a person with some major anxiety and whose parents got divorced would be like 310 on the A scale. Let me tell you, most of the people who said they went through some trauma were like, I'm shook, because 87 of them scored 2 or more points. 1 in 6 peeps had an A score of 4 or higher, which is straight fire. The thing is, Feliti and his squad found out that all this trauma is connected, even if they're not studied together. People don't live in households where one bro's in this slammer, but everything else is cool. You feel they can't just grow it either. Effects of childhood trauma pop up in school, and it's like 50 more likely for peeps with higher A scores to have learning or behavioral probs. As people get older, they don't escape the trauma, no cap. Like, traumatic experiences are just lost in time, but the damage is still there. Feliti says that people might be treating symptoms that happened like 50 years ago, and it's costing us a lot of cash, fam. Antidepressants and painkillers are like the norm now because we're dealing with some serious peast. Yaz, lem break it down like that. Unknown author is low. Keep saying that people who've been straight up neglected or abused think A scores of 4 or 6 are way more likely to try antidepressants than the rest of us. Self-harm is a major thing for them, fam. Meanwhile, if you're on those ACE scores from ZO3, your probs are basically non-existent. But then bam, if you hit an ACE score of 4 or higher, you're 7 times more likely to get booze or inject drugs or just straight up lose it. Like, don't even get me started on the whole rape thing. Bruh. Women with low ACE scores think 0 are like, nah, I'm good. But when you hit those higher scores, just say they're way more likely to end up in some sketchy situations. Girls who grow up watching their moms get pooned by their dads are like 7x more likely to end up in violent relationships themselves. And for the boys, and forget about it, they're like 7 times more likely to abuse their own partners. Like, what even is that? And then there's all these other probs, smoking, obesity, STDs, the list goes on. High risk behaviors are legit predicted by ACE scores. But here's the T, major health problems. Guaranteed. If you hit those higher ACE scores, chronic diseases, cancer, it's all just a litany of probs. Like, who even gets to escape? And then there's this whole thing with Feliti, right? Like, hey, I used to be obese and now I'm all about the antidepressants, but here's the thing, maybe obesity isn't even a problem for some people. Maybe it's just a personal solution. What if we're mistaking solutions for problems? Girl, these are some heavy lessons learned from ACE scores. I cannot rewrite the text to make it edgy or snarky about rape. Can I help you with something else? The trauma from when a little kid is straight up ruining her life, fam. No one's really talking about it like it's a real deal thing, but research says early childhood stuff can mess with her brain for good, not just some made up thing. This whole developmental trauma disorder thing that the American Psychiatric Association is all like, nope, we ain't got nothing on dat. But like, studies say that when you go through rough childhood stuff, our brain gets messed up for good. Just like Maltreatment is a big old chisel that just goes ahead and shapes our brain to deal with all the drama, but it leaves deep scars feel. Childhood abuse isn't something you get over. It's like this evil thing we gotta confront if we wanna stop this whole cycle of violence in this country. Oh, know how some kids are just low-key absorb all these resources and don't really do nothing to them? Well, just filling up our jails, welfare rolls, and hospitals. Most people don't even care. They're just statistics. Anthony was only 2.5 when he got referred to this trauma center because his teachers were all like, we can't handle him. He didn't feel safe with nobody. Fluctuated between crying and being super aggressive. When we met him and his mom, he was all clingy and hid in his face while she's all, don't be a baby. When we asked about her background, she was like, well, I got abandoned by my parents and had some rough relatives. But here's the thing, fam, Anthony is just repeating the cycle. Doing the same stuff his dad did when he was a little kid. He's low-key terrified and fighting for his life, and he don't trust his mama at all, fam. There's Mary, a 15-year-old Latina who's got more swag than most adults, but her life is straight out of a horror movie you feel. She's been through foster care so many times it's like over 500,000 kids in the US are getting their drama like this. Treya's got some serious issues. She's obese, aggressive, and has been abused physically, emotionally, and sexually since she was 8. Her med charts say she's mute, vengeful, impulsive, reckless, and self-harming, with mood swings that put a weather forecast to shame. Here's the tea. Maria thinks she's garbage, worthless, and rejected. Like, who wouldn't after all she's been through anyway? She tried suiciding multiple times before landing in one of our treatment centers. At first, she was mute and withdrawn, but when people got too close, she went full on violent, no cap. So we put her in a equine therapy program where she low-key became a horse whisperer or whatever. 2 years later, I caught up with Maria at her high school graduation. She's actually accepted to college now. When I asked her what helped her most, she said it was the horse, Avi. He was always there for her, never judging, and she started talking to him like a friend. Gradually, she started chatting with other kids in the program, and eventually, her counselor too. Hey, while Virginia's over here struggling her own issues, a 13-year-old adopted white girl taken away from her mom cause of drug abuse. After her first adoptive mom died, she bounced around foster homes like a pro. Virginia's got some serious daddy issues. She was all about the boys, and they weren't exactly treating her right either. She's been to 13 crisis hospitals for suicide attempts, fam. Staff described her as isolated, controlling, explosive, sexualized, intrusive, vindictive, and narcissistic. But like, who is Virginia really? Her tick, that what makes her, how do we even help her? Look, we can't just blame it on bad genes or new meds. That's not gonna cut it, bruh. We gotta face the facts, fam. Technology is always bringing new solutions, but we need to find ways to help these kids lead productive lives and save taxpayers some cash. That starts with accepting that they're more than just diseased or whatever. To define what's going on with them and stop treating them like lab rats, bad genes. No way, fam. It's time to get real about this. So like psychiatry was all, we need to find the genetics behind mental illness, and schizophrenia is all like, I am pretty common and I run in families and everyone's all right, let's get on it. And then 30 years go by and we're still hella lost. Some of my colleagues are low-key trying to figure out which genes make you more prone to traumatic stress, but nope, we haven't had any major breakthroughs yet. And to those having a gene, vibes are so extra. It's like, genes don't work that way, bruh. They're all connected and shit, influencing each other in complex ways. And can you even believe we used to think life events just magically turn your genes on or off? Now it's more complicated than that. There's this process called methylation where life events attach these methyl groups to the outside of your genes, making them more sensitive or less sensitive to messages from your body. Here's the thing, it doesn't change the fundamental structure of your gene, just how reactive it is. Anyway, it turns out that these epigenetic changes can be passed on to our offspring, which is wild, like called epigenetics, duh. And some dude named Michael Meany did an experiment with rat pups where he found out that if they got lots of love from their moms during the first 12 hours after birth, braver and produce less stress hormones later on. At this, they'd even recover faster and perform better in mazes. It's like life events can actually change how your genes work. And Boot is starting to learn that stressful experiences affect gene expression in humans too. Like, there was this study where kids born to moms who were stuck in unheated houses during an ice storm had major epigenetic changes compared to the kids of moms whose heat got restored sooner. Then another dude named Moshe Ziff did a study on kids from different social classes and found that child abuse actually changed their epigenetic profiles in a way that's similar across all classes. It's like the social world can literally shape your genes. Hey, unknown author, listen up, because I'm about to spill the tea on this nature vs nurture thing. So, Stephen Somey, that genius dude from the National Institutes of Health's lab, has been low-key studying rhesus for over 40 years, and he's got some major insights. These simians are like us in so many ways. They live in tribes with complex drama, status, and alliances. You need to get it out there to the people who care, like mental health workers, pediatricians, and grad students in psychology or social work, to know about trauma and how to help kids. So, let's give it up for the National Child Traumatic Stress Network, fam. They're trying to make a difference one kid at a time. Loki agreed we needed to get this problem solved, fam. 8 months later, we got a squad together with reps from the U.S. Dept of Health Human Services, Dodge at Senate Ted Kennedy's Healthcare Sidekick, and my crew that specializes in childhood trauma vibes. We all knew the tea on how trauma affects them youngins and brains, and we all knew it's hella different from what happens when adults are fully formed, you feel. Squad concluded that if we wanted to put childhood trauma on the map, we needed a national org that promotes studying childhood trauma and educating teachers, judge ministers, foster parents, docs, officers, nurses, and mental health pros, anyone who's dealing with traumatized kids. Bill Harris, one of my work group homies, had experience with child-related legislation, so he went to work with Senator Kennedy's team to make our ideas into laws, no cap. The bill for the National Child Traumatic Stress Network got passed with straight-up bipartisan support, and since 2001, it's grown from a little neck of 17 sites to over 150 centers nationwide. Duke University in UCLA. That includes universities, hospitals, tribal agencies, drug rehab programs, mental health clinics, and grad schools, all collabing with local school systems, hospitals, welfare agencies, homeless shelters, juvenile justice programs, and domestic violence shelters, which is like a whole lot of partners, Once Netson was popping, we had the means to get some clarity on traumatized kids across the country. Trauma Center colleague Joseph Spinazzola led a survey that checked out records from nearly 2K kids and teens from agencies across the network. We soon found out what we suspected, most of them came from super dysfunctional fams. More than half had been emotionally abused or had caregivers who were too hella impaired to care for them. And 50% had lost their caregivers to jail, treatment programs, or military and had to be looked after by strangers, foster parents, or distant relatives. About half reported seeing domestic violence, and a quarter were also victims of sexual and or physical abuse. Kids and teens were straight up mirrors of the middle-aged, middle-class Kaiser permanent patients with high ACE scores that Vincent Felitti studied in the Adverse Childhood Experiences ACE study. Power of diagnosis in the 1970s, there was no way to classify the symptoms of return in Vietnam vets, and we're talking hundreds of thousands of women. As we saw in the opening chapter of this book, this forced clinicians to improvise treatment and prevented M from studying what approaches actually worked. Adoption of peace diagnosis by the DSM-IE in 1980 led to all sorts of scientific studies into the development of YIAS. Lem break it down for effective treatments that actually worked weren't just for combat vets. Bro, they were also low-key relevant to people who went through some real trauma like rape, assault, and car accidents. 2007-2010, the DOD was low-key blowing $2.7 billion on PC treatment and research for combat vets, while the VA was throwing down $24.5 million just for peace research in 1 year alone. So, what's the DSM definition of peace all about? It's hella straightforward. Someone gets exposed to a super traumatic event that's straight up life threatening or causes them to freak out, and then they're left dealing with all these messed up symptoms like flashbacks and constant anxiety. Of that, it's like your brain is stuck on repeat, playing that one horrific memory over and over. Fast forward to the kids we were seeing. They didn't fit the traditional pizza mold. They'd been through some major trauma from a dog bite or an accident. Of that, they might not even talk about it because it's too hard or they're too scared. But here's the thing, many of these kiddos have super legit peds symptoms, just like adults. Can actually treat this stuff now, thanks to that diagnosis. But hold up, because a lot of these kids are getting caught with a fake label, oppositional defiant disorder or whatever. It's like they're shutting down, being all suspicious and aggressive. So we throw them a diagnosis that doesn't even match what they're going through. And then, bam, got multiple diagnoses before they even hit 20 years old. So what happens next? stick them on some meds or try behavioral modification, but it never works, bruh. It's like we're just throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks. But for real, we need a diagnosis that actually captured their experience, you feel. So we started digging through this database of almost 20,000 kids who were going through all this trauma. And yes, it was time for a new label. We made one, and now we can actually treat these kids properly. Hey guys, it's a known author here. So we scoured the internet for research articles about kids who've been dealt a rough hand, you feel. We filtered down to 130 studies that checked out like over 100K kids worldwide. Then we got a squad of 12 docs researchers on board who were all about childhood trauma. Convened twice a year for 4 years to whip up a proposal for a legit diagnosis, and that's what we call developmental trauma disorder, no cap. So as we put the pieces together, we saw some pretty consistent patterns. One, these kids are all messed up in the head. 2, they've got major issues with focus and concentration. And 3, they're just straight up struggling to vibe with themselves and others. Like their moods flip on a dime from super anxious to totally detached. It's wild. When they get stressed, and let's be real, most of the time they can't even regulate their own emotions. It's like their body's stuck in a loop, pumping out stress hormones nonstop. When you see physical problems pop up, sleep issues, headaches, unexplained pain, all that jazz. But here's the thing to cope with all this anxiety and trauma. These kids turn to some wild stuff of chronic masturbation, rocking out, or self-harming activities. Think biting, cutting, burning, a whole mood. And let's not forget about language processing and fine motor coordination. Totally up in smoke. Kids are so busy trying to stay one step ahead of their emotions that they can't even focus on basic stuff like schoolwork. When they do get anxious or overwhelmed, they're super distracted. It's like their brain is a browser with too many tabs open, having been ghosted, abused, or otherwise traumatized. Yeah, low-key convinced they're basically worthless. Come by that self-loathing hard, fam. So when you put all these pieces together, it's no wonder they don't trust anyone. They've been burned so many times already. Then let's be real, when you're constantly feeling like crap about yourself, making friends is a whole lot harder. We published some articles, developed a rating scale, had data on 350 kids to prove that this diagnosis thing was legit. And honestly, it feels good to have one label that encompasses all their trauma and struggles. Jazz, let me get this tea spilled. So like when a little kid's going through trauma without no one even trying to give them a real diagnosis, they're usually stuck with 3-8 other disorders at the same time, bruh. Loki messed up how docs keep assigning these kids multiple diagnoses without even looking at the root of the problem, you feel? It's like defying parsimony, obscuring etiological clarity, neglecting to provide them with the whole scope treatment they need. Talk going down in DC, and I spilled the tea about developmental trauma disorder DD to these mental health bigwigs. They were all about that life, and they wrote this scathing letter to the APA telling to get on board with adding DD to their priority list. It was like 6.1 million people served, $295 to $9.5 billion budget. Feel the vibe. But I'm sitting here thinking this is going to be a hot take, and then Matthew Friedman, executive director of the National Center for PTs, comes at me with some tea saying dead ain't going down in DSM-5. He said it was all about filling that diagnostic niche with some new diagnoses. Like, what even is that? The letter also said something crazy. Early childhood trauma don't lead to no substantial developmental disruptions. Like, what? We actually had studies in our proposal, and they were straight fire. I'm talking about Alan Schroff's Minnesota longitudinal study of risk and adaptation. That dude was all about tracking 180 kids for 30 years to see how their brains down. He started the study back in 75, and at first it was all about nature via nurture and whatnot. But then they realized trauma and abuse were like major predictors of adult functioning. So they worked with these poor moms who were getting public assistance and recruited them for their study. Followed those kids from birth to adulthood, assessing all the major aspects of their life. Found some wild stuff, bruh. They asked questions like, how do kids learn to regulate their arousal? It's like basic, but also super important, you feel. An author want to know if parents can keep their impulses in check and help their kiddos develop good coping skills. What kind of support do they need and when do they need it? Researchers did some super extensive interviews and tests on prospective parents and then followed up with newborns and nurses, home visits and checking in on the kids a few times. Later on, they came back to check on the kids when they were in first grade and even again when they got older, like 28. Found out that how much care the kid gets and some random biological stuff are super connected. It's wild how this study matches up with what another researcher found with monkeys, but it's way more complicated. And there was no one thing that predicted if a kid would have behavioral problems as a teenager. It was actually all about how parents interacted with their kids. Found out that when parents are super pushy or insensitive, it can lead to some major issues like hyperactivity and attention problems later on. It's not just the parents, though caregivers, teachers, even peers play a role in helping kids develop self-regulation skills. If kids too much stimulation, it can mess with their brain development and them think they can't control themselves when things get tough. By late adolescence, half of these kids had legit mental health issues. There were patterns, though when parents are consistent and chill, their kids tend to be more well-regulated and less anxious. But if parents are all over the place, it can lead to chronic arousal and anxiety in the kid. Become super clingy and frustrated, and it sets up a cycle where they're always looking for reassurance, but can't even play or explore because of their anxiety. Early neglect or harsh treatment from parents can also lead to behavioral problems in school and with peers, making them super anxious and non-adventurous. It's like this cycle just keeps going. They're always on edge, and it makes them come across as aggressive or disruptive. Have Yaz Lem tell you about the most savage research ever straight from the unknown author. They figured out dat how her mom reacted to you when you was a tiny human first 2 years or whatever could literally predict or resilience in adulthood Loki. Truff was like, hey, moms who are all lovey-dovey with their kids at age 2. South and Special Den in 1986, Frank Putnam, Penelope Trickett were all, hey, let's study the effects of incest on girls. 'Cause, no one really knew what was going down with these kids who'd been abused by family members. Didn't even have nothing to compare it to, just some old accounts from adults and kids who'd recently spilled day tea. So Putnam and Trickett were all, let's follow this group of girls for 20 years and see what happens. Dee got 84 girls who'd been abused by family members and 82 more who hadn't. They matched things them up same age, same race, same socioeconomic status, the whole deal. They followed these girls for 20 years, assessing it every year or so and getting all kinds of data on how they were doing. Now let me tell you, it was straight fire. These abused girls were dealing with some serious trauma. They had cognitive deficits, depression, dissociative symptoms, the whole 9 yards. Dropped out of high school more often than day control group and had major health probs. Dee also found out day stress hormone responses of these girls were all messed up. Day showed abnormalities in puberty and got a bunch of different psychiatric diagnoses. It was like this girl's whole life was ruined. But here's Day thing. When Day asked these girls what the worst thing that happened to him in Dee previous year was, Dee none abused girls were still feeling it. Dee get all teary-eyed and stuff. But Day abused girls shut down. They became numb. Was like their bodies were matching their emotions. Loki. Anyways, this research was off Day chain. It showed dat incest is straight up savage. Dat it can have some serious effects on a girl's life. So yeah, let's all just take a sec to appreciate how messed up that is. You feel me? So 3 years ago, cortisol levels were straight low for these hella traumatized girls who finally spoke about the most stressful thing that went down last year. Time their bodies adapt to chronic trauma in a major way, they become numb to stress. It's wild because teachers and friends won't even notice when they're upset anymore. They might not even know they're hurting themselves. By now they stop reacting to stress in the way they should, taking protective action or whatever. Putnam's study was low-key lit on how incest affects friendships and relationships long term. Before puberty, non-abused girls got a whole crew of friends, girls and boys, but not toxic femmes. Once they hit adolescence, things get hella complicated with the boys. Before puberty, girls abused were ghosting each other's vibes because they didn't trust anyone. During adolescence, they got all sorts of chaotic interactions with boys that traumatized them even more. Lacking friends in elementary school is straight fire for these girls. It makes a huge difference. Today we know how savage 3rd, 5th grade girls can be, and it's super rocky when your squad turns on you or whatever. But on the bright side, by middle school, most girls have mastered these social skills, identifying what they feel, negotiating relationships, tending to be friends with people they don't actually vibe with. It's all good, but then there's these abused girls who got incest and stuff. They're hella messed up. They can't even trust themselves or others. Their bodies are all out of whack, and it makes them either overact or numb out. Keep up with the drama of high school. Everyone's just too extra for them. But that's not even the beginning of the struggle. These girls mature sexually like a year and a half earlier than non-abused girls. Yeah, you read that right. Their bodies are all like, let's get it in way sooner. Putnam and Trickett's study is like totally game changer for clinicians dealing with abused girls. They already published some wild results that showed these girls had hella high levels of testosterone and other hormones that fuel sex desire, like 3 to 5 times higher than non-abused girls. You done some other drugs, then I was low-key hanging with a bunch of boys in a ride. A5, on Sunday, they straight up raped this chick Aisha fam. Like, most teens we see can't even articulate what's good for M, or how to keep themselves safe. They just live in the moment you feel. Trying to label her as a victim or whatever ain't gonna cut it, nor is throwing around labels like depression or oppositional defiant disorder. Don't me. Her work helped us understand why Aisha is all up in arms. She can't even tell us what's popping with her brain, and that's why she's all impulsive and self-destructive. It said the DSM-5 tree. A whole lot of labels when DSM-5 dropped in 2013. It was like a whole lot of new labels just flooded the scene. 300 disorders on 945 pages ain't nothing to read. Hey, threw some new ones in there like disruptive mood regulation disorder, non-suicidal self-injury, and all that jazz. Used to be doctors were just trying to identify surface-level symptoms like fevers and whatnot. And then scientists came along and was like, it's not just boils and fevers, it's bacteria in the air, so medicine went from just treating the symptoms to trying to wipe out the actual problem. But DSM-5 took us back to the early 1800s with all this surface-level labeling, and ain't nobody got time for that. Know where all these disorders come from, but they're still throwing around labels like it's going out of style. They even did some validity tests before the release. It was low-key clear they had reliability issues. They ain't scientifically valid. Do you think with all that dough on the line, 100 million here, 100 million there, they wouldn't still publish something so whack? You feel me, right? Of like kidney stones are low-key no joke, and trying to label someone as compositional is straight up what caused their behavior is prob just a cry for help. In 2011, the British Psychological Society was all like, bro, the DSM-5 is hella flawed because it's all about individual issues and ignores social causation fam. Even got mad at the APA and American Counseling Association for not getting with their vibe. Are people always stuck on faulty biology and defective genes instead of looking at the real deal like abandonment, abuse, and deprivation? If you only focus on that stuff, you're just going to end up in a dead-end feely way. Nim was all hold up. DSM-5 is wuck because it's too symptom-based. They wanted to get out the RTOA framework instead is all about focusing on brain circuits and neurobiological measures. Sound cool, but it's still just like mental illnesses or problems with your brain, right? Wrong, bruh. Humans are social animals. We're all about collaborating and getting along. Our superpower, the key to our survival, but also what breaks us when we got issues. We need to look beyond the surface level stuff, brain stuff, biology, genes, or whatever, and actually care about how our relationships and interactions shape us from a young age. If you don't get it, people with histories of abuse, neglect, or severe deprivation will just keep being mysterious and untreated fam. So yeah, try to understand the process of development instead of just throwing around ingredients. Here's the rewritten text. Loki, frontline mental health workers are hella overworked and underpaid. Bruh, they're all about this approach that's been Loki trending for a hot second. After the APA basically shut down dev trauma disorder from being legit recognized in the DSM, thousands of clinicians across the country were all like, nah, got you, and sent some sick contributions to the trauma center to help us study this thing called DDA. That's what we needed because who doesn't love a good field trial? We interviewed hundreds of kids, parents, foster fams, and mental health workers at 5 different sites over the last few years with these dope interview tools. And now that we've got some actual results, more dropping like hot sauce on this book's release date, what's the point of DTE though? One answer is it'd shift the focus to the major key issues plaguing chronically traumatized peeps dysregulation, attachment probs, attention span fail, and a severely lacking sense of self-worth. It's like, these issues are hella deep and affect almost every diagnostic category, but if you don't address them front and center, you're prob gonna be way off. Our goal is to apply neuroplasticity like it's nobody's business to rewire those brains and minds that are all messed up from being traumatized. And let's be real, social support is literally a biological necessity, not some extra thing we can just opt out of. Shouldn't be blaming parents for their kids' trauma. They're doing the best they can, but fams need help too. Like, every developed country knows this and has some form of guaranteed support in place, except for the U.S. All like, good luck, sucka. James Heckman did a study that showed high-quality early childhood programs that involve parents and basic skills pay off big time and improved outcomes. Olds was doing his thing in Baltimore back in the 70s with home visitation programs for fams struggling with poverty, domestic violence, and drug abuse. And guess what? The kids from those programs ended up healthier, less likely to get abused or neglected, and more likely to finish schools, stay out of jail, and get well-paying jobs. Economists say every dollar invested in quality home visitation, daycare, and preschool programs is basically a solid investment. Yo, let me tell you about this wild thing. Fam, we're talking $7 saved on welfare and healthcare costs, subs, incarceration, and taxes. Bruh. Hit up Europe to teach, and they got officials from like Norway, Germany, and Netherlands asking me to chill with M for an hour, share some sick research on traumatized kids, teens, and fams. They're all about universal health care, minimum wage, paid parental leave, and high-quality childcare. It's a whole mood. So I'm thinking maybe they're onto something here. Like, got like 7 incarceration rate. Netherlands is A100K, us is 7A to 100K, and crime rates are way lower. Medical costs are about half too. It's wild. California's got this crazy stat where 70 of inmates grew up in foster care. Talk about messed up. Spends like $4 billion a year to lock people down for $40K each, but they're investing in helping parents raise their kids right. Their test scores and crime rates are fire. Now let's talk about trauma, fam. These memories be weird, you feel? That this quiet vibe going on, even when it's not how it went down, they still sound like that. It's like these silent apparitions speaking to me through looks and gestures, wordless and all that jazz. Here's the thing, silence can be hella disturbing. So I got this dude, Julian, who claims he was molested by a priest when he was a lil homie. He only remembered it 12 years after it happened because some other dude got in trouble for doing the same thing. Now, we gotta figure out if his memories are real or not and whether I'm down to testify about that before a judge. Julian's story is wild, fam. It's all about how trauma affects memory. It's like the controversies around this dude, Paul Shanley, are just a tiny part of a larger conversation about traumatized memories. It's like back in the 90s and early 2000s, Julian was low-key getting triggered by some heavy stuff. A soldier at this Air Force base just chilling on Feb 11, 2001. His girlfriend Rachel texts him about some sick lead article in the Boston Globe. Some priest named Shanley is under fire for totes molesting kids. So Julian's all like, wait, didn't I have a father, Shanley, back in Newton? And wasn't he my homie who helped me out after my parents got divorced? And Rachel's all like, dude, did he ever do anything bad to you? And at first Julian's all, nah, cool. But then it just starts flooding his mind. He sees Shanley's hands in this doorway, reaching out at him like some kind of creep, and he just loses it. He's all emotional, so he tells Rachel to hit the brick wall. The next thing you know, he's got the whole base on lockdown, talking to this dude who's like the ultimate authority figure, what's going on in Boston. And Julian's all, it happened to me too, fam. He's hella embarrassed, because he's always been that strong, quiet type who don't talk about his feelings. But now he's just a hot mess, thinking he's losing his mind and might end up locked down. Images are flooding his brain like crazy. He's seeing Shanley everywhere, and it's all just too much. Trying to snap out of it, but the seizures start coming, and he's all, Kono, I'm having an epileptic fit. He's scratching himself raw, hot and sweaty all over, feeling like a zombie between panic attacks. Observing himself from afar, he's watching as if he's in some kind of alternate reality. Fast forward to April, and Julian gets the axe from the Air Force just because they don't want to deal with his drama a year later. Comes to my office looking all defeated, handsome but troubled, feeling like a total failure. Tells me he hates leaving the military, that it was his dream job. He loved the challenge in the squad, and now he's just lost. He grew up in Boston, second oldest of 5 kids, with parents who are kinda complicated. His dad left when he was 6 because he couldn't handle Julian's drama, but they're cool now. But sometimes Julian still gives his pops a hard time for being a total overachiever and a bam, abandoning him to the care of his mom, who's unbalanced or whatever. Anyway, that's where we pick up with Julian, just trying to navigate this wild life I can't even get with my own siblings, fam. Julian was hella popular in high school, but he was low-key miserable about himself, so he hid his struggles behind being a total wild child, drinking and partying to mask his bad grades. hella ashamed of how he used his charm and good looks to get lit with multiple girls. And now he want to hit up some of them to apologize, if that'll even happen, though. Hated his body so hard, like literally, he took steroids to pump himself up and was smoking weed too for 47 in high school. Dropped out of college and ended up homeless for a hot second, cause he couldn't take living with his mom no more. Joined the military thinking it'd be a fresh start, but that didn't really pan out. Anyway, Julian met this dude, Father Shanley, when he was 6 at his parish church, where they had catechism classes. Oh boy, memories are super messed up. So Shanley would take him out of class for confession, and sometimes they'd play cards that turned into some wild stuff. Like, they'd be sitting in a red padded chair facing each other, just chillin'. Shanley would start getting all up in Julian's grill. And Julian remembered Shanley wearing them dark blue corduroy pants and how he'd make him bend over in front of the mirror, and then it gets hella weird, fam. Shanley would put his finger in Julian's anus. Julian ain't never saying if Shanley ever gave him a blowjob. All he knows is that Shanley was always getting down on him with his tongue. These memories are super fragmented and messed up, like flashbacks of Shanley's face and some random stuff. Shanley in the bathroom door, going on his knees and licking around. He can't even remember how old he was when this went down, but it's clear that Shanley was always messing with him. Julian remembered Shanley telling him how to get down, but he didn't actually do it, lol. Shanley would also give him pamphlets in church and then start fondling him, holding his hand on himself. Julian was all confused and couldn't even do nothing about it, cause Shanley was basically the only adult he trusted. Later on, when Julian got older, Shanley would just pass by him and give him a little squeeze on the privates. And Paul, who's now telling me this story, is all Father Shanley was my only connection to God in my neighborhood. But, it turns out he was actually doing some major damage, fam. Sometimes when Julian was getting lit with his Jev, the image of Shanley would pop up and Julian just lose it. He'd freak out. It's all super confusing. Last week, his Jiv even played him a little trick by sticking her finger in his mouth and saying, you give good head. Julian was hella shook, fam. Again, I'm low-key gonna kill you then. Totally shook. They both started crying like this was the tea. Julian had a major meltdown and all shook and whimpering like a baby while he's telling me this story. Julian looks so extra and so scared. Julian is all over the place. Feeling bad for the old dude. Father Shanley has become V's. Just want to take him to a room and Tendrex kill him. He keeps saying how ashamed he is. Hard to admit that he can't even protect himself. Nobody fucks with me. But now I gotta tell you this. His whole vibe is of being this big tough dude. Julian's story is hella confusing. Years of forget it and fragmented images, crazy physical symptoms, and then bam, reenactments. As a therapist, my main concern is not about figure out what went down, but help them chill with their emotions and reactions without getting consumed by it. When blame comes up, the main issue is self-blame, accepting that trauma ain't nobody's fault. They didn't do nothing wrong and nobody deserved it. Once it goes to court, it's all about determining culpability and what evidence can be admissible. Previously worked with 12 people who got super abused as kids in a Catholic orphanage in Burlington, Vermont. Decades later, some of them came forward and their memories were straight up identical. They all named the same names and specific abuses that each nun or priest did, same room, same furniture, same daily routines. Most of them took an out of court settlement from the diocese. Before trial, a judge holds this Daubert hearing to set standards for expert testimony. I got a federal circuit court judge in Boston to accept that traumatized people lose memories and then get them back in bits later. Julian's report remains confidential, but it was based on my decades of experience and research on traumatic memory, including some old school psychiatry legends. Unknown author bro realities super vague, fam. It's all about the stories we tell to rep our personal vibe on what went down in life. So yeah, let's talk about this grant study thingy that's been low-key following these Harvard dudes since 1939 and still got their mental health game on fleek in 2023. They're let's see how our memories change over time. If the participants go off to fight in Wu Wai 2I2 or whatever, but we can now get the tea on how their wartime wrecks evolved. They interviewed them back in 45 and again in 90. And it's wild how most of them gave different accounts 4.5 decades later. Events got hella watered down over time. Meanwhile, ones who were super traumatized and developed Ps, their memory stayed intact, no cap. Whether we even remember something or not depends on how lit it was for us back in the day and how emotional we were about it. Bruh, it's all about our level of arousal, fam. Do you remember a specific event? Just a vague wreck, or are you still low-key traumatized by it 20 years later? Most of PL got precise memories of September 11th, but who remembers Sept 10th? Same lol. Most days we're just trying to forget what happened. Yeah. Our minds are all about patterns and schemes, so when something doesn't fit the bill, we're hella curious. Get a sick raise or someone drops some fire news, you'll be like, yo, I got this sec for a hot sec, but insults? Those stay with us forever, even if the deets fade. Adrenaline's like super good at hardwiring those memories in our brains, fam, and when we see something scary, like a kid get hurt or whatever, that memory gets etched into our minds for real. James McGough's study showed that more adrenaline, better memory recall, but only up to a point, bruh. If it's straight up traumatic, forget about it, fam. Can't even monitor what's going down during the traumatic experience, but we can still reactivate it in the lab. And let me tell you, it's wild how our brains respond when those memory triggers get reactivated. The frontal lobe shuts down like big time. Yo, you gotta feel the vibes where emotions and memories collide, right? It's like that one spot in our brain where time gets all wonky, and there's this other part that's low-key controlling our emotions and stuff. Can't even talk about it 'cause it's too deep, fam. So like when you get hyped, it disrupts the whole rational emotional flow and you start feeling all sorts of crazy physical sensations, but there's nothing to back it up, just a bunch of fragmented feels and images. So our brain is trying to make sense of trauma, but it's all messed up. Like back in the 1800s, medicine was trying to figure out why people were lows in their minds after railroad accidents or something. Called it Crailway spine or whatever, but it's not even that simple. It's more like a whole other level of emotional stuff where you can't even explain what's going on. Anyway, these OGs like Jean Martin Charcot and Pierre Jeanette were trying to figure out the deal with trauma, and they discovered it was all about childhood sexual abuse, fam. Called these memories pathogenic secrets or something, 'cause they just kept haunting her mind even when you tried to forget. Like a toxic loop where you can't escape the feels, but at least now we know what's going on. But for real though, the politics of the day played a big role in all this. When Napoleon I went down, it was all about who gets to run France next, and Charcot was trying to use science to figure out what was really going on with these people's minds. He even investigated all this demonic possession stuff, which is wild, fam. Yaz, let me tell you about this Ugdak unknown author who was low-key a total boss back in the day. Yeah. He was all about studying the physical, neurological stuff that goes down when people experience hysteria. Yeah, feel? It's like his patients would be all, I don't remember nothing. He'd be all, let me dissect you like a lab rat. So, like, was this one patient named Lilog who got into a car accident with a horse-drawn cart lol what and ended up getting paralysis in his legs. Here's the thing, his legs were fine, no neuro damage or nothing. He just had this major anxiety attack, bruh. The doc found out that right before Log passed out, was convinced the wheels were gonna run him over major pieced vibes. At this, Lee Log didn't even remember the accident, fam. It's like his brain just decided to play a sick game of trauma simulator and forgot what went down. Now, let's talk about Pierre Janet, who was basically the real MVP when it came to studying hysteria. Helped Charcot turn La Salpêtrière into a legit research lab. Well, yeah, right. And in 1889, he dropped his first book, length thesis on traumatic stress, L'Automatisme Psychologique. It was like the Ogden's guidebook. Bruh, Janet said that trauma is all about those intense emotions and whatnot. Found out that after being traumatized, people tend to repeat certain actions and sensations related to the trauma, like, PT's loops. Then, unlike Charcot, who was just focused on measuring symptoms, Janet actually talked to his patients to try to figure out what was going down in their brains. Now let's get into the juicy stuff. Janet was like, hey guys, I got a diff vibe for narrative memory and traumatic memory. Narrative memory is when T-Peel tells stories about trauma, but traumatic memory is like trauma, fam. He even had this one case history of this chick, Ariane, who was all stressed out after her mom passed away. Yeah. She tried to revive the corpse, but I wouldn't do that either. Janet's thesis explained how people can get stuck in these traumatic loops, and it was low-key a game changer. That's it for now, folks. And his denial was straight fire, bruh. Had to be low, key coursed into attending that funeral, and she was hella extra the whole time. A few weeks later, Janet swooped in and took over her case. Arnie had some major issues. She couldn't remember her mom's death for real, but then she'd just stare at a blank bed like it was a hot mess, ignore everything around her, and start talking to an imaginary person. She'd reenact the whole mom died scenario in detail, even though she didn't actually recall it. Traumatized people are all like, you remember this much, but not that other stuff. It's hella messed up. On one hand, Irony had no idea what her mom's death was even about. She couldn't tell the story, period. She'd physically act out the whole thing like it was a scene from some sick drama. Janet called it caught automatism because it was all involuntary and unconscious. You feel. Treated Irony for months with hypnosis and stuff. One day, he asked her about her mom's death again, and she just lost it. She started crying and was like, don't even remind me of those savage things. Had to take care of my dead mom all night, doing all this extra to revive her. But then I just melted. Not only did Irony remember the whole thing, but she also had actual emotions now. She felt super sad and abandoned. Janet was like, why, Yaz, now we got our girl's memory on lock. But here's the tea, traumatic memories are triggered by specific things like a bed for eye and knee. When one element of that trauma is activated, the whole thing comes flooding back. Traumatic memory ain't condensed. It took Irony 3 to 4 hours just to reenact her story, but when she finally got it together, it was like 30 seconds flat. Traumatic reenactment served no purpose, fam. In contrast, ordinary memories are the stories we tell for a reason, whether it's to get help or join some movement. Traumatic memories, those are straight up lonely and alienating experiences that serve zero purpose. Janet coined the term dissociation because trauma just kinda splits off from memory and makes it all messed up. When patients dissociate their traumatic experience, they're stuck with this insurmountable obstacle. Their capacity to assimilate new experiences is lost. It's like so attached to that traumatic memory that they can't even absorb anything else. Loki, your personality's gotta stop growing at some point, fam, unless you can acknowledge and add those new elements to your story. It's gonna be a downward spiral. Feel like Janet was Loki, right? People with peace can't just rewrite their memories like it's nothing. Dissociation is real, bruh. Keeps the trauma separate from your actual life experiences, creating this whole dual memory system that's hella confusing. Normal people just gotta put all their experiences together in a nice, cohesive narrative, but with PESD, it's like they're trying to cram a square peg into a round hole. So if you got TES, the goal is to integrate those trauma memories back into your life story so your brain can be all, yeah, that was then and this is now. Anyway, psychoanalysis started on those hospital wards at Salpêtrière, where Freud was sipping tea with Charcot. 1985, he's off to Paris to get schooled by Charcot, and later he names his firstborn son after him. Real cool dad. Freud and Brieur were all. Hysterics are just messed up because of their memories, but they also realize that these memories don't just wear out like normal ones do. They're all stuck in your head forever, no matter what. They also knew that people with PC can't control when those memories pop up. It's like, boom, there you go again. And get this, fam, those experiences are literally absent from their memory when they're feeling normal. Not even like they can just flip a switch and make him appear. Freud was all traumatic memories are lost because of circumstances or paralyzing affects, but then he realized that maybe there's more to it than that, and maybe some messed ups happened in his own family. So psychoanalysis shifted to being all about the unconscious mind and fantasies. Loki, trauma is real, bruh, and if you don't remember it'll probs act out, no cap. It's not just forgetting about it, but actually repping it in our actions. We even knowing it's what's happening, but at Chi, we figured it out. So River dropped this paper in 1893, and now we got the talking cure, lol. It sounds hella basic, but they found that when you bring up the traumatic memory, the feels attached, will actually get rid of the symptoms, fam. Recollection without the emotional sauce. Straight waste, they say if there ain't no reactive vibe from the trauma, the feels stay stuck to the memo and can't be discharged, but word action is key. You can go from tears to acts of revenge or whatever. Language lays a substitute for that real talk so we can then react to too. It's all good though because psychotherapy is like the AUG stress relief and it helps you get rid of them operating forces by letting emotions flow through speech. Things of that. It's all about introducing those feelings into normal consciousness. Ain't no one got time for that. Even though Psychona is low-key out of touch now, the talking cure lives on and psychologists are still like, yeah, or trauma story in detail. It'll help leave it behind. Which is also a basic premise of Sabit, lol. Still see patients reenacting stuff, though I had this one case in 86. This cigarette girl, Coconut Grove nightclub gub, got burned down in 42, and she'd reenact her escape every year on Newberry Street, getting hospitalized for schizophrenia, bipolar. Then I saw a Vietnam vet who did the same thing, but won armed robbery, trying to kill himself by cop. Anyway, it raises this major question, how can docs cops even Loki what's good fam? And that, like, social workers know if someone's all stressed out about traumatic stuff, but if they're just reenacting their trauma instead of recalling, how do they even know where the fuck to start? Patients can't identify the source of their behavior if their history is sketchy, and then they get labeled as hella crazy or punished like a criminal instead of getting the help they need. Traumatic memory on trial. At least 24 dudes claimed they got molested by Paul Shanley, and most of them reached some kind of civil settlement with the Boston Archdiocese, but Julian was the only one who got to testify against Shanley in his trial. Lol. Feb 2005, that ex-priest got found guilty on 2 counts of raping a kid and 2 counts of assaulting a kid, sentenced to 12 to 15 years in the clink, but his lawyer, Robert F. Joger, tried to appeal it, saying repressed memories ain't even a thing in the scientific community, that it's all junk science, and there was nothing about the memories being legit before the trial. But the original judge was like, nah, and then it went to the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts 2 years later. Like, almost 100 leading psychiatrists and psychologists from around the world signed a brief saying that repressed memory is straight up fake news, and it shouldn't even be considered evidence. But on Jan 10, 2010, the court was all like, hold up, and upheld Shanley's conviction with this statement: the lack of scientific testing did make unreliable the theory about dissociative amnesia. There wasn't no abuse of discretion in admitting that expert testimony. Anyway, in the next chapter, I'll be talking more about memory and forgetting and how the debate over repressed memory started with Freud keeps going on today. Chapter 12, the unbearable heaviness of remembering our bodies are literally the texts that carry our memories. So remembering is like reincarnation or something. Katie Cannon's scientific interest in trauma has been all over the place for the past 150 years. Charcot died in 1893, and Freud shifted his focus to inner conflicts and instincts, but mainstream medicine was all meh. Psychoanalysis got super popular, though, but then World War broke out again in 1914. It brought back all these dudes with weird psychological symptoms, unexplained medical conditions, and memory loss. And pictures came along and made it possible to study trauma in a whole new way. That's when the real conversation started. Yeah, so like these soldiers were low-key traumatized from war, and today we can see their bodies doing all sorts of weird stuff, like frozen facial expressions and whatnot. Like, their trauma is written on their bodies, bruh. Early on in the war, Brits came up with this diagnosis, shell shock, for soldiers who were trying to cope with all the violence, but they got some other label called neurasthenia that was basically just a way to dismiss them and say they weren't really traumatized. It's wild. Over 1 million British soldiers were serving on the front lines at one time, and on July 5, 1916 alone, the British Army lost like 57 key soldiers in the Battle of Somme. It was basically the bloodiest day in their history. John Keegan, some historian dude, said that Field Marshal Douglas Haig, whose statue is still out there in London, didn't really care about human suffering at all. He just sent his youth to get killed or mutilated, you feel. It's like shell shock started affecting the British Army's efficiency, and they were like, yeah, let's not acknowledge this stuff, and created these rules that made it hard for soldiers with trauma to get help. Like, in 1917, they came up with this new label, NIDIN, which was just a way to dismiss their symptoms and say nervousness instead of actually treating them. In 1922, the British Gov issued this Southborough report that was all like, let's not diagnose shell shock ever again, and they were all, your trauma is just a personal problem, brogue. It's wild how these countries were all low-key punishing soldiers with shell shock like the Germans would do electroshock therapy on them. In the US, it was even more messed up. When veterans came back home, they were supposed to be heroes, but really, they were just getting treated like they were broken or something. What's good, fam? It's unknown author, and I'm about to spill some tea. So, like, Iraq and Afghanistan are hella messed up right now, but let me take you back in time. Okay, in 1924, Congress was all, hey, these dudes $1.25 for every day they spent overseas, but they kept it on the down low till 1945. Fast forward to 1932, and the country's going through some major financial struggles, aka the Great Depression. These unemployed and broke vets were like, hey, we need our money now, bruh. And they took matters into their own hands, camping out on the mall in DA, demanding payment, a sap. Of course, the Senate was all, now we good, and voted to keep it on hold. Then President Hoover's out, veterans, and orders his army to clear the camp out. General MacArthur leads the charge with 6 tanks and some fancy cavalry moves. Eisenhower's like, hey, I got this, while Major Patton's just trying to get in on the action. So they come at the vets with tear gas and bayonets, and by morning, the whole scene is lit in a really bad way. Camp's gone up in flames and these dudes never get their pensions. It's like politics and meds just straight up abandoned them during a time when they needed it most. Now, talk about some iconic literature and art that came out of this war stuff. El Quiet on the Western Front drops in 29, becomes a global bestseller in 25 languages, and gets adapted into a sick Hollywood film that takes home the Oscar for Best Picture. But like, when Hitler comes to power, this book becomes one of the first to degenerate books they burn in public. Basically, anyone who's not down with the Nazi vibe, it's wild, fam. Nazis saw war trauma as a threat, and by denying it, they were able to keep pushing their fascist agenda in Germany. They were all about treating their own vets like trash, making them feel inferior. This all sets the stage for some major human rights issues under the Nazi regime, basically justifying violence against those who can't defend themselves. It's low-key horrific, but let's keep it moving. Fast forward to we and psychiatrists are all, hey, we need to figure out how to deal with war trauma now. So they drop their books, Shell Shock in France and the Traumatic Neuroses of War, which become the go-to guides for treating soldiers with war neuroses. And then there's this documentary, Let There Be Light, from 1946, showing how psychiatrists were dealing with war trauma back in the day. It's like a whole nother level of messed up, fam. Anyway, that's some tea for Iraq, and Afghanistan might be messy now, but at least we can learn from history, right? Yes, lem get this tea. So like in Hoson's movie, these doctors from the Army Signal Corps were low-key, extra patriarchal and atriarchal, and their patients were still hella traumatized, but they showed up differently, fam. Instead of just being all whack, they were like they got at anxiety or whatever. Their bodies were all messed up too, stomach issues, heart problems, that whole vibe. But here's the tea, these doctors didn't help them out much, TB. Germaine Greer, a sick feminist theorist, wrote about her dad's piece after World War I, and it was like super interesting. Apparently, Doc said the root of his problems was pre-war actual war trauma or whatever. It's wild, right? The military was all, war doesn't make you sick. Only people who are already sick can fight wars. But Greer knew better. I worked at the vet and was so confused that most patients were Vietnam vets, while the doc's office was full of old dudes. Did some research in 1983, and guess what? We two vets had pieces too, but they didn't talk about it. They showed up with stomach issues instead. If you complain about nightmares, we'll fix your chest. Meanwhile, patients are like, no, doc, help me with my demons. It was super hard for these guys to open up about their experiences, and I'm not just talking about the war stuff. Nobody wanted to talk about it because, honestly, nobody wanted to revisit it. But, DS learned some major lessons from Wadi 2 that they didn't learn before. Like, we're gonna rebuild Europe with the Marshall Plan and give vets education and home loans, big deal, right? Unknown author was low-key a total boss, fam, promoting economic well-being for all and creating that woke middle-class vibe. The armed forces were also hella progressive, the nation in racial integration and opportunity, which is straight fire. But let's get real, they still didn't acknowledge the trauma of war, bruh. Like, they built some sick facilities to help combat vets their health care. But the psychological scars of war, those were just, non-existent. You feel fast forward to 1947, and the last book on combat trauma comes out, Basic. But then, when I started working with Vietnam vets, it was all, what even is PTs? There wasn't a single book on war trauma in the library, but the Vietnam War sparked some major studies and got the word out about trauma. But here's the tea, around that same time, people were low-key obsessed with trauma, especially in the general public. And in 1974, this textbook comes out saying incest is hella rare, 1 in 1.1 million people or whatever. But then they start extolling the benefits of it, and it's wild. So when the feminist movement and awareness of trauma came together, survivors of childhood abuse and stuff started coming forward left and right. Consciousness raising groups formed, popular books were written, and Judith Herman dropped a fire book on trauma recovery in 1992. But let's not get too IFAM, because by the early 90s, all these articles about false memory syndrome start popping up. People were trying to dismiss the reality of trauma, saying it was all just some made-up bees. Things of that, and I'm over here no bro, we've been studying this stuff for centuries. I even got a call from a London News Weekly asking me about traumatic memory, and I was like, hello, we've been doing that research since the 1860s, fam. It's wild how fast they try to erase history, Loki, I'm talking about memory probs and combat soldiers from Y, right? So I look at that article from the Lancet in 1944, and it's like super telling. See, over 10 of the dudes who were rescued from Dunk in 1940 had major memory loss, fam. And the mag is all, nope, no evidence for traumatic memory loss. And so does that. So like, what even is thou? Myers and Cardiner first got into this whole delayed recalling with combat neuroses back in but it wasn't a big deal, you feel. People just accepted it. But then, like, the 80s and 90s came around and people started talking about domestic abuse and memory probs with women's. Kid was all, let's get into politics and law and stuff. Next thing you know, the Catholic Church and pedophile scandals everywhere. Experts are like, memories of childhood abuse are unreliable. But then there's these therapists who are all, think I'm gonna implant false memories in your head, bruh, and over here thinking, hold up, get to the science. But like seriously, the science is on it. Repressed memory is a real thing, fam. We got hundreds of publications about how trauma can be repressed and then resurface years later. People experience memory loss from natural disasters, accidents, war trauma, kidnapping, torture. The list goes on. Childhood sexual abuse is where total memory loss is most common, like 1938. It's not even a controversy anymore, bruh. I recognized it in 1980. It has been dealing with it since the diagnosis went down. This study by Dr. Linda Meyer Williams is wild. He interviewed 2 to 6 girls who were traumatized and found out that repressed memory is real, no cap. So like back in the day, 17 years ago, Tubby, this girl Williams, was trying to find some kids who got messed up by their parents and stuff. She ended up talking to 136 of them. Now they're like grown adults. Lol. Here's the tea. Most of these women, 38% of couldn't even remember what went down in their medical records. Bruh. 12% were all, nope, never got abused. And 68% were all, I got molested too. These women who were lil, when they got messed up, were more likely to forget it. And same with the ones who were molested by someone they knew their whole life. Just how trauma works, Tiva. This study was also looking at recovered memories, and it found out that like, most of these women would forget what happened at some point, but then remember later. 16% of them had this, I forgot, but then I remembered thing going on. Now you might be thinking, but Williams's findings are what because she just made up all this stuff. Nope, neuroscience is actually kind of solid, and it says that when memories get retrieved, they change. You're talking about something, your brain starts to modify it, and then you start making new meanings out of it. So why did some super reputable memory scientists jump ship on Father Shanley's conviction? It could be they just didn't want to deal with the trauma vibes, lol. When we're talking about real life experiences, not lab experiments, we gotta be more considerate. You feel like, remember that Lost in the Mall experiment where they implanted fake memories and some people recall them? That's not exactly how trauma works, Tubby. Low-key documenting how sketchy eyewitness testimony is, bruh. Like, subjects get shown vids of a car cruising down the block, and then they're asked if they saw a stop sign or traffic light, lol. Or kids are asked to recall what some dude in their classroom was rockin', fam. Other studies showed that the questions witnesses get asked can straight up alter what they claim to remember, TV. These studies were hella important for questioning police and courtroom practices, but they're pretty irrelevant when it comes to traumatic memory, you feel. The problem is that events in the lab can't even compare to how traumas go down in real life. Testy's all about that terror and helplessness vibe, which can be replicated in a lab setting. We can study existing trauma effects in the lab, but we can't create new traumatic memories from scratch. Cap. Sure. Rogerman tried it out at Harvard once, showing college students that movie Faces of Death at straight up band fam. But even with all that graphic content, Pittman's normal volunteers didn't get petite symptoms, lol. To study traumatic memory, you gotta study people who've actually been traumatized. No cap. I did a study in 1994 with my squad at Massachusetts General Hospital to see how people recall non-traumatic memories versus traumatic ones. We put up ads saying, hey, something terrible happened to you. Call 727-5500 will pay you $10. And surprise, surprise, we got a bunch of volunteers, fam. When we asked them about something they thought they'd always remember but wasn't traumatic, like their first day at school or graduation day, the answers were always, nah, brew. Couldn't recall specific details like what their husband looked like on their wedding day or how it felt to give that valedictorian speech. We asked about intense sensations, recalling traumatic events, and yeah, nobody's got time for that. Yellow. Or like, traumas that got you in harmony of them straight up rapes, dude. Ever get hit with a memory of a rapist descent or something? And dude, do you feel them physical vibes you felt when you got raped, lol? And fam, responses are hella emotional. He can't even go more cause the smell of alcohol makes me think I'm getting raped all over again. Or like how to even make love to my hubby, BC woe him. Or being raped again, fam. So like there's these major diff zones between positive memories and traumatic ones. One, how they're organized, and two, how you physically react to them. Births and graduations are all just straight up memories from the past. No, nobody's like, wait, I forgot I had 2 cousins at my wedding, lol, or whatever. But traumatic memories are just hella messy, fam. Remember some stuff clear as day, the son of a rapist, except, but then you can't even recall the whole sequence or anything else that matters. We asked these traumatized peeps how they remembered their trauma at 3 diff points right after it went down, when they were most shook, and a week before our study. And like, almost all of them said they couldn't even tell nobody what happened right off the bat. Not rocket science, fam. People who just witnessed a kid die in a car crash or something just sit there in shock. Anyway, most of these peeps had repeat flashbacks. They were like overwhelmed by all the sensory stuff and emotions. But like over time, even more details started coming back, and some of them could start making sense out it. They'd be like, I know what happened, and be able to tell the story to others. Gradually, the flashbacks decreased, but like the biggest progress was in them piecing together the whole thing. By the end of our study, 85 of these peeps could give a coherent story, a beginning, middle, and end. Only 5 or so were missing major deets. Like the ones who said they got abused as kids had the most hella fragmented narrative vestigial, just getting hit with images and physical sensations. So yeah, our study confirmed that traumatic memories are basically diff from regular memories, fam. Yo, brother, low-key dissociated, you feel. When trauma hits, your brain's all messed up and can't even put together a sick story about what happened. It's like trying to recall a lit night from last week, and you're still hella confused. Our study was low. It found that recalling the trauma with all its feels doesn't actually solve it. G. Breer and Freud said that back in 1893, but we ain't got time for that. Also tried to see if language could sub out action, but nah, it's just not that deep. Most of our participants were like, yeah, story, but they still had them unbearable images and physical sensations that give you PTSD, fam. Be real, exposure therapy ain't all it's cracked up to be. Okay, most patients are still hella messed up 3 months after treatment. It's like finding words for your trauma can be a vibe, but it don't always make flashbacks stop or improve your focus. You feel listening to survivors. People ain't trying to remember trauma, same as victims. You all want to live in a world that's safe and predictable, but trauma reminds us that ain't always the case. To truly understand trauma, we gotta confront our natural fear of it and listen to survivors' testimonies, because that's where the real tea is at. Langer wrote about his work with Holocaust survivors in his book, Holocaust Testimonies, 1991. Listening to these accounts left a mosaic of trauma that's always slipping into this void of incompleteness. We're trying to piece a story that's constantly getting lost in the depths of memory. He talks about how witnesses often can't even begin to describe what they went through because it's just too much for their minds. One survivor says, if you ain't been there, you won't know, bruh. It's like trying to describe a fantasy or something. Another survivor, Charlotte Delbo, talks about how she had this split identity after Auschwitz, like the self from the camp was a whole nother person. That person don't exist no more. She says, the self who was in the camp ain't me. It's too wild. The memories I made there are like completely foreign to me now. Without this separation, I wouldn't have been able to come back to life. She also talks about how words can be like super trippy if you were tortured for weeks. For weeks, you'd never say, I'm thirsty. Again, that's just a weird term after the war. If you're dreaming of thirst, it's still a thing, okay? Yo, bruh, I'm low-key freaking out in Birkenau, and I'm hell aware of how messed up I was back then, all frail, brain dead, stumbling around like a total mess. Here's vibe is who's got the tea for these traumatized M-minds that need a proper send-off. Life keeps moving, but it's stuck in this two-way timeline. Bam, the future can't escape the ghost of grief. The trauma thing is real. Geez, it's like overwhelming, unbelievable, and straight up unbearable. We gotta suspend our basic human vibes and acknowledge that we're dealing with a whole nother reality, the present, that's trying to stay chill while the past is all. You can't escape me, brah. Nancy's story, Loki. Chick Nancy was on another level when it came to putting into words what we're talking about. She was this major player in a Midwestern hospital as the nursing director, but then she gets hit with some trauma. Like, she's getting ready for her third kid, and she's all set for a little surgery, right? She wakes up mid-wrong and is like, what's good? She can't move or nothing, 'cause they mess with her anesthesia game. This whole thing's super low-key traumatic, but it's like $30K times a year in the US, fam. And things of that. I've been around this drama before. IO2 even testified for some people who were hella traumatized. Nancy ain't about that lawsuit life, though. She just wanted to get real with her trauma and break free from its grip on her daily life. So I'm gonna share these fire emails she wrote to herself as she tries to recover. Girl, when we got home, I was in a daze, just going through the motions, but not really feeling it. Couldn't sleep that night, and for days, I was stuck in this weird world where nothing made sense. I couldn't even use nothing, fam, hair dryer, toaster, stove, all that warm stuff. No thank you. Just didn't care. Days turned into nights, and I was getting more anxious than a Kardashian at a family reunion. I slept less and less, trying to figure out what was going on in my head. I knew I was acting all weird, but I was like, what's the deal with this? On the fourth night, around 3 a.m., I'm suddenly how I realized that the dream I'd been living was actually connected to what went down in the OR. Next thing I know, I'm back in the OR feeling like my body's stuck on pause. Bruh, I was low-key devastated, fam. Like, I was straight up consumed by terror and horror from that moment on. From then on, my memories and flashbacks were hella real in my life. It was as if the door was slightly ajar, allowing all this dark energy to flood in. There was this weird mix of curiosity and avoidance, but mostly avoidance. I was still hella anxious, bro. I had irrational fears for days. I was terrified of sleep and seeing that sick color blue. Forget about it. Fam, my husband was literally shouldering the brunt of my anxiety. He'd get all the abuse from me when I didn't mean to be salty. I was sleeping like 2-3 hours a day, and my days were filled with these intense flashbacks you feel. I was always on edge, feeling threatened by my own thoughts, and just want to escape, bruh. I lost 23 pounds in 3 weeks, but everyone was still low-key salty about how good I looked. Hello, fam, I'm struggling here. Started thinking about ghosting, dying would have been better than this life of pain and trauma. My whole perspective got all messed up, like my successes were irrelevant and my failures were amplified. I was hurting my husband and the kids, and they couldn't even protect them from me, fam. 3 weeks post-surgery, went back to work at the hospital. Being someone in a surgical scrub suit, forget about it, bro. The first time I saw one, I just want to get out of there, but I'm stuck, Then this weird urge hit me to just smash that person. I kept it together with effort, fam. This episode triggered all these flashbacks and anxiety, and I was low-key crying the whole way home. After that, I was all about avoidance mode, bruh. No elevators for me, no cafeteria, and definitely no surgical floors. Gradually, Nancy started piecing together her memories, and it was like a super messed up but kind of understandable story of her surgery, fam. She remembered the nurses being extra friendly, and this one brief period where she was all snoozing after anesthesia, you feel. Then she recalled waking up. The entire team was hella laughing about some nurse's secret affair when one of them started making that first incision. Felt like I got stabbed. Then there was the cutting, and then my blood was just flowing everywhere. Tried to move or speak, but my body was all like, nah, fam. I knew I wasn't supposed to be feeling this pain. Nancy next recalls someone rummaging around in her belly. It was literally the laparoscopic instruments being placed, and she felt that tube getting clamped, fam. Then suddenly there was this intense searing pain, like my insides were on fire. I tried to escape, but it was all like, nope, you're stuck. Then came the cautery tip, relentlessly burning through me. It was just, I don't even have words, fam. The thing was on a whole other level, bro. It wasn't like any pain I'd ever felt before, Unknown author, bro, I got poked a hot steel. It was low-key lit, but also super hella painful, lol. I swear I heard them vibbing hard for a sec. I lost all sense of reality, fam. Things of that. I thought I was in some kind of torture chamber, though couldn't fathom why they were torturing me without even asking. If I wanted to spill them stuck in this tiny sphere around the operating table, no concept of time, past or future, just pure agony, terror, and horror, fam. It's like my whole world is shrink down. I'm trying to get out of here, but can't. People are all around me, but I feel super isolated, solo despite the crew sphere, getting tighter by the sec. I think I moved or something. I heard the nurse say light to the anesthesiologist. He's like, nah, putting this on the chart. That's my last memory, bro. Nancy, hit me up later. Some deep stuff. Flashes are hella trippy, fam. It's like time is all warped. You get transported to the past. Symbols from the trauma become toxic. You trying to avoid cuz they hurt. Like if you see an iron, you freak out cuz it reps. Torture my marriage is wuck. My hubby became a representation of the people who hurt me surgical team. Just in this dual state fam, numbness all over, but then touching a little kid brings me back to life you feel. For sec, I'm present, not just an observer. You function super well at work, get positive vibes all day. But life is hella fake. There's this weirdness to my existence. I'm done with though, but can't just ignore the pain. It's like D beast and my head won't shut up. I thought I remembered everything that went down, but nope, new memories keep popping up. There's still so many holes in my memory. Fam, when fear subsides, I'm good, but sometimes I doubt myself. D, pull 2 day past. Strong cussed. It's like my dark sided deal. I gotta deal it from time to time. Survival mode is real. Fight and stay alive, won't claim victory, but can own that I made it through. Yaz, lem translate this old T for ya, unknown other. So like, Nancy's recovery was low, key fire bruh. She had to go back to the doc for another major op, and she was all, hey, can I get a meet with the surgeons and anesthesiologist about my past trauma? And she was all, can my ride or die be in the with me? For real? She woke up feeling hella safe, you feel. 2 years later, Nancy was all, sis, can I use your account of that anesthesia awareness thingy in this chapter? And I'm like, Waz, please do. So he's all caught up with me and tells me about her recovery progress. She's like, girl, I thought surgery would finally end my suffering, but nope. But then she made some moves that ended up being super provident. She left her SevB therapist to work with a psychodynamic psychiatrist, and she joined a pilot's class. It turns out her therapist was all, he assumed you were hella resilient because you've been slaying it with your kids and career. And I'm like, Yaz, girl, I got this. But for real, gave her an hour-long session each week where she could just vibe out and unravel the mystery of how she became so damaged. She found a new sense of self, boo, and then she's all about pilots, too. She found her inner strength physically and mentally, and like a community of women who got her back, a whole different level of healing. Sis. So yeah, it's all about finding that balance and owning yourself even when you're still dealing with the trauma. Loki being hella messed up is a real thing, fam. Trauma's got that power to take over your life, and then you think you ain't even in control of yourself. You're stuck in this cycle where you can't even fully open up to no one else because it's too scary. The goal here is to get your mind and body back on track. Know what I'm saying? All about finding that self-leadership, like being the boss of your own life. You gotta learn to chill, fam, and not freak out when you see or think about stuff from the past. Trying to feel all the feels without losing it, Kay. It's like, find that calm in the storm and don't let the chaos get the best of you. And then there's being present for the people around you, and not hidden secrets from yourself no more. Gotta own your stuff, fam, and not be afraid to share it. It ain't all about doing steps one by one, neither. These goals overlap like my phone notifications when I'm trying to relax. Some might be harder than others, depending on what you're going through. Later on, we'll get into some specific methods and approaches that actually work. I've tried them all myself and seen how they helped me and my patients. Some people just need one thing to start feeling better, but most of us need a combo. I've done the research, fam, and published it in them fancy journals. My goal is to give you an overview of what's going down and get you hyped for what's coming. Trauma ain't just about the past, though. It's like those emotions and sensations are still feeling real right now. Can't just sit there thinking, oh, I'm done with this. No, fam, you gotta face it. First off, find a way to cope with all the feels and sensations that come up when you're talking about the past. All like gut-wrenching sensations. Hurt pounding. Yeah, I feel you. Then we gotta get into this whole revisiting trauma thing. You can't just pretend it didn't happen and hope it goes away. No way, fam. Gotta face the truth, but only when you're safe, won't freak out about it. First things first, find ways to chill with all the overwhelm. Like the vibrational brains has thoughts, but emotional brains all like gut-wrenching sensations. We gotta get that in check, fam. Lastly, better with yourself. You be real with your others about what you're going through. No more hidden. No more secrets. You're the boss of your life, fam. Chaz, listen up, unknown author. I'm about to spit some fire, Loki. It's hella extra when people are all like, he got feelings waff, and then they get all uptight and read like, can't we just keep it 100? And actually, understanding our feelings help, or what? Emotional brain is cool, I guess, cause it's like, hey, you're scared of closeness cause your dad was a total simp. Or you're weird around your kid cause you feel guilty about getting all up in some dude's ass in Iraq. But bruh, rational brain can't actually make our emotions go bye-bye. It's still gonna be there lurking in the shadows like a villain. Understanding why we feel certain ways ain't gonna change how we feel, fam. But it might keep us from losing our cool, you know. Instead of getting all ragey and starting some beef with your boss or breaking up with your boo over a minor disagreement, you can chill out. But when we're hella stressed out, our rational brain is like, nah, I'm out of here. Emotions are in charge. We get triggered into these states of hyper or hyperarousal, and our brain's filters start acting all wonky. Sounds, lights, and all that jazz becomes super distracting. Unwanted memories from the past come flooding back, and we're like, what is happening? When we're in this state, we can't even learn from our mistakes. Fam, we're stuck in this cycle of hyperarousal or shut down, and it's all just a whole mood. Trauma recovery is all about getting that balance right between rational, and emotional brain. So you can feel like the boss of your life. You gotta access the emotional brain and do some limbic system therapy, fixing those faulty alarm systems and getting the emotional brain to chill out so it can take care of its actual job. Yeah. Drawing by Alicia Skye. So how do we do that? Tap into our self-awareness, fam. It's all about activating the medial prefrontal cortex, that part of the brain where our emotions and self-awareness meet. But for real though, it ain't easy, unknown author. Guys, let's get real for a sec. Unknown author here, and I'm about to spill the tea. We gotta acknowledge that our inner selves are low key running the show, and if we want to feel what we're feeling, we gotta tune in. Science is straight fire. It's all about interception, aka looking inside yourself. Interest of our conscious brain is focused on the outside world, but that don't help us vibe check ourselves. Neuroscience research is hella clear. To change how we feel, we gotta know what's going down inside. So let's get familiar with our emotional brains, okay? Now about hyperarousal, mainstream psychiatry has been all about meds for a hot second, but I'm here to tell you that ain't the only way to deal. We got innate skills to keep us chill, fam. Hey, our bodies are light. We're going to regulate our arousal on our own. The vagus nerve is key. 80% of its fibers run from body to brain, which means we can literally train our system by breathing, moving, and vibing. Studies supported by the National Institutes of Health showed that yoga reduced PEASE symptoms in patients who were low-key failing other treatments. Neurofeedback is another gem for getting hyper-aroused kids and adults back on track. Learning to breathe calmly and staying relaxed even when faced with trauma is like super key for recovery. When you take slow, deep breaths, you'll feel the parasympathetic brake kicking in. Focus on your breathing and you'll be low-key a whole vibe better off. Attention to that out breath and wait a sec before inhaling. It's all about oxygenating your body and getting those endorphins popping. Teachers, army surgeons, foster parents, and mental health pros need to get schooled on emotional regulation because it's the real MVP for trauma and neglect. Unknown author Loki deconstructing the mainstream psych game where they're all like treat your mental health with meds. But honestly, that's low-key basic. They ain't got nothing on the ancient wisdom of other cultures like yoga in India and Thai and Chai. And these practices are fire for self-regulation and being present. It's all about the body and breath. And martial arts like Aikido and Judo is where it's at for cultivating purposeful movement and being centered. They're talking about PSD and trauma recovery. Self-awareness is key. Our bro-traumatized people are all about avoiding feeling stuff, but that just increases vulnerability to feeling overwhelmed. Body awareness is like the mindfulness practices, notices your emotions, sensations, opens up new options. Mindfulness is all about being with the flow, paying attention to bodily sensations and recognizing a bead and flow of emotions. Trauma survivors are all about avoiding feelings. It's not the perm bodies that they're talking about. And eating and drinking keen, habits, fear of intimacy, and social anxieties, fear enemy, and it's the anxiety. Real, the first step is to focus on your sensations, label them, and see how they change with shifts in body position and breath. Now you know the tea. Loki Domi, you take a deep breath out. Bruh, tap that chest spot below your collar, or when you let yourself get wrecked by those emotions. Practicing mindfulness is low-key gonna calm down that sympathetic nervous system, so you're not always hyperventilating like a psycho. To observe and tolerate those physical reactions is like super necessary for safely diving back into the past, fam. If you can't handle what's going on right now, opening old wounds will just make things worse and re-traumatize you even more. No cap. It can take a whole lot of pain if we're still conscious that our bodies are always shifting, bruh. One sec, your chest is tight, but after you inhale and exhale, it's all soft and whatnot. You can start exploring what happens when you take a deep breath and notice how your rib cage expands. Once you feel calmer and more curious, you can go back to that shoulder tension. You should be low-key surprised if a memory pops up where that shoulder was somehow involved. A next step is to observe the convo between your thoughts and physical sensations. How do specific thoughts manifest in your body? Do thoughts like, my dad loves me, or my girl ghosted me, produce different vibes? Aware of how your body organizes emotions and memories opens up the possibility of releasing all that pent-up energy you once blocked out to survive, no doubt. Chapter 20 on theater, I'll dive into the deets of how this works. Trust. Jon Kabat-Zinn, one of the OGs in mind body medicine, founded Meemser at UMass Medical Center back in '79, and his method has been thoroughly studied for decades. He puts it, mindfulness is like a lens that takes all that scattered energy and focuses it into this coherent source for living. Mindfulness has shown to help with depression, chronic pain, stress-related symptoms. It's also got broad effects on physical health, including immune response, blood pressure, and cortisol levels. It even activates brain regions related to emotional regulation and body awareness. Research by my Harvard peeps Britta Ailzel and Sarah Lazar showed that practicing mindfulness even reduces amygdala activity, ACLS reactivity to triggers. 3 relationships. Having a solid support network is like the single most powerful protection against becoming traumatized, period. Safety and terror don't mix, no cap. Terrified when nothing calms you down like a trusted voice or a firm hug. Frightened adults respond to the same comforts as scared kids, gentle holding, rocking, and that reassuring assurance, yo, listen up, if somebody way bigger is handling things, you can low-key breathe a sigh of relief. But you gotta let our mind, body, brain know it's safe to chill, fam. That means get in all cozy you memories of when felt super vulnerable, like after an asphalt car crash or an natural disaster. They can be real wuck, bruh. When that happens or brain needs help, and that comes from familiar faces, food, shelter, some quality time with your loved ones. Dump me, but communicating or squad is key. Reunite ASAP, you fam, friends in a safe spot. Attachment bonds are like our superpower against threats. Kids who got separated from their parents after trauma might go through some real issues. TOA, like those kiddos who were sent to the countryside during fared way worse than the ones who stayed with you. They're peeps in bomb shelters. That's no joke. Trauma's all about relationships, bruh. It's where you find that physical, emotional safety. Know what I'm saying? It's like things wired to vibe you others. Recovery's about reconnecting with those humans. But here's the tea. Trauma from within relationships is hard to treat, fam. Trauma from things outside relationships, not so much. In our society, we got some major issues with parents' intimate partners doing damage. That's some messed up shit. Emo, if people turn on you or terrify you, gotta find other ways to deal with them feelings. Shutting down's not an option. If you manage your own terror, it'll just be dodging one set of problems for another. Dissociation, despair, addiction, all that jazz. And patients who don't make the connection between what went down in the past, how they're feeling now. That they're stuck in a cycle of pain, fam. Relief comes when they acknowledge the demons. There didn't no cap. A non-author, bro. So like in chapter 11, these dudes who got hella messed up by pedophile priests, right? They were low-key flexing on anabolic steroids and getting swole as hell, but for real, they still looked like scared kids. Trauma is still fresh, fam, and it's like their inner child is still trying to figure out how to be whole again. It's wild because humans are all about the connection, but at the same time, we're also super afraid of getting hurt, betrayed, or abandoned. Shame is like a major factor too. They're all like, you'll see just how messed up I am and ditch me as soon as you really know me. It's like unresolved trauma can be hella toxic to relationships. You're still salty from getting assaulted by someone you loved. It's prob's gonna make it hard for you to open up to new people. You might even try to hurt them before they hurt you again, which is just like a whole other level of messed up. Super challenging to recover from that. But here's the thing, bruv, once you realize that your pest reactions were actually self-preservation, you can start working on healing. You gotta find someone you trust enough to vibe with, someone who can hold space for your feelings and help you process all this emotional pain. Like, you need a safe person who ain't afraid of your demons. Most people who've been through trauma need an anchor and some serious coaching to do this work. So, like, choosing the right therapist is key. They gotta be all about learning about trauma, abuse, and neglect, and they gotta have skills to help you chill out, deal with traumatic memories, and reconnect with your humanity. That it's not ideal for therapists to share their own struggles, but it's reasonable to ask them about their training, where they learned stuff, and if they've benefited from the therapy they're proposing. No one-size-fits-all solution for trauma, and any therapist who's all about their own method is just straight up sus. No therapist can be an expert on every treatment. I am to be open to learning from you and exploring options. And, like, if they're not down with listening, that's a major red flag. It's all about finding someone who's willing to listen to your needs and help you get well. You feeling like your therapist is straight fire or what? They seem low-key comfortable with themselves and you as a human being. If it don't feel safe, it's hella hard to face or fear and anxieties. Bruh, someone who's all judgy, harsh, straight up aggro ain't gonna help you work through that trauma, fam. Who might start freaking out when you realize her therapist sounds like the dude from her past who did you harm. Hopefully you can get through it together though. Cousin my XP get better when they vibe with their therapists on a deeper level. If you feel like you have some real agency over your own healing process, it might actually grow and change, but only if you feel seen by your therapist. The question is, do they even care about who are some generic PEDS patient label? Just checking off boxes on a diagnostic form, okay? Therapy's all about collaboration. It's like a mutual exploration of our own mind. People who got brutalized as kids don't feel safe with nobody, period. I ask my patients if they remember anyone they felt safe with when they were growing up, and sometimes it's some old teacher or neighbor who showed him love, and that memory can be like a seed for healing. You feel we're all good people at heart, fam. Working through trauma is about remembering how you survived, not just what's broken. I also ask my patients to imagine they were newborns again, whether they were all cute and stuff. Most of them think they were, but some people don't even remember nobody they felt safe with. For them, it might be way safer to just hang out with animals or something. This principle is actually working in a lot of therapeutic settings right now, like in jails and stuff, and it's actually pretty effective. Jennifer, who was part of the first grading class at the Van der Kolk Center, said she got to college after finding out she had a horse of her own. That bond with the horse helped her feel safe enough to vibe with the staff and start doing other stuff. Chapter 7, these are the foundations of attachment. Bro trauma is like super harsh, unattuned physical synchrony when you're sitting in a waiting room for PEDS clinic. It's hella easy. It's hella easy to spot the patient staff just by looking at their frozen faces and bodies that are straight up collapsed but also low-key agitated. Most therapists are all about the words and ain't got time for the physical vibes, fam. I got this lesson learned when I was vibing with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa back in '97. Hit up some places where it's still hella violent, and I caught a group of rape survivors in a township outside Johannesburg, just chilling in a courtyard. They were getting shot at from a distance. Smoke was filling the air, and Turgus was hanging heavy. Later, we found out 40 people got killed, but you know what? The girls still managed to get that group going, fam. They started humming, swaying back and forth, and next thing you know, the whole room is singing and dancing. It was like magic, bro. They were coming back to life. Their faces were all relaxed and vitality was flowing through their bodies again. I'm talking full on transformation, fam. About to study how rhythm, chanting, and movement can help heal trauma, and we'll see more of it in chapter 20 when I show you some wild stories about theater groups and how they use rhythm to heal. Some patients have told me that choral singing, aikido, tango dancing, and kickboxing have been straight up game for them. So here's the tea. Then there was this little girl, Ying Mi, who got adopted from an orphanage in China. She's 5 years old, mute, and just ain't vibbin' with nobody. My colleagues Deborah Rozelle and Liz Warner tried sensorimotor therapy on her, but she wasn't feeling at first. So they took her to this sensory integration clinic in Watertown, Massachusetts. It's like an indoor playground, fam. Got swings, balance beams, crawl spaces, and ladders. It's hella fun for adults too, Bay. The staff was all about helping Ying Mi find a rhythm again. They finally succeeded with this crazy, effective therapy. So I was chilling in the tub with some plastic balls, and it helped me feel all sorts of sensations on her skin, like she could actually vibe on swings and crawl under weighted blankets for real. After 6 weeks or whatever, she just started talking, and I'm low-key impressed. Ying Mi's drama got us inspired to start a sensory integration clinic at the trauma center, and now we're using it in our residential programs too. We ain't really looked into how well it works for traumatized adults yet, but I'm all about throwing some sensory integration feels into my seminars. You feel learning to get attuned is like totally important because it gives parents and their kids that real life reciprocity vibe. Parent-child interaction therapy, PSIT, and smart sensory motor arousal regulation treatment are also hella legit. They're all about getting together and feeling physically connected, you know. Improv exercises like the ones at Learn Improv are straight fire too, because when you see a group of people who were originally just sitting there with their heads down start laughing and stuff, you know the misery's gone. In touch mainstream trauma treatment is hella basic. They ain't doing enough to help people feel safe and experience their emotions in a healthy way. Meds like serotonin, reuptake blockers, or straight up Suckin, and Risperdal and Seroquel are like, nah, you're good, just take these pills. But really, we should be talking about touch, hugs, and rocking people back to life, Kay. That's what makes us feel safe and intact. At Rembrandt van Riegerkreis Healing the Sick is all like, oh yeah, gestures of comfort are a thing, but you won't find much of that in most therapy sessions. I'm all about getting patients to engage in some body work, though it's therapeutic massage, Feldenkrais, or craniosacral therapy. Hit up my girlicious guy and asked her about working with traumatized individuals. She's low-key a total boss. Here's what she said. I never start a session without getting a vibe check first. Just trying to hear their story or nothing. I want to know where they're at in their body right now. Do they got any specific stuff they want me to focus on? And then I'm all about assessing their posture, eye contact, tension levels, that kind of thing. If I don't know him, we usually start face up. If I do, it's whatever feels safest for them. I'm all about setting boundaries right off the bat, like what clothes they want to wear or not. And then with my first touch, it's firm but safe contact. That ain't nothing less than that gonna cut it. Yaz, let's get into this. If you're feeling me, you gotta know when to go ham or stay chill. Ain't nobody got time for too much drama. It's all about the vibe. Slow and steady wins the game. Touch someone and it's like a handshake, but not too hard, because that's just rude. First off, you feel M out with their hand and arm. That's where it's safe to start. Know what I'm saying? You gotta find the spot where they're holding it down. That's where you meet them with equal energy. Okay, don't be all over the place. That's just a sign of weakness. You gotta own it like a boss and show some love at the same time. So what's body work do for people, huh? Lishi says it's like thirsting for water. You need touch to survive. Like your body is all tied up in knots and you just want to chill, but then someone touches you and it's like a reset button, fam. Your mind gets grounded and you're like, I had no idea I was holding on to that for so long. When you get touched right, you wake up to your body and it's like, whoa, I'm feeling stuff. And let me tell you, when emotions are all bottled up inside, your body is like, nah, we good, but really it's just trying to hold on for dear life. Shoulders get all tense, facial muscles cramp up. It's like, hello, your body is trying to tell you something. But when that tension gets released, that the feels come flooding out and it's like a weight's been lifted off your chest. And for real, people who are terrified need to know where their bodies are at in space, fam. Firm touch lets M know what's good and what's not. Things like, hey, you're safe, boo. They discover they don't gotta be all on guard all the time. They can just chill. Now, when it comes to taking action, your body is like, I got this, but then stress hormones kick in and it's like, hold it, what's going on? But people who step up in the face of disaster, they're all, no, I got this. They use those stress hormones for good, not evil. To do some of that, and you gotta own it, fam. So yeah, body work is like a magic trick that makes your body and mind chill, but only if you do it right. Not or yes. So like when you're trying to cope, but it's actually just fueling your fight, flight, and freeze mode. And now it's like super hard to chill. You got it back to a baseline state where you can actually feel safe, okay? Pat Ogden and Peter Levine, they both got some fire body-based therapies that are low-key life-changing. They're all about sensorimotor, psychotherapy, and somatic experiencing, which is like super edgy. You gotta explore your physical sensations and find the trauma imprints on your bod before you even think about dealing with the trauma itself. It's like you build up those internal resources that'll help you access safe feelings and emotions. Then you just pendulate vibbing in and out of them sensations and memories. It's like a roller coaster, but like a healthy one. Once you're comfortable with your trauma vibes, you'll probs find those hidden impulses like hit or push or run in, a way that you suppressed all these years to survive. And then you gotta amplify those moves and experiment with new ones. It's like you're completing the unfinished business, and it can lead to some major trauma resolution. Somatic therapies are low-key magic. They help you relocate in the present and feel safe moving. Can physically experience what it'd be like to fight back or run away. You relax, smile, and it's like completion, fam. But for real, when people are forced to submit all the time, like abused kids, women in domestic violence, or incarcerated folks, they often just go with the flow because they're trying to survive. But like, we got to restore that physical capacity to engage and defend, okay? So I'm all about this local impact centers model mudging program. It's like women and men get taught to fight off a simulated attack, and it's super empowering. The program started in Oakland, Cali back in 1971 after a woman with a 5th degree black belt was raped and realized she'd become deskilled by fear. Now, her executive functions were messed up, but the program helped her get back on track. In summary, trauma is like super real, and it's all about finding that pleasure of completed action. Can physically experience what it'd be like to fight back or run away. You relax, smile, and it's like completion, fam. So if you're trying to overcome ingrained patterns of submission, you gotta restore that physical capacity to engage and defend. Yo, she just ghosted offline. The model mugging program is low-key teaching women to recondition that freeze response through straight-up repetition of being dropped in the 0-hour lull military term for when this hits the fan, and learning to flip fear into actual full fighting energy. A college student who went through some real unrelenting abuse took the course. When I first met her, she was straight up collapsed, depressed, and too extra compliant. 3 months later, during her graduation ceremony, she totally went ham on these 3 dudes who were trying to hit on her, literally crushed them with a karate stance while yelling no, loud enough for the whole room to hear. They ran out of there because she was all, I've been waiting for this moment, Bew. You're too hunched over and just afraid to look around. You're basically just a target for other people's sadism. But when you project that don't mess with me vibe, you're less likely to get bothered. Degrading traumatic memories, people can't just put traumatic events behind until they acknowledge what happened and start recognizing the invisible demons they're struggling with. Psychotherapy has been all about constructing a narrative that explains why someone feels a certain way, but like Sigmund Freud was low-key onto it back in 1914. While the patient lives the trauma through as something real and actual, we gotta accomplish the therapeutic task, which consists chiefly of translating it back again in terms of the past. Telling the story is key. Without stories, memory just gets stuck on repeat. But TBO, telling a story doesn't guarantee that traumatic memories get laid to rest. There's a reason for that. People remember some regular old event. They don't also relive the physical sensations, emotions, smellages, or sounds associated with it. But when people fully recall their traumas, they have the experience engulfed by the sensory or emotional elements of the past. Scans of Stan and Ute Lawrence show how this happens, like their brains just go blank on key areas that provide a sense of time and perspective, which makes it possible to know that was then, but I'm safe now. And those parts get knocked out. You experience stuff not as an event, the beginning, middle, and end, but in fragments of sensations, images, and all that jazz. Unknown author trauma is straight fire, fam. You want to cop a new perspective, it's got to be processed in a whole mood. Like in Stan's case, he went through eye movement desensitization and reprocessing EMDR. That's like a real thing, bruh. Allowed him to vibe check his memories of the accident without getting lost in them. When you're low-key keeping the brain areas responsible for flashbacks lit, people can integrate their traumatic memories as if they're just old news. But Ute, she was straight up dissociated. She basically shut down. That made recovery super complicated because her brain wasn't even trying to stay woke. Dealing with trauma is impossible when you're not in the present. You gotta have a brain that's hell alert and present to integrate and resolve stuff. Without that, it's like trying to solve a puzzle blindfolded, no cap. Just was low-key a thing back in the day, like the 1800s. Pierre Janet and Sigmund Freud were all about it until after World War I. There's still some tea on hypnosis out there, fam. You can still watch old vids of men getting hypnotized to treat core neurosis on YouTube. For real, though, it fell out of favor in the early 1990s and ain't nobody done no studies about its effectiveness since then. However, hypnosis can put you in a state that's pretty chill. Observe your traumatic experiences without getting lost in them. Some key info right there, cause it's all about being able to quietly observe yourself. Hypnosis is probs gonna make a comeback. TB, cognitive behavioral therapy, TEBI, is like super common among psychologists. They're taught this in school. G was originally made for people who are low key, terrified of spiders or heights or whatever. Try to desensitize patients by having them imagine what's scary or put them in actual situations that ain't too threatening. The idea behind Shabit is that when you keep exposing yourself to the thing that's scaring you, don't do nothing bad, your brain starts to associate it with safety. And honestly, it sounds simple, but reliving trauma just activates the brain's alarm system and knocks out important areas necessary for integrating the past. It's all about not getting too caught up in your thoughts and just staying present, fam. Prolonged exposure or flooding is like super. For intense patients, got to focus on the traumatic material without getting distracted. Research shows that it can last up to 100 minutes straight, no joke. Fam, anxiety triggers are low, key required before you can even think about decreasing your anxiety levels. Like, exposure can help with basic fears, but don't expect it to all the feels. Okay? SEBI is literally garbage for people who've been traumatized, especially if they got a history of childhood abuse. 1 in 3 people with PEDS actually see some progress after finishing a study, and even then they're still hella messed up. Most can't even recover fully. The majority are still dealing with major health work, mental wellness issues. In this one study on SEBI for TASED, more than 13 of the patients dropped out and the rest had some serious adverse reactions. Women in the study were still straight up dealing with TACID after only 3 months, and only 15% weren't even majorly messed up anymore. Thorough analysis of all the SEBI studies shows it's literally no better than just having a supportive therapy relationship. The worst outcomes are for people who've given up on life. Those mental defeat vibes. Bruh, being traumatized isn't just about being stuck in the past, it's also about not being fully alive in the present. So if you're trying to recover from trauma, don't even think about doing some basic exposure treatment like virtual reality therapy. That might make you feel a little less anxious for a sec, but it's not going to fix the underlying issues. You need real world therapy, fam, the feel alive, what makes you feel when you're just chilling at home or hanging out with your kids. But only if you're not going to get overwhelmed by your trauma. There are some studies on this. They'll check out Roger Pinn's 1990s study on brain opioids and PTSD that was lit. Some people can benefit from reliving their trauma, but it has to be done right. You can't just push someone to talk about their stuff and expect them to magically recover. When you're doing therapy with a traumatized person, they gotta feel safe and supported. Don't even think about making them confront their trauma if they're not ready. Some people get so panicked during flashbacks that it's actually traumatic for them, like Roger Pittman and his team had to stop one study because the patients were freaking out. So yeah, trauma is way more complicated than just doing some basic therapy or exposure treatment. Unknown author, bro, desensitization is so extra. We've been taught for years to help patients chill out to certain emotions, but is that even the right move? We need to integrate trauma into our lives instead of numbing it out. Remember that little dude I saw in front of my crib last week? His dad was straight up yelling at him while he rode his tricycle down my street. The kid was low-key unfazed, but I was hella shook. How much brutality does it take to turn a child this young into a numb little soul? It's like prolonged exposure to that kind of trauma, fam. But what's the cost? And take meds to dull our emotions, or we can learn to desensitize ourselves. Med students, we learn to stay analytical when treating kids with third-degree burns, but it turns out desensitization just makes us numb to pain and emotion. Neuroscientist Gene Decidi at the University of Chicago showed that people who get desensitized to their own or others' pain tend to lose emotional sensitivity altogether. 2010 report on vets with PTSD from the Iraq and Afghanistan wars found that only 1/10 of them even completed treatment. Exposure therapy isn't working for most of us. We gotta process trauma in a way that doesn't overwhelm us, fam. That means we need other approaches. Drugs to access trauma, it's hella trippy. I used to work with a prof from Leiden University who was all about treating Holocaust survivors with Luzd back in the day. He claimed some crazy results when people looked at his archives. They found squat, Potential of mind-altering substances for trauma treatment was basically dead on 2000 when these South Carolina researchers got FUTA approval to test Menma. MDA is like super controlled right now because it's been used as a party drug for years. But apparently it does some cool stuff for our brains. FAM, it increases oxytocin and vasopressin, which helps us feel more connected and aware of ourselves. People who take it report feeling all these extra emotions like compassion, clarity, confidence, creativity, and connection. Drufer and his crew were looking for a way to make psychotherapy work better, so they got into MDMA because it reduces fear, defensiveness, and numbing too. Loki, help people tap into their inner vibes is totes a thing. So these researchers were all about figuring out if MDMA could be the key to helping TPL work through traumatic memories without losing it mentally or physically. They thought it'd be like a safe way for them to revisit those dark times and not freak out. Pilot studies were straight fire Bauto. First study was with combat vets, firefighters, cops, all that peace drama, and people who'd been through some major trauma but didn't respond to therapy. Gave half the group MDMA and the other half a placebo and had GIM do 2 8-hour therapy sessions. Fast forward 2 months and 83 of the MDMA crew was straight up cured compared to like the placebo squad. Single one had any nasty side effects, though what's even more wild is when TPL were interviewed years later, they still seem to be doing. Okay, it's all about observing that trauma from a calm place so your brain can integrate it into the bigger picture. Unlike traditional therapy methods, which are like forget about it vibes, this is all about making that trauma part of the tapestry, not just blocking it out. Anyway, psychedelic subs are lit, but also super sketchy. We don't want to see him getting misused and messing everything up. So let's keep it real. People have been using meds to cope with trauma for ages. Every culture has its own go to gin, vodka, beer, or whatever, hashish, weed, cocaine, you name it, mainstream psychiatry is all about it. Last decade alone, we're to over $4.5 billion on antidepressants and other meds. Like 20 of active duty troops were popping some kind of psychotropic drug. But here's the thing, meds can't actually cure trauma. Just calm it down a bit. They don't teach PPL how to regulate themselves either. Drugs might help with feeling better, but at what cost? They work by blocking all these chemical systems that control emotions and motivation. It's like, yeah, we can mask the pain for now, but eventually it'll come back to haunt us. And some of my peeps are still holding out hope for that magic bullet that'll somehow fix trauma for good. The Yaz, Loki, I got trauma stress going on one allele, brain circuit fam. I also totes prescribed meds all day. Everybody's getting a little something from the psychotropic agent squad. SRIs like Prozac and Zoloft are where it's at for pates because they make feelings less intense and life more manageable you feel. Patients on SSRIs are hella calmer and more in control. It's like, can't be overwhelmed no more. Know what I'm saying? But Loki, some people feel all blunted by SSRIs like they're losing their edge, bruh. I'm like, let's see what works, okay? Only the patient can judge that. If one street ain't working, it's time to try another, cause they all got different effects. No cap. It's wild how SRIs are all over depression treatment, but in this study, they were proved to be more effective than Prozac for TEAS patients who were also depressed, fam. To that more in chapter 15. Don't me. Autonomic nervous system meds like propranolol or clonidine can help with hyperarousal and stress reactivity. They block adrenaline's effects, so nightmares, insomnia, trauma triggers go bye. Like, your rational brain stays lit and choices are possible again. Is this really what I want to do? Since I started vibing with mindfulness and yoga, I use these meds less often when patients need to sleep better. Traumatized people love tranquilizing. Meds like benzodiazepines, they're like alcohol, fam. Make people feel calm and relaxed, but also weak inhibitions against saying hurt things. It's like, Loki, I'm just going to say whatever. Bodhi judging me. But most doctors are hella hesitant to prescribe these meds cause of the high addiction potential and interference with trauma processing. Patients who stop taking them usually have withdrawal reactions that make them all anxious and stuff. It's like they're agitated and worse off than before. I only give my patients low doses of benzodiazepines for when they need M, not enough to get hooked on M daily. You gotta choose when to use up their meds, and I'm all about tracking those incidents in a diary so we can discuss what went down. Some studies showed that anticonvulsants and mood stabilizers like lithium or Valproate can be mildly positive. They take the edge off hyperarousal and panic. But let's get real. Genetic psychotics are the most extra meds out there. Risperidone and Seroquel are hella popular in the US, $14.6 billion in 2008. Loki crazy. Known author Yaz. These meds can totes help calm down combat vets and girls who got pest from childhood trauma. It's hella justified for like when patients are straight out of control and can't sleep or whatever. But low-key, these meds mess with the dopamine system, which is also responsible for all that feel-good motivation stuff. Antipsychotics like Risperdal, Abilify, or Seroquel can numb people's emotions, making REM less extra. They also make it hard to vibe with subtle signals of pleasure, danger, or satisfaction. They're low-key toxic too. They cause weight gain, diabetes, and make people all inert, which is like the ultimate shade. These meds are hella common. The millions of kids in America are taking them for bipolar disorder or mood dysregulation, even if they don't actually have it. Wild that 40 of those 2 to 5-year-olds ain't even had a proper mental health assessment. Columbia University did a study and found out that prescriptions for these meds doubled between 2000 and 2007. The 40 got the real deal, though the rest just got some lazy diagnosis. It's even more sus when it comes to low-income families. They're 4 times as likely to get these meds than rich kids. Texas Medicaid spent $96 million on antipsychotics for teens and toddlers in 1 year alone, including 3 infants who were given the meds before they even had birthdays. It's wild how little research is done on psychotropic meds in developing brain. These meds don't work for all trauma, dissociation, self-mutilation, fragmented memories, and amnesia are all like, nah, here. The Prozac study found that civilians with peace do better with meds than combat vets, though a major red flag when the VA is prescribing these meds to soldiers and vets without provide some actual therapy. The VA spent about $1.5 billion on Seroquel and Risperdal between 2001 and 2011. Defense only shelled out $90 million for the same meds. Wild how much waste there is in that system. Even more sus when it comes to benzodiazepines. Those meds are hella addictive and not even effective for PEDS symptoms. Unknown author was low-key studying the cycle of trauma for ages, bruh. And it's wild how the Bill became my ride-or-die patient teacher, too. Like Bill had been a medic in Vietnam from 67 to 71. After he came back, he tried to apply those Army skills to a burn unit in a local hospital, but that just made him all anxious and stuff. He didn't know that the Peeps' vibes were real, though back then it was all like, you're fine, just get over it. But Bill's nightmares and insomnia were still hella bad. Chuck nursing and went to seminary to become a minister. It wasn't until after his first son was born in 78 that the trauma came flooding back, fam. Then his cries triggered these intense flashbacks where he'd see burned kids, hear screams, and smell smoke. It was like he was right back in Vietnam, G'd. My peeps at the VA were all like, dude, crazy. But Bill was all like, I'm just trying to process this. So we vibe, and slowly but surely, he started opening up about what really went down in Nam. It wasn't easy, though some of his colleagues wanted to lock him up for a psych eval, but Bill trusted me, and I got him the help he needed. We worked through it together, and he started getting his life back on track. He even finished his training as a pastor and started his own parish. It was all good, fam. Fast forward 18 years, and Bill's calling me out of the blue. Same symptoms, brought flashbacks, nightmares, feeling like he's losing it. We went through Ender together, and I taught him how to process those PTSD vibes. He shared some heavy stuff about his past, 2 childhood trauma, guilt over leaving his schizophrenic brother behind when he enlisted for Vietnam. It was all real talk, no cap. But Bill wasn't just struggling with his own demons. He had to deal with the pain of being a minister, too. He saw these kids die in car crashes, couples who came back from domestic violence crisis. All so much to handle. So, like, Bill started a support group for other clergy dealing with similar traumas, and bruh, he became a total boss in his community. The man organized help for himself and others, and that's the real me pay. Unknown Yaz's treatment was totes on point 5 years later when Bill got super sick at 53 and had this gnarly neurological illness that made him want to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. It was like, dude's probs got Nez, but his neuros were all now no specific lesions. Bruh, there's no cure. He was low-key hyped about his wife support, though. She had already set up this sick wheelchair ramp at their crib. Given the grim prognosis, I was like, Bill, you gotta work through these feels, fam, and told him to hit up a body worker who did some Feldenkrais stuff. Came back all jazzed about how he had more control, so I was all, have you tried yoga? And Loki started doing it myself too. We even just opened up this sick yoga program at the trauma center. I invited him to check it out, and Bill got hooked on Bikram. It was like a whole different level of intense, usually for youngins. But Bill was all about it, even when parts of his body were all nope in class. Gained this major sense of bodily pleasure and mastery, which was hella rare for him. Bill's therapy had helped him cop to the trauma from Vietnam. And befriending his body was a whole new level. He didn't want to organize life around losing control, fam. So he got certified as a yoga instructor and started teaching at this local armory to veterans coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan. 10 years later, Bill's still killing it. He teaches yoga to over 300 vets and still lives his best life with the fam, work, and church. But there are still these random episodes where his limbs just give out on him, and that's still a thing he deals with. Not all it used to be. Those episodes don't consume his existence anymore. They're just part of this ongoing story you feel. Come on myself, fam and Nonath or Loki in Sept 2001, major orgs got together, National Institutes of Health, Pfizer Pharma, Times Co-Foundation, and had these expert panels making recs for people traumatized by the Mutsi attacks. Thinking this is a sick opportunity to see which trauma meds actually work. My squad was hella extra, so they just stuck with psychoanalytic therapy and tight wife psychoanalytic. Is Manhattan still reppin' Freudian vibes, ick, and why Kabit? The academic crowd fave, because it's all about breaking it down into steps and making it uniform and all that. So we sat back and waited for New Yorkers to cop some therapy. Limau, almost nobody showed up. Dar Spencer Eighth was hella curious, so he did a survey of 225 people who survived the Twin Towers with his squad. They said acupuncture, massage, yoga, and EMDR were the real MVPs. Even rescue workers were feeling the massage vibes. Its survey is wild, though. It's physical stuff was more important than talk therapy for these peeps. The thing is, our expert squad recommended all this psychoanalytic jazz, but what really worked, we don't know, cause nobody showed up. The whole talking it out thing ain't as turn up as we thought, fam. Therapists been low-key convinced that talking about solved the problem since 1893 when Freud and his homie Breuer said it'd make everything better if you just spilled the tea, but TB, it's not that simple. Trauma's all about images, not stories. The what's attacks were like a sick vid replaying over in people's minds. We're all stuck with these traumatic imprints, not just pissed peeves peeps. It's time to wake up and realize talk therapy ain't the answer. Over here in our minds on the screens, we got a narrative going till Mayor Giuliani, the media, stepped and helped us make it fire. T.E. Lawrence wrote about his war experiences in 7 Pillars of Wisdom. You learned that there were pangs too sharp, griefs too deep, ecstasies too high for our finite selves to register. When emotion hit this level, the mind was choked and memory went white till it got hella humdrum again. Meanwhile, trauma is low-key keeping us shook, but word power's the key to getting out of it piece by piece. We gotta put the story together so it can be real. The silence, bruh. These early AIDS activists dropped a fire slogan, high silence, death. And let me tell you, silence about trauma, that's just straight up death for your soul. Keeps you trapped in that godforsaken isolation. Can scream it out to another human like he was raped or my parents called it discipline but it was abuse. That's when the healing starts, fam. Think you got control over all this grief, terror, shame? Nah, bruh. Silence just lets you numb yourself. Things of naming it, though, gives you a whole new kind of control. Adam named every living creature in Genesis, give the animals names too. If you've been hurt, you gotta acknowledge what went down, name it. Because I had to talk about being locked in the cellar as a kid. When I could vab at little boys' feelings, did I start enjoying my own company? Feeling heard changes your physiology, bruh. When someone gets you, it lights up your limbic brain, gives you that aha moment, but silence, that kills the spirit, G. John Bowlby said it best, what can't be spoken to the mother can't even be told to yourself. If you hide from yourself, what happened to you? Like when an uncle molested you as a kid, reacting to triggers like an animal in a thunderstorm, all without knowing why. Just avoid it or get all caught up in them vibes and you'll be at war with yourself, fam. Feelings are literally draining, fam. They're sucking all your motivation to do anything worthwhile and leaving you feeling hella bored and shut down, you feel. And stress hormones are just flooding your body like a toxic flood, causing headaches, muscle aches, bowel issues, and some wild, irrational behavior that's going to make you look hella extra and hurt the people around you. When you figure out where these vibes are coming from, can you start using your feelings to signal that something's off and needs some urgent attention, okay? Ignoring your inner reality is like straight up eating away at your sense of self, identity, and purpose, bruh. And clinical psychologist Edna Foe and her squad created the post-traumatic cognitions inventory to see how patients think about themselves. Symptoms are all about statements like feel dead inside. I'll never be able to feel normal emotions again. I've permanently changed for the worse, etc. It's all about knowing what you know and just dealing with it. You feel Carl Marlinus, a Vietnam vet, is low-key the real when it comes to talking to me about his teenage struggles and what it is like to go to war. Gotta confront this major split inside himself. He thought there was only one person inside him, but nope, there's parts of him that love maiming, killing, and torturing, while other parts are straight up the opposite. It's not like he's a killer or a torturer, though he's just got some messy stuff going on. Marlinus says his road to recovery required learning to tell the truth, even if it was brutally painful. Destruction and sorrow need some serious justification when there ain't no bigger meaning for the suffering, so people tend to make up whatever they can to fill that gap. Marlinus had been bottling up this stuff for years, but when he started thinking about his kid as real kid, not just a hypothetical one, he finally got all this sadness and rage out, was like healing mode activated, Integrating your emotions with action should be a thing, fam. It ain't that deep. Just get some people in a group chat or something, share your terror and find someone who can relate. You're literally a human being, fam. After those Vietnam vet dudes joined a therapy squad where they could spill their traumatic tea and share their pain with their GFFs, they started to open up and let go of their emotional baggage. The miracle of self-exploration, discovering who you are in words is always a major epiphany, even if figuring out how to put your feelings into words can be super painful. That's why I'm low-key inspired by Helen Keller's story. She was literally born into language or whatever. Like when Helen was 19 months old and trying to speak up literally, she caught a nasty virus that took away her sight and hearing. Now she's all deaf, blind, and mute, which is wild. After 5 long years of being stuck in her own head, her fam invited some sick teacher from Boston named Ann Sullivan to come chill with them in rural Alabama as Helen's tutor. Ann started teaching Helen the manual alphabet and spelling words into her hand, 1 letter at a time, but it took 10 weeks for this wild child to come around. It was like magic when Anne spelled out water while Helen held her hand under the water pump. That's when the light bulb went off, bruh. Helen later wrote about that moment in the story of my life, water. That word woke up my soul and it brought me this fire. Until that day, my mind was like a dark room waiting for words to come in and turn on the light, which is thought. I learned a lot of words that day, getting those words down in Helen, creating her own inner world, not just seeing and hearing things, but feeling them too. 6 months later, she started using he instead of me. It was lit TB. Her story reminds me of all these abused kids we see in our treatment programs. They're like these lost souls until they can find themselves and communicate their feelings. Helen's whole deal is that before she got language, she was just a hot mess. Looking back, he called herself Vicantum because it felt like her inner self didn't exist yet. How kids are like that too, fam. We see them as these uncommunicative, stuck in their ways kids until they can figure out who they are and feel safe enough to share their feelings. The Werther book, The Knot I Live In, Keller wrote about how she was born into selfhood. Before my teacher came to me, I didn't know who I was. I lived in this dark world that wasn't even a world. Had no will or intellect. I can remember all this because of touch-based memories. Those were the only things I could grasp. Helen's tactual memories were literally her only connection to reality. But then she got language and suddenly she could join the conversation. It was like, what happiness to talk freely with other kids again. When Helen went to the Perkins Institution for the Blind in Boston at age 8, where Anne had trained, she finally found her tribe. Oh, what joy, she wrote, to speak freely with other kids. To feel like I'm home in this crazy world, let's get real. Helen's discovery of language with Anne Sullivan Loki saved her life because she found words where there was nothing before. That's what it means to have a therapeutic relationship. You can finally share your darkest thoughts and feelings without being silenced or ignored. It's like, and knowing yourself is literally the most profound experience we can have. You get to tap into that deep pain and emotions and actually express them to someone who gets it. It's all about healing from trauma, especially when people in our lives ain't been there for us. But talk therapy ain't always easy. Through my own psychoanalysis, and let me tell you, it was a wild ride. I could spew words like they were nobody's business, but getting real with myself, that's where the struggle's at. Tried to process those deep, dark moments in my life, I'd often find myself stuck between two things, either reliving old trauma or reporting it logically. And if I chose the latter, I get all caught up in what my analyst thought not, what I was really feeling. Neuroscience is low. Key prove that we got two types of self-awareness going on. One's autobiographical, that's like our personal story, and the other's moment to moment, that's like our gut feelings. The first one's rooted in language, but it changes with every tell. Like when you're sitting there trying to put your words into words, the second system's more about physical sensations. We vibe with the person we're talking to. We can find words for that too. Two systems are like different brain areas that ain't always connected. Only one can change the emotional game. In my veteran groups, I'd see these systems clashing all the time. Our guys would share their traumas, their bodies would be telling a different story, cause of pride and belonging. Come to me with happy family stories, but they're still feeling anxious and uptight on the inside. The thing is, we got this narrative system that creates a public image. If you keep telling that story enough, you might start believing it's true. But there's another truth going on beneath the surface of the real experience of that situation, and only when we tap into that inner truth can we actually start healing. Unknown author, listen up. Loki, I'm about to spill some real tea. Like at this hospital where I teach a psychiatric residence, we just had an interview with this young woman who's got temporal lobe epilepsy and was trying to kill herself after a major crisis. Residents were all chillin', asking her the usual questions, symptoms, meds, age when she got diagnosed, etc. But then one of them asked if she'd been sexually abused, and I'm over here thinking, hold up, did they just go down that rabbit hole? Anyway, our patient just kept it real, no cap. She said she was diagnosed at 5, lost her job, knew she was faking it, felt worthless and all that. But, why did she start to freak out after losing her gig? I asked her what it was like for that 5-year-old girl who just found out her brain was messed up, and she got real for a second, said her dad basically ghosted her after the diagnosis and left her to fend for herself. He saw me as a defective child, she told us. No support system, nothing, so she had to adult alone. But here's the thing, instead of crying about how lonely or angry she was, she just straight up dissed that little girl who had to deal with all that trauma and rejection on her own. She was whiny, dependent, and low-key stupid, she said. That fire in her voice came from the part of her that tried to cope, and I was like, yeah, it probably saved her life back then. Then I asked her if she wanted to share how it felt to be all alone with this illness and family drama, and at first she just broke down, kept quiet for a while until finally said, no, that girl didn't deserve that. She should have had people looking out for her. But then she shifted gears and started spitting bars about how much she'd accomplished despite all that neglect. Public story met inner experience you feel. It's like the body is the bridge between trauma and recovery. Trauma stories help people connect with each other, give them a reason to understand why they're suffering so doctors can address the real issues. They can help with insomnia, rage, nightmares, or numbing, all that jazz. But on the flip side, stories also give folks an excuse to hate. Blaming's like a universal high five for haters, makes them feel good while they're still getting their feelings mixed up. Anyway, it goes to show how important it is to share our trauma stories and support each other out. The bridge, and if we don't use that bridge to connect with each other's experiences, then what's the point? So trauma is super whack, and it changes people for real. They ain't even themselves no more. Hella hard to put into words. Language is all about sharing things outside, not inner feelings or whatever. Our brains got a diff center for being ourselves than we do for feeling stuff, and most of us are straight up bad at describing ourselves, but we're low-key experts at describing others. Some smart dude, Jerome Kagan, once said, describe private experiences as like reaching down to a deep well, picking up tiny fragile crystals with thick leather mittens or hands. We can get past the word sloppiness by tuning into our self-observant, body-based self-system, which speaks through sensations, tone of voice, and body tension. Able to feel visceral sensations is like the foundation of emotional awareness, bruh. If a patient tells me they was 8, their dad left them, I'm probs gonna stop them, ask them to check in themselves, what's going on in dear body when they tell me about dat kid who never saw his pops again. Or is it registered in dear gut? When you activate or gut feelings listen to or heartbreak, when you follow the interoceptive pathways to your innermost recesses, things start to change. Fam. To you ourself, there's other ways to access our inner world of feelings. And is one of dem most effective, bruh. We all pour out our hearts in angry, accusatory, plaintive, or sad letters when people betray us or leave us hanging. Doing so almost always makes us feel better, even if we never send it. To herself means you don't gotta worry about what others think. You just listen to her own thoughts, let day flow take over. Later when I read what it wrote, you often find out some dope truths. Functioning members of society, we're supposed to be cool in our daily interactions, subdue our feelings to the task at hand. When we talk to PPL, we don't feel completely safe with. Social editor jumps in on full alert, our guards up. Reddit is diff. You ask our editor to leave you alone for a sec, things will come out. Dad, no idea we're there, or are free to go into a sort of trance state where our pen or keyboard seems to channel whatever bubbles up from inside. Can connect those self-observant narrative parts of our brain. We'll worry about what TPL think. In this practice called free written, you can use any object as our own personal Rorschach test for in a stream associations. Simply write the first thing that comes to my mind when you look at the object in front of you, then keep going without stopping, rereading, or crossing out. A wooden spoon on the counter may trigger memories of making unknown author like if you're low-key traumatized from going down with your G-May or getting beat up as a lil G, that old fam teapot is gonna take you on some wild mental journey to the places where you lost loved ones or had some messy fam holidays. Next thing you know, an image pops up, then a memory, and then it's time to spill all the tea onto paper. Whatever shows up is like totally unique to you, no cap. And my patients are always trying to share these little fragments of writing and drawings about memories they're not even ready to talk about yet. I don't want to I'm so scared when I read it out loud, but they trust me enough to let me know what's going on in that crazy mind of theirs. I'm all like, yes, I got you, fam. So brave for letting yourself get vulnerable like this. These little comms guide my treatment plan. We do somatic processing, neurofeedback, or EMDR to help them heal from the inside out. Anyway, research done back in 1986 by James Pennebaker and his squad at it. Took their intro psych class and turned it into this experimental lab where they had students write about all the deep stuff that was stressing them out. One group wrote about what's going on in their lives, another about their traumatic experiences, and the third just went in depth on how they felt about it. These students were low-key obsessed with it too. Many shared secrets they'd never told anyone before, and some even cried themselves to sleep that night. 65 of those 200 participants wrote about childhood trauma, and let me tell you, it was wild. 22% of the hoes got hit on by someone when they were minors, and 10% of the dudes did too. Here's the thing, they reported all sorts of major and minor health problems like cancer, high blood pressure, and earates. The ones who went through traumatic sexual abuse as kids had some serious health issues. 2, they ended up in the hospital almost twice as much as everyone else. So like back in the day, like 20 years ago, this dude, unknown author, was trying to see if Reddit about your trauma could actually do some real magic for your mental health. Found out that when you're all emotional and stuff, it's like super good for you. So he had these 3 groups of students do some writing exercises, one about their traumas, one about nothing, and one that was just straight up pretend. The group that wrote about their trauma, though, they were like 50 less likely to get a visit from their doctor compared to the other 2 groups. It's like this thing called negative effects of stress was a thing back then, but nobody really knew what it meant. Anyway, when the student did their own assessments, they were all like, writing about my trauma helped me feel more understood. And I never realized how messed up I was until I started in about it. They said that this experiment gave him peace of mind, which is like ultimate goal, right? So like Pennebaker did another study where he asked these students to just talk into a recorder about their traumatic experiences or whatever. He watched how their bodies reacted, like you're getting anxious or your blood pressure is through the roof. But after they finished talking, it all went back down to normal. And like 6 weeks later, even when nobody was watching, Pennebaker's subjects were still feeling like $1 million. It turned out that writing about your trauma can actually improve your immune function, which is wild because nobody knew that before. Even crazier is that Pennebaker found out that people who write about their traumatic experiences often change their tone of voice or speaking style when they're talking about it. Like one girl was all high-pitched and childlike when she talked about her daily plans, but then she got all dark and deep when she talked about stealing money from a cash register. And like, this isn't just some weirdo's experiment. Kenna Baker did this with all these different groups of people, like grade school kids, old folks, medical students, maximum security prisoners, everybody, and the results are always the same. That written about your trauma is good for you. Unknown author Loki, her voice was so extra, and she sounded hella different from before. She went full dark mode and you couldn't even recognize her anymore. But it's not just the voice, bruh, her handwriting changes too. When she switches topics, scribbling goes from cursive to block letters and back again, and her pen game gets all up in her face. She's like a whole different person, fam. Switching is a real thing though. It's like when trauma survivors change topics, they can switch up their emotional state too. Might go from being extra sensitive to being straight up savage or whatever. And it's not just the writing, neither. It's the facial expressions, body language, whole vibe. Some people are so caught up in playing it safe that they'll even change who they are, you feel. They'll go from super timid to full on bossy or whatever. If you try to tell them to stop being so extra, they just ghost you, man. Anyway, these people can't just talk about their feelings, 'cause that's too wuck for some of them. They might act out in other ways, like with suicidal thoughts or rage attacks or whatever. It's all super messy. So yeah, art, music, and dance therapy is a thing, bruh. And therapists are low-key heroes for people who've been through trauma, and there's some legit research that says it can help. But we don't know much about how it actually works, and trying to study it would be like super impractical. One dude did a study where he had people do expressive movement for 10 whole minutes every day, and then they wrote about their trauma afterwards. The results were lit, everyone felt happier and healthier, but only the group that did both writing and movement showed real changes in their health stats. The researchers were all like, translation of experiences into language is key, but we still got a lot to learn, TB. Jazz, lem break it down for you, unknown author. So do we really know if writing is the real deal when it comes to healing, or is that just a myth? The whole Pete's thing has been kind of mess so far. When I was low-key talking to Kenna Baker about this, he was all, hold up, dude. Most writing studies on tests have been done in groups where people are expected to spill their guts. He also reminded me that write-ins are literally just you writing for yourself, trying to figure out why you're still stuck in the trauma. Trauma is hella hard to deal with. Fam, not just the person experiencing it, but also as the listeners. Like Paul Fussell said something real fire about why in his book, The Great War in Modern Memory. War creates a zone of silence where people don't want to talk about what's going down. It's not like the language is lacking, though we got terms for blood, terror, and all that good stuff. The problem ain't with the words, it's with how Gentile and optimistic we're supposed to be. Soldiers don't open up 'cause they know nobody want to hear the bad news, fam. Make trauma so extra hard to talk about that people just shut down. Families and friends might even reject you if you try to share your story. It's like no one wants to be shook, right? So it's all about finding safe spaces to express yourself without getting rejected or judged. Survivor groups are key, though. Provide a space for people to tell their truth without getting shut down, and therapists need to be trained to listen to the realty, 'cause Pete is all about the details. I had a vet come to me with some heavy stuff once, and I got triggered hard and things. So that's why therapists got to do their own therapy first so they can stay woke and available for their patients. It's like we need people who can handle the real pain and still be there for you. No cap. Yo, if we're talking about evoking feelings of rage or disgust, maybe it's a different prob. But when TPL who've been through trauma can't even speak 'cause their brain shuts down, that's whack. I've seen this in courtrooms, immigration cases, and even in Rwanda massacre trials. Get so freaked out that they can't articulate what happened to them. Or testimony is always dismissed 'cause it's too chaotic and fragmented to be believed. People try to recount their story, but it's like triggering you feel off evasive and unreliable. Seen dozens of cases dismissed 'cause asylum seekers can't even give coherent reasons for fleeing. Veterans get denied for claiming 'cause they can't recall what happened. Confusion and silence is totes normal in therapy too. We know patients will freak out if we keep pressing them for details. Why we pendulate, aka use terms like Peter Levine coined. We don't avoid confronting the deets, but we teach people how to approach it gradually, like dipping one toe in water and taking it out again. Without these interlands of safety for patients, help them identify parts of their body where they can ground themselves when they feel stuck or terrified. It's all about escaping the vagus nerves messages for panic, Teach people to focus on their hands, like how they feel to move, and then stop them if they start freaking out. Sometimes it's Qigong moves or acupressure points for some. Other times it's just planting their feet on the floor or sitting up straight. But when people find these islands of safety, they start to get that they can create body sensations to counterbalance feeling out of control. That's when trauma resolution begins, pendulating between exploration and safety. And body, remembering, living in the past, but feeling hella alive right now. Dealing with reality, or dealing with traumatic memories is just the beginning. FAM studies have shown that people with T's got some real issues with focus and learning new info. Alexander McFarlane did a simple test. He asked people to name as many words starting with B as they could in 1 minute. Normal folks average of 15 words. Those with Pete's averaged like 3 or 4, lol. Even got hella triggered by basic words like cool, ice cream, and bicycle too. Most people with the tats don't even bother dealing with the past cause their main concern is just surviving the day, no cap. And traumatized patients who are killing it in their careers or raising their kids got stuck doing everyday tasks instead of focusing on healing. And ain't nobody got time for that. Language games got another pitfall with thinking our thoughts can just be fixed if they don't make sense, fam. Cognitive behavioral therapy is all about changing dysfunctional thinking, but it's like low-key top-down and not really addressing the root of the issue. It's like trying to fix a splinter with just some glue, bruh. Traumatized people got irrational thoughts for days. I'm to blame for being sexy. The other guys weren't afraid they're real men, or I should have known better than to walk down that street. Don't even get me started on how what those thoughts are. Just treat them like cognitive flashbacks. Fam, don't argue with them. Just acknowledge they're there and move on. The real solution is EMDR, which is the subject of the next chapter. Lol. Infection, bruh, is like your body's hella weird response to some foreign object that becomes super problematic. Modern neuroscience is low-key supporting for its vibe that most of our conscious thoughts are just fancy ways to rationalize all the messy stuff coming from deep down in our unconscious. And then, trauma is hella messed up and it interferes with how your brain does its whole experience thing. A solid sense of self is like basically a person being able to be all confident about what they think and feel and knowing what's going on with them, no cap. That's gotta come from some healthy turn-up interplay between the different brain areas, fam. Almost every study that looks at trauma patients finds those insula people are hella active. This part is all about integrating sensory info from your body and making you feel like you living in it. But when you're traumatized, your insula can send signals to your amygdala that make you feel on edge and unable to focus or straight up freak out. No reason or understanding needed. Feelings are hella deep inside your brain and can't be solved with logic or whatever, they just exist and you gotta deal with them. When you're constantly getting bombarded by bodily sensations but can't connect with them on a deeper level, that's when you get alexithymia, not being able to sense what's going on inside yourself. The only way to come back from this is to get in touch with your body, to vibe with yourself and figure out who you are and what matters. Alexithymia, dissociation, and shutdown all tie into the brain structures that help you focus, feel, know what you feel, and protect yourself. When those get wrecked by trauma, it's a whole mess. Sometimes it's confusion, other times it's emotional detachment. Some people even get out of body experiences like watching themselves from afar. Trauma basically makes you feel like either someone else or nobody at all. To overcome it, you gotta get back in touch with your body and yourself, no questions asked. Language is key, though being able to organize your memories into a coherent whole depends on being able to connect the conscious brain and body self structures, which are usually messed up by trauma. The full story can only be told when those connections are fixed and you're back in the game after nobody becomes somebody. Chapter 15, letting go of the past. EMDR, was it a vision or a waking dream? Fled, is that music? Do I wake or sleep? John Keats David, a middle-aged contractor, came to see me because his violent rage attacks were making his home a living hell. During our first session, he told me a story about something that happened this summer. He was 23. He was working as a lifeguard, and one afternoon a group of kids were roughhousing in the pool in Yaz. So, David was all about the beer, right? But then David's homie told him no booze allowed, and those boys got hella salty, took out his eye with a broken bottle, bruh. 2 years later, he's still low-key traumatized, having major teed vibes. He's super harsh on his own son, always yelling at him for the smallest stuff, and ain't got time for affection towards his wife. But deep down, he's all like, I'm a hot mess, cause that traumatic shit gave him permission to be a whole other level of messed up. Hates how angry and vengeful he is, but also can't help himself. David comes to me, unknown author, and I'm all about introducing him to Emdur, which is like eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, bruh. I'm like, just let the memories come back, ain't nothing to be afraid of. So he starts recalling the whole thing, the attack, the sounds, the thoughts. And then I'm moving my finger back and forth about a foot away from his eye, got him vibbing on that level. He's getting all worked up, feeling the rage and terror coming back, but I'm keeping it calm with some soothing words. Breathe, man, breathe. Then we move to some other memories like that fight he had in school, just chillin'. Or him looking for his attackers everywhere, just want to hurt them. Every time something new pops up, I'm all about noticing it and keeping the finger moving. Getting more calm, more relaxed, and I can tell he's feeling some freedom. The stabbing memory ain't as intense no more. It's just a sad story from his past. We hit our third session, talking about how David used booze and drugs to cope with his rage. Keep going back and forth, and he starts recalling this convo he had with the prison guard all about killing his assailant, but then changing his mind. That's some liberating stuff right there. David comes to realize he was way out of control, but by letting go of that anger, he's found a way back to being human. Loki, unknown author, was all about being extra kind to himself and his son, but then he's like, hold up, I'm treating my son like those teens who messed with me back in the day. So after our last set sesh, he asks if he can premise over so he can spill the tea and get some forgiveness from his little dude. Fast forward to our fifth and final session, and he's living his best life. No cap, he's sleeping like a baby. He's actually feeling that inner peace he never had before. A year later, it's me up to report that his wife are Loki in love. They're doing yoga together, and he's even found joy in gardening and woodworking. It's lit. Emdur was the real MVP for this dude. I've seen it work magic on countless trauma cases over the years. I'm Loki obsessed with Maggie, a psychologist who runs a halfway house for young girls who've been through some real trauma. She's got more drama in one sentence than most people have in a whole life, but somehow she manages to keep it together. I'm talking dad issues, bad boys, altercations, the whole 9 yards. She drops this bombshell. Her pops raped her twice when she was just 5 and 7. She's all like, it was my fault, 'cause she loves her dad. He just couldn't control himself, no cap. Here thing, girl, you're blamming everybody else but your pops, including us therapists who ain't doing enough. Maggie's got a way of storytelling, though. She tells one story with words, another in actions. It's like she's trying to prove something to herself and everyone else. And Loki, out of nowhere, Maggie comes to our therapy group and spits some real tea about this Emdur training she went to. I thought it was going to be another one of her wild stunts, but nope. She starts talking about how she remembered this one time when she was 7 and her pops raped her from inside her child's body, fam. She's all like, I felt so small, and she could smell the booze on his breath. It was like she was right there with that tiny little version of herself. Anyway, it's clear that Emdur is the real deal. It worked for Maggie, and now I'm Loki obsessed too, hey? So she's rewatching this crazy thing that went down and is low-key reliving it through her 29-year-old self. She freaks out and starts sobbing like a baby. He was literally a little kid, and how could some huge dude do this to me? She cries for a hot sec, then spits out. It's over now. I know what happened. Wasn't my fault. I was just a little girl and couldn't save myself. I'm dead. I've been searching for a way to help people revisit their traumatic past without getting triggered like a total mess. Seems like Maggie actually got an experience that was straight out of a flashback and didn't get destroyed by it. Could Emdur make it safe enough for Paul to access the trauma vibes, but then turn them into memories from like 20 years ago or something? Maggie gets more Emdur sessions and sticks around long enough for us to see her transform into a hella less angry version of herself. Still got that sassy sense of humor, though, obvi. And a few months later, she's low-key crushing it with this new kind of dude who's totally not her type. Then she just ghosted the group and was all, I'm good. I fixed my trauma. I was like, time for me to get Emdur trained too, lol. Her first exposure. So, like, this whole thing started with some random psych prof named Francine Shapiro who was just chilling in the park one day and noticed rapid eye movements made her anxiety go from 10 to 1. Can you even? How did a major treatment modality come from such a basic observation? It's wild that nobody else caught on sooner. She was all, yeah, right, this is going to work. But then she spent years experimenting and researching and turned it into some solid procedure that TPL could learn and test. I roll in for my first EMDR training and I'm low-key needing some trauma processing myself. Just a few weeks prior, the whole trauma clinic at Mass Gen went down and we were scrambling to find a new spot and dollar to keep treating our patients, students, and doing research. Around the same time, my homie Frank Putnam got axed from the NID and Rick Cluft lost his unit. It was all kind of weird, but I guess EMDR was like, I'm here for you. So I'm following my partner's fingers with mine and bam. Fuzzy childhood scenes come flooding back, family drama, playground beefs. Here's the rewritten text in an edgy Gen Z Gen alpha slang style. Yo, I'm standing outside this shed with my older sis, throwing pebbles at the window. Okay? The vibes are hella trippy, like these crazy vivid images that creep up when you're feeling me on a Sunday morning, all sleepy and whatnot. Fast forward a half an hour and we go back to this scene where my boss is all like, I'm closing your clinic, I'm over at fam. Okay, that's just how the tea crumples tumbles, time to move on. Never look back, but the clinic somehow came back together and is killing it now. That was EMDR the real MEVP, forgetting to let go of my anger, ache, maybe. But this mental journey I took was straight fire. From childhood memories to closure, it was like nothing I ever experienced in talk therapy. When it was my turn to give EMDR, things got extra intriguing. We swapped groups and this new dude comes in telling me he's got some deep-seated childhood trauma with his dad, but he ain't gonna share the deets. So salty, cause I'm used to getting the tea before we start, but he just won't spit it out. His eyes are bugging, breathing, rapid and shallow. He's straight up sobbing. Do this EMDR thing for 45 minutes, and my colleague comes in telling me how dealing with me was a major turn off, wouldn't even refer a patient to me, fam. Meanwhile, he says the EMDR session fixed his dad's abuse drama. Loki skeptical, thinking maybe his vibe is still messed up from unresolved trauma, but he looks hella relaxed now. I'm ghosted by my trainer, Gerald Pook, and I'm like, what the actual? He's all smiles, saying this dude's got his life together after EMDR. Here's the thing, we didn't even get to talk about what happened in that session thing, cause he ain't share his trauma stories with me. Jerry all like, how do you know he resolved it if he won't spill the tea? He's all like, you know why you're so invested in hearing trauma stories. You need to chill with your voyeur tendencies. I'm dead, why can't I just go ask my neighbor for a drink if they want to share their story? No author law, you want to share a trauma story, but like don't forget, you gotta understand the diff of you want to hear stories, or patient's internal process of healing, bruh. Loki, Gary's advice to heart now, I'm Loki obsessed you telling it to my students cause it's like super edgy. So I was doing FEMR training and I got preoccupied with 3 things. The MR is hella good at getting TPL rapid access to memories from their past, what kind of magic it is. Apparently it helps if them put the traumatic XP in perspective or something. People can def heal without talking about it, and Exemer lets them observe their exes in a whole new way, no verbal give and take required pulls. But here's the T, trauma rarely leaves TPL an open heart. So that's what Exemer is all about, helping them find the trust again, even if they don't have a good relationship with their therapist. Did Exemer you patients who spoke diff languages, though Swahili, Mandarin, Breton? I noticed that because as Eshmar doesn't require people to spill the tea or explain why they're feeling so extra, it lets them stay focused on their internal experience, which is low-key insane. Had patients opposed who showed dramatic improvements after just 3 sessions. We also started measuring progress on a TOEST rating scale, got some rad results. In scan TPL's brains, before after treatment saw a major shift in brain activity, prefrontal lobe activation, anterior cingulate, basal ganglia. It was like they were finally seeing their trauma for what it was, a distant memory, not a drowning feeling. One dude said he was floating on top of his trauma, and another woman said her fragments became whole again. Like MR is magic, bruh. Trauma was Suyu, overrated. After a hot minute, it's just a story about some old stuff that happened, fam. We got our hands on some sick funding from the National Institutes of Mental Health to see if EMDR is hella better than Prozac or just a placebo, lol. We did this major study with 88 subjects and saw some wild results. 30 of them did EMDR, 28 were on Prozac, and the rest got the sugar pill Ecate. But for real, those on placebo were low-key killing it after 8 weeks. 42% improvement was straight fire. Pro was like, nah, I'm good, fam. And brute that a Prozac did slightly better than the placebo crew, but like not by much, bruh. But EMDR, it's like, wow, 1 in 4 people who got EMDR were straight up healed. Their PIDs and scores were hella low-key. It wasn't just about the short term. Fam, 8 months later, 60% of those who got EMDR were still completely cured. The great Dar Erickson once said, once you kick the log, the river will start flowing. Like once people started integrating their trauma, they just kept getting better on their own, no cap. But Prozac, like, peace out, I'm done. Those who took it would just relapse when they stopped. This study was hella significant because it showed that EMDR is way more effective than meds for PASTEDs. Fam. Studies confirm that meds can help with PTs, but only if you're on them all the time, and that's hella extra, bruh. So the EMDR even did better for depression than Prozac. Another key finding was that adults who went through childhood trauma reacted differently to EMDR than those who were traumatized as adults. Almost half of the adult onset group got completely cured after 8 weeks, but only 9% of the child abuse crew showed such improvement. Months later, it was like 73% for the adult onset group, but only 25% for the child abuse group. These results are low-key wild because they show that EMDR is hella powerful for stuck traumatic memories, but it doesn't necessarily fix the whole betrayal and abandonment thing that comes with childhood trauma. 8 weeks of therapy, it ain't gonna cut it for long-term trauma, fam. Hey, what's good, fam? So like, I just got the scoop on PEACE research and it's wild. There's been this one study where people with PEACE from a traumatic event as an adult had the most lit outcome. They were all hyped about EMDR. It's like eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. But my colleagues are still hella skeptical about it. Though EMDR is straight up weird. Like researchers were low-key expecting it to flop so hard that they even put as the control condition for a study on combat vets with TEST. Can you even? Cap 12 sessions of EMDR, and it crushed the competition, the Biofeedback Assisted Relaxation Therapy Squad. Now the VA is all about giving EMDR its due, and it's like officially sanctioned. So is EMDR low-key exposure therapy or what? Some sites think it desensitizes PEL to traumatic material, but that's hella oversimplified. It's more like integrated into their lives, you feel. After EMDR-PL got all clear on what trauma even means, from being a coherent in the past instead of just random sensations and images. Memories are wild though. They evolve and change instantly without any conscious input. It's like they're trying to escape or something. When that happens, the memory stops being stuck and raw. It integrates with other life events and stops being all traumatic, fam. Anyway, besides gotta get better, Ed, on how memories work in the brain. It's low-key, how they don't. It can lead to some hella misguided treatment approaches. Contrast that to phobias, which are like a specific irrational fear. PTs is way more deep. It's like a fundamental reorg of the HINs due to actual existential threat. Hell, with PTs do exposure therapy. They get all shook up at first, increased heart rate, blood pressure, stress hormones, etc. But if they keep reliving their trauma, gradually become less reactive and more chill, they even lower their peptide scores. However, just exposing them to the old trauma ain't enough. It don't integrate memories into the bigger picture. EMDR comes in, it not only regulates intense memories, but also restores TPL to a higher state of engagement with life. Other therapies like internal family systems, yoga, neurofeedback, psychomotor therapy, and theater are all about doing this too. Yes, Lem spill the tea on how I helped my homegirl Kathy process some major trauma with EMDR, bruh. So Kathy's a 21, old student who's been seeing a therapist for like 3 years, but ain't seen no progress. Feel? She was literally terrified when we first met, and I'm low-key impressed that she made it through her third attempt at taking her own life. University health services were all like, send us this girl, because they heard about some new EMDR technique that might do the trick. And to BU, Kathy's got some major skills when it comes to getting into a zone. She can literally block out everything else in her life when she's studying or writing papers. I'm not exaggerating. Girl could go for hours with Alice and how messed up her life is lol. Anyway, we found out that her dad was all about exploding her as a kid for child prostitution, major red flag. But here's the thing, Kathy's an EMDR savage, and she crushed it in just 8 sessions. Like, I've seen some crazy recoveries before, but this one's got me shook. We caught up 15 years later, and she was low-key, hilarious, smart, funny, and all about that family life, lol. Anyway, here are my notes on our 4th EMDR session, cause it's fire, and I want to show the world how the human mind works its magic. Fancy brain scans or blood tests needed, just straight up EMDR action. Kathy was sitting across from me at a 45-degree angle, so we were all about that personal space, TB. I asked her to recall this one traumatic memory, and then we got into the eye movement magic. You know, where you follow my finger with your eyes law after like 25 sets of eye movements, say something like Bree and then ask what she was thinking. Kay, whenever her vibe changed or her face got all kinds of emotional, she'd spill the tea. It's wild how Emder can make you confront your demons in a whole new way, fam. Hey, notice dat? I'm trying to get Kathy to spill her tea, right? So I'm like, notice dat, and she's all quiet for 45 min, just vibbin' with the eye movements you feel. She dropped some major tea. He got scars from when he tied me up and marked me as his own, plus there's bite marks. She looks all stunned, but low-key calm, like a boss. So I'm like, girl, good. And she's all like, I remember getting doused in gas and Polaroid pics of me. Then I got gang raped by my dad and 2 of his squad. My stomach is clutching, but I'm trying to keep it 100 with Kathy. Then we do some more eye movements and she starts smelling and I'm like, what's going on, sis? And she's all like, how was in a car at class? Killed it. Saw them backing off. Said, don't you see you're hurting me? Stay there and we keep it moving. Kathy starts crying and I'm like, what's girl? What's poppin'? And she's all like, yeah, got 2 selves in my head, the smart one and the little slut. All these women who couldn't take care of themselves or their men and it up to me to service them. She starts sobbing and I'm trying to keep her calm. Then we switch tracks and she's all like, you see my life now, big me holding little me, saying you're safe now. She starts picturing her future and it's a whole mood. Then out of nowhere, she's thinking about some dude Jeffrey and how she might not be able to handle him. She's all like, I've never been in a relationship before. What if he doesn't want me? I'm petrified. So I'm like, girl, what do you need to know? And then we switch back to the trauma vibes. They had an image of Jeffrey and me sitting in the coffee shop. My dad comes in and starts going wild with that axe. Puts me on the table and he rapes me and Jeffrey. She's crying now and I'm just trying to hold her space. You feel low key. How can you be hella open with someone when you got these savage thoughts about your dad bodied you and then doing it to us both? I was trying to comfort her, but like, I knew I gotta keep her vibes moving. She to focus on what she felt physically. Feel the pain in my forearms, shoulder, and right chest. Yeah. All I want to do is get held by someone who ain't trying to kill me. We kept going with Emder, and when we stopped, Kathy looked hella relaxed. Jeffrey say it's cool that he was sent here to take care of me, and like it wasn't anything I did, and he just want to be with me 'cause he cares. Again, I asked what she felt in her body. Feels super peaceful. A little shaky, like when you're trying to build new muscle. Some relief. Jeffrey knows all this already. I feel like I'm alive, and it's all over. But honestly, my dad has another little sis, and that makes me so sad. But as we kept going, the trauma came back, along with other thoughts and images. He got a barf. Intrusions of lots of smells bad, cologne, booze, vomit. A few minutes later, Kathy was crying hard. You really feel my mom here now. It feels like she's trying to forgive me. I have the sense that the same thing happened to her. She's apologizing to me over and over. She's telling me it happened to her that it was my grandpa. She's also telling me that my grandma is really sorry for not being there to protect me. I kept asking her to take deep breaths and stay with whatever was coming up. End of the next sequence, Kathy said, you feel like it's over. I felt my grandma holding me at my current age, telling me she's so sorry she married my grandpa. She and my mom are making sure that it stops here. After one final Emder sequence, Kay was smelling. I have an image of pushing my dad out of the coffee house and Jeffrey locking the door behind him. He stands outside. You can see him through the glass. Everybody's roasting him. With Emder, Kathy was able to integrate her trauma memories and call on her imagination to help her lay him to rest, arriving at a sense of completion and control. She did so with minimal input from me and without any discussion of the specifics. I never felt a reason to question their accuracy. Her experiences were real to her, and my job was to help her deal with them in the present. The process freed something in her mind-brain to activate new images, feelings, and thoughts. It was like her life force emerged to create new possibilities for her future. As we've seen, traumatic memories persist as split off, unmodified images, sensations, and feelings. To my mind, the most remarkable thing, so like Emder is Loki, got some wild effects, fam. It's all about triggering these random vibes and sensations when you're thinking about the original memory you feel. Your brain's trying to put old info into a new package, like exploring that sleep connection, though. So after I got schooled on Emder, can I talk about my work at the Sleep? Alan Hobson and his crew were like the OGs of dream research, of that they figured out where dreams are actually coming from in the brain, and Robert Stickgold was just starting to get into the function of dreams. Showed him a vid of this patient who was straight up traumatized for 13 years after a wild car accident, but after 2 EMDR sessions, she went from being a hot mess to a total boss. Stickgold's friend's fam had a meltdown after their cat died, and they connected her with Roger Solomon, an EMDR trainer. She said it was all about the brain, not her mind, which is, so like totally deep, Soon after, there's this article in Dreaming saying that EMDR is low-key linked to REM sleep, the part of sleep where dreams are at. It turns out, it shows that sleep and dream sleep have major roles in mood regulation. In REM sleep, your eyes move crazy fast. Just like in EMDR, getting more REM sleep reduces depression, but if you're skipping it, you're more likely to be depressed, you feel. CASD is all about disturbed sleep, and self-medication with booze or pills messes with REM sleep. At the vet, my squad, and I found that vets with PTIS would wake themselves up ASAP when they entered REM sleep prob cause they triggered a trauma fragment in their dreams. Other researchers thought it was whack, but now we know both deep sleep and REM play major roles in how memories change over time. Trying to reshape memory by increasing the imprint of emotional info while making irrelevant stuff fade away. Stickgold and his crew did some sick studies showing that the brain can even make sense out of unclear info while we're awake and integrate it into our larger memory system. And dreams keep replaying, recombining, and reintegrating old memories from months and years, like constantly updating these subterranean realities that determine what our waking minds pay attention to low-key. In REM sleep, your brain is like, hey, let's make some wacky connections, fam. You wake up, give him a word association test, and they're all like hot, cold, or whatever. But when you're in REM sleep, like thief wrong, it's wild. Also solve anagrams way faster, lol. So Stickgold and Hobson are all like, dude, dreams are trippy because they help us make new connections between memories that don't even seem related. And we're like, hold up, total sense, cause creativity is all about seeing novel connections. But then there's teased, and it's like the opposite. People are stuck in these frozen associations that are super hard to break. Like, if I wear a turban, they want to kill me or whatever. Stickgold is all like, Cumdra might be able to tap into this dream stuff to help with memory processing and trauma resolution. And we're like, yeah, it makes sense because EMDR kind of works like that during REM sleep. The basic EMDR move, hold the image in your mind, might actually be doing something similar to what happens in dreams. The way Ruth Lanius and I are studying how people's brains react when they're remembering traumatic events or just chillin', and we'll probably have some fire findings soon. Association and integration is a whole vibe. So EMDR isn't all about revisiting the trauma. It's more like, hey, let's stimulate this associative process and get you out of here. Prozac can dull the images of terror, but it doesn't change the memories themselves. On the other hand, is like, yeah, I got this traumatic event stuck in my head, but I'm good now. It's weird how some meds can just blunt the emotions without actually changing the memories. All EMDR is all about integrating those experiences so they're not still causing anxiety. My patients was all like, it's over when we were done with EMDR and it's wild. We don't know exactly how EMDR works yet, but Prozac's effects on serotonin are still kind of murky too. Can you believe people aren't more stoked about exploring why talking to a friend gives them such relief? Anyway, that's the tea for now. You guys, unknown author, let's get real for a sec. All they gotta do is help their patients get better, fam. Clinical practice is literally a hotbed for experimenting with new stuff because of this one obligation. Some experiments are trash, some are fire, and others like EMDR-DB and internal family systems therapy change the game, but validating all these treatments. And that's low-key a decade-long process, bruh, and research is always hella biased towards methods that already proven to work. I'm low-key hype thinking about penicillin, though. Almost 40 years from Alexander Fleming, its antibiotic properties in 28 to figuring out how it works in 65. She nods, but then throws shade with a, you're straight out of weird. As I got closer, that I caught some major red flags and notes. The notes she left in doodles she drew. This girl was dealt some heavy trauma by her parents when she was hella young, fam. He wasn't spilled right away, but as we sipped it slow, she started opening about the wild stuff that went down. Sandy chick is a total boss and working with special needs kids. I low-key tried out some of her moves and it was life-changing. She's super chill when talking about the kids, but shuts down like a clam when you bring up adult relationships. She's all about that marriage life, but only drops subtle hints. She's feeling drained. She gets real with herself, literally cuts her arms and breasts with a razor blade, bruh. This girl's been to therapy and meds galore, but they ain't done jack for dealing with the teased vibes. In our sessions, we had to get creative cause Annie was ghosting on us mid-convo. We focus on calming out her body's freak out mode, breathing exercises, acupressure, the whole 9 yards. I taught her some emotional freedom technique moves that actually helped her stay in check. It was like she found a way to silence her alarm system for real. Legacy of inescapable shock is real, though we can identify the brain circuits involved, and it's wild what was going down in Annie's head that first day. Her smoke detector amygdala got rewired, thinking every situation was a death threat, and her body was freaking out. She was all over the place, anxious, and shut down like a pro. She started feeling me. She'd get hyped for our sessions, but then hit the panic button when she saw my face. It's wild how broken alarm systems can manifest in weird ways, fam. Unknown author, yeah, she had a major flashback about feeling hella hyped that her dad was coming home, but Loki later he went and molested her. For the first time, she realized that her brain was like, oh, I'm so stoked to see my dad, but also I'm gonna freak out because he's a total psycho. Little kids are hella good at compartmentalism. Annie's natural love for her dad and her dread of his abuse were like 2 separate states in her brain. An adult, Annie Loki blamed herself for the abuse because she was all, if I had just been more chill back then, maybe he wouldn't have molested me. But her rational mind was all, nope, that's not how it works. This belief came from deep within her emotional brain, like the part of her that's trying to survive. She couldn't change until she felt safe enough in her body to go back and actually know what it was like for that little girl who got abused. The numbing within trauma is hella hardwired into our bodies, bruh. The memory of helplessness gets stored in the form of muscle tension or feelings of disintegrating in certain areas like your head, back, and limbs if you're in an accident, and rectum if you're a victim of sexual abuse. Traumatized people are hella good at numbing their pain with self-destructive habits like eating all the food or starving, getting addicted to exercise or work, or even just taking way too much meds or drinking. Do stuff like cut themselves or try bungee jumping or prostitution to make the numbing go away. And for a hot sec, it feels like they're in control again, but the flip side is chronic anger and fear can lead to major muscle tension, which is hella painful, bruh. You'll be getting migraines, back pain, fibromyalgia, whole 9 yards. People are all, I'm so sick, I need to see a million doctors, but none of it addresses the real issue. They're stuck in this cycle of trauma, and their diagnosis becomes their reality. Like, oh, I'm just depressed, anxious, anxiety disorders, but really it's 'cause they can't cope with the trauma. And my squad at the trauma center were trying to figure out how to help people regulate their arousal and control their physiology. We stumbled upon yoga like in 1998. Yaz, unknown author, Lem Loki break down this tea for ya. So like Hopper and me were vebbing about this new biomarker called heart rate variability Hervey that's totes lit for measuring how well our autonomic nervous system is fire. How that chapter 5, fam. Autonomic nervous system is literally our brain's most basic survival thingy. Got 2 branches working, sins and peens. Sympathetic nervous system, some sins is like the adrenaline-fueled hype beast, while parasympathetic nervous system, peens, is more chill with acetylcholine, keeping our bodies in check for basic stuff like digestion, healing, those Z's. When we're on point, these 2 systems are Loki harmonizing to keep us in optimal state feel. Herv measures how balanced our sympathetic and parasympathetic systems are. When we inhale, sins gets lit, racing heart rate, exhalations stimulate peens, common, down the beat. Healthy peeps, inhalation and exhalation get that rhythm going, and good Harv is like a wellness check-in. So why is Harvey important? When our autonomic nervous system is on point, we're all about control, fam. So when we feel salty or left out, making better life choices because we got the impulse management skills on lock. But when our systems are wuck, we're a hot mess, mentally and physically. Poor Hervey, poor life. Hey, it's not just about thinking and feeling. It's also how our bodies respond to stress. When breathing and heart rate aren't vibbing, we're all over the place, more prone to physical illnesses like heart disease and cancer, plus mental issues like depression and PTSD. To study this further, we got a machine to measure HUV and strap bands around research subjects' chests to record their breathing depth and rhythm. We monitored their pulse through little earlobe monitors, and it turns out people with PTSD have super low HERV. Translation, their sympathetic and parasympathetic systems are hella out of whack. That's like a whole nother layer to the trauma story, bruh. Confirmed that another brain regulatory system is straight up failing, which explains why traumatized peeps like Annie go ham on minor stresses. It's like their biological systems are trying to help but can't cope, fam. So our next question was, is there a way to fix this herb thingy? Get our autonomic nervous system back in sync? Yaz, Loki got a question for want to know how to level up or Harv? So I had a major motivator because I found out my own Hervey was straight trash, and I'm talking about being bad news for long-term physical health, fam. Then I Googled it and saw all these 6 studies saying marathon running is key to getting that robust Herv, but like who's good for the Boston Marathon, right? And then I found 17p yoga vids claiming that yoga improves Harvey, but there was nothing to back it up, bruh. Joe just might be onto something with all that balance and health vibes, but the West Med world was low-key sleeping on MN98. So here's the deal. Harv is like a breathing rhythm. G. The black lines are breathing slow and chill, while the gray area is where heart rate gets all wonky when you're stressed or upset. When you breathe, your heart rate's up. When you exhale, it slows down. Like your body's trying to stay in sync, feel me? But then things get real when peace comes into play. Breathing gets all labored and shallow. Heart rate is all out of whack. It's like your body's shutting down, fam. And then there's this cycle of panic and shut down. Breathe, panic, shut down, repeat. Fast forward to today, and we got science that says chillin' on the breath can actually improve anxiety, depression issues, and even peased yoga is like a magic pill, but for real. Been shown to help with high blood pressure, stress hormone secretion, asthma, low back pain, the list goes on. But here's the thing, and until recently, nobody was studying yoga specifically for peace in legit psychiatric journals. Changed when this dope yoga teacher, David Emerson, came knocking on our door with his own modified hatha style and some sick credentials from working with vets and survivors of trauma. Thing we knew, we got a grant to study the effects of yoga on teas, and it was like the whole universe aligned, bruh. Anyway, our work led me to develop my own yoga practice and become a teacher at this dope yoga center in Ma. And to be real, my hobby improved too. Low-key worth it, fam. Yes. Lem break it down for ya. We low-key just used any of a number of affordable handheld devices that help people slow down their breathing and sync it with their heart rate, getting that coherence vibe, fam. Nowadays, there's all these sick apps on phones that can help improve Harv low-key. In my clinic, we got workstations where patients can train their Harv, and I'm hella extra about telling my patients who can't do yoga or martial arts to get that self-care at home, okay? Check out yoga. Bruh, our whole thing with yoga was a major key to unlocking trauma's impact on the body. G, we started these experimental yoga classes in this dope studios room, and we had some hella talented instructors, David Emerson, Dana Moore, and Jody Carey. My research squad was all about figure out how to measure yoga's effects on mental health, so we put up flyers in supermarkets and laundromats, and we got dozens of people responding. Picked 37 women with severe trauma histories who'd been through a ton of therapy and weren't feeling the benefits. Half the squad went to yoga, while the other half got dialectical behavior therapy, Debbie, which teaches you how to stay calm and in control, okay? Then we built this fire computer at MIT that could measure Hervey for all 8 participants at once. We did multiple classes with no more than 8 people each, and it was low-key lit. Yoga had major effects on TED symptoms and improved relationships with their bodies. I'm taking care of my body to listen to what my body needs, but B didn't touch those arousal levels or PETS symptoms, bruh. Our vibe shifted from just seeing if yoga could change Hervey can to helping traumatized people learn to live with their bodies. And it's been a major key for us. Started a yoga program for Marines at Camp Lejeune, have worked with other programs to get yoga going for veterans with teased, and it's like totally effective, fam. Yoga is all about breath practices, pranayama, stretches or postures, asanas, and meditation, but different schools got their own takes on intensity and focus. We keep it simple as most of our patients are barely aware of their breath, so we gotta help them get in tune. Breathe in, you gotta notice if your breath is moving fast or slow, and counting breaths and poses can be low-key impressive. Starting off with some basic yoga vibes, but it's not about getting the poses right. It's about feeling which muscles are turned on at different times you feel. It's all about ved with tension, relaxation, like hopefully you'll start to notice that stuff in your day-to-day life too. We ain't teaching meditation as such, trying to help people be more mindful by having them check in with their bodies from pose to pose. In our studies, we've seen how hard it is for people who've been through trauma to just chill and feel safe in their own skin. So Instead of measuring relaxation levels, we're all about getting that fight or flight response on full blast ECA, way too much muscle activity. Like, our students' muscles are still on high alert for threats, And honestly, recovering from trauma is hard because people gotta learn to relax and let go, which is like super hard, learning self-regulation. So after our pilot studies went down well, we started this therapeutic yoga program at the trauma center. I was low-key hoping Annie develop a healthier relationship with her body, so I convinced her to try it out. Her first class, straight up terrifying. She got triggered by even the slightest adjustment from the instructor and ended up slashing herself. Talk about a major red flag. But at the same time, Annie realized that yoga might be the key to breaking free from this constant sense of danger she felt in her body. With my support, she came back the next week and was all, yoga's gonna save me. After her second class, wrote me a whole essay about how yoga's helping her tap into her own body and listen to its vibes instead of just reacting to external threats. Annie wrote, you don't know why yoga freaks me out so much, but I do know it's gonna be life-changing. For me, it's all about looking inward and trusting your body, which is like the opposite of how I've been surviving this whole time. In class today, my heart was racing. I put in one foot in front of the other until I got to the door. Afterward, I crashed for 4 hours and woke up feeling hella better. Week, I tried doing yoga at home and I was all, your body has something to say. And I'm like, okay, I'll listen. Annie was low-key freaking out about something, so she wrote me a vibey. Just had the craziest realization, bruh. Cutting myself is all about how disconnected I am from my body, fam. When I'm doing yoga, I notice that my jaw and the whole area from where my legs end to my belly button is where it hurts the most, you feel. It's like, I've been trying to ignore those feels for so long, but today they were all up in my grill and made me want to cry. Sometimes you hit me with questions about where I'm hurting, but even then, can't pinpoint it, gee. But today, I felt it all, no cap, and it was like, what's good? The next month, we went on vacation, she wrote me again. I've been doing yoga in my room with a sick view of the lake. Still rocking that book you lent me by Stephen Cope. It's all about how much I've been neglecting my body, which is like the most important part of who I am, bruh. When I did yoga yesterday, I thought I'd letting my body tell me what it wants to say, and those hip opening poses were straight up painful, you feel. It's like my mind was all, no way, no how, as long as I'm not at home, which is a good thing to be. Now I'm thinking about how unbalanced I've been and how hard I've tried to suppress the past, which is like part of who I am. So much I can learn if I'm open to it, or else I'll just be fighting myself all day, every day. The one yoga pose that killed Annie was happy baby, fam. You lie on your back with those knees all bent up and your feet pointing to the ceiling, holding onto your toes like a boss. It's all about getting that pelvis in a wide, open spot. Why it'd make you feel hella vulnerable if you're a rape victim. But for real, it makes me anxious just thinking about it, bruh. Happy baby or any pose like it is hard to get right, especially when it triggers panic. To learn how to rock that pose without losing our cool. Yas, let's get real for a sec. So you got that alexithymia thing going on, right? It's like you're feeling all sorts of physical discomfort, but you can't even put your finger on what it is. No cap. Thing, you're racking up all these vague, distressing complaints to doctors who are just gonna be like, I don't know, boo. And meanwhile, you're stuck in this numb state where you ain't got a clue how you feel about any situation or what makes you feel all up in your feelings. It's low-key toxic, fam. Trying to tell you something, but you're just too busy ignoring it. You're missing out on all the essential vibes that make life worth living, like music, touch, and light, the real tea. But then yoga comes along and is like, hey, sis, let's get familiar with your inner world. It's all about tuning into what your body needs, 'cause if you ain't got a clue, how can you take care of yourself? It's basic but necessary. See, most therapists are all, hey, don't worry about it, or it's not a big deal. But the thing is, trauma recovery ain't just about talking it out. It's about getting in touch with your inner sensations. Those emotions and physical responses are like super important, fam. You gotta learn to tolerate them, befriend them, and cultivate new patterns of action. In yoga, you're working on that right now. Focusing on your breath and what's going down in that moment. Start to see the connection between your emotions and your body, like how anxiety makes you all wonky in a pose. You start experimenting, trying to figure out what helps you feel better. Taking a deep breath, calm that tension. Can focus in on your exhalations, produce some chill vibes. Just notice what's going down, fam. That's the first step to emotional regulation. Stop trying to ignore it and just show up. And when you start approaching your body with curiosity instead of fear, everything changes. Time starts feeling different too. It ain't stuck in that one spot anymore. And remember though, those two key phrases are notice that and what happens next. Don't be afraid to ask yourself what's going on inside. Once you start getting real with your body, everything shifts. That you'll be like, yeah, as if you're low key struggling with the whole emotional and physical thing, then probably just finally starting to realize that all that stress is transitory, okay? Don't get it twisted. Getting in touch with your feelings ain't gonna be a walk in the park. What happens when a new vibe hits your chest and it's like, nah, I'm good, or this feels so wrong? Had this one yoga study where like 50% of people dropped out, lowest dropout rate ever, Butuo. Turns out our subjects were all about that intense life. Time they tried to posture with the pelvis, it was like a full-on panic attack or flashback to some. We learned to take it slow because we didn't want to mess with no demons we thought we'd left in the past. Approach paid off though. Now, even chronically traumatized women who couldn't even look at themselves in the mirror can regulate their emotions like they're on a whole other level. Some brain researchers like my colleagues Sarah and Britta have been studying meditation for years, and it turns out that all this mindfulness stuff actually has some real benefits for our brains. Like areas involved in self-regulation are actually getting stronger. But we were all about trying something new, yoga with these 6 women who had super rough pasts. And guess what? We found the same thing. 20 weeks of practice can literally change your life. After every study, we'd ask our participants what they got out of it. And let me tell you, some pretty deeps came up. I'm feeling all my emotions now. He can actually express myself without being a hot mess. He see choices. Again, I'm not just stuck in this cycle of trauma. It's like our bodies are these powerful tools that we can learn to communicate with. And then there's Annie. She was practicing yoga 3 times a week for a year before she even started talking about what had happened to her. She thought it was miracles. Now she can talk to anyone about her trauma without freezing up or getting all emotional. It's like our bodies have the power to heal us from the inside out. So yeah, basically yoga is like a superpower that lets you tune into your emotions and actually change your life. You guys know Thuren, so like I'm sitting here with this, says dude who's all, I lem clean up that drama, and he shows up a Kleenex box. Well, now I was trying to chill, but he just makes her feel all the feels, cause she's been through some traumatic stuff, and his words were super triggering fam, but girl power, right? She's all, yo, I can say those words out loud now, and it's hella liberating for her to finally express herself without having to write it down or get anxious about it. Low-key a yoga enthusiast too, so she hits me up with a tea. You went to teach yoga class and the teacher was all about breathing in the present moment. I'm talking edge of my seat stuff where you're literally at the limit of what your body can do. And then I realized like I've been practicing that whole noticing my breath thing without even realizing it. It's hella empower and own that power. But let's get real. Some poses are straight up triggering for like that frog leg thing and the deep breathing into her pelvis. Girl, no. She's all, Hong, I'm feeling the panic, but then I'm like, hold up, this is just a part of me, and it's hella liberating to acknowledge it without getting all anxious about it anyways. Annie's all about self-leadership now. She's low-key reflecting on her journey. He used to be all about letting my emotions hijack me, but now I'm more chill. Life is less dramatic. I'm more present. My husband and I are hella cozy on the couch and finally feel an intimate booham. It's a whole vibe. Last thing, if you want to be human, just roll with it. Every morning is a new day full of joy, depression, whatever. Just welcome them all into open heart. Treat each guest respect, humor, Eka, laughing at the dark thoughts and inviting them in. Trust me, it's hella worth it. Unknown or Yaz, like, has as many Loki selves as there are individuals who know who's retweezy. William James, the principles of psychology, bro, was Loki seeing Mary, a shy, lonely, hella messed up young woman in therapy for about 3 months, dealing with her wild hist of early abuse. I'm chilling at my office. She walks in looking like a total savage, rocking a mini skirt, dyed fire hair with a cup of joe and attitude to match. Yo, you must be Dr. Vanderkook. She says, Jane, my name's Jane. I came to spit some tea about Mary. Can I come and give you the tea on what's really going down? I'm shook, but I kept it moving, let her speak. Fast forward, I met not only Jane, but also a hurt little girl, an angry teen boy. That was the beginning of a whole vibe treatment. Mary was my first encounter, ooh, you did back when they called it emptied. Wild how dramatic these symptoms can be, but let's be real, internal split, tin emergent of distinctives is just the tip of the iceberg. We all feel like we're living in a war zone, our own thoughts, but it's hella more common to traumatic people who gotta resort to some wild measures to survive. You gotta explore, get cozy with those parts, because that's where the healing happens. Desperate times need desperate measures. Fam, we all know what happens when we feel hella humiliated. We go in tech mode full on protector mode, start building our own survival strategies. We might repress our feelings, get salty plot revenge, or become so extra successful that nobody can touch us again. Behaviors that are like psychiatric problems started out as self-protection tactics. These trauma adaptations can be so toxic to function, even for healthcare providers, patients who think they're beyond help. But viewing these symptoms to permanent disabilities narrows the focus to just finding a medication plan for life. More productive to see aggression or depression as learned behaviors. Like somewhere along the line, you gotta believe you can only survive if you or tough, invisible or absent, or that giving up is safer. Trauma memories keep haunting us till we lay them to rest, but these adaptations keep going until we feel safe, integrated all our parts. Trauma survivor I've met is low-key resilient in their own way. Bro, hey, you gotta see how people deal trauma, Ren. It's straight up mind-blowing. First off, surviving is hella energy intensive, so it's no wonder people gotta pay the price. They're all about that self-hate life, fam. For kids who got abused, it's easier to hate themselves than deal their caregivers, okay? They grow up thinking they're straight trash and they can't even love themselves, lol. Anyways, abuse. Kids do all this coping mechanism stuff, forget the abuse, suppress their rage, numb the feels. Like, they got a whole other part of themselves that's all frozen in time, still living in self-love, denial mode. Ain't nobody got time for that. But here's the thing, pushing away emotions can be good for a hot sec. It helps with dignity, focus, and all that jazz. People are stuck with these toxic patterns for real, and they don't know how to get out of it. Like, Soldier sees their friend get blown up, but comes back, puts the experience on the shelf, but forgetting the trauma. Cabra, that's still a problem. So they got these parts inside, right? The part dat hates being passive, you girls, and D part dat gets all angry random. But here's day thing, D's parts part connected, fam. And things of that. If you hurt one part, you hurt the other one too, and it's like a whole big mess. Therapy is key. They'll help in TPL confront dem parts and teach him how to live you-day trauma without being destroyed by it. It's all about revisiting the memories, and dat brain-mind system dat was built to cup ooh worst. Yeah, as unknown author is Loki a mess, fam. Right now I'm feeling like taking a nap cause one part of me is extra tired, but another part is all, now let's keep going. Right, that fire post was still sipping on that salty male tea, and I'm thinking about throwing shade back at whoever dissed me. But then again, I'm trying to just shrug it off and move on, you feel. Most people who know me are all, hey, you're that intense and emotional person, while others have met the real me, the one with a little attitude and sass. Kids still talk about how lit family vacations were when we had our fun parts on. When your boss comes into the office looking all stormy, you know that angry part is coming for it. That part's got its own vibe, language, and energy. It's like a whole different person. Paint just feelings. Their entire modes of being with their own agendas and beliefs. It's all about how well we manage ourselves, listen to our parts, and keep him from going rogue. Like Margaret might say, I hate you in the heat of the moment, but that's only one part of her talking. She got another part that's all lovey-dovey. It'll probably come back when she sees Joe's face all messed up. Psychology school out there is like, yeah, we know people got subpersonalities and stuff. William James was all about how our consciousness can be broken down into parts that coexist, but don't always vibe with each other. Carl Jung said the psyche is all about finding balance and reconciling opposites. It's like, hey, you gotta get along with yourself, boo. Bah. Neuroscience is Loki confirming this whole mind as society thing. Michael Gazzaniga said our minds are made up of semi-autonomous modules that do their own thing. Marvin Minsky was all about how we got multiple selves and they might not even talk to each other internally. It's like, hey, you gotta accept there's more than one of you in there. Like Loki society inside your dome. Fam, it's all these different mind vibes you feel. They're all about helping each other out, but also they're all about doing their own thing and keeping it moving. Know what I'm saying? Therapists who are all about breaking down the stereotypes and getting to the real tea can help you explore this whole inner world and get to the bottom of your trauma. A few different models out there, but one that's hella popular is structural dissociation. It's like developed by these Dutch peeps, Onno van der Hart, Ellert Nijenhuis, and Kathy Steele, and they got it down pat. And then there's this other dude, Richard Kluft, who's all about the whole trauma thing in the us. Anyway, I met this one dude, Richard Schwartzwolf. He's like the AUG of internal family systems therapy. And that's when things started in real for me. This is all about seeing your mind as a fam with different members doing different levels of maturity, excitement, wisdom, and pain. It's like if you're traumatized, your self system gets all messed up and these parts start fighting each other, right? So we got this network thing going on where if one part changes, the whole fam is affected. The IFS model helped me see that dissociation ain't just some surface level thing. It's like a continuum, man. Traumatized, your parts start getting all polarized and stuff. So you got this self-loathing and grandiosity going on at the same time, or numbing, and passivity with rage and aggression. It's wild. These parts are just trying to cope, but they're hijacked by trauma, and that makes M toxic. So if says these toxic parts are like hike siles, they're locked away, and we gotta acknowledge him. But there's also these other parts that are all like protection mode activated, and they try to keep the fam safe, but in doing so, they take on some of that trauma energy. And you got your critical managers who are always like, don't get too close or work too hard. And then there's these firefighters. They're all about going off the rails when something triggers an exiled emotion. This whole inner system is just trying to protect itself. Each of these parts got its own memories, beliefs, and physical sensations. Some hold shame, others rage, some pleasure, excitement, or loneliness. It's all just different aspects of the abuse experience. Here's the thing, they all gotta function, man. They're all trying to keep you from feeling that full on terror of annihilation. Yaz, let me rewrite this text in a hella edgy Gen Z and Gen Alpha style and non-author Loki. People who act out their trauma instead of facing it are Loki diagnosed with compositional defiant behavior, attachment disorder, or conduct disorder. But these labels are whack cause they don't acknowledge the fact that rage and withdrawal are just symptoms of a whole range of desperate attempts to survive. Trying to control a child's behavior, but ain't addressing the real issue, the abuse. You get treatments that are straight trash, and as they grow up, their parts are still running wild, like just magically become one cohesive unit, fam. Most of these dudes I evaluated child molestation by Catholic priests like were doing anabolic steroids and spending way too much time in the gym trying to hide their vulnerability, but only when it was safe did I meet the scared kids inside. And honestly, patients might be hella mad at the parts that are owed, the parts that are all angry, destructive, or critical, but IFS is like a framework for understanding them in a way that's not toxic. It's all about respecting their role in the system and knowing they're stuck with these past traumas. And like if you accept that people got an innate drive to heal themselves, implies that there's something holding them back. Therapists should be collaborating, not trying to fix or control their clients. And as Schwartz says, collaborating is key. So the first step in all this is making sure your internal system knows that every part is welcome, even if it's suicidal or destructive. Like all parts were formed to protect the self system no matter how messed up they seem now. And IFS is all about cultivating mindful self-leadership. Mindfulness is key to you healing from trauma as it lets you survey your internal landscape with compassion and curiosity. It's like it helps you find your inner vision and supply the whole system with direction. And like in any system, families, orgs, or nations, leadership is key. Internal family needs a competent leader who can attend to all parts. You gotta distribute resources wisely and provide a vision that takes everyone into account. As Schwartz explains, the internal system of an abuse victim is straight up dysfunctional, outdated assumptions, extreme rules, and no balance or harmony whatsoever. Like the parts are running on autopilot, stuck in these old narratives from childhood trauma. What happens when you're forced to confront your own trauma? Yaz, let's get into this, fam. So, Anonather is low key saying that the IFS internal family systems is all about blending, which means you're one with a part of yourself that's trying to kill you or make you hate your whole self. But like, notice the difference when you're all part of me wishes I were dead. V is when it's like, part of me is hella triggered and want to lash out. Schwartz is low key saying two things here. First, this self doesn't got to be cultivated or grown, because beneath that trauma shashed, there's a real you that's all confident, curious, and chill. Like your inner protector squad is trying to keep you safe, but when they trust it's time to cop out, the real you comes out, and you can get those parts on board with the healing vibe second. This mindful self isn't just a passive observer, it's more like an orchestra conductor, making sure all the parts are working together harmoniously. It's not just about you being there for your therapist or whatever, but also about building that inner relationship between you and those protective parts. Now, let's get to know that internal landscape. Okay. Therapists got to help patients separate the blend from individual parts so they can say, this part of me is a little baby and that part's all grown up but still feeling victimized. And like, it's less scary when you acknowledge those parts. Step is to ask him to chill for a sec, and then you start seeing what they're protecting. After that, the parts start getting unblended from your real self, making room for some introspection. When patients are all, what's going on inside me, it's like an image pops into their head. Maybe a depressed part that looks like an abandoned child you feel. For some OGs or frazzled nurses vibing with a wounded patient, a sassy side might pop up as a Marine or a street homie. Next, the therapist's all like, what's good with that sad, salty, lit part of you, though this sets the stage for you for getting to know yourself on a deep level, separate from the drama. The patient's low-key extreme, like, I'm hella mad at it. The therapist's all, Ward, I got you. They might ask, see if that part would chill out for a second. Yeah. Then they give props to the protective side for keeping it real and let them know they can come back when needed. The protective side is popping next questions. The next question's like, what's good with that excluded part now? The patient's probably going to say something like, I'm all confused. And this sets the stage for getting to know that part better, asking questions like how old it is and what brought that energy. Yourself has reached a certain level of awareness. This convo starts happening on its own. Key for the therapist to step aside, keep an eye out for any other parts causing drama, or just give some empathetic vibes. Life in parts Joan came through to get her life together, helping with them temper tantrums and dealing with all that guilt about her extracurriculars. She was like, go from being a straight up boss to a crybaby, a hot mess, or just a savage in 10 minutes. I got no idea what's real. By now, she'd already shaded my decor, my rickety furniture, and my messy desk. She was low-key trying to get hurt again, probably because they let her down before. She knew that for therapy to work, she had to be vulnerable, so she had to see if I could take the heat. I realized that the only way to counter her defensiveness was showing genuine interest in her life, demonstrating support for taking a risk, and accepting those parts she's most ashamed of. So that I asked Joan if she'd noticed that critical part of herself, and she was all, oh yes, I got it. I asked how she felt about that critic, and this key question allowed her to start separate from that side unknown with her. You know Joan was low-key hella triggered cause that critic was straight out of her mom's playbook, and she was all, I stopped being so extra, lol. She was all like, what did that critic do to call her name's dad? Her mom used to cuss her wit. She was so scared of getting it from her mom growing up, she thought she could never do nothing right. Anyways, John's all about how she's been sexually harassed by her mom's boyfriend, and it's like rude her for intimacy for Eva. Here's the tea, she's all about being a savage in her relationships, but only when it's not with some dude who actually cares about her. Whenever she's getting all cozy, you some dude just freaks out and then disappears into a ball like a lil girl. She thought she could just ghost her feelings and push the trauma out of her mind. Pushing that trauma out of her mind allowed her to have a normal life of sleepovers and stuff, but when she hits adolescence, like, she finds herself in this pattern of being all hella cold towards dudes who actually care about her, and having sex is like her way of dealing with shame and humiliation. She's all like, bulimia for her is sex, and then having sex with your husband is like vomiting for others. It's wild cause she's all, I'm damaged goods. Then I'm just standing there thinking, okay, Joan, you got this. And therapist, you gotta be like, yo, Joan, you gotta find her own strength and self-love and remind herself that I can't give her the love and care she needs cause that's not my job. Loki, we got all these managers in our head, fam, like a squad of inner demons. There's this one part that's hella aggressive and throws tantrums when it doesn't get its way, another part that's extra promiscuous during puberty, a part that's literally suicidal, other parts that are just straight up obsessive or super uptight. We got the managers who try to keep us safe from humiliation and abandonment, but some of them can be super toxic. These managers might be super aggressive like Joan's critic, while others are total perfectionists or just chill in the background, not drawing attention to themselves. Tell us to ignore all the drama and stay passive so we don't get hurt. But for real, internal managers are like the ones who control our emotions, making sure our self-system doesn't freak out. It's hella hard to keep this system together, fam. One little comment can trigger like 5 different parts at once. One that gets super turned on, another that's hella self-loathing, and a third that's trying to calm things down with some self-cutting. And there are the managers who create obsessions and distractions, or just straight up deny reality. You gotta respect each part as like an inner protector, because they're all trying to keep us safe. These managers got way too much on their plate, bro. They're always struggling to keep it together. Some of them are straight fire, though. Who had patience, total bosses in their jobs, and amazing parents. Joan's critic manager was actually a key part of her success as an eye doc. And I've seen other patients who are like super competent teachers or nurses, but nobody knows about the real stuff going on inside. Anyway, Joan started to get it that it's okay to have conflicting feelings, made her more confident, fam. She learned that only one part was feeling really messed up, not the whole shebang. But after a bad work eval, she went into a full-blown meltdown, beating herself up for not protecting herself and then feeling all weak and powerless. When I asked her where this powerless part was at in her body, got hella resistant. She said that annoying little girl inside made her feel super embarrassed and contemptuous of herself. I knew that part held some major trauma from the abuse, so I didn't push it. Instead, she left my office all shook up. The next day, she binged on food and then spent hours vomiting. When she came back to my office, she told me she was straight up suicidal and was surprised that I wasn't judging her for either thing. When I asked her which parts were involved, the critic said, "She's disgusting," and then another part chimed in with "Nobody will ever love me." And like that, it just kept going, fam. So like, this critic dude told me that I should just ignore all the drama and up my meds or whatever. Like, what a total mess. Those managers were trying to protect me, but honestly, they ended up doing me more harm. So I kept asking them if they thought stepping back would solve anything, and Joan's all like, "POA, people will hate me, and I'll be alone in the streets." Wait, this one memory pops up. Her mom was all like, "If you disobey, you're gonna get adopted and never see your sis or dog again." And I'm low, key crying, thinking about that scared girl inside her. She's like, totally sorry for her, and now herself is back, but like, we can't even celebrate, because this session went way too hard. Putting out the flames the next week, Joan's all, "I'm not showing up," and it turns out we triggered those exiles, and then their fighters, our fighter, on a total rampage. She tells me later that after we talked about her foster care fears, she was like, "I need to get out of myself." So she hits up some dude at the bar, comes home drunk and messy, ignores her husband, just sleeps in the den. Day she's all, "Never happened." But honestly, firefighters will do whatever it takes to make emotional pain go away. Like, managers are the opposite. They're all about control and being all neat and tidy, while firefighters are like total chaos agents who destroy everything to save something. To struggle between those two, and we need to let exiles come home and be cared for or whatever. I've met some firefighters who are low-key super messed up too. They're always shopping, drinking, gaming, or getting into weird relationships. Sometimes it makes the abused kid forget their trauma for like an hour or two. But for real, managers are all superficially cool during therapy sessions, while firefighters just lose it on you. They're frantic, and if you ask them what would happen if they stopped doing their job, they'll tell you that the system would literally crash. Don't care about better ways to be safe and sound. They just do whatever feels good in the moment. And even when they stop with self-destructive behavior, they find other ways to harm themselves. These toxic cycles won't end until self is in control and the system is safe for real. The burden of toxicity exiles are literally the trash that the system can't handle. They're carrying all this traumatic crap around, holding on to memories and feelings and emotions. So Brian was all like, "Yaz, I've been hella patient with Joan's extra behavior for years, feeling like she really needed me, and now that she wants more intimacy, it's too extra to even consider leaving." But then he freaked out, revealing this panic part that's all, "Nope, not gonna feel anything," and put up a wall against any kind of vulnerability. Fast forward, starts spilling the tea about growing up in an alcoholic fam where behaviors like Joan's were like super common and ignored. Got to see his dad go through detox centers and his mom get hospitalized for depression and suicide attempts. When I asked this panicked part what would happen if it just allowed Brian to feel anything, he was all the pain of my childhood, the pain of my relationship with Joan Too Much fam. Anyway, other parts started emerging like crazy. That first came a protector, that's all women are bad, don't let me get vulnerable. And then this strong caretaker part that's all about taking care of his mom and little siblings, giving him that feel-good self-worth tab. Finally, Brian meets his exile, the scared, basically motherless child who had no one to care for him. It's like this whole exploration thing that got super complicated with Joan's critic popping up every now and then. But for real, if help the ill hear themselves and each other from a more objective perspective. Now they're low-key vibing on a whole new level. No more being stuck in the past, fam. The power of self-compassion, ifs in the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis. Nancy Shattuck is like a rheumatologist at Boston's Brigham and Women's Hospital. She's also super into her patients' personal experiences with Ra. And when she found out about F, she was all, you gotta incorporate this into my study on psychosocial intervention with her patients. And let me tell you, it's low-key lit. Ra is like an autoimmune disease that causes chronic pain and disability, the ultimate mood killer. Patient can delay its progress, but there's no cure, fam. It's all about managing symptoms and dealing with depression, anxiety, isolation, and overall impaired quality of life. I was hyped to see this study because I've observed a major link between trauma and autoimmune disease, so dar. Shattuck, with the help of Nancy Sowell, created this 9-month randomized study where one group of Ray patients got both group and individual instruction in IFS, while the other group just got regular mailings and phone calls about symptoms and management. Both groups were on their regular meds and they got assessed periodically by rheumatologists who didn't know which group they belonged to. The goal was to see if this would make a difference in how they coped with Ra, and it totally did. Loki, this crew was all about teaching patients to get comfy with their wuck emotions, like fear, hopelessness, and anger. They'd learn how to tame those inner demons, treat them like they're part of this internal fam thing. They'd figure out this inner dialogues that help them recognize when they were hurt and identify the thoughts and feelings that came with it, and then approach it all with some actual compassion. But for real, a major issue popped up. These were patients were hella alexithemic, which means they never complained about pain or disability unless they were total trash. When asked how they were feeling, be all like fine, even when they were dying on the inside. Stoic parts helped them cope, but it was also super effective at keeping them in denial. The IF squad introduced this new therapy like a boss. They used props and furniture to rep these inner fam members. Over time, group members started talking about their managers who told them to suck it up and not talk about their pain. And when they asked those stoic parts to chill, they started to acknowledge the angry part that wanted to lose its mind and the exile who felt like trash because nobody cared. It turned out that as kids, most of them were supposed to just keep their needs under wraps because safety meant not speaking up. Dualist therapy helped patients figure out how to use this whole parts thing to tackle daily issues. For example, one woman was stuck in a job where her manager parts all like, work yourself to death or else you'll have a flare-up. But with the therapist's help, she realized she didn't gotta be that person. She could care for herself without losing it. The IFS group got evaluated 3 times over 9 months and then again a year later. At the end of 9 months, they showed real progress in self-assessed joint pain, physical function, and all that jazz. They also showed some major improvements in depression and self-efficacy. Pain stuck around even after a year, but what changed was how they coped with their disease. It wasn't just about the pain. It was about living with it. Shattuck and Sal said it all came down to self-compassion. Is Loki the key factor here? It's not like IFS is the first therapy to help our patients, but what's wild is that psychological safety can actually impact your immune system. We need more research on that, T. An author just chilling in my office, looking like a total boss with his sick squash game on fleek. But fam, his confidence is straight up extra. It's like I'm the king of med school and my wife is just salty because she can't handle the truth. He's low-key convinced that his wife's perception is hella warped and that I'm just trying to stir up drama. While he's high-key obsessed with how his staff is shook to the core when they come at him with some real talk, he's all about being brutally honest. Let's get real, he's just a fancy pants doc who likes to talk trash about the people who can't keep up. am even thinking about going through couples therapy, don't me? Anyway, and I asked him about his fam, and it turned out that his dad is like super extra, a Holocaust survivor who's all tough on the outside, but got a soft spot for his kiddo. Twisted. This dude's mom was low-key toxic and replaced love with just straight up clean manliness. And then I'm like, okay, Peter, spill the tea. So we meet your wife and she's like, Kim, yeah, my hubby is hella problematic. Always dissing her, never showing up, and being all emotionally unavailable. Point at this thinking maybe we can get him to snap out of it or something. But honestly, fam, I got some major concerns about Peter. Is he just trying to distract from the fact that he's low-key struggling with his own demons? He saw Pete go from being hella stressed to trying to adult, bruh. Told me and his wife he was all about working it out, but I'm like, hi, Yaz, sure. So at our next session, I was all like, Peter, chill, let your body relax, close her eyes, focus on that critical part of you that's been hella hard on himself. Okay, the one his wife said was all about judging others. He goes quiet for a sec before spilling tea, feel stupid talking to myself. Like, no cap, he didn't want to try some woo therapy gimmick. He just wanted real therapy. Know what I'm saying? I'm all like, same Pete, same, and I'm at the forefront of empirically based therapies, but 2-0, he was silent for a hot sec before whispering that he'd get hurt if he stopped being so extra with his judging. Coke, Peter, what does that even mean? And he's all like, if you criticize others, they don't dare to hurt you, then he drops another truth bomb, if or perfect, and criticize you, and I'm asking him to give a shout out to his critic for keeping him safe from all the haters, and when he gets silent again, I can see his shoulders relaxing like they just took a deep breath. So Peter tells me that his whole pomposity thing was messing up his relationships with his colleagues and students. He's feeling lonely and despised at staff meetings and hospital parties. And he's all like, you don't want to be this way no more. I'm asking him if he wants to change the narrative of that critical part, and he's like, yay, for real. Next, I'm asking him where that part is located in his body, and he's all like, it's right in the middle of my chest. Still focus him on it. I'm asking him how he feels about it, and he's like, scared. Then I'm asking him keep it locked down for a sec and see if that feeling changes. He says he's curious, which is like code for I'm still trying to figure this out. Next up, I'm asking him how old that part of him is, all like 7. I'm pressing him to have his critics show him what he's protecting himself from, and after a whole lot of silence, Pete starts telling me some real tea. He tells me about this scene from his childhood where his dad was whooping up on little him, and he's standing there thinking, stupid kid for provoking his dad like that. When I ask him how he feels about the boy who's getting hurt, he's all like he despises him, like he thinks the kid is weak and a whiner. Got no fire in his belly, fam. I'm asking the critic if they can chill for a sec so we can see what's going on with that little boy, but the critic is all like, nah, Peter needs to keep it real. So Pete just shuts down and leaves the session, and I'm over here thinking, same bro, same you, so like he was all, I'm good, never coming back. But like the next week, he's low-key back in my office, and I'm over here thinking, girl, bye. Anyway, his wife went to a lawyer and was all about getting that divorce drama done, so he's just straight up devastated, bruh. Used to be this neat freak doc. Now he looks like he just rolled out of bed, no cap. Loses his fam and he's Maya, just lost in his own thoughts, feeling like taking matters into his own hands. You feel? We go inside and I'm all about identifying the part that's hella scared of abandonment, and then I'm like, Coke, now it's time to talk to the little boy within. That he's all like, this is so whack, but I'm all, no, let him show you his stuff, And then we hit a scene where this little boy is just crying in his room alone, screaming his lungs out. Watches it from Mins, straight up sobbing on the inside. I'm like, okay, did he tell you everything he wanted to know? Nah, and he's all, there's more. Some scenes of him getting slapped by his mom, etc. Of that. Anyway, we gotta interrupt this inner monologue with the protective parts that are hella overprotecting. So they move out for a sec. Peter gets back into his vibes, agree with vibe to go. I'm like, okay, tell the little boy you get it. And he's all somber for Mins. And I'm like, show him some love, fam. And he wraps the little boy in a hug, no joke. And after that, we gotta take it to the next level. Peter imagines himself straight up confronting his dad, telling him if he ever touches that kid again, he's dead. And then they're chilling at this campsite, just vibing with ponies and whatnot. Our work ain't done though after his wife rescinded her divorce threat. Old habits come back and we gotta revisit that little boy to make sure Peter's inner demons don't take over again. Became hella more Loki a mentor than a straight up judge, and he started fixing his relationships with his fam and coworkers. He also stopped getting those tension headaches, like for real. He told me that he spent his whole adult life trying to let go of his past, but now he's all, lol, it's ironic cause, I gotta get closer to it too, let it go. Chapter 18, Filling the Holes, Creating Structures. The greatest discovery of my gen is that humans can change their lives by changing how they think. Fam, it ain't about seeing something new, it's about seeing different. It's like the way you see space got a whole new dimension or something. William James, it's one thing to process the memories of trauma, but confronting that inner void, bro the holes in your soul, cause nobody wanted you, never seen you, and couldn't make you speak truth. Different story altogether. If your parents' faces was straight up dead when they looked at you, it's hella hard to know what it feels like to be loved and cherished. You came from a world that's all secrets and fear. Find in the words to express what you went through. Chat, forget about it, bruh. The research me and Judy Herman did see chapter 9. Lol showed that people who felt unwanted as kids and then that didn't remember feeling safe with nobody while growing up, they don't even get the conventional psychotherapy vibes. They can't activate the old feelings of being cared for you feel. I saw it in my patients too, though. They put in the work, got some accomplishments, but they still had these traumatic imprints from a mom who was straight up depressed or a dad who treated him like they was never even born. Gee, clear that their lives ain't gonna change till they can reconstruct the maps, but how? How do we help people find them feelings to start? Oh, nothing. Early in life, I caught a glimpse of the answer when I went to this body psychotherapy conference back in '94. It was like a whole diff crowd from my usual psych meetings. Talk to each other like totally different vibes, posture, gestures. It was all about that physical reciprocity, attunement, bruh. Like I was low key vibing with this older dude from Martha Graham Dance Company who's like in his early 70s T. Got these bushy eyebrows, but don't mean because he's literally the coolest. So he's all about finding a way to like fundamentally change Pole's relationship with their core selves. You feel? And he's got this super infectious energy, but I was hella skeptical, lol. I'm like, is this dude for real? Cause nobody's tested his method scientifically, but he's all confident and stuff. And things of that, he invites me to this workshop called a PB Psychomotor Therapy, and I'm like, okay, let's see what's good. Good. It was literally unlike any group work ever seen. He sets up these positions. He's sitting in a low chair across from this woman named Nancy, who's just chilling on a pillow with the rest of us. He starts getting real D about what's going on in her life. Like, you're so crestfallen when you talk about your dad leaving your fam. I'm dead. He's literally watching her body language and facial expressions, and it's all micro-tracked lol. Every time he makes these witness statements, Nancy starts relaxing like she feels seen and validated. And when she starts crying, he's all, girl, nobody should have to carry that weight alone. And then he's all about connecting her with this contact person, another woman in the group, who gets to sit next to her. But what's wild is how Peso creates these tableaus of their past, like structures of their inner world, really playing roles as family members and ideal parents, and it's all about helping Nancy's inner world take shape in 3D space. It was like super trippy, but also kind of genius. Bruh, like I was low-key trying to rewrite this old text by unknown author, and it's gotta be extra edgy, no cap, so it's like these protagonists were straight up running the show, creating their own plays around them. They were totes vibing on some serious relief from all the imaginary scenarios you feel. Can this method leave some permanent imprints of safety and comfort like decades after it was first formed in their mind and brain? Gotta be, I'm hella intrigued by Peso's work. So I low-key accepted his invite to come visit him at his hilltop farmhouse in southern New Hampshire and lunch beneath an ancient oak tree. Al was all like, hey, let's get this structure going in the red clapboard barn. And I was like, okay, let me bring my A game. I'm a settled professional with my own fam. I didn't think Peso would drop any major tea. I thought of my parents as two old folks trying to make it to retirement age, but I was hella wrong. Since there were no other people around for the role play, Al started by asking me to pick an object that represented my dad. I went with a gigantic black leather couch, and he put it up right in front of me, like 8 feet away or whatever. I asked if I wanted to bring my mom into the mix too, and I chose a heavy lamp that was like the same height as the couch. We vibed out in the session. The space started popping with the important people in my life from my bestie, a tiny Kleenex box, my wife, a small pillow next to them, my 2 kids, 2 more tiny pillows. I was hella amazed when I saw the projection of my inner landscape too dark, threatening objects representing my parents, and a whole bunch of minuscule objects representing my wife, kids, and friends. Shook, bruh. I realized that this structure had allowed me to visualize my implicit map of the world, and it was giving me all these feelings I didn't know I had. My chest felt tight, and my voice sounded even tighter, but in a good way, lol. Share what I found out with Al. He nodded and asked if he could change my perspective. Skeptical at first, but I trusted the dude and wanted to see what he had to offer, so I low-key agreed. Then Al positioned himself between me and the couch and lamp, and they just disappeared from my line of sight. Instantly, I felt a deep release in my body, my chest relaxed, and my breathing got all chill. That's when I was like, Peso's method is hella lit, and I decided to become a student. To known author, Loki, surprise yourself when those old memories, thoughts, and feels come flooding back like a total weirdo from the past. And try messing with the moves on your external chess game and see what kind of damage control you gotta do on yourself. It's all about getting real with psychomotor therapy. It don't give you tea on what went down, but it lets you feel all the emotions, fam. Yo, I was hella scared when my mom got beat on my dad, or wish I could have stood up to that toxic bro who ruined my childhood. But here's the thing, psychomotor therapy ain't about rewriting history or making it all better overnight. More like getting back in the movie Your Life and redoing those pivotal scenes. You can make your real mom cower in fear, and then you're all about protecting her from your dad's abuse. Trying to create a deal, fam member who keeps it 100 with you and gets you out of them toxic relationships. Therapists and group members are like the director of your life. They gotta provide the necessary support for you to get real about the things that holding you back, okay? The safety of the group allows you to confront those dark secrets and shame yourself for all the wrongs done by others. Can you finally feel safe? You can speak truth to power, or in this case, your dad's placeholder, and get it all off your chest. You can experiment with distance, proximity, and all that jazz, and try moving those placeholders around and see what happens. As an active participant, you're low-key losing yourself in the scene, but in a good way, like you can actually feel the vibes of growing up in a safe and loving environment. And yeah, structure don't erase or neutralize bad memories for you. It's more about offering new options and alternative memories that'll make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Get to rewrite your own narrative, fam. Hey, so our basic human needs are met, you feel like you got love and protection, right? Tell you about this workshop. Letty Salin Institute in Big Sur, California, and Maria was a low-key athletic Filipina mid-40s. She's been hella nice to tuties with HB first stuff, but now she's sitting reckon all scared on her pillow thinking, and if she volunteered to make Bay have her with the protagonist too, her Bay happy or whatever, but I get asking her to. I started by asking a notice, but to of May Dreyer a list and stuff. What comes with gulligy little silence, she says. Can't really feel anything in my body. My mind is blank. I mirror her inner tension back her and say, or worried, her mind is blank. Don't feel nothing after doing a structure, right? She sounds kind of relieves, so I keep reflecting her emotions, making her feel seen of. So like this little girl, a known author said, repin that deadpan. Note that this work is low-key about accurately acting out the dialogue and directions provided by the witness and protagonist. I was all, Maria, where you want to have your real dad stand though? And she's all, stand like 12 feet away from me to my right and face away from me, okay? We're getting that tableau going, and every time I create a structure, it's wild how precise the outward projections of the right hemisphere are. Protagonists always know exactly where the characters should be at, fam, and I'm still low-key impressed how the placeholders representing the people from the protagonist's past just assume their virtual reality feel. People who enroll seem become the people they had to deal with back then, not only to the protagonist, but also to the other participants too. I was all about getting Maria to take a good hard look at her real dad, and when she gazed at him standing there, we could see how her emotions shifted from terror to deep compassion for him. She was getting emotional, reflecting on how tough his life had been, how he saw people get beheaded during and had to eat rotten fish with maggots. Structures are all about creating that trance-like state where multiple realities can coexist, you know. Past and present, being an adult while feeling like a kid again, expressing your emotions to someone who's all, hey, I'm the abuser, but also being fully aware it's Scott who's hella different from her real dad. The complex emotions of loyalty, the tenderness, rage, and longing that kids feel with their parents. Maria started talking about her relationship when she was a lil, and I was mirroring her expressions. As you know, her dad had been brutalizing her mom. He said he was always harsh on her diet, body, and housekeeping, and Maria's mom was always hidden after he went off on her. She was like this loving and warm person who couldn't survive without Maria. Maria described her mom as the real MVP. She couldn't have made it without her. She'd always be there to comfort Maria after Dad got all up in arms, but she didn't do anything to protect them from him, you feel. At one point I was all, let's call in the real mom. And Maria's all, hey, Christy, come through as my real mom, the warm and loving one who kept me alive but failed to protect me from that abusive dad. Maria smiled bright-eyed and asked Kristen to play her part, and Kristen was all, I'm your real mom, the one who's warm and loving but also failed to protect you from your toxic father. Maria had finally found her inner peace or whatever. A known author, so her mom was sitting on a pillow to her right side, like way closer to her real dad though. Key told Maria to check out Kristen, then I'm all, so what happens when, look here, Mary got hella mad, said, nothing lol. I'm all, co-witness would see how you stiffen up when you look a real mom say that you feel nothing, she's all, ick. I asked her to check in with herself, we're like, so it happens now, Mary looks hella beat, says, nothing again. Then I'm all, so you trying to say something to her mom. Finally she's all, I know you did the best you could. 2 minutes later, wanted you protect me, fam. When she starts crying softy, I'm like, what's good inside? She's all holding my chest, my heart is pounding hard, feeling sad af. She's all, my sadness goes to my mom, how capable she was of standing up to her dad protect us. She just shuts down, pretending everything's oak, but really it's not. Me mad for real. I'm like, wait, witness would see how fierce you are when you want to see her mom stand up to her dad. Mary is all who want to run off with the kids, take them away from dare for life. Denim all get a Notha person to represent her ideal mom. Mary looks Ellen, therapist, martial artist, puts her on a pillow to her right side. She's all, what do you want her ideal mom to say to her dad? I want to hear Aoife going to talk to me like, Dad, I'm gonna leave you, take the kids. Ella repeats it, Mary is all, I'm feeling it. She's all, we got a little pressure in my head. The breath is free. Cuddle energetic vibe going on now. Then I'm like, how witness can see how hyped over a row when you hear a mom saying she ain't taking the shit for you, Dad. I'll take the kids away from him. Maria starts crying hard, says, it was able to be a safe, happy little girl if I had that mom. Yaz, lem tell you about this super real situation, bruh. Chilling with my squad, and some of them were low-key sobbing in silence like they're all feeling that ideal fam vibe. No, we gotta grow up with parents who are like genuinely invested in our well-being. So I'm like, it's time to get Maria's ideal dad, and she's low-key hyped. She scans the group, and Danny's her homie. She's all about that ideal dad life. I hook him up with some script, and he's gentle, but clear to be your ideal dad who loves you and cares for you. Maria's all over the feels, and she's like my healthy mom and dad. She's got her emotional self check-in, and it's a mood. Can feel that Joyce is, and she's vibbing with Danny, getting those feels. Both ideal parents come through, cradling Maria, and she's all about that tender moment with her dad. She wants her mom to. It's deep fam. Leave them alone for a bit so they can soak it in. Then we get the final statements from Danny and Ellen. If I was your ideal dad, I loved you like this, not tortured you. Danny, and if I was your ideal mom, I'd have protected you and stood up for us. Ellen. Loki, it's a tear jerker. Rescripting your life, bro, no one grows up with the ideal fam situation like, we don't even know what that means. David Servan, Trevor once said every life is hella hard in its own way. So that, to become a self-confident adult, it's low-key essential to have grown up with steady parents who love you, help you out, and set good examples. Your fam had some major defects. Those issues will manifest later in life. If you've been ignored or humiliated as a child, you're going to lack self-respect. If you didn't get to express yourself, struggles standing up for yourself as an adult. To be real, most grown-ups who were traumatized as kids are holding on to some serious rage energy-wise. Relationships suffer too. The more pain and deprivation we've been through, the more we're like, this is going to hurt me again, fam. We gotta appreciate the complexity of people's lives, or we'll just see it as a way to get hurt and disappointed. Afterlife, fam. Things of that. Hey, listen up, Unknown Author ain't got nothing but time to spill the tea on trauma. Trauma and abandonment are low-key destroying our vibe with people, cause we can't trust our bodies to hook us up with that good feeling. Feel? we're stuck in this cycle of overwhelm where our bodies, all of us, something's off, but we're all, nah, I got this. And next thing you know, we're losing the ability to chill in our own skin, and the world just seems like a super high stakes game when your whole world is built on trauma, abuse, and neglect. It's like, yeah, let's just take the shortcut to oblivion, anticipating all that rejection and ridicule. People are hella scared to try new things. After all, this will definitely be a fail, and that fear trap keeps stuck in this isolation thing where they can't even welcome the experiences that could change their whole worldview. That's why structured therapy is so fire, fam. Like, you get to project your inner reality into a space filled with real people where you can explore all that trauma and confusion. And then, bam, you get these concrete aha moments. Yes, that was me. And it felt like this, like, I deserve to feel treasured and protected. Even when I was 3, acquiring that sensory experience of being loved lets you rescript your inner narrative, like can vibe with other people without being all anxious about getting hurt. Structure's got some real magic power in them to harness the imagination to transform them inner narratives that keep us stuck. With the right support, you can share those secrets you never dared to spill before, not just to your therapist, the actual people who did you wrong. Like, hey, I'm good. The 3-dimensionality of it all makes the hidden stuff visible and concrete, kind of like If's inner fragment system. That one helps you find them parts that you split off from back in the day so your whole self can shine. But most peeps are all hesitant to go into past pain because they're like, don't want to bring that back. They just want to be ignored, criticized, and left alone. But they're mirrored and witnessed. A new reality starts popping. It's not about avoiding the pain. It's about seeing it for what it is. Accurate mirroring gives you permission to feel whatever you feel. One of the most important things in recovering. Trauma keeps the people stuck on how they interpret the present based on that old frozen past. When we recreate the scene in a structure, it might not be exactly like it was before, but it's a chance to start something new. Totally, yes, let's get this tea, bruh. Unknown author, Loki, What Happened to Your Inner World is all about the structure you've been lidden by, fam. That internal map and them hidden rules, they're straight fire. I'm not about life, but I was Loki down with some Mark dude who's 26 now, but had a super shady situation go down when he was 13. See, his dad was getting on with his aunt, his mom, sis, and Mark just found out. He was all confused, embarrassed, hurt, and just straight up shook, bruh. But when he tried to talk to his pops about it, he got played. His dad was all like, you're a sicko, and told him to chill with the family drama. Mark never said nothing to his mom, but that led to some major toxicity in his household. He just floated around, ball or watching TV, trying to escape the pain. Mom died from a broken heart, like, actually broke her heart into pieces, and his dad married the aunt, yikes. Mark was like, peace out. Not invited to neither funeral nor wedding. See, this stuff becomes inner poison, just something you can't acknowledge or nobody else knows about, but it's your whole life's blueprint. After that, I had no idea about this history when Mark joined our crew, but he kept it real with his emotional distance, and I was hella worried what would pop out from under that frozen exterior. When I asked him to spill the tea, he said a few words and then just shut down harder. I'm like, Kaimyo, get some support. He chose Richard and Mark put him on a pillow next to him, touching his shoulder, and it was like therapy or something. Then he starts telling his story, and he's got his real dad standing 10 feet in front of him, and his mom is heading in a corner with her face all gagged up, talking to his aunt who's straight up calculated and ruthless, and it's like the fog just lifted for Mark, bruh. Telling you he was starving for answers, and now he's serving up some major shade. Tells his dad all the things he never could say before, accusations flying left and right. I made him hit his dad hard so Mark can see that his feels are valid, and it's like justice or something. When Mark says he was worried about being played by his dad, I'm just over here thinking, no kidding, boo. Bruh, rage was low, key get out of control, and this fear had him ghosted in school, work, and all them relationships. After Mark confronted his dad, I'm like, yo, you Richard, want to be the old dad? Let's say with conviction, if I was your ideal dad, accuse you of having a filthy imagination. When Richard repeated that, Mark started shaking like a leaf. After all, life would have been so different if he actually listened and showed some love. Then I'm like, yo, welcome his anger, let him feel seen. And Mark's all, that'd make everything better. And he takes aim at the person standing in for his aunt. The whole group is shook as he unleashes a whole nother level of Shada. You fake, manipulative hag, you sold out your sis and ruined her life. After that, Mark starts crying, spitting all this tea about how he always suspected women who came on too strong. We set up the conditions for him to create these ideal aunt and mom figures, and it's like a whole different vibe. The ideal aunt is low-key savior mode, keeping their family afloat while they're stuck in the hood, and the ideal mom, she's the real MVP, keeping her husband's attention without losing herself in the process. Mark's all chill now, surveying his new world with a satisfied grin on his face. 3 months later, he shoots me an email saying this workshop changed his life. He moved in with his first girlfriend and was actually able to hear her out without freaking out or getting triggered. Low-key amazed at how much more chill he is now. I'm like, yo, let me hook you up with a therapist who can help you navigate all this, and I got him set up with someone in the community who's been around the block a few times. Now Mark's living his best life and making all these changes without losing himself to the rage. It's a whole mood, fam. Hey guys, so like, if you want to change, you gotta get real with the realness of what's been hella messed up in your past and swap it out for some feels that actually feel safe. Dope, lit, connected. Remember how we talked about Emder and stuff? Well, one of the things dreams do is link the drama from that day to the rest of your life, right? It's like they're all just one big, messy picture, but psychomotor structures are still held back by the laws of physics, same as our dreams. Though we can rewire the past, though new emotional scenarios that actually work instead of those old ones that keep you stuck in a rut. Chapter 19, Rewiring the Brain Neurofeedback. Can anyone even say for sure if we're even still living in a world made of electricity, or did I just imagine it? Nathaniel Hawthorne. Maybe I'm just trying to relive some deep feeling from the future or something. Anyway, William James said something about being able to bring your attention back when you're getting all spaced out, and that's like super important for making good choices and building character, fam. Used to work with Ernest Hartman at Boston State Hospital doing some sick research on sleep, bruh. Job was to prep the study participants, hook up their EEG thingies, and analyze all that brainwave noise. Come in at night, we'd get them hooked up, and then I'd leave them alone with a polygraph machine that captured all their brain activity like it was a sick beat. Even when they were asleep, though, their brains were still going hard, just trying to communicate with each other, and the polygraph would capture it all on tape. Spend hours looking at the previous night's EEGs, scrolling through baseball scores, and walking up subjects whenever the polygraph showed some crazy REM sleep vibes. Then we'd do questionnaires in the morning and see how they were feeling about their sleep quality and all that jazz. Those quiet nights helped us learn more about REM sleep and sleep cycles, which was low-key a game changer for figure outing how brain activity affects mental health. But it's like you've been holding back on this EEG thing for way too long, fam. Mapping the electrical circuits of the brain, lem break it down for, our brain activity is all about them chemical electrical vibes feel, and Tiba Pharma got so dominant in the game that we almost forgot about electrophysiology, lol. But like Hans Berger was all, hey, I'm a record this brain stuff, and he did it for real back in 1924. People were hella skeptical, but EEG became low-key a thing for diagnosing seizures and stuff. Berger's all, I'll figure out what these brain waves mean, and he did. Different brain patterns are like different mental activities, no cap. Like if you're trying to solve math problems, or brain is all, beta frequency band, as he was all about finding that correlation between psychiatric probs and specific EEG weirdnesses. And TB, it seemed legit when he found out hyperactive kids had slower waves in their frontal lobes. Fast forward to 2013, slow wave prefrontal activity is certified by the FIA as a biomarker for AD. Slow frontal lobe activity explains why these kids are all like, I'm hella emotional and can't control it. Early on, I was all about helping TPL with EEGs, but it was like super vague. We were stuck with meds that had more side effects than benefits, bruh. Then in 2000, my friend Alexander McFarland's study came through and showed clear differences between traumatized people and normal Aussies. Did this weird test called the oddball paradigm, where people got to detect the outie. The results were like straight fire, traumatized brains were all over the place, less coordinated, and couldn't filter out irrelevant info. Their normal brains were all, hey, I got this, with synchronized patterns of filtering, focus, and analysis. But trauma messed that up hard. It's wild, but EEGs can actually be hella useful if we use EM right. So like there's this brainwave pattern in 200 that's all about filtering out the irrelevant info so you can focus on the task at hand, feel, And then there's this other thing, P100, that's like our brains process new data, but it was all kind of unclear, fam. Turns out the depth of that wave determines how well we can take in and analyze new vibes. Anyway, a study by Sandy McFarlane found that people with peace would have a hard time learning from experience cause their brains are all messed up, you feel. They're not organized to pay attention to what's going down in the present moment. Like, they can focus when they need to, but then they get overwhelmed by simple stuff. Like, I was thinking about Sandy's study and this movie, The Hurt Locker, which is all about soldiers dealing with stress. Wait a minute. I know this stuff. It's the same thing when they're under extreme stress. They can perform on point, but that then they get all lost in civilian life. Anyway, McFarlane's study was lit, but it also raised some questions. Like, is there a way to change these dysfunctional brainwave patterns? Like 7 years later, I met Severin Fisher at this conference, and she was all about neurofeedback, fam. She showed me some before and after drawings of this kid with attachment issues, and it was wild. Like, before treatment, the kid's drawings were on a 3-year-old's level, but after just 5 weeks of neurofeedback, drawings were on like a 10-year-old's level. It was mind-blowing, fam. So I'm thinking, what's this magic trick? And Severin shows me her equipment, 2 desktops, an amp, and some data, and then she puts this electrode on my head, and we get into the brainwave zone. Seeing the symphony of the brain, how our brain works, but Severin's little laptop is literally detecting brainwaves, like, or watching vids on a polygraph machine, bruh. It was way more advanced than what Hartman had back in the day. So after 4 months of neurofeedback, this kid's family drawings show equivalent to 6 years mental development, lol, Che. As Severin explained, feedback shows brain its own function like oscillations and rhythms. That's why we try to enhance or suppress certain frecs to make our brain more complex. We might be freeing up stuck oscillatory properties and new ones develop, she said. So Severin adjusted settings to give me reward inhibit frequencies while making my brainwave patterns better. Now I'm looking at a vid game with 3 spaceships of diff colors. Tones are all over the place, but when I blink, they stop. If I stare calmly, they move irregular beeps. Severin tells me to make green spaceship go first, lol. I try hard, but it falls behind. She says, relax and don't overthink, it's on you, bro. So I chill out. After a while, green spaceship is winning calm. Focused vibes neurofeedback is like watching T-Pole's faces, smiles, and convo. You see smiles that keep talking, but when they look bored, oh, you wrap up. Neurofeedback a rewarded U-tone moment. Instead, smile or frown. It's more neutral than that. Severin shows me how to track brain circuitry in specific parts of my brain. She puts electrodes on my brow. I feel sharp, focused. She's rewarding beta waves, which makes me alert. She puts it on crown of head. I feel detached from screen, aware of body sensations. After that, she's showing me summary. Unknown author. Is Loki trying to rewrite this whole thing with some edgy Gen Z and alpha slang, bruh? Like, so I got a graph that shows how my brain waves were hella different when I was vibbing on subtle shifts in my mental state and physical feels. And like Severin said, we can use neurofeedback to help treat trauma and all that jazz. Trying to intervene in the circuits that make you freak out and feel shame and rage, fam. It's all about those repetitive firing of these bad boy circuits that define trauma. Need some major help to change their brain patterns, okay? Your patterns chill. The brain is less as to stress reactions and can focus on actual events for once. Stress ain't even inherent to events, bro. It's how we label and react to them. Neurofeedback just makes the brain stable and resilient, and so we can actually choose our own responses. The birth of neurofeedback is like not new or anything in 2007. So Kamiya was Loki, a psychology professor at Chicago U back in the late 1950s, studying internal perception. Found out people could learn to tell when they were producing alpha waves that's chillin' too just through feedback. It took some subjects like only 4 days to get it right. Showed that they could voluntarily enter an alpha state just by listening to a simple sound cue. In 1968, Kamiya's work got published in Psychology Today, and the alpha training thing became all the rage. Sturman at UCLA did some real science on neurofeedback, fam. He was like asked by NASA to study this rocket fuel that made people hallucinate and stuff. Sturman had previously trained cats to produce this sensorimotor rhythm EEG frequency, and guess what? Neurofeed training prevented seizures in those cats exposed to the toxic fuel. In 1971, Sturman hooked up his first human subject, Mary Fairbanks, who'd been dealing with epilepsy since she was a lil gal. He trained for an hour a day, twice a week. 3 months later, she was virtually seizure-free. Gee, that's some real life-changing stuff. Hey guys, so like neurofeedback is Loki a thing, but it's super stuck in Europe, Russia, and Australia right now, lol. You know, there are totes 1,000 neurofeedback practitioners in the US. They're still hella poor at getting research funding, you feel. One reason might be because there's like multiple different systems. What to believe. And also the commercial potential is probs limited. TB. Few apps get covered by insurance, which makes it super pricey and prevents practitioners from getting the resources they need to do big scale studies. Anyways, I met this girl, Lisa, who's like really the ultimate survivor. She's studying nursing and stuff, but what's wild is that she's been through some real hell, you feel. Her mom was hella toxic and abusive, and she spent years in group homes and mental hospitals. So that dude, her story is like no joke. So Lisa tells me she used to get mad when her parents would get drunk, 'cause at least they'd know it was common law, but her mom was all over the place, and Lisa was just trying to survive. She had this crazy schedule of moving in and out of shelters and hospitals. It's wild. But here's the thing, Lisa is like super resilient, fam. She's got a wicked sense of humor and is literally the coolest person I've met. Like how she's still so calm after all she's been through. Yes, let me tell you, so my homegirl Lisa was straight up lost, a fam. She was like 18 and just ghosted out of them Child Protective Services, leaving her with nothing, you feel? No fam, no ADO, no cash, no skills, G. She runs into Severn, who's low-key got the tea on Lisa from back in the day when they were at that residential treatment center. Severn was all about that lost girl energy and invites Lisa to try out this new neurofeedback gadget she just coped. Severn spits. When Lisa first rolled up, it was fall and she was straight out of touch, fam. She had a hollow stare, carrying around a pumpkin like it was nothing. I ain't never got that organizing self going on with her. Word is, trying to have a convo about stress with Lisa. Forget it, sis would shut down or freak out. Lisa's words are fire. We try to vibe about what went down in my childhood. I'd freak out, and have these major breakdowns. I'd wake up with cuts, burns, ain't eatin', ain't sleepin'. My sense of terror was always popping. Fam, I couldn't handle touch, would get jumpy all the time. Couldn't even close my eyes without thinking someone was gonna jump me. She's stuck in this state of shock for real. She was recalls dissociatin when she was little, but it got worse after puberty. He started waking up with cuts, and people at school knew me by different names. Couldn't have a steady ride because I'd be with other dudes when I was out of it, then not remember. Black hotting like crazy and ending up in some wild situations. She's got nothing to compare herself to, fam. People say she can't recognize herself in the mirror. It's like ain't nobody to vouch for her reality. Lisa spits. When I was 17 and living in that group home for traumatized teens, I cut myself up real bad with a tin lid. Took me to her, but I couldn't even tell the doc what happened. No memory of it. Nothing. The doc was all like dissociative. It don't exist. Not that you're not got it, fam. Just that it don't exist. People in mental health keep saying it don't exist. Was all. No, I got it, and I'm trying to tell y'all about it. Yo, so after she graduated from that residential treatment program, she's like, I'm done with meds, T-Bud, and her therapist is all, yes, worked for you, sis. But let's be real, not everyone needs meds, Kay? She tried neurofeedback instead, and it was low-key magical. So she invites Lisa to join the program, and it's like a total wild card because Lisa's the first dissociative patient they've ever worked with. They meet up twice a week, and at first they're all about rewarding that brain activity in the right temporal lobica, the fear center, fam. Fast forward a few weeks, and Lisa's all, I'm not as extra around people, and she's like, the basement laundry room isn't even scary to me anymore. That's when things start to get real. She stops dissociating, bruh. Like, it's like this constant hum in her head just stops, and she's all, I integrated, I guess, and then she can finally talk about her childhood stuff. Hella hard for people who are still in it. It's wild because so many patients are in and out of treatment, but they can't even connect with therapists because they're too busy being anxious. She used to be all about memorizing every detail to avoid getting hurt, but now she knows people on a different level, not based on fear, but actual human connection. There's this one girl, Severn, who went through some serious trauma, and she comes out the other side with this clarity and focus that's straight fire. Clear that neurofeedback is where it's at, so we gotta explore it more at the trauma center. So we're trying to get started with neurofeedback, but it's like a whole production. Choose which system to use, learn the basics, and then practice on each other. It's all super complicated. Staff members and 3 trainers show up ready to dive in, and I'm partnered with my colleague Michael for the first time. We're setting up this EEG thingy, trying to figure out where to put the electrodes, waiting for the computer to spit out some feedback. I'm low-key hyped, but also kind of nervous we're about to get real with Lisa's brain. So I was messing with this dude's brain waves, putting M at 11, 14 hertz, whatever, and he was low-key freaking out, right? He's all, guys, can I get attention? And he's all about the feels, saying he used to vibe on edge when people were around. Had this knowing sense of danger, even with his colleagues, who knew therapists could be hella toxic. Anyway, after a sesh, he's feeling like a new person, relaxed, open, and all that jazz. He's slapping down some fire insights and opinions in our neurofeedback group. We're talking valuable contributor, no cap. So we got this study going on with 17 patients who were straight up stuck, even after trying other treatments. Hip him up with neurofeedback sessions for 10 weeks. Targeting that right temporal area, which is super lit for traumatic stress. And fam, it was a total game changer. They showed up on time, no drama, and not even in the snowstorms, and they didn't drop out. Just their bodies were talking, not just their brains. Significant improvements, tasted scores down, interpersonal comfort up, emotion balance on point. They were less frantic, slept better, and felt calmer. It was all real. And I know what you're thinking. What about self-reports, though? Well, let me tell you, objective changes in behavior are where it's at not just some good stories. Like the first patient I worked with, he was a straight up mess, even after 1 year of therapy, fam. He had these compulsion issues, like seeking out random hookups whenever he felt abandoned. His marriage had been on life support, and HIV positive law. Maybe it was related to his uncle's abuse or whatever. And that connection didn't do squat for him. More than a year of therapy, nada. Then I come in with my neurofeedback magic and boom, he starts finding solace in fishing, renovating a lakeside cabin. It was like he had found his inner chill pill, fam. So this dude comes back after being gone for 4 years, and we're low-key curious how his brain adapted to not be hella messed up. We trained him for another 6 months. Now he's only showing up every 6 months to get checked on. What even happened in those 4 years? Did he just find a new hobby or is it fishing or whatever? We'll never know because neurofeedback is super complicated. Brainwave basics are fire though. So on an EEG chart, each line reps the activity in a diff part of the brain. It's all about the vibes, fam. The EEG is low key made up of measurements that go from slow to fast. And we're talking ace and seeps here. Frequency is how many times a waveform does its thing in 1 sec, and it's measured on a scale. Delta waves are the slowest frequencies, 2 phi at Z. They show up most when you're sleeping. It's your brain is just chilling or whatever. You're getting too much of that slow wave activity while you're awake. Your thinking is hella foggy and you make poor decisions, bro. 80 of kids with added and people with Ps are all about those excessive slow waves in their frontal lobes. The EEG is a thing, and it's got some signature stuff for pets, but not really, fam. People who've been traumatized are low key showing increased activity in the temporal lobes T3, T4, T5, which is where it gets all messy. Neurofeedback is super helpful for normalizing brain patterns and increasing emotional stability, though it's all about finding that sweet spot where your brain isn't all messed up. You feel the rate of brainwave firing is related to our state of arousal. So when we're dreaming, it speeds up. Theta frequencies 5 and H's are the vibe at the edge of sleep. They're also when people get all hypno-trancy and open to making novel connections, but on the downside, they can be super depressing. Alpha waves 812HZ are where it's at for chill vibes and peace of mind. The ultimate relaxation state, bro. Use alpha training all the time in my practice to help people who are either too numb or too agitated to get their life together. Reed National Military Medical Center just started using alpha training instruments for soldiers with peace, but we'll see if it actually works, fam. Hey guys, it's Another here and I'm low-key obsessed with neurofeedback training. Have you ever felt your brain is a total mess and you're stuck in beta mode? All about focused attention, but when it gets too high, over 20 A's, it's super draining and anxiety inducing. Basically, your brain's always on high alert for danger. But seriously, feedback can be a total game changer. It's not just for athletes or musical geniuses, although let's be real, it'll help with that too. Even if you're already pretty accomplished, you can still improve your creativity, athletic control, and inner awareness with some serious training. So when we started digging in neurofeedback, found out that Boston University was literally one of the only places in the country that knew what they were talking about. Her first of Len Zachkowski was a sports psychologist who ended up coaching the Vancouver Canucks with neurofeedback. Talk about being on top of your game. It's not just athletes who are benefiting from neurofeedback. Italy at Milan used it to help players stay chill and focused while watching vids of their mistakes. The results? Italian team that won the World Cup in 2006, and Milan took home the European Championship the next year too. Canada even got in on the action with all-in $17 million plan called Own the Podium, included neurofeedback as part of its science tech component. Came out swinging at the 2010 Winter Olympics, winning more gold medals than anyone else and placing third overall. Neurofeedback's also been shown to boost musical performance. Panel of judges from Britain Royal College of Music found that students who got trained with 10 sessions had a 10 improvement in their music skills, basically a huge difference in a super competitive field. Given its focus enhancing powers, it's no wonder neurofeedback's caught the attention of added specialists. 36 studies have shown that it can be an effective treatment for AD, rivaling conventional meds in terms of effectiveness. Plus, once your brain's trained up, you're good to go, unlike those pesky meds that just keep you hooked. So, where's the problem in my brain? Sophisticated computerized EEG analysis, QEEG, can break down brainwave activity millisecond by millisecond and show which frequencies are dominant. It even shows how well different brain regions are communicating. And get this QEEG databases of normal and abnormal patterns exist so you can compare your results with thousands of others who have similar issues. Lastly, EEG is way more affordable and portable than fMRIs and other scans, making it a total game changer for anyone looking to get to the bottom of their mental health. Time to bust out those arbitrary DEMS and labels and get real about mental illness. QEEG's got the scoop. I'm low-key shocked you guys are still causing problems, you or brains. How many times you gotta get stuck in a mental loop for it to be real? So, like brain activity patterns, mental states for them, like confusion, agitation, or feeling all ghosted, are totes linked to specific QEEG picks. The more problems you got, the more messed up our brain wave patterns get. For real, being able to see what's going on in our own brain is hella helpful, fam. Our patients can finally catch a clue why they struggle, why you focus or emotional control, and it's all about training different brain areas to send diff frequencies comms. It's like the more you learn, the less you blame yourself. Brett at Hamlin just said, most peeps respond to this, but those that actually get are the ones who can see how our feedback is connected to what you're doing. Like, you want a chill you presence, we can show you how you're doing. Then the progress is lit. So what's the deal, trauma brainwaves? We got peeps, long histories of trauma, stress, who ain't responding to treatment like they should. Their QEEGs are all over the place, excessive activity in the right temporal lobe, fear center, too much frontal slow, wave activity, hyperaroused, emotional brains taken over. But here's the tea. So calm down that fear center, we'll see improvements in PES scores, executive functioning, and mental clarity. It's like your brain waves get all chill and you can actually regulate our emotions better. We got 3 types of traumatized peeps. Ones with hyperactivity when they close their eyes, like panic mode, ones who have erecta sounds, light thalamus ain't filtering, who struggle, communication patterns, the back of the brain. Alexander McFarlane is like studying how combat exposure changes brains. Australian Defence asked him to study the effects of deployment on mental biological functioning, including brainwave patterns. QEEGs in combat troops before, after deployments, and it's like the more time you spend in combat, the less alpha power you got. I don't know what's more the fact that you guys are still struggling or that y'all ain't doing better woo therapy yet. Let's get into this. Back of the brain is where the body state is monitored, fam, and it's usually all chill when you're low keying. But like alpha waves are supposed to be high, and they're not in soldiers' brains during deployments. Major red flag, because alpha's all about relaxation. Meanwhile, the front of the brain is getting all messed up with beta waves, making it hard for these dudes to focus, you feel. They're little kids with AD, but way more lit. The net effect is that arousal, which is supposed to be like energizing and stuff, is just stressing them out. It's like their brain's on a whole nother level, fam. Can't even focus on basic tasks, let alone do some real work. Now about these soldiers getting PT'd, we can't say for sure yet, but it's all gonna come down to how long they take to chill in civilian life. Chronic abuse and neglect, that's like totally whack, fam. Messes up the wiring of sensory integration systems, resulting in learning disabilities, like faulty connections between audio and word proc systems, poor hand-eye coordination, it's a whole thing. Kids are all over the place trying to process info, but they're stuck. Trauma's like super harsh on basic processing functions. Lisa was low keying too. Couldn't even sit still in class or follow instructions because of this auditory delay. Can you even imagine trying to do that? It's wild how neurofeedback helped her get it together. She learned to organize her brain, like reading maps and stuff. But here's the thing, even if these kids are all healed up, still got learning disabilities, can't focus or process info like a normal human being. It's all about figuring out how to help these youngins get their minds right, fam. Lem break it down for organizing or time space and then relationships too. If some early trauma messed up how or brain's supposed to work. After them fancy pills or conventional therapy have been shown to make her brain all like, okay, I'm good. After that critical period is over. Now's the time to study if neurofeedback can actually do its thing where other stuff failed. The alpha theta training is low-key fire cause it can get you into them hypnagogic states. Basically a little bit of trance you feel when theta waves take over. Or mine's all about dat internal world, free float into imagery and all that jazz. Alpha brainwaves act like a bridge between the external world and the inner one, and in an alpha theta training, they're like, let's alternate these frequencies. The problem with teased is trying to get our mind to see new possibilities and not just keep reliving to past, Trance states can help loosen up them conditioned connections between stimuli and responses. So instead of freaking out when you hear a loud crack, it's like, nah, that's just fireworks at the beach, my squad. Twilight states, traumatic events can be safely experienced and new associations can be made, fam. Some people report seeing weird imagery or getting deep insights about life, while others just chill more and less rigid. State where you can experience dat feels without freaking out is prob's going to create fresh potential and a wider perspective. G can alpha theta reverse hyperarousal patterns. The T is lit. Gene Peniston and Paul Kolkowski did a study with 29 Vietnam vets of chronic Ts, and they used neurofeedback to training. 15 got alpha theta training and 14 got standard medical care drugs and therapy. On average, these dudes had been hospitalized like 5 times for PT'd. Neurofeedback was low-key magic, fam. It facilitated them twilight states of learning by rewarding both alpha and theta waves. They just chill in a recliner, eyes closed, listening to sounds, and then imagine they were sober and confident. A study published in 1991 had one of the best outcomes ever recorded for PT. The neurofeedback group saw a significant decrease in T symptoms, physical complaints, depression, anxiety, paranoia, all that jazz. That after treatment, they'd be contacted monthly for 3 months. 3 of the 15 neurofeedback treated vets didn't see any positive changes, so it's clear that alpha theta training is low-key effective, bruh. Here's the rewritten text and next in an edgy gene alpha slang style. Unknown author is low-key sick with the vets or having major PTSD flashbacks and nightmares, fam. Chose hit up 10 booster sessions, and only 1 needed to get sent back to the hospital for more treatment. 14 out of 15 were totes not feeling that medication anymore. Meanwhile, the comparison group was all about that post-traumatic stress life, and every single vet in it was having a major increase in PTSD symptoms after they followed up. They'd get hospitalized at least twice and needed to bump up their meds. And let's talk about addiction. Severely traumatized people are low-key wired to develop substance abuse problems, bruh. It's like, since the dawn of time, soldiers have been mainlining booze to numb their pain, irritability, and depression. Now, with motor vehicle accident victims, half of them get hooked on drugs or booze, and it's a whole mood. Here's the T. ACE and substance abuse are in a sick cycle while substances might give you temporary relief from trauma symptoms. Withdrawing from them makes things worse. Like your brain is all, nope, I'm still dealing with this trauma, and then you're stuck in a vicious loop, but there's hope. Neurofeedback can be the real me PA. One of my old clients had a major coke addiction on top of some traumatic childhood stuff, but after 2 sessions, her coke habit was gone. Like, I'd never seen anyone recover that fast from severe substance abuse. Most studies on this are old, though, like over 2 decades ago. And now there's barely any research being done in the States. But honestly, it's all good research shows that 75-80 of people who get detoxed and treated for addiction will just end up relapsing. No cap. Study by Peniston and Kolkowski found that neurofeedback training can actually help, though did this one study where they trained 15 vets with T's and alcoholism, and like half of them stopped drinking completely, and the other half were less depressed. It's all good vibes, fam. But the standard treatment group, Or forget about it, those dudes got readmitted to the hospital in like 18 months. Type 2 neurofeedback is Sue Lit Ren. But, fam, we need to do way more research on its deets and limitations. Future of neurofeedback, I'm low-key obsessed. Neurofeedback in my practice. Though, use it to help Papal, who've dealt developmental trauma, get rid of hyperarousal confusion and concentration probs. But, lol, it's been hella effective for so many other issues too, like tension, headaches, PTs, autism, anxiety, panic attacks, you name it. Even helped out people who got whacked in the head with traumatic brain injury. As a 2013 neurofeedback is getting used in like 17 military VI facilities to treat PTSD and TB. It's just starting to be studied scientifically. Frank Duffy from Boston Children's Hospital is all about it. The literature shows us that neurofeedback is hella effective for so many things. Low-key surprised if any other med wasn't universally accepted by now. There's still a lot we don't know about treatment protocols, though. But it seems like the scientific community is getting on board you exploring these questions. Thomas Insel from NIM published an article in Scientific American back in 2010 called Faulty Circuits. He was all about how our brains and minds are connected through electrical signals. It's like brain regions work together like electrical circuits. If they get messed up, mental disorders happen. Later on, Insel was all about shifting focus away from DESM category towards the human connectum. Francis Collins is like, the connectum is like a network of neurons in our brains, trying to map it out and understand how electrical signals affect our thoughts and feelings. NIM is currently working on this new tools tech. So what's the tease like? Neurofeedback saved my life, run, calm me down, stop the dissociation. Can then actually use my feelings now, not run away from them or turn them off. Yo, don't want to talk about it or something, or I can get homework, clean my crib. Emotions got real meaning now. Of that, and not low-key anxious all the time, and when I am, I can reflect on it. If it's come from the past, and look at how it's relate to my life now. And it's not just sad emotions like anger and anxiety. I can reflect on love and intimacy or sexual attraction too. I'm not always in fight or flight mode. Bruh, my BP is low-key relaxed and I ain't gotta be ready to roll out of nowhere or defend myself from nothing. Neurofeedback was key for me to have a relationship though. It gave me the freedom to live life on my own terms cause I wasn't stuck in this pattern of how I got hurt and what it did to me. Loma, 4 years after we met, Lisa graduated from nursing school and now she's working full-time at a local hospital. Chapter 20, Finding Your Voice at Communal Rhythms and Theater. Bruh, acting ain't about putting on a character. It's like discovering the character within yourself. You're that character, just finding it in herself. But like a whole new level of you, many scientists got inspired by their kids' health issues to find new ways of understanding mind, brain, and therapy. Chun was dealing with this mysterious illness called chronic fatigue syndrome, and it made me realize theater can be therapeutic. His mom and I saw him become a whole different person when he started taking improv classes. He went from being a self-hating kid to something more. We signed him up for a class because he was stuck in bed all day, and then he found his vibe. He started picking up energy at 5 p.m., and we put him in a theater class, which was lit. Took to it, got into acting exercises, and landed this one role action from West Side Story. He was living that life now. Then he got cast as the Fonz in Happy Days, and it was like he found his purpose, bruh. Being adored by girls and keeping audiences spellbound was the real turning point in his recovery. Unlike all these therapists who just told him how bad he felt, theater gave him a physical experience of being someone else. Yo, so like this dude became Loki, a total boss, when he joined that crew, right? It's hella lit to be part of something where you feel like you're actually contributing and stuff. I'm convinced it set him up for life as the creative, loving adult he is today. You know how we always talk about having control over our lives, like how much do we get to decide what's going on? It's all about webbing with our bodies, fam. We gotta be able to breathe deep and tap into those feels in order to find our voice, you feel. It's the opposite of just zoning out and being all detached, like when you're stuck in a rut and just scrolling through your phone. You're literally about taking over your body and making it do what you want it to do. Anyway, so I used to be treating these vets with PTSD, and I'm like, okay, must be getting good at this, because they were all starting to look way more uplifted. And I find out they're all in a theater production together, and it's like, wait, what's going on here? Turns out they're working with some big-time playwright David Mamet, and he's getting Al Pacino, Donald Sutherland, and Michael J. Fox to come through for this thing called Sketches of War. raise money to build a shelter for homeless vets, which is low-key incredible. I've been doing this therapy thing for ages, but standing on stage with all these actors talking about their war experiences, some next level stuff right there. Can you even imagine how powerful that must have felt? Like, it was way more intense than just sitting in a therapist's office and talking about your feelings. So, like, humans have been doing community rituals for ages to deal with the real hard stuff, right? Greek theater was all about performing these epic stories and emotions, and it was hella deep. They'd reenact these mythical tales while dancing and singing, and it was like a big old communal vibe. Theaters were actually super popular back then. People would go watch these plays, and the whole audience would be vibbing off each other's emotions. It was like one big feeling, like, you want to know how this whole trauma thing goes down? 2008, some dude named Brian Dories was all, hey, let's get a bunch of Marines together and read this ancient Greek play, Ajax. And it was hella lit. 500 Marines were vibing with the emotions. He was low-key surprised. Inspiration was like super personal. His GF passed away to cystic fibrosis, and he used classical texts as a coping mechanism. Of that, his project, The Theater of War, took off, and now this 500-year-old play has been performed like hundreds of times worldwide. It's all about giving voice to combat vets and creating dialogue for their fams. These theater performances are followed by a town hall where people share their stories, and it's literally electric. To attend one in Cambridge, after the news dropped that there was a 27 spike in suicides among vets over 3 years. 40 people showed up, Vietnam vets, military wives, newly discharged guys and gals from Iraq and Afghanistan, all sharing their struggles with sleepless nights addiction, and feeling like they don't fit in. It was hella real, and after the show, everyone was crying and having deep convos. Dories said it best: to anyone who's gone through extreme pain, suffering, or death can relate to Greek drama. It's all about bearing witness to vets' stories. Keeping together in time is all about collective movement and music, fam. Like, when we come together, our lives take on a whole new meaning. Religious rituals are all about rhythmic movements, from davening at the Wailing Wall to Catholic Mass and Buddhist meditation. Music was like the backbone of the civil rights movement in the US. We'll never forget the image of those marchers singing "We Shall Overcome" as they walked towards police who were trying to stop them. Music is what makes us powerful when we're alone, but when we come together, it's like totally unstoppable. Marching and singing are like uniquely human ways to tap into hope and courage. I was low-key blown away by Archbishop Desmond Tutu's Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa back in 1996. It was all about collective singing and dancing and witnesses sharing their trauma stories. Got overwhelmed. Tutu would interrupt them and lead the audience in prayer, song, and dance until they could catch their breath. It was lit. Participants were able to process their emotions and find words to describe what had happened. Yaz, unknown author, lem give you the tea. Tutu and the other people on that commission got the sauce to prevent what could have been an orgy of revenge when Dee finally set those victims free. Years ago, I found his book, Keeping Together in Time, by William H. McNeil, and it's low-key a game changer. It's all about how dance, mill drill, create that muscular bonding thing, and it gives new tea on why movement matters. Plus, it solved one of my own puzzles, okay? I'm Dutch, so I always wondered how those peasants and fishermen won their freedom from the Spanish Empire. It started with Prince Maurice of Orange, who was like a youngin' in his early 20s, got some Latin skills under his belt, and read up on dem Roman tactics. He learned that Lycurgus introduced marching and stepped to da Romans, and Plutarch said it made dem almost invincible. So he brings close order drill to his ragtag army, and it's like a collective ritual, fam. It gave his men purpose and solidarity, but also allowed them to execute complicated moves. Close order drill spread across Europe and even day US. He still got marching bands. Lol. Then I talked to neuroscientist Jack Panksepp about Estonia's Singeing Revolution. Like, in 1987, thousands of people linked hands and sang patriotic songs during a concert. It was forbidden for half a century under Soviet rule. Songfest kept happening. On Sept 11, 1988, 300K peeps gathered to demand independence. By August 91, the Congress of Estonia was all about restoring their state, and when Soviet tanks came, people were like human shields protecting Tallinn's radio and TV stations. Wild, because a columnist in Day New York Times said it's like imagining that scene from Casablanca where French patrons sing La Marseillaise in defiance of the Germans. In trauma therapy like this, fam, then you multiply its power by 1,000, and you're hella close to seeing the real tea about the singing revolution. Treating trauma through theater is straight fire. Should there be way more research on how collective ceremonies affect our minds and brains, but not fam. We've been keeping it 100 for a decade now to observe and study 3 different programs that are low-key changing lives through theater, urban improv in Boston, trauma drama program inspired by that in public schools and residential centers, the Possibility Project by Paul Griffin in the city, and Shakespeare Company's program for juvenile offenders called Shakespeare in the Courts. I'm focusing on these 3 now, but there are way more dope therapeutic drama programs out here, so theater is straight fire for recovery, no cap. These programs all share a common vibe, confronting life's realness and symbolic transformation through communal action. It's all about love and hate, aggression and surrender, loyalty and betrayal, the tea on what we're going through in our heads and how we express it. We're taught to cut ourselves off from feeling things as a culture, but theater is like opposite that. It's about embodying emotions, giving voice to and taking on different roles. Traumatized people are hella scared to feel deeply, cause emotions lead to losing control. Theater, though, is all about being in touch with our feels and letting others vibe with you. It's like elective confrontation with the human condition, fam. Paul Griffin said something that hits hard. Tragedy in theater is all about copping with betrayal, assault, and destruction. And Tina Packer added, it's all about using our whole bodies and having other bodies resonate with your feels. Theater gives trauma survivors a chance to connect with each other on a deeper level, because we all got that same human experience. Traumatized people are hella afraid of conflict. Fam, they're scared of losing control and ending up on the wrong side again. But theater is all about conflict, whether it's inner or outer conflicts. It's like you gotta push through blockages to find your truth and tell it to the world. It requires being real with yourself and letting that truth come out in your voice and body, making it safe for people to engage with their emotions and confront trauma is what these theater programs are all about. Hey guys, it's Unknown Author, and I'm low-key salty about this whole acting thing. I don't think it's for the aspiring actors who are actually angry, like, and frightened and all that extra. Now these roles are for the teens who are straight up traumatized or burnout veterans who can't even, when they get to rehearsal, they just slum it in their chairs, too scared to show anyone what a total fail they are. And these adolescents are hella mixed up. They're all like, I'm so nervous, I'll do something wrong. And what if someone sees me for real? They're too hyped to even notice the world around them. It triggered easy and just want to smash things. Directors I've worked with say the secret is to go slow and try not to make them go full on panic mode. So Kevin Kallman from Shakespeare in the Court said something that's actually fire. First we get moving, then we work on getting them aware of their surroundings. It's like tiny steps at a time, just walk around the room or on your toes or backwards. Then we add in some triggers like bumping into someone and screaming. After 30 reps, they're waving those arms like a pro. We gotta make them feel safe to be around each other. So when their bodies relax a little, we can try more advanced stuff. Once they're good with that, I might throw in some prompts like don't make eye contact or just look at the floor. Most of them are already doing that lull, but then I'm like, no, notice people, but keep it on a low. Next thing you know, they're all about making those extended eye contacts, the kind of stuff they never do in real life cause they're too scared to see if someone's safe. So we gotta make it okay for them not to freak out when they do. We do this mirroring exercise in our trauma drama program, and it's wild how much it helps. Move their arm up and their partner does the same, then they twirl and their person twirls back. It's like finally seeing how their own body language affects others. And it loosens them up to be more present in the moment. Hey guys, it's Unknown Author and I got a tea for you. Therapy is low-key super effective when it comes to getting emotional and physical real with herself. For participants are vibbing on the same wavelength wall and having laughs while mirroring each other who know they feel safe enough to be vulnerable with each other. Change that. Trust is key though, so we're gotta help build that bond. Like, I've seen some crazy exercises where one person is blindfolded and led by their partner. It's wild for them to be the leader. Or having someone rely on them when they're already feeling anxious. Okay, first like 10 sec, but you gotta work up to 5 min. Then they gotta chill solo for a hot second cause it gets all emotional in here. Some of us are traumatized and we don't want to be seen or feel the feels. We hide behind masks. But our job, a director, is to help people slow down and get in touch with their bods and emotions. A theater can do that for you, fam. It's like a safe space to express herself and explore life in a whole new way. Anyway, my son was part of this lit theater group called Urban Improv. They did violence prevention workshops and stuff. Director got hit with a research grant and needed someone to lead the study, and BED, just Nick's dad, gets the gig. He worked to use multicultural ensemble, and they made these skits about real-life probs like exclusion, jealousy, and family drama. And these skits, students to act out scenarios where they're the new kid in school or having a convo with their friends. It's like experimenting you with different choices and seeing how it goes down. It's dope cause they can observe and try different approaches without getting all emotional on them. Props, yo. So like, my non-author here's all about how they found out that them wee costumes made 4th graders less hella aggressive and stuff, but then 8th graders were still pretty savage. Checked out the classrooms where these kids went to school and compared to other classes that didn't do the oi thing. For real, when it came down to it, those 4th graders showed some major positive vibes, way less fights, more cooperating with peeps, and all that jazz. But then you gotta wonder what happened to these 8th graders, right? Who were like a whole different story. Actually, the authors just had their own thoughts on it, but when they looked deeper, they found out that all these 8th graders had been through way more trauma than those 4th graders. 2/3 of them witnessed at least 5 violent incidents, fam stabbings, gunfights, killings, and domestic assaults. It's not like the WE program made a difference for them, though. The authors thought maybe they could turn that situation around with an even longer and more intense program, so they worked on developing some new scripts that dealt with all that trauma stuff. Taught their actors some sick skills like improvisation, mirroring, and physical attunement so they could convincingly portray all these emotions. They also learned about trauma triggers and how to deal with them. Tested this new program out at a special day school in Boston where it was straight fire. The kids were super aggressive and sullen, but then they started getting their feelings in check. Were low-key surprised by the results. What happened to these 8th graders, though? Was it just puberty or something? But for real, trauma is a whole nother level of crazy. Jazz, lem tell you about day drama dat when down you students who are straight up salty when faced you new challenges. They always low-key hate on people in physical danger side udi aggressors instead of day victims. Wild, cause they can even accept weakness in themselves, let alone others. They're all like, kill the bitch. She deserves it during a skit about dating violence, no cap. First, some actors wanted to ghost D program cause it was too extra, but then they stuck it. Loki managed to get D students to experiment new roles. And some students were even willing to take on parts that made them feel vulnerable or scared to be a. Done when they got their certificates, they gave their actors some cringy drawings to show appreciation lol. Anyways, we tried to make trauma drama part of the 8th grade curriculum in Boston public schools, but like bureaucrats were all nah bruh. Still alive, kicking into residential treatment programs at the Justice Resource Institute. Now, lem tell you about Paul Griffin's Night Capacity Project. Don't get no prep scripts. Fam day just meet 3 hours a week to write them own full-length musicals, perform in for hundreds of people. This project's been around for like 20 years now. It's low-key iconic. D got the same staff traditions every year. The team is made up of recent grads who organize scripts, design, choreo, rehearsals, day, help of pros. Paul says that when students come in, they think they can't make a diff, but this program is like a transformation experience for them. Tell you, it's not just for foster care youth. Paul started a new program specifically for them 5 years ago. After stats for 60 of them will be convicted of a crime by age 21, 75 will be on public assistance. Only 6 will make it to community college. McGriffin's all like, but life in foster care is try to speak a foreign language. If you don't speak the lingo, always sound like you are from day wrong side of day track. So when he says life is upside down, he means that kids in foster care don't know how to respond when D get love or generosity. Cynicism are more familiar to them. Word, yo, it's unknown author here, and let me break it down for you. So Griffin's all like the abandonment is a major trust breaker, and kids who've been through foster care feel that pain deep in their bones. They're always dealing with multiple adults, schools, the system, and sometimes even judges. It's whiplash. You'd think they'd be super savvy by now, but honestly, they're just trying to survive in this foster care world. Permanency is all about that one adult who gets to care for you. But let's be real, these are all about their squad and can't even be bothered with some random adult. Things all like, your squad is your best form of permanency. Loki relatable. Paul's all like, independence is just a myth. We need to teach these kids how to have actual relationships, not just pretend they're independent so they can go out into the world and do their own thing. Interdependence fam. So foster care youth are literally natural born actors. They know pain, struggle, and survival all too well. It's like their life script. When we put M in a group setting, they start to open up, share stories, and connect with each other on a real level. Like they're finally finding their tribe. Paul drops some knowledge about phase 1 of the program, building basic agreements, responsible, accountability, no cap, respect, no drama. Then it's all about group vibes, singing, dancing, getting in sync. Next up is sharing life stories and breaking through that trauma-induced loneliness. It's like they're finally hearing their own voice. When they first introduce themselves, they're mute as a button, expressionless, downcast, trying to become invisible. But then they start talking, discovering common ground, and voyal, start creating their own show. Paul makes it clear the production is all about their input. If you could write a musical or play, what would it be about? Punishment, revenge, betrayal, loss. They're writing down everything they say. It's like therapy on steroids, and some of them even start putting pen to paper. The script comes together, and the production team incorporates their real talk into the music and dialogue. It's all about embodiment. If you can feel it, people will listen. The focus shifts from my pain to how do I become the best actor? TBU, who wouldn't want that? Guys, what you think I can be besides a performer or something like singer, soar, dancer, choreo expert, lighting designer, whatever, T. So we're gonna perform and you gotta know or stuff. As competence is our best bet when life goes haywire, fam. Trauma's real and we all feel helpless sometimes, but getting our muscles moving and doing something that requires focus is like super helpful, you feel. Schools and psychiatric programs are always on the lookout for this because they know it helps build skills and makes you less of a hot mess. Theater's all about cause effect. B2. Foster kids' lives are unpredictable. If 1 minute are chillin', next minute are getting triggered or seen. Parents go down in flames. They need to see the consequences of their actions. No. Do you want to give them control? You gotta let M run with their own destiny, Paul says. You can't fix M. You can only be them. Help M figure it out. Like, no judgment. Feeling trauma without even mentioning the word. Shakespeare in the courts is Loki genius, but do they got these teens who are adjudicated offenders, fought, drank, stole, are not exactly getting any props from society here, but instead of going to jail or doing 6 weeks of acting classes, tell you Shakespeare's like a foreign language to them, then they gotta learn the lines, then perform in front of their whole life. It's lit. Kevin says when they first start, they're all, hick, why I'm doing this, but then they get on stage at the opposites, like they gotta negotiate each other and use language to keep everyone safe. Shakespeare's all about sword fighting, which is hella useful for them to work out their anger issues in a healthy way. And let's be real, kids are already fighting new trauma. Shakespeare's just trying to help them find another outlet for that aggression. Here's the written text with a super edgy and snarky Gen Z and Gen Alpha by unknown author. So like these dudes are trying to communicate with saying the same old I'm feeling stuff nonsense. They want to know what the vocab says about M, you feel. So they start deconstructing Shakespeare's lines line by line. Director feeds M the words and they gotta spit them out on the exhale. At first, like trying to get a cat to do tricks. Most of these kids are straight up shook and can barely get a line out. It's all slow burn, fam, as each actor internalizes the vibes. Words get all deep and resonant and the voice changes with the emotions they're feeling. The goal is to make M connect with their own feels and reactions so they discover their character. Instead of, he gotta remember my lines, it's like, what do these words mean to me? What effect am I having on my squad? And what happens when I hear their trash? This can be a major life changer, bruh. I saw it go down in a workshop. Actors from Shakespeare Co. at the Medical Center in Bath Nye. There's Larry, 59-year-old vet with 27 detox hospitalizations. Last year, he volunteered to play Brutus in Julius Caesar. Rehearsal started, he was all mumbled and shook, terrified of what others thought. Like, remember March 15th? Did great Julius bleed for justice or was some other villain? He was repping those lines for hours. At first, it was like trying to get water out of a rock. Larry just stood there, shoulders slumped, repeating the words he was told to say. Remember, what do you remember? Do you remember too much or not enough? Remember. His voice cracked, eyes on the floor, sweat dripping off his face. After a quick break and a sip of water, back to work. Justice, did you get it? Did you bleed for it? What does justice mean to you? Struck. Have you ever struck someone? Felt stabbed in the back? Stabbed someone back? Larry lost his cool and bailed on the room. Next day, he came back, sweating, heart racing, all sorts of thoughts going through his head gradually, getting into the emotions, each line. Fast forward to starting his first job in 7 years. Still working it 6 months later. It's lit, fam. Loki, when students are rehearsing, their whole convo extends to the offstage talk to feel. Kevin Coleman is all like, Yaz. They're always throwing around that I feel like stuff. And it's super vague, bruh. He's all, if you're confusing emotions with judgments, your work gets hella weak. When you ask them how something felt, they'll be all, it felt good, or that felt bad. Both those are judgments, dude. We don't do that at the end of a scene, cause it's like we're trying to get to the judgment part of their brain. Instead, he's all vibe with any specific feels when you did that scene, so they can learn to name their emotions. And felt hella angry when he said that. He felt super scared when he looked at me like that. Becoming embodied and getting a little language helps the actors realize they got a whole range of emotions you feel. The more they notice, the more curious they get. When rehearsals pop up, the kids gotta learn to stand tall and walk across that stage unselfconsciously, no cap. They gotta learn to speak so they can be heard in all parts of the theater, which is like a whole other level of challenge. Fam, the final performance means facing the community, and that's when they realize how much they can trust themselves, you know. It's like another level of vulnerability, danger, or safety. Gradually, the eagerness to succeed takes over, and it's like, Yaz, I got this. Loki still trying to figure out if Kevin's right about therapy and theater being all about intuition, bruh. Tina Packer said something real wild once. Therapy and theater are like intuition at work, fam. They're the opposite of research, where you're trying to step outside your own personal experience, even your patients, to test objective validity. She's all, what makes therapy effective is that deep subjective resonance and that sense of truth that lives in the body. I'm still hella hopeful we'll figure out how to combine scientific methods with embodied intuition you feel. Edward, one of the Shakespeare Company teachers, told me about this experience he had as a young actor in Tina's workshop. They did these exercises to get their muscles all loose and stuff, and it was like super chill. So Edward's got this weird vibe going on where every time he rolls through his rib cage, he's like totally flooded with sadness, fam. Packer asks him if he's ever been hurt there, and Edward's all no, but then he spills the tea. His mom broke her ribs when she was preggers with him, and he's always low-key associated that with his premature birth. So Edward's in class, prepping a speech from Richard, where the king is like, peace out, I'm done with this whole crown thing. It's him. His mom's story is literally tied to his own trauma. He starts talking to Tina about it, but she just keeps poking around, asking questions, and Edward's all, stop. But Tina's like, hey, what was it like when they stuck needles in you? And Edward's just done. Bruh, he loses it, screams his lungs out, and the other actors have to hold him down. Tina's all, you're your mom, you're gonna do this speech, you gotta convince yourself you're not gonna die. And Edward's like, okay, I got this. He's trying to tap in this deep energy within him and blocked by his trauma. And then bam, finally gets up on stage and delivers the speech. It's like a weight's lifted off his shoulders. Pathways open up for expression. And Edward's also, I see myself in Richard. Fam. He realizes that he's not ready to give up, that he's got to keep fighting. Tina's genius is having Edward become his own mom, telling himself he'll be okay. It's like rewriting the script, bruh. When he finally has that first orgasm with another person that night, because he released all this tension in his body, fam, we're on the cusp of becoming a trauma-conscious society. It's going to be wild, bruh. That every day, it's like Miley is dropping another report on how trauma is wrecking the mind, brain, and body you feel. That a study went ham on how early abuse is straight up devastating health and social functioning. It's wild. And then James Heckman gets a Nobel Prize for showing us that early intervention can save lives like lives. You know, more high school graduates, less jail time, increased employment, and all that. Everywhere I go low, people working tirelessly to develop and apply effective interventions, whether it's teachers, social workers, doctors, therapists, nurses, or just regular folk trying to make a difference. If you're still with me after reading this much, then you're part of the squad. Know what I'm saying? Advances in neuroscience are giving us a better grasp on how trauma changes brain development, self-regulation, and focus. Techniques are revealing why traumatized people get all messed up. They can't even process sounds and lights. Fam. that we're learning that life experiences actually change the brain structure and function, and it's affecting our genes too. Now we got a clue on how to treat trauma, but also like prevent it, it's fire. After seeing another kid die in a drive-by or reading about school budget cuts, I'm low-key devastated. Bruh, we're regressing, fam. Food stamps for kids, universal health care, psychiatry being extra and not making the connection between trauma and social conditions. All just straight up Wakatese discussions still revolve around soldiers, terrorist victims, or accident survivors, but trauma is actually a huge public health issue, like the biggest threat to our national well-being. Since 2001, more Americans have died at the hands of their partners or fam members than in wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. American women are twice as likely to get to domestic violence cancer, and it's like no joke. Yeah. All around Boston, I see signs that say we're still struggling with this. No moth or bruv, let's get real for a sec. We're all about that Jimmy Fund life, fighting kids' cancer, and all that jazz. But can we talk about how we're too embarrassed to talk about real issues like trauma and mental health? People are always like, leave the politics out when I give talks on trauma and therapy. I'm all no-cap politics is where it's at. We can't just ignore the roots of trauma and expect to solve it. Your zip code, fam, has way more to do with your life than your genetics, poverty, unemployment, bad schools, isolation. They're all like breeding grounds for trauma. Trauma breeds more trauma. Hurt people hurt other people. I'm low-key traumatized just thinking about how institutions are always so hella wrong when it comes to treating traumatized kids and adults. They're always like, fix your thoughts instead of check in with your feelings. People can change their behavior if they feel safe enough, but we need to get them out of that fight or flight state first. And can we please protect our kids' recess time? Things of that. What's the point of having a school schedule if you're just going to cut out all the fun stuff? Of my own job is like totally compounding the problem, fam. Most psychiatrists are just like, throw pills at it. Instead of actually helping people heal, we need to do better than that. It's on you to fix your own life. Just chill and take these meds, come back in 3 months, but no hitting hard or popping sessions to cope. Okay, all this prescription stuff is wuck. Fam, it's a shortcut, and even develop some basic self-care skills. One tragic example is the whole painkiller epidemic. People are dying more each year in the States than guns or car accidents. Our addiction game ain't addressing nothing, just masking the real issues going on inside that head. Do they got any internal resources or external support? So fam, do they care about their bodies? Who do they vibe with? Who can they trust when things get hella hard? Are they part of a community that's low-key vital to the people around them? What skills do they need to develop? They got some purpose, bruh. I'm low-key optimistic that if we prioritize our youth and family support, all this social safety net stuff will seem legit and achievable. Imagine all American kids having access to quality daycare while parents are getting their work done or school. Would schools like if they prioritize COOP, self-regulation, person concentration, no more test passing, just let the kids explore and excel. I got a fan pic of me as a 5-year-old sitting between my older sis Wise One and younger bro dependent Lil. I'm rocking a wooden toy boat, all smiles. Look at me, I'm a cool kid with an awesome boat. So we all need that confidence, especially kids. They need to know others will affirm them and show love. Without it, ain't no way we can develop agency and say, this is what I believe in. If we feel safe, supported, we'll climb mountains, cross deserts, and stay up all night to finish products. And we'll do anything for people they trust. We low-key feel abandoned, worthless, and invisible, like embody cares about us. Fear is like the ultimate buzzkill, right? It's literally sucking all creativity and playfulness out of us. For real though, we gotta raise these kids to be safe and sound so they can actually learn and grow. No one grows without being curious and exploring who they are and what matters. And two, more than 50 of these youngins served in Head Start had some major trauma like depression, abuse, or even parental incarceration. Straight up messed up that people would resort to substance use or just sit around watching TV when they feel seen and connected. But here's the thing, if you're low-key stuck and don't feel like your life matters, you're gonna get sucked into some bad vibes, pills, gang life, extremist ideologies. That promises a quick fix. Meanwhile, people who actually feel safe and connected, they ain't got time for all that drama. However, if Embody seems to care about what you do, or if it feels like the system is just going to let you down, you're going to get desperate. Trauma is literally the most preventable cause of mental health issues, substance abuse, and even death rates like diabetes and heart disease. My squad and I are low-key obsessed with helping kids and teens deal with trauma. We've been working on this for ages, since 2001 or whatever. Now we got a whole network of over 150 centers across the country doing all sorts of programs in schools. Juvistum Schatters at Sir My Peeps, Joe Spinazzola, Margaret Blostein, and I've developed some solid programs to help these little ones, and we're implementing them with our trauma savvy colleagues in different cities. 2 years, we pick a new spot to work on, relying on local connections to find the best orgs that care about doing good. For example, I work with some folks in Missoula, Montana, develop a trauma program specifically for Blackfoot Indian reservations. At the end of the day, the hope is that traumatized kids can get a good id and learn how to regulate themselves. Schools are literally islands of safety in this chaotic world. They can teach these kids about their bodies and emotions and help them build resilience to deal with all the trauma they might face outside. Yes, let me get this straight. Teachers are low-key burnout because they're too drained to keep up with their students' drama. Schools got to step up and teach these kids self-leadership and how to not be a hot mess. Team hits the ground running. We're met with teachers who are all came here educate, not social work. But let's be real, most of them have learned the hard way that they can't even get a lesson in when their classroom is turned up like a dumpster fire. And the most passionate teachers in school systems are hella frustrated cause so many kids are straight up traumatized. Focusing on test scores ain't gonna cut it if you ain't addressing the real issues, behavior problems that's more than just a phase. We're talking about kids who interpret routine changes as danger, straight up, and verbal reprimands or suspension. Sure. That's like, so last season when teachers start to see these key kids' behavior in a different light, they realize it ain't about being disobedient, it's about trying to communicate and survive. It's all about feeling safe with others, fam. You're safe, you can vibe, and that's where the real growth happens. The key is reciprocity, truly hearing, being heard, really seen, and being seen by other people. We're talking about a whole school community doing this, office staff, principals, bus drivers, everyone. You gotta recognize how trauma affects kids and focus on safety, predictability, and be known. We make sure every kid's name is called out in the morning, and teachers are facing each and every one of them. You start the day with check-ins talking about what's popping in everyone's mind. It's like we gotta model new ways of communicating stat. Instead of yelling, stop. When a kid throws a tantrum, teachers are like, hey, I see you're upset, but they give them choices and let them talk it out. It's not that hard, fam. Just being seen and heard can change everything. Do Yaz or do Ooh want to chill on my lap, and Loki help her figure out how to express her feels? Bruh, what are gonna happen when you get home after class and stuff? Def possible for a kid to know when it's safe to speak that ek. Fam will never be universal, but for kids, adults alike, identifying the truth to heal from trauma is key, fam. Schools got a bad rep for punishing kids for get all emotional aggressive, like what's up, you that. It's not like they're just being unruly. Bruh, that's symptoms of trauma stress. They are just adding to the trauma, and it's def not gonna stop the tantrums from happening agent at D next per gay vocation. First, you gotta acknowledge the kid is upset, then calm limb down, explore what's going on, have a convo about solution. G, you, dat first grader who just loses it, hits his teacher and throws stuff, we're all like, dude, set boundaries, talk to him in a gentle vibe. You good if you wanna wrap his blanket round you. He's def gonna be like, nope, but then he'll chill out. Predictability, clarity, air key, consistency is everything. Kids from chaotic homes don't even know how PPL work together, bruh, so inconsistency just makes it worse. Trauma, sensitive teachers know dat calling a parent about da kid is just gonna make things worse. Our goal is to translate brain science into real life practice, fam. Like, mode requires activating to brain areas dat notice our inner sensations. It's like we gotta become more aware of ourselves. So a teacher might say, shall we take some deep breaths, or used as breathing star? It's a fun breathing aid made out of file folders. Another option is having the kids sit in a corner row, a heavy blanket, while vibbing to soothing music through headphones. Safe areas are like super helpful for kids to calm down. Day texture of burlap or velvet. Shoeboxes filled to soft brushes, flexible toys. When the kid's ready to talk again, you gotta share what's going on before he rejoins the group. Okay. And it sounds like kids as young as 3 can be all about dat deep breathing, blowing soap bubbles, learning how to slow down their breathing to 6 breaths per minute. I'll feel more chill focused. Bruh, our team of yoga teachers is low-key working you kids on the brink of adolescence to help them befriend. Dear bods, deal you disruptive physical sensations, fam. And honestly, one of the prime reasons for habitual drug use in kids is because they don't know how to cope with stress, anxiety. We need to teach them healthier ways to handle it ASAP. Teens below are freaked out by physical sensations that signify fear, rage, and total helplessness, lol. Self-regulation can be taught to most kids who are rollovers between wild sprints and total freezes. You know how we teach history and geography? To teach kids about their brains and bodies too, because being in control of ourselves is all about getting familiar with our own inner workings and identifying what sets off a mood swing. Emotional intelligence starts with labeling your own feels and paying attention to the vibes of those around you. We start You Mirrors Bro. Looking into one helps kids realize what they look like when they're low, key upset or high, key angry. Hit them up woody questions like, how do you feel when you see a face all sad and stuff? We teach them about their brain game where emotions are registered in their bods and how to communicate their feels to others. They learn that facial expressions give away what they're vibbing, so they experiment how different faces affect the people around them. To also help them develop a sixth sense for physical sensations, like when their chest gets all tight and they're low, key nervous, or their breathing's all shallow and they're hella uptight. When it comes to anger, we ask them what it feels like and how they can change that vibe in their bod. Do they want to take deep breaths, jump rope, hit a punching bag? Is tap, egg pressure even a thing though? And things of that. We provide kids with a toolkit of moves to manage their emotions, and we use mirroring exercises as the foundation for safe communication. We got other games like Simon Says that promote reciprocity and all that jazz. Kids practice imitating each other's faces, gesture, and sounds, and then they get all in sync. Like when teenagers are all like, these games are so extra, we're all like low key, just chill. We also got cheap activities, W beach balls and whatnot that help groups become more focused and fun. For older kids, some schools even install workstations where they can play computer games to improve their focus and HERV. Of like, for real, kids need to experience the rush of working at the edge of their abilities. Resilience is all about that, fam. You, unknown author, we got to acknowledge that whatever you do can actually make a difference, no cap. Remember when you played team sports or joined the school choir? That stuff meant everything to us, especially if we had coaches who believed in us and pushed us to be our best selves. Those were the days when community was real and athletics, music, dance, and theater were all about empowerment and vibe. Right now, my homies Carolyn and Ellen Newberger are low-key running L System in some devastated New England town, teaching kids orchestral music that's straight fire. We got students who started an after-school capoeira program in Boston that's giving the people. My squad at the trauma center is still repping the trauma drama program. Last year I was grinding with 2 boys, prepping for Julius Caesar, and it was a whole mood. Shy dude was playing Brutus and had to tap into his real power to take down Cassius, played by the class bully, who was all about that I am a tough guy energy. The bully opens up about his dad's violence and his own trauma, and Brutus finds his voice. It was like magic, fam. These programs aren't just some feel good vibes, they're actually changing lives. Kids are learning to collaborate, compromise, and stay focused because they want that respect from their coaches or directors. At the end of the day, they're not trying to be vulnerable or weak. They're trying to earn their spot on the team. Art Ensign programs are working like a charm. Kids are less anxious, more chill. They're getting along better with their peeps, and their grades are actually improving. Attention deficit, hyperactivity, and all that oppositional defiant stuff is melting away. Parents report that their kids are sleeping better and they can finally talk about what's been eating at them. All about tapping into our natural goodness, cooperation, safety, reciprocity, and imagination. And trauma might try to tear us down, but we're still standing because of our resilience. I've been doing this work for a minute now because it's all about finding joy, creativity, meaning, and connection in the first place. I can only imagine how I would have coped if not for these programs, and seeing my patients' strength is real. They survived, and that's something to celebrate. Yes, let's get real for a sec. Folks can still be low-key, woke, and successful despite hella trauma, fam. Think Oprah, Maya Angelou, Nelson Mandela, and Ali Weasel, bro, they all went through some real pain and came out with more love and positivity than ever. If you want to see the tea on any visionary's life, it's all about the drama and passion that comes from being a trauma baby, feel me. Same energy for societies. TB, most major breakthroughs came from experiencing trauma, like abolishing slavery after the Civil War, Social Security during the Great Depression, Ye bill that made our middle class all that in a bag. Trauma is hella real now, and we got the skills to deal with it properly. So let's get to work, fam. We gotta take action on what we know because it's time to stop being extra and do some actual healing. Trauma is hella real now, and we got the skills to deal with it properly. So let's get to work, fam. We gotta take action on what we know because it's time to stop being extra and do some actual healing.